What's up, everybody? Sorry I'm late. Who's in the room? Let me pin the tweet. I mean, the call-in link. Who wants to shimmy? Come on in. What's going on? 6 people in the room. Who was here last night when I cut my bangs? I already hate them. It was more of a swoop. I think I'm gonna cut some more of my other hair. So, what should we get into first? Taylor or Saquon Barkley? Anna, let's just call her Anna Barkley. They are engaged. I did see that somewhere. Somebody come on in. I don't know the full Taylor Swift story. I just know she's full of shit. Just based off of interviews that I've seen her do. Just snarky, but the big thing today is her with Taylor Swift and Taylor Swift saying basically, don't put me in your mess, Miss Blake. So I don't know if anybody saw the movie. It Ends With Us. It was kind of trash. I saw the, I don't know if it was the middle, but I saw when they were like the husband and the wife, they were like having some kind of fight and he was on top of her and it seemed like really violent or whatever, but it wasn't. And then the movie just kind of like, it was just weird the way it ended. Like nothing really happened at all. But apparently there was, the drama was behind the scenes of the movie. They should have put a camera. That's where they should have had the cameras, for real, for real. But apparently Blake was trying to do like a whole bunch of rewrites, and I guess when the movie like flopped, she was trying to blame him or came out with this suit against him. If anybody wants to come in here and correct the details of this part, you're welcome. Please come in. But he was like not having it, so he released his version of the story, and a part of it is that she told him that she was one that Taylor Swift was one of her dragons. Like she was Khaleesi, Taylor and Ryan Reynolds were her dragons. Hold on. Hey Siri, is Ryan Reynolds a billionaire? Okay, so he's not a billionaire, but he's worth 350 million. I know he has like a lot of businesses, like real businesses, and a very good diversified investment portfolio. So I guess they thought that they could rewrite this man's story, and maybe that's why it was trash. Siri, why are you still listening to me? So she had a meeting set up with him, and she timed it. Taylor saying that she timed it so that Taylor claimed she didn't know anything about this meeting they were having. Like it was supposed to be with, what is his name? Justin Baldone. Anyway, whatever his name is. Let's see, Blake lawsuit. Yeah, Justin Baldoni. So they had a meeting to discuss like her rewrites of the script. Now I don't know if she was an executive producer or not, or do actresses do that? I don't know. Doesn't seem mm, doesn't seem normal, but so anyway, they have this meeting where they're going to, with Ryan Reynolds, where they're going to discuss the rewrites, I guess. But she invited Blake to come, but she had already wrote that kind of, like subtle flex, like, Taylor, that's my bitch. She gonna hold me down, so do as I say. And I guess when Taylor found out, when she read the complaint and found out her name was all up in the mix, she might get deposed, she came out with a statement saying, hold on, I'm not one of her, I'm not a dragon, number one. Number two, bitch, if how are you Khaleesi and I'm one of the dragons? That should be reversed. Like, Blake, what are you talking about? What? I know Blake Lively from Gossip Girl and a few other movies here and there, but nothing like she's no Nicole Kidman, or she's not casting Big Little Lies or shit like that. For her to be calling herself Khaleesi and Taylor Swift the dragon. So I was just looking on TMZ and they were like, oh, the friendship might not last or whatever. Apparently they were good friends. I'm in Philadelphia, Team Eagles. Apparently she comes to the Chiefs games with Blake. So I guess that won't be happening anymore. I don't know. Taylor strikes me as a liar too. Like, she probably knew more than what she's letting on between Blake and Justin, but she don't want her name in the lawsuit. Like, I don't need to be deposed over this mess, over this movie that y'all didn't even make any money over. So that's still ongoing. I did think when Justin, he released so I guess Taylor was like, look, he's messaging me all types of the night. And then he released a message. It was like 2:00 in the morning, but she didn't release the part where she had texted him at like 1:45 in the morning about the movie. So the only strange part about it, he was just like, to me, he sounded like really nervous, and it didn't seem like it was him flirting. Now, there was one weird part where he was like, I'm sure, I'm sorry it's so late. I know you got your, say hi to your husband. I know you got the kids, probably have one on your boob right now. I guess she had just had a baby. And that was the only weird part about it. And speaking of baby, the interview that I saw, when the interviewer asked her about her being pregnant, which she clearly was, she was like really snarky with her about that. So whatever they say Taylor did, she did. And I don't know if this is because the movie flopped and she was such a big part of it, or the reason why it flopped. And she was trying to like throw it all on him and, me too, the whole situation, when, girl, stop. You were doing the absolute most. And your husband is backing you up in your bullshit. So anybody have any comments? Are most of y'all from Twitter? Let me check Twitter. This is my first time doing this. Has every past So, on to Saquon Barkley. First time doing this. Saquon Barkley and his wife. So, was a big thing when, like I said, I'm from Philadelphia. And when people saw that he had a white woman, hey, Candy. Yes, late night. Thank you, Candy. It dropped a lot. Hold on, guys. It dropped a lot, but it's still, I wanted my curls to be like kind of up here. That's why I wanted to cut it. So I think I still might cut it. It's probably, I don't know if I'm gonna do it tonight because I would have to straighten it first. But it's still giving, you know. And I was out in the rain today too, so I had a few. I like those flexi rods. They're really good. I have to do the whole Amazon affiliate link thing. But anyway, back to Saquon Barkley. So when the black girlies found out that Saquon Barkley had a white wife, they like lost their minds. Like, how can athletes always pick white women? And one of my arguments was that, you know, a lot of these girls get in with the athletes on the ground floor, like when they're in college, when they don't have anything. And like a lot of black girls, not a Blake fan, a lot of people aren't. I thought that I loved Blake Lively. Like I said, my extent of Blake Lively is Gossip Girl, and I can't remember another movie with her in it all like that. But I always thought she was really pretty, and she was the nice one on Gossip Girl. It was the other girl, Leah, whatever her name is. But she was the me one. I thought she would be the bitch in real life, but she's pretty cool. Now, I've seen like a lot of movies with her in it, and it was like a nice range of characters. Like she's not playing the same person over and over. She's not typecast or anything like that. So I actually, you know, thought I like Blake Lively too, but I don't. She is really, really a bitch. Sisterhood of the Okay, yeah, I remember that. Barely. But yeah, Saquon Barkley. So like his wife, she's white. Now I don't know if they're high school sweethearts, but they're definitely college sweethearts. If you go on her Twitter, you can go back and see. Let me see if I can put her Twitter in the chat. Let me see. Saquon White. Oh, here it goes right there. Instagram. Her name is Anna Congdon. Right, barely. How? What year was that movie? All right, I will put her. I'm surprised all her stuff isn't private yet. I'm going to put her thing in the chat, her Instagram. And if you scroll all the way down her Instagram, you can see Miss Thing. Did she take it out? She took his pictures out. Oh no, there's one from 2017. They went to Penn State together. That's why I always liked you, always doing your hair and running errands. Thank you, Summer Sunshine. I have to make you an admin. I'm making my day ones and my converts from Gabor's channel, my admins. Candy, sorry guys. I know I keep starting and stopping. So, shall we read the tweets? Okay, so I'll pin this in the chat too. Copy. Remember that movie she was in? A girlfriend of two best friends. Oh yeah, I do remember that. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, that was the Instagram. This is the link to the tweet. So basically, so time-wise, this is December 11th, 2012. I know Saquon is 26. Let me see. I'm from a different generation, but in my day, the sack chasers did not blow smoke up these athletes' bums as hard as the nine. Right. I don't know if you were on the live when we were talking about how, because there was like a few different arguments. I was in I didn't get to see the whole thing though. I'm going to watch it when we get off. what was he talking about? He's like, you gotta come up here. So there was like, all right, so there was two things. Like with the black girls, they were saying they don't have access to the athletes, and that's what I don't want to say the wrong person. They were saying that they don't have access to black athletes, and that's just, I guess, not their preference. Um What happened in Gabor's chat? I was watching, but I was again running errands. I was at the market and I had to go to the pharmacy, so I wasn't paying attention to the chat, and I didn't see. I only saw like maybe an hour. But for the people, it says it's 81 people watching, so I want to give them some background. So, like, the black girls feel like the white girls are just stealing all the athletes. And I was saying a lot of the times the white girls, they get in on the ground floor. Like, when the guy's in college and he doesn't have food, or not everyone is dirt poor either. So you also have, and for whoever doesn't know, I was with a basketball player, a pro ball player, myself, but we were high school sweethearts. Talking shit on another level as always. I was late to Gabor's chat. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because I messaged Gabor. I was like, why am I getting it was long today. He loved his history. He talked about himself for 3 hours. Did he put the panel up? Am I able to see the tweets? Now, I'm streaming this on Twitter too, by the way. I'm trying something. I'm trying to be professional and whatnot. But I was saying, these girls, they do their laundry, they do their homework, they let them cheat in peace. They put them, they basically take care of them. Just him in his mouth. Oh Lord, for 3 hours, damn. So it's not necessarily a thing of access. That Spike Lee movie showed how the newly recruited college boys attempted with the non-melanated. Which one? Which one? So my thing, so now we have this culture which drives me crazy with black women, is like when you meet, like the black girls want the guys to take care of them like immediately. Immediately is like, when we going to Dubai, like Birkin bag me please, Chanel, pay for my hair, for my nails, Cash App, you say hello, you getting the oh yeah, he got game. I gotta watch that over. We saw these movies as children or teenagers, or just being younger and not really knowing what, catching everything. So I have to go back and watch that, because like a lot of the white girls, like they're yeah, sadly we do have our hand out, and we're being taught different things, where even like you see on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, you'll have Kyle and Kim, like the Richard sisters, whose mother told them, you don't marry somebody poor, like marry, get ahead. Like look at Nikki Hilton. She married a Rothschild, for God's sake. Paris Hilton's guy, he's somebody too. He got money. They built him up for day one. Yes, where in the black household, you could look at, like, even with on Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, you have Mary, who a lot of black households, and I know people probably gonna get mad at this, but it's true, and I don't give a fuck. Thank you, DGF. I spent a lot of time. Actually, I didn't spend a lot of time. Well, usually I make this hair treatment, and I let it sit for hours, and just to keep my hair healthy, because I do natural and I do heat too. But this time I just used that. I just used the stuff I showed you yesterday. I'll show you exactly what I used. Hold on. I know I'm getting off topic. I'm very sorry. we're gonna get back to it. Normally, like, I have so many hair products. Like, I usually, like, hair day is like a real whole day for me. And these are like all of my products in my shower, everything. But this is all I used yesterday. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. It's and it was on clearance at Target. The Do Fast Forward Press Rewind, and it says it maintains your curls for when you do like silk presses and stuff like that. So I put that on there. We were taught to be workhorses. Yes, and independent women. We don't need a man for anything. Black, hold on. Sorry, let me finish this. So I only used the Do Press Rewind, Fast Forward, and then afterwards, while your hair is damp, I always use this Paul Mitchell super skinny serum, and I blow dried it with this. This is the best fucking thing I've ever bought for my hair ever in life, and I'm going to invest in a more expensive one because I think it's ruining my ends. But the more I clip my ends, the faster my hair grows. So back to the topic at hand. I think that Black girls are taught. I heard about it. Too Short's brother was shot and killed in Oakland. 50's response to Irv Gotti's passing away in DUI. Oh my God, I saw the DUI video. All right, we're gonna talk about that too. I feel bad for Too Short, and especially because of with the Eagles. I don't know if y'all know who Gilly the King or Gilly the Kid is. He's a rapper from Philly. Well, he was a rapper back in the day, Major Figures, back when like State Property was out, and they were using his his song. I go on and on, can't understand. You must have superpowers. And that song got really popular, and that's like the Eagles' song now. And he's supposed to perform here this weekend, Super Bowl weekend here in Philly. I think he has like three dates, so I don't know if it's canceled or not. So he had gotten really popular. I'm not saying that means anything because his brother died, but I don't know. You know, it's a shame. Yeah, that's Too Short song. What's my favorite word, bitch? But yeah, so thoughts and prayers to Irv Gotti too. Hey, Lisa Mack. I saw Russell Simmons saying, he was trying to get Irv Gotti over there to live a better lifestyle. I don't know if he was talking about diet or drugs or what. I had a customer who did not make her daughters cook or clean because she wasn't raising maids. They were in high school. Well, I would like to see where they at now. But so let's get back into that. As Black girls, we're told, oh, you got to work twice as hard. You have to, cook and clean and get a job. And like I would say with Mary Cosby, she could have easily just thrown her son out the house and left him on the street. I saw this video with this mom. The girl was only 18 and she didn't even look like she was 18. And the mother was like kicking her out of the house. It was so sad and it was so mean. And I live in Philadelphia, South Philly to be exact. And it's a heavy like Italian population. And I went to private school with the Italian girls. And they're raised like to not leave their house until they get married. That's dope if that's their song. I'm a Raiders diehard, born and raised in LA. They're doing great with their degrees. Okay. So you know, I remember Callie said, you know, we were taught to be independent women and we don't need a man for anything and blah 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 blah. And you know, she's single and how she is raised like what? Like you can't leave the house until you're married? Yeah, shit. I'm still in my family home. I'm here alone, but I'm still here. I ain't married. You know, I said I was with an athlete and that was just disastrous and I'll just leave it at that. But, you know, and now we have this culture where I visited South Philly the same week Trump casino opened. He doesn't have a casino here. So we do have two casinos here in Philly, South Philly, but they don't have anything to do with Donald Trump. What was I saying? We were raised differently, where the girls, their mothers teach them to go after. It's not every white person, but in general, the smart white people are raised to get guys who can take care of them, good family men. And we are not. And now we have this culture where everything is about selling pussy and OnlyFans and how much money you can get out of a nigga. And it's like not how to be. And that's why we have so many of these podcasts with, you know, this 50-50 relationship crap. You know, we drive to Atlantic City while in Philly. Yeah. Trump almost ruined Atlantic City because when he built, I remember vividly, he built one of his casinos. I don't even know if it was his casino. Well, he licenses his name. They're not his casinos, but like the Trump Taj Mahal, the Trump Marina, and Trump, just Trump. And I don't want to say Trump International, but just the Trump Casino. They're all closed. And when they closed, they were just like these big abandoned buildings, big sore spots. They sold them now. My babies can't leave. That's good because I hate, like I said, I saw this video where this mom, she was kicking her daughter out merely because she turned 18. And it was like, give your daughters a chance to grow and become who they are and support them as much as you can. You ain't with the big dude no more. I was raised to build on my own. I see the big dude periodically, but he drinks a lot, and I don't really be for all that bullshit. No decorum. The hair is cute. Thank you, Wizard. Yeah, it was the Taj Mahal. Yeah, the Taj Mahal, they had some nice suites. They said Allen Iverson used to stay on the 50th floor. We don't have it as easy as the white women. Have we have to get degrees to get the best job to become the boss, especially if we don't come from money. Whereas they come from money and can afford the most. No, and even the ones who don't come from money, they still have it easier. And just in their culture, period, their men are taught to take care of their women. Like you could see just out in the wild, if a white woman is in trouble, like so many people, especially white men and black men, will come to their rescue. And that's not so much for black women. Nobody comes to black women's rescue. Um, but I don't want to get so much off on that tangent about, you know, just race relations, period. I'm going to specifically talk about like dating athletes and just dating and getting a mate. So I don't know when it started to where like everything has to be about paying my bills, paying my rent. I want to go to the most expensive steakhouse. Even my little nieces, they are up at the most expensive restaurant you can go to. They want to put on their fashions, and nobody's going to college. Nobody's thinking about college. Nothing. So on one hand, we have, you know, we do have to work hard. We do have to work harder than everybody else. We need to go to school and get jobs because 40-year-old whores are not cute. Nobody wants that. Only handful of people can get away with that. Facts. He did the same in Mexico, and look how he treats them now. Wait, who? Trump? He was the same in Mexico, and look how he treats them now. I forget who we talking about. I know that's right. Get your drunk ass away from me. Yeah, I hate all that. Plus, I don't drink. And then he be having problems. We talked about it on Gabor Patreon. They have it easier. Not even black men. My sister and I are taking care of our mom and our family home, and quite a few of our neighbors live in the homes they were raised in after their parents left. Yeah, like people. I know, like some people talk shit. Black people talk shit about me staying in my family home, but when you're white, it's called generational wealth. Just like when Real Housewives of Potomac, when everyone was making fun of Candace because her mother took care of her. You should only be as fortunate to have a mother who can take care of you, or a father or parents who can take care of you when you're older. Nobody says anything about Paris Hilton, the Kardashians, or all the other celebrity children whose parents still take care of them. They have the little cute little businesses. I won't use like Kim or Paris as well, I will use them as an example because they didn't always start out, well, not Kim. She didn't always start out with the empire that she has now. Nobody got a degree just off pages. Trump, right. Talk that shit. Yes, exactly. Kim and Kanye was living with... Exactly. So, we got shit twisted, and I don't even want to get into it. Goes back to slavery with them breaking the black... destroying black homes or whatever, because at a certain point... Now, this is going to sound controversial, but black men abandon their children. They abandon their family. Look at Nick Cannon. He's made so many broken homes. He thinks that shit is cute. And we had this debate before. We had this debate before on Gabor's page where people were saying, well, he got the money, so I don't know what's the problem. It's like, it's not about the money. He's making so many babies close together. It's like, whose graduation are you going to go to? Who are you spending Christmas with? Whose first day of school are you going to go to? Whose ballet recital are you going to go to? I don't care how much money you have. If they're not all being raised on the same compound, you just making broken homes. Like, look at, what's her name? Joy Chavez. People praise her for having 2 or 3 rich baby daddies, but they still, like the kids on the holidays, they all got to go to separate places. Hate her or love her, but Dr. Heavenly is doing the damn thing. Yes, starting business, buying property, started out debt free. Yes, and people don't understand. Heavenly is just trying to make that show do what it do. Like, we sit here and we talk about how boring Potomac is, how boring this is, how boring that is. Heavenly keeps that show popping. People can hate Heavenly all they want to. I love Heavenly because I fight the same kind of way Heavenly does. Your mama, your baby, your daddy, your dog. Fuck all of y'all, okay? That's what time I be on when I'm arguing with somebody. But Heavenly keeps that show alive. Without Heavenly, what would we be looking at? Simone and her teeth, like, create broken homes and only like the kids whose baby mama they can get along with. Exactly. The baby moms that they allowed to screw them. Nick can't. He is very disgusting. Individualism is a European thing, except for Italians and Irish. Interesting. Yes, I'm heavily for real, for real. I want her to bring back that coffee mug with her Hennessy in it. No, is it leave it alone? No, let her bring. Well, she probably put it in something else now. I think Heavenly do be. But Heavenly was not the cause of what happened this Sunday. She just asked the question. Quad was on some shit. And like I said, I'm not mad at Quad because it was all fun and kiki ha 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 when G brought his wife, this little girl on here to antagonize her. If you think about it, he came all the way back to a show that he was no longer a part of just to come on that show for what? To do that? Did he really think that Quad wasn't ever going to get another man, or he like Sweet Tea is somebody to be jealous over? Did he really think that? I don't think so. I think he did think that. Hold on, I'm cleaning my mirror. Must have superpowers, bitch. Everywhere, bitch. We're too short. Irv, I don't really have too much to say about Irv Gotti. I don't really know him like that, but I don't like the shit he was doing and saying and acting towards Ashanti. And I'm not like one of them people like that'll say, "Oh, that's what you get." I mean, I am one of those kind of people, but not like from God. I don't believe God is a punishing God, but I believe in karma. Let's see what y'all saying. No, we're gonna leave it alone. I love how Dr. Heavenly does not code switch and is very successful. DRGFAFO. They sure want to get them divorced. Who? Dame, Dr. G and T, Sweet T? Yes. He don't want her. And she can't even have any babies. Sorry to say. She's so worried about Quad or letting Quad get under and Heavenly get under her skin that she needs to really like relax. If she's having trouble conceiving, she needs to like relax. She can't have stress. Like, you gotta chill. And fighting with Heavenly and going on YouTube and talking all that crazy shit you be talking is not helping. And that man said you got about a year and is up. Sweet Sweet wanted a baby shower by Quad. You think so? T is a fan, yes. Hi, kid. I love Dr. Heavenly on Patreon. I'm so glad Rodney, the movie, and Sherelle's World got interviews. Oh, she went on Sherelle's World? I would love Gabor will interview her too. He can't stand her though. Kelly! Hey, Kelly Lola. Not Rodney the movie. Wait, Kelly, I gotta make you an admin. Kelly, so I was talking about Saquon Barkley. Remember when we were talking about T could help out a lot of women by talking about her. Yes, talk about your fertility journey and not Heavenly. So Rodney asked Heavenly was Jackie on her apology. She ain't one to answer. What you mean? Rodney asked Heavenly was Jackie on her apology tour. You think Heavenly is on an apology tour? So, Callie, if you're still in here, they uncovered racist tweets from Saquon Barkley's fiance, white fiance. And they go a little something like, we lost them. All right, here we go. So one of them. So this was December 11th, 2012. So let's just say she's 26 because Saquon is 26. So in 2012, she would be 13. So she says, replace a Disney movie with nigga. And then she goes, the cheetah nigga. Is there a Disney movie called The Cheetah? Well, she put the cheetah nigga. Then somebody named Ben said anaconda niggas. And Anna says, Benjamin Gardis. Oh, wait, you're right. It's the cheetah girls, the cheetah niggas. And somebody said to her, hey, my little gold digger. And she said, she ain't messing with no broke niggas. And then she says, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke niggas. And then she put, I thoroughly enjoy calling my mom nigga. And there's a picture of the cheetah girls. And then she has, the weather can suck my dick. LeBron's a cocky bitch. LeBron James headband is currently being used as a tampon on Chris Bosh's vagina. This is Saquon Barkley, fiance, white fiance. She didn't want to lead with that because she was in his inbox with that. That's why you delete the Twitter. Yes, yes. Dr. Heavenly is getting those numbers up via black content creators. I love it. Heavenly is not no dummy. Who is this biatch? I'm out of the loop. At 13 years old, that's a bit much. Yes, that's weird for a 13-year-old. I'm assuming she's 13 because Saquon is only 26 and they were in Penn State together, so they have to be around the same age. They be saying it more than we do. Damn, she's rough. And then somebody was in the comments like, well, y'all need to, if you want white people to stop saying it, then black people should stop saying it. Will Martin Luther King approve of black people making that word a trend? Hell no. So I put, shut the fuck up. We're not talking about black people right now. We're talking about her 13-year-old Twitter post. And then somebody put slavery, Kanye, when he put slavery is a choice. The black community has had multiple leaders and influencers over time. Everyone doesn't relate to the same leaders. More are more Malcolm than Martin. Some are Huey than Fred, etc. So this is what when we typically say, get out of black folks' business. Most of y'all never been to Africa, but out here thinking you African American. Who you know personally that was a slave? I ain't got all day. Ooh, if I wasn't on here, I would grind this motherfucker up. These motherfuckers is crazy. He's about to flip that potential black girl right into the non-melanated community. I believe that I don't know much about him if he was poor or what growing up, and her family probably took care of him. Who said it was like the movie The Blind Side? Maybe it was that type of situation. She probably called him nigga too. She probably say nigga all around him all the time. And now, like when you see her at the games and stuff, she looks really like nerdy and stuff. So Heavenly is smart. I watch her IG, YouTube, and Patreon. She shows her every day. Random, yes. Mexicans here got it bad. He's about to flip. So that's what's going on with that. But you know, the debate. A lot of black people confuse non-black people, seeing us as licks, with them actually liking and respecting us. Oh, Callie, I got something to play for you. Point in time. At one point in time, black women's hair had become so intimidating that the governor of Louisiana decided to completely outlaw and make it illegal for black women to wear their hair out in public. The Tignon Law was put into place in 1786. The style at the time for black women was to wear our hair out. The main part is our hair was covered in jewels and gems and jewelry and feathers and beads and all types of embellishments. And then all of a sudden, white women, now these are facts, not opinions, so please, white women were not liking what was happening. There was an animosity that was tangible in the air. Okay? White women were going to the local newspapers, who were then going to the government. Sorry. Local newspapers, who were then going to the governor, complaining. This is where probably we get our thing for wearing scarves and shit on our head. Types of embellishments. And then all of a sudden, white women, now these are facts, not opinions, so please, white women were not liking what was happening. There was an animosity that was tangible in the air. Okay? White women were going to the local newspapers, who were then going to the governor, complaining that the autonomy was beginning to upset the local white women. And the governor already had a little bit of tension towards black women. He was quoted as saying that black women had too much luxury in their bearing, meaning they were too haughty, they were too self-assured, they were too confident.
with who they were as people. So he had no problem with putting this into law. The Tignon Law basically stated that Black women were not allowed to be seen out in public with their hair. They had to wear a knotted headdress, so a headscarf with a big knot in the front, or a handkerchief. So you know what happened next? Black women followed the rules, and we started to wear headdresses and handkerchiefs. But you know what happened next? Yeah, we freaked those. We decided to decorate in-laws, and we just did the same thing to the head wraps. We put feathers, beads, gems, jewels, different colored fabrics, and we even put hats and ribbons on top of headscarves because nothing is going to stop the innovation and creativity. Well, the historian Virginia Gold was quoted in this book, Creole, The History and Legacy of Louisiana's Freed People of Color by Sybil Klein. Virginia Gold was quoted as saying, the actual use of the law, the Tignon laws, was to place boundaries on Black women who had become too light-skinned, aka white, or who dressed too elegantly, or who in reality competed too freely with white women for status and thus threatened the social order. But back in France, Empress Josephine, who was Napoleon Bonaparte's wife, she started to receive intel on the fashion in Louisiana. And what did she do? Yes, Empress Josephine started to wear the Tignon headscarf, the turban, the scarves of it all. So let's just break down how absolutely vile and insidious this is. Black women were outlawed from wearing our hair. We were then relegated to wearing headdresses. And now an empress over there is now wearing our mandatory headdress as a fashion statement. And it was wasn't coined. People started calling it haute couture. High fashion. Where else have we seen that exactly? When Black people do something, it's seen as ghetto. When everyone else does it, it's alternative, elegant, classy. This is nothing new. It's just history repeating itself. All I gotta say is our hair will always be our crown and glory, no matter what anyone tells us what to do, however we choose to wear it. There is innovation there. I'm gonna keep saying it, innovation and creativity and inspiration. It's trendy, it's beautiful, it's cool, it's unique. It's
yes, Bonaparte.
Which just lets you know that.
But they always been stealing our shit, you know, and it reminds me of the whole Hilman Talk thing that's going on now. So yeah, I don't know. Do y'all think Saquon is going to stay with his snow bunny? You know me, I wasn't mad at. I don't get mad when I see athletes with white girls because they living in their own special kind of hell. Honestly, hold on. They, being with an athlete is not for the faint of heart. It really isn't. It's not. It's a whole nother monster. So he'll probably say he just proposed to her, and I'm pretty sure this is not like a surprise to him. What about Miss Blake Lively and Miss Taylor going at it? I don't know if I could play a TMZ clip about it. I don't want to get stricken. Wait, somebody else has some topics up here. What was the couple of topics? I can't. Can I go back and see? Too sure. Oh, Marcus Jordan. Did y'all see? Do you mind share of your athlete story? So I met my guy in high school. He was the best player, and I'll get to Marcus Jordan in a second. He was the best player in the city. He had a famous game with Kobe Bryant where he decimated him. He went to Roman Catholic. We both went to LaSalle University. All he did was cheat on me. He was my first love, my first boyfriend. It's my only I only have one child. It's from him. He could have went to the NBA his first year out of college, but he chose to stay. And then the year he went into the draft, he was supposed to. I mean, he was supposed to go into the draft his senior year, but he got sick, like COVID kind of sick, and he tried instead of sitting out the rest of the season and being a fifth year season, he tried to play through his sickness, and it just like completely destroyed all his stats, and like basically nobody was recruiting him afterwards. And like I said, all he did was cheat. All he did was cheat. And then I don't want to talk too much of uh his family's business, but he had a notorious family, we'll just say that. And so he went and played overseas, but his best friend got drafted to the Miami Heat. And me personally, I feel like and his cousin got killed like all around the same time. And that was like his best friend. And I really feel like that shit broke him. Like, because he had to play in Turkey and I think Italy. And he really hated that shit. He was making, nice money, like maybe like $250,000. But it's in Turkey. And your best friend is living it up. Hey, Shelbs, best friend is living it up in Miami with Lamar Odom, which is my daughter's godfather. No, Lamar Odom is not my daughter's godfather. Russell Butler is. Sorry. But he's living it up with all the guys, and he's in Turkey. So he eventually wound up leaving from overseas to come over here to be his manager. But all they did was fight because that was his young boy. And when he came back, he just was a different person. He's just started being abusive. When we were teenagers, he would be he was hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. My bad. All right, so where was I? Oopsie. Pretty fair and square. Can't complain. LOL, Gabor's house. Let's see. Thank you, DGF. Hey, Shelps. That party is doing Uncle Boris 2 weeks. We asked Gabor how they show. How's everything? Can't complain. Pretty fair and square. So yeah, when we were in high school, he wasn't abusive, but he would put his hands on me a little. Like we would get into little tussles, but nothing like crazy. And I remember like his mom, like when we would like have a fight or whatever. I remember the first time he had like mushed the shit out of me, my head, or like knocked me over, or whatever. His mom had gave me like just like $500 Victoria's Secret gift card or a laptop or And like, you know, as we got older, like, and went on, like I would get like every time he would do something, like she would give me something, or he would bring back something, or whatever. But it wasn't like that was a, you know, abuse, period. But like when he came back from overseas, he was awful. Like really he pulled a gun out on me one time. Oh, we can't say gun. He pulled his gun out on me one time, and I was so crazy with him. I put my head like right up to the gun. I was like, I dare you, like do it. Like it was toxic like that. I remember one day I took my shirt off for a reason. One day it was his birthday, and every time it would be like a holiday or an occasion, like he would always like start a fight. So I remember this was in 2008, his birthday, and he was just like just starting a fight with me because obviously he wanted to go spend his birthday out. And at the time, I didn't know that he was still messing with this girl from, okay, I like Blicky, from college. She was a nurse. So in my mind, I'm his, you know, girlfriend, you know, his girlfriend. We're supposed to be getting married, all this stuff, but she's thinking the same thing. So when he can't, okay, so when he went overseas, I was in my final year of college. Not Ritchie being a gangster bitch. Shut up, Shell. No, but for real though, people like look at me and they think it's sweet, and I'm really not. Like I'm really about that shit. And I wasn't raised that way though. Like I went to private school. Like I wish I could show y'all my family. Like I'm such a square. Well, I was such a square. I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to do. I'm talking about join my Patreon and all that bullshit. I'm meant to tell y'all my business one day, late like this, and then just not save it. Like really tell y'all the real, because I'll just skip to this part. I have a plate. I don't know if you can see it right here. Let me see. You can kind of see it, right? This is where the plate is, and 8 screws on my arm. This nigga really took my arm, twisted it, and snapped it. My arm was like hanging, and I was holding it together, and he was trying to get me arrested. Like, you want to talk about insidious? This will never go away, and this plate will never come out of my arm. So yeah, and this was the last time I was with his ass. And when he did this, after I came from the hospital, because while I was in the hospital, he had went to the detectives and told them all kinds of shit. And the doctors had to tell the detective that even I had a spiral fracture. If I would have fell off of the Empire State Building, I wouldn't have a scar. I wouldn't have a fracture the way that I had. My arm was literally twisted and snapped. And then, like I said, I was really a square, and it like kind of drove me crazy that I was a single mom. Like I said, we were supposed to get married. It was really a fluke, because when he came home from overseas, he didn't even tell me he was coming home. Thank you guys. Thank you, Summer, Candy, Callie, DGF, everybody, Summer, Shelbs. He just snuck back into the country, and he just like popped up at my door. I guess he always like was accusing me of cheating on him, which I never did. That was my first everything. So we go to one of those hotels. They had these themed hotels. It was called the Feather's Nest. And they had like themed rooms and stuff with jacuzzis, and well, it was corny, cheesy hotels, but it was cute to us. We were young. And I noticed the night I got pregnant, because that was like one of the only times we did it, because we were fighting so much. So I got pregnant, and against everyone's, opinion, I kept my baby. And I'll tell y'all later in life how he turned her against me. But yeah, I packed up my apartment and I had told my ex-college roommate at the time, Maggie, she Chinese, shout out to Maggie, and she lived in Chicago in Lincoln Park at the time. And she was like, just come here, just come down here. Like my friend whose house burned down, I was just like, girl, just come here, get yourself together, stay for however long you need to. Thank you, DGF. I am 40. My birthday is actually February 8th. And that's to say I'm in my 40s. Yes, I'm definitely a survivor. So there was no way that was an accident, is what the doc said. Yes, because the detective was on some shit like he was pressing, like he decided not to press charges. All the stories I can tell y'all. Ritchie, was your friend here with the fires? She in Philly, they had some fires here in Philly. There was like a lot of wind, like one house caught on fire and like 8 houses caught on fire, or 9, and she was one of the people. I had posted her a link to her GoFundMe. I'll post it again. Cause can you imagine going to work and you come home, your house is on fire, and the only thing you have is your car and the shit that you have on your back. Like you don't have your computer, you don't have your chargers, you don't have your soap, your socks, your shoes, your spoons, your plates, nothing. Let me see. Here's her GoFundMe. I'm gonna put the link to her GoFundMe. The video is so sad to copy link. Because I put it in the chat the other day and she got like $200 worth of donations. Yeah, then we had the plane crash after that. And the Red Cross, I will never donate to the Red Cross because they only gave her $350 and she can only stay in their facility where she's staying for 21 days. That's why people say don't donate to the Red Cross because they really don't help. They haven't offered her any kind of assistance, like to get somewhere else to live. Nothing. $350. They couldn't get their animals. Yeah. We had 3 plane crashes, right? They said it was more than that. So we had DC one, we had the one here. What's the third one? I saw a plane in like a Mayday situation. Mayday, like the shit was on fire. I think something was on fire, but they hadn't really gotten too far from the runway. Thank God. $150 to do what? That's what I'm saying. $350. People raise so much money, millions and millions of dollars to give to the Red Cross to help victims, and they really don't do shit. Yes, that's all. Everybody, really? $350. And a lot of people, they don't have renter's insurance. And she said the lady was getting smart with her. She was like, you should have had renter's insurance. Maybe you don't know why she didn't have it. Maybe she had it and missed the payment. Maybe you don't know what happens. Yeah, if you weren't home when the fire started, everything was left. Yeah, everything, your whole life. Your whole life is there. I said, well, at least, you weren't there. It sounded like the shit caught on fire really quickly. So at least you weren't there when it happened. Pray for that. And, I just told her, just look at it like you're starting over. You get to pick out somewhere new to live. I think her GoFundMe she has $1,250 already raised. Yeah, that's $1,200, and I think she got and this is what. Hold on, let me say. This is the Red Cross. Yes, they get a lot of money, and they don't help people do shit. Really, they really don't. Like I was surprised. I thought that they would at least help her with some type of rental assistance or some type of housing, something. They really don't do. I don't know what they do, but in this instance, nothing. Renters and fire insurance are separate. I figured that. My father, he was the vice president of or vice president of a department in Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and he would always tell, like when we get in insurance and stuff, he would always tell us to like read the fine print, read the exclusions, read, make sure you read, especially the insurance papers, because they put a lot of tricky shit in there. So like she probably wouldn't have been covered under the because if it was a fire, she probably would have been covered anyway because it was a fire. They would have probably told her to refer to the person she was the actual owner of the house. They play a lot of games. Tonight the people were saying the Red Cross let the homeless in at the same time and were attacking people. Wow. Where'd they say that? $350 is an actual insult. Bethany's Be Strong might have some reason. Oh, I'm gonna tell her that. Let me text her that right now. Check with Bethany Frankel's Be Strong charity. Because I'll forget. But send me your location and calls. I'll show you what it should looks like. It's best to do a GoFundMe. Yeah, I did set up one for her. So yeah. Do y'all use Chat GPT? I love Chat GPT. At first I was like, oh my God, what is this? Callie, are you still in here? Have you heard about Hilman Talk University? Hilman Talk, yeah, Hilman Talk University. Nobody wants to come on up. Come on down. You better get help when someone. You get better help when someone breaks into your vehicle. The insurance company is straight up robbing people. They really are. They really are. And I think the biggest crooks, the biggest ones are the health insurance. Health insurance should not be for profit, because literally in order for you to make a profit, for you to be successful, you have to, the way you make your money is by not giving me services, that's the way you make money. Because how else you're not in a drug company who's actually making a drug and selling it for whatever price. The only way for you to make money is to deny me services. I want to do my eyebrows while I'm sitting here talking to y'all. I'm a multitasker. I should take my nice shirt off. Hilman Talk University is a school they started on TikTok. A professor named Professor Barlow, like Lisa Barlow. Why does the dude from New York was deleted? Yeah, we need more Luigis in the world. But anyway, I think Uber is another monster. So Hilman Talk is a university where people. Come on in, Callie.
Dude, what's up?
So Hilman Talk is on TikTok. This professor started like a free online college called Hilman Talk, like as a nod to Hilman from the comedy show.
Different World, yeah.
Yeah, Different World. And I think at first it started like with like financial literacy and just like courses that Black people need to know. I think they were teaching AI for us, different stuff. I screenshot it, so it got really popular really quickly, and like a lot of other black professors and stuff wanted to help. So then they had stuff like they had like real courses. One day I'm going to use this on my computer so I can share the screen. But these are real courses. So like agriculture 101, plant basics and gardening, AI for creatives, Black Fashion, Beauty and Culture, Canva 101, which I would love to take their class because I see a lot of people making a lot of money off of Canva. Black Homesteading, Floral Gardening 101, Fashion Design, I already got that. Departments, they have business, let's see, computer tech, education, English, film, arts, finance, fitness, healthcare, health, languages, history, math, psychology, science, sociology, spirituality. Then you have this Latino history through beats and rhymes, the prehistory of hip hop, West Africa to the Carolinas, the legacy of cultivation, tracing our legacy and African something history, the intentional life, a people's history, something and transformative Black education, like really like intro to Black feminism, Hoochie History
Wow.
101. Oh, I would love to take Hoochie History 101. But these are really real hey Amy J. These are real professors though. So on Saturday I see this message. It says official statement from Cherie Arnold, former president of Hilman Talk University. Dear Hilman Talk University community, it is with a heavy heart and unwavering clarity that I announce my resignation as the president of Hilman Talk University and my disassociation from its current leadership and governance. This moment began as a passion project, an effort to create a collaborative educational space rooted in community empowerment and opportunity. However, due to recent events, including a hostile takeover of the Board of Trustees, removal of foundational leadership, and lack of transparency in decision making, I can no longer support or be affiliated with the direction that the organization is taking. So in the comments, what I was reading was wait. So in the comments, they were saying, of course. So this was started by a professor who wanted to put her online course for her students, and then it turned into all people wanted to follow suit, and they made up all this stuff. But of course, who wanted to be involved. They felt excluded. The white women. So once they get involved, now I'm assuming this is when they get a board of trustees or hostile. And it wasn't all white women. There are some Black people involved in it, unfortunately, as well. But they came in. The white women came in, started changing shit, and like she said, there was a hostile takeover of a board of trustees. But I'm like, how did y'all get a board of trustees that fast? I don't even think this was going on for a month. So.
Yeah, I'm
But then
confused.
someone, wait, one last thing. Someone filed a trademark for Hilman Talk University, but I think the original owner, because they started talking about merch and stuff like that. So who does the money go to? Because it's free, right? So, and I saw this is the last thing, one other person say that the original person, I'm not sure if it's the original person because they said it's Dr. Barlow. This was for somebody else, that they filed two trademarks, one Hilman Talk University and one Hilman Talk University HBCU. And they said under the first one, they have, I'm going to call them categories because I don't know what they're called within trademarks. So you might have like merch and whatever categories you file under, so you can use your trademark. Like with Blue Ivy, it was like, that she could do hair care, she can do movies, she can do whatever, like all the different categories. But under the HBCU one, they didn't have so many exceptions or categories. So if the HBCU one goes through first, that'll help her case to get the main Hilman Talk University trademark. Because I guess whoever trademarked it, and people, of course, people were like, "Oh, well, you should have did that." She did not know it was going to take off how it did. She literally was just posting something for her kids.
And it's called Hilman Top University.
Hilman Talk, like TikTok.
Oh, Hilman Top. Oh, like TikTok.
Yes.
Worst case scenario, she could just come up with a name like Hilman Courses or something like that.
Yeah, I was just saying, well, like, just change the name and keep the movement, but because they're probably going to start charging. That seems like really detailed and really.
It kind of sounds like Corsica, but for Black people, and it sounds like they have more stuff. Because I was thinking about getting a Corsica membership. There's some cheaper places in Corsica. Corsica is kind of high. It's like $50 a month. They have some cheaper ones too.
I think I saw something about Corsica. They was talking about, they listened to our phone calls. It was talking about like making cosmetics, which is something that I do want to do.
Corsica, they have a lot of stuff. They even have courses, like some of the tech courses are like taught by some of the directors and stuff at like Facebook and Amazon and all those places. It's a few of those online schools like that. And that's why I said, like, it's really crazy that they got these kids paying all this money for these degrees. And a lot of this stuff you can learn online either for free or almost for free. It's crazy.
Right. And it's like, here we go. You guys are kicking us out of, quote unquote DEI. We create a space of our own. It doesn't have anything to do with DEI probably, but just a place for us to teach our own and to build our own. And here y'all come destroying the shit or trying to take it over.
Well, somebody let them in. But the thing is, the good thing about DEI being gone is that legally now we can create our own without being sued. Hopefully, there might be loopholes there. I don't get it. Before, say for instance, if we wanted to say, if me and you started a business and we just wanted to hire other Black people, we could be sued.
Really?
So we could, not saying that someone would sue us, but they could.
Right. Okay.
Right now you have, I think they sound like they're Asian people that are suing UCLA saying that they were giving preferential treatment to Black and Latino students. And I have a feeling that what's probably going on is that they're not passing the interview part of the admissions because they don't have a lot of social skills. I don't think it's really necessarily that they're favoring the Black and Latino people. I just think that a lot of times, yeah, you can have all these straight A's and stuff, but there's going to be somebody with straight A's and also have a personality. And more than likely, they're going to vibe with that person, especially if that person is doing work in the community, and that person's probably going to get in before you. And I think if they start digging deeper, that's probably going to end up being an issue. So, I don't know what's going to happen with that, but it's been other instances where people have either they couldn't get funding or they have been sued. Because at the end of the day, somebody else can also claim discrimination because there's nothing specified for us as Black people. And
by being on TikTok, you can't exclude them.
Well, I don't really know how this was being created. Was this being created where I can say, oh, you know what? I want to teach a user experience design class. And I could just like hit her up and she could say, okay, yeah, you can come in and teach a class. Like, I'm not really sure how they were, where were these teachers coming from and who was like really running this? Because I don't understand how they have a board of trustees unless maybe this was like an offshoot of an actual school. Mm-hmm. Like maybe this was somehow affiliated with some type of actual university.
It's not. It was literally a person. It was a professor who was putting her course online for her actual students. And I don't know when she named it Hilman Talk or when that part came in. Other people saw it and they thought it was cool and they wanted to do the same thing. And it just grew from there, which was beautiful until the wolves came in. Now I want to read this comment. DGF said, I'm a member of Professor Karen Hunter's Urban View and Dr. Carr's Howard U. Narrative is committed to helping people across the diaspora know our history, create our own stories, and understand ourselves through explorations of the past so that we can grow. All that required is a high school diploma and training. Oh, you talking about narrative is on lock. Oh, that's okay. So you're talking about a place called Narrative with a K.
Oh, okay. So that's probably another one of these types of programs.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand how this thing is organized where they would have had a board of trustees. That seems a little weird
Right.
to me. If
Like,
this was
when
just
did
this
y'all do all
one
of that?
professor that was gathering these people online to do these courses, how did they get a board of trustees? I think
But it
there's
was all
we don't
free
know.
though. It was all free, mind you. It was, you know,
Yeah, I think there's something we don't know here. I'm wondering if this is something where they were getting funds from the government.
maybe the people who started coming because they said there were black people involved in the hostile takeover. I think someone black filed may have filed the trademark. So I don't know what happened.
Well, I
And
don't
I
know
don't
who owns the Hillman trademark. Granted, they're not saying that they're Hillman College.
right.
If I was the person who came up with the concept of Hillman, one of the writer or whoever, I would have trademarked that decades ago. So
They
I
even
don't know.
I'm gonna put a link. They had a link in they had a write up in Ebony magazine, not Ebony, Essence magazine, Hilman Talk.
I'll put it up now. Yeah, because I didn't hear about this. I've been working a lot and I'm actually wrapping up this job. So I haven't had time to really, I thought I would have had time to look at all this stuff.
I'm going to actually take the time and look into it and dig and see what I can actually find. I'm pretty sure they got some tea on Lipstick Alley or Lipstick
Oh
Jungle,
yeah,
whatever
because
it's called.
Lipstick Alley, that used to be something I used to have time to be on there and
Right?
you know what I mean? Like this stuff takes a lot of time. I was gonna start a channel a long time ago and I just never had time.
The only
Um,
reason why I'm doing it is because I'm not working right now. And I said, well,
Well,
let me just go ahead and do it.
I'm wrapping up this job. I'm actually getting ready to leave. Like I'm working on my last project. So
Okay.
and I'm kind of sort of interviewing, but not really. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Uh-huh.
interviewing, but I'm like, I didn't really want the job. you
Yeah,
know?
I had the same thing the other day. The same thing. I was interviewing for this. Well, they called me for a job that the commute here. There's only two major expressways in Philly, and the commute. One of them is 76, and the commute to get there would be over an hour, even though it's still in Philly.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an issue for me too, because I have been working from home. And my thing is, in theory, I would like to say, oh no, I would be fine going back to the office, if they paying well. But at the same time, it is really life changing, especially here in LA when you do not have to drive an hour in traffic to get to work.
That's awful having to drive anywhere for an hour to go and back to go to work.
Exactly, exactly. You rushing out of the house in the morning, you frazzled by the time you get to work. Um,
You don't have a quality of life because
Yeah,
you're
it
going.
really does affect your quality of life commuting to and from work. And even like my job that I'm leaving, I was going against traffic. So even when I would go to the office, I didn't have this crazy, awful commute. But unfortunately, I'm not one of the owners of the company, and the company's not doing well, so they're paying me out. So it is what it is. I'm just glad they're paying me out.
Yeah,
They just let me go. Um, I would honestly like to retire. And I wish that I would have listened to my economics professor in college that told me to start setting up my retirement as soon as I get out of school. So when I'm in my early 40s, I could be out.
we
But
never want to listen to that.
you know what? I was so broke. In my mind, I'm thinking like, okay, I don't have no gas money. I don't know. I was
Right,
broke.
right,
And so for me to be thinking about taking 10% of my income and putting it to investments, I just didn't see it.
right. We
And
just
then once I got out of like in the habit of not doing that, I just never got into it. So this job ending definitely woke me up where I'm like, okay, I need to have a realistic retirement plan.
because
Like this
that
is not,
if we even
yeah.
did it in our 20s, I forget the numbers, but it was something simple like if you put $100 away per
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
whatever you would be a millionaire by what, and
Yep.
don't ever touch it. I
Yep.
used to have to commute because my area was in work. My area is an hour out from LA, no opportunity here. In Detroit, I've never worked more than 15 minutes away from home. Our infrastructure is amazing. Ours is it? They said that the traffic in LA and Atlanta is awful.
You know, a lot of jobs that I do see are remote, so that makes me feel hopeful that I probably will be able to find something working from home.
Well,
Uh,
let me know when you do, because I would love to do that too.
my thing is that, to be perfectly honest, I really want to retire. I just don't have the money like that. So my
Yeah,
heart is not even really in it. I'm trying to get my portfolio, my resume together, and I'm like moving at a snail's pace. I would have been able to do this in a day 10 years ago because I was so excited about like having a career and all that stuff. And now it's
right.
just like, I'm over it because I feel like, yeah, you get paid, but in a way they just kind of use you and get rid of you unless you own the company.
Yeah, the
And
companies, they don't
yeah,
care about you at all.
yeah. I mean, either the company start getting slow, or you work there for so long, you've gotten so many raises that you make so much money that they'll just get rid of you and change your position and hire somebody cheaper or outsource. They do
That's
that to a lot
crazy.
of people in tech because once you start getting raises and raises and raises, you get to the point where they're like, we ain't about to pay nobody all this money. We'll just
Right.
like get rid of your job and we'll hire a contractor, or we'll change the job to be like junior designer and we'll just, have them doing the stuff you was doing. They don't know no better. They just got out of school. They don't know they're supposed to be making double this.
I feel bad
Yeah.
for all of the federal workers who getting laid off now for fucking with
That's what
Elon
I
Musk.
said. That's what I said. I said this ain't nothing but them laying people off, and they're trying to do PR to make it seem like it's about DEI working from home. No, they're laying people off. Like all that working from home, DEI stuff, that's a PR
Right.
tactic to try to make it seem like Trump is not just laying people off, it's their fault. No, he's laying people off.
Do
He's
you
trying
think
to say that it's DEI. He's trying to say it's because they want to work from home. If them people, no, that's a PR move. They're just laying people off.
for the DEI thing? First of all, they said the people who benefited the most from it was white women. Number one,
Oh yeah, always,
um,
always.
and people just automatically assume it means black, but no, it means
No,
women, gays, the trans, everybody, and they trying to
they.
get rid of all that shit.
I mean, I think it depends on what field you're in, but I will say in tech, it's mainly used to hire the people that actually discriminate against us more than white people do. Because a lot of times is DEI also includes people that are not from this country. And people from that are not from this country have a tendency to even be more discriminatory because they really are
Yes,
not used to being around black people. And not only that, therefore their people, they're trying to bring their people in.
yes.
Versus a white person might have some level of guilt. They might have went to school with some black kids. They might have some black neighbors. You don't know. You know what I mean? Is to me, you might be able to relate with like a white American person. But when you got people that's coming over here from Russia and India, them people don't give a fuck about us at all.
Listen, out yesterday, I was telling about when I was doing Uber and how, like, basically the immigrants have just really taken over Uber because they have it set up where you come to America and you get on the gig apps. Like, if you pay attention, if you get an Uber, pay attention. Like, you will rarely see an American, white or black, driver anymore, and a lot of the times they don't even speak English because they're illegal. A lot of them are, and I know this. I'm not just speculating. I know it for a fact. Like in Philly, and Philly's a sanctuary city, so they would come here. I actually know the place where they go. Is down the street. Actually, there's this one of them. They own a cafe, and they hook them up with somebody else's account, somebody else's license, a car, and they live like like a lot of people in the same apartment, and they just live and work off of that. And then they got the nerve to not want their wives to work either, like because the majority of them are Muslim, and like the Africans, they do the same thing. And it was like you look up one day and it's just full of foreigners. I just because when I tell you I was making between $1,500 and $2,000 a week doing Uber here, and I left my job as a property manager to go do Uber. And especially like when the Eagles were playing, I was making money. I made $115,000 one year with Uber, between Uber and Lyft.
Oh, I believe it. My cousin used to have a car service. He used to drive for Young Thug. My cousin actually passed away from natural causes. He was not involved in any of that stuff. But yeah, so I know you can make a lot of money driving. And I talked to one of my Uber drivers one time on my way back from the airport, and he was from the Middle East, and he was telling me, but he didn't know that that's what he was telling me, pretty much everything you're saying. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, how in the world is this man making this much money driving an Uber? And I still wonder if it was something crooked going on, because I pretty much grew up in LA because my dad has always lived here. In the area that he was telling me he lived in, and the stuff that he was telling me he had, and of course his wife didn't work, and I'm like, how are you doing all this as an Uber driver? Like it just wasn't adding unless it was something he was into something else. You know what I mean? And then he was telling me he lost $14,000 on a stock because I do stocks a little bit too, but I'm not greedy. I get in and I get out, and I don't put no whole bunch of money in. You know? But I'm not a gambler. Like I would never put $14,000 into anything. I just feel like I don't have that type of money. Like if I had a lot of money, yeah, but you gotta have it to lose.
Shelb says more and more people are waking up to the immigrant epidemic. They distract us with the sad stories about families being torn apart, but this is the realization. What do you mean, Shelbs, about me talking about Uber? Because, like literally, like I don't like so the Philly International Airport, like you before having 70 people at the airport was like crowded. It was too many people there. Now you look up, there's 200 people there, and they're all from New York. They're all from Jersey and other states, because we weren't able to drive in New York because you have to have like a taxi cab medallion or something like that.
Yeah. And that's like here to go in the airport, you gotta have limo tags.
So and then they said in New York, once you made $70, they cut you off, or they stop sending you like job requests because there's so many drivers, and it doesn't even make sense to drive as a for like a hobby or just for extra money, because it's just not worth it, because they've driven the price down so low. Like, so for instance, like from the airport to downtown Philadelphia, which may be like 5 miles, we used to get like $30 or $40. That would be like a $20 trip. But now they're offering like $8 and $12. And even like going over to Jersey, you can get to Jersey in 10 minutes if you're at the right bridge in Philly. But even going into Jersey, we would get minimum 50. That would be a $50 trip. Now they're giving people $20 to go to Jersey. Lyft, they won't even pay a toll going and doing a pickup from Philly to Jersey, and you're only paying somebody $12 to do it. Like, it just, and I would ask them, especially the Africans are friendly or whatever, but the people from like Uzbekistan and like those kind of guys, like Algeria, they very, I'm not gonna say racist, but I'll just say like standoffish. They made friends with me because I had started a drivers group. But I would ask them, I would say, well, why do y'all take these jobs, like these low paying jobs? Like, you have to pay, and a lot of them are, you have the ones, like I said, who get hooked up with the jobs from their friends or the people who they know here, their contact here in America. But then you have people who rent cars to go and do Uber, which is another scam in itself, because you're paying for, like, the people with Teslas. you can rent a Tesla from Hertz. It's around like $400 or $500 a week, plus whatever charging and stuff you do. So you're paying that. You have to pay for that. What was my point in saying that? You pay for that. You have to pay for the car, and then you get to keep. You have to.
No,
I
I think
forget
what
the
you're trying to
point.
say is the same thing I'm saying. Like, how are they making money doing this?
We
Because
used to
that's what
make
I
a lot of
wasn't
money.
really
We really
understanding.
used to make a lot of money. It was literally like the law of supply and demand. Like we had more
Mm-hmm.
riders than drivers. Like for instance, like where you make a lot of your money on Uber is with surges. So like for instance, when the Eagles play, now you have regular Uber X. That's like
Mm-hmm.
the bottom. So regular Uber X, a surge during the Eagles game might go up to $20, $30. So you'll get your fare, which might be $30 plus an extra $20, $30 for a trip that's not even like 15 minutes. To most people go right back downtown or they bar hop.
Yeah.
But the surge pricing, they used to, break us off real nice with the share with the surge pricing, but now I'm seeing like Uber's charging the rider $125 and giving the driver $25, or paying somebody $65 for a 3 hour trip. And I remember one time this lady in New Jersey, they won't tell you where you're going or how much you're making. They just say your next pickup is 8 minutes away. They won't tell you anything. And I actually believe I made this change because I emailed them one day. I'm like, I'm a single woman. You guys, it was when I first started doing it. I picked up a guy from a strip club and he was drunk. And I get in the car. It didn't tell me any information. He's going an hour away. Now, mind you, this is like 3 o'clock in the morning. So when he wakes up, he doesn't know
Yeah.
where he is. He's like, "Oh, this isn't where I'm going." He was looking for a red Lamborghini, some fucking where. He wanted me to drive him around and get a Lamborghini. I didn't have a pow or anything with me, or I didn't want to aggravate him and say, get the F out my car,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But whoever was waiting for him finally came to the door, and but I still had to drive an hour back home. So I wrote in and complained. I'm like, I'm a woman by myself with a man coming from a strip club. I could have
Yeah.
gotten R-worded. I could have got assaulted. He was very, I didn't like that shit. So soon after that, they started telling us because I told them I would sue everybody in Uber. And after that, they were transparent with how much we were making, but they weren't transparent with how much they used to be, how much they used to tell us how much they were charging the rider. And with their algorithm, with the high prices, I believe that it's based off of what they think you'll pay, because it's really like no, because I have like rider accounts and driver accounts. So when I catch an Uber now or Lyft now, I'll look to see, because sometimes it'll be like, oh, surge pricing. I'll look on the map, the driver map, and see there's no surge pricing going on at all. So they play like a lot of games, and it's unregulated as fuck.
Yeah, it is. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't agree that gig jobs should even exist. I think these companies should have to pay you and give you benefits like a regular job.
Yes. They're getting
And
away with murder, Callie.
no, I'm gonna say something, and it's gonna sound real prejudiced, but I'm gonna just say it.
Go
Gig
ahead.
jobs were signed into law by Barack Obama. Barack Obama grew up in Indonesia. And what really worries me that we're putting a lot of people in power that are from third world countries. And third world
Mm,
countries are the way that they are for a reason, because the
yeah.
people that are in power make them that way because of their mentality and the way that they think that people are supposed to be treated and how the world is supposed to be. And it really worries me that we are allowing these people to gradually regress this country into being a third world country, because when you put these people in power, that's just their way of life. That's all they know. And just like now we got Elon Musk. Have you seen South Africa? That man shouldn't be nowhere near the American government at all. This man
Really?
wrote apartheid South Africa. Like, I mean, we got a lot of people from India in these office in like political offices. I mean, it's this really like, I'll be honest, I'm disappointed in white people because they have all the smoke in the world for us. But for these people, they just let these people come in and just start taking over and they've done nothing.
Well, what
And
about
I don't really understand how we got here.
it? Because, like, okay, so all the shit that's going on now, even though it will affect some of us, at first, my stance was this ain't our fight. I'm just gonna sit back with my popcorn because y'all didn't want a black woman to be president so bad that this is what you voted for, and look what he's doing. He doesn't give a damn about none of y'all.
Well, okay, this is my whole thing with Kamala Harris, and my opinion is always going to be different because I went to a school that was very international, and I also work in tech.
Oh, wait, not to cut you off. I wanted to finish this last statement because I keep losing my point to DGF. I was saying, I asked the African, I said, why do y'all work for such little? And he was like, it doesn't matter because as long as even if I send $20 back home to my family, that's a lot of money for them. Mm-hmm. And that's all that matters to me. Yeah. And that's all he cared about.
They're not sending that money in this economy. That they're sending that money somewhere where it goes far.
And you live here. Yeah. You live here. You have to pay for that Tesla here. But that's why they all live together, bunched up like that. It's really deep. It's really deep.
But that's like the dorms for them. They're not here permanently. Like Sabuzi said, his dad worked here for a while and went back to Nigeria and bought a ranch. Like, this is something that they're doing just to get money. And this is why I feel like, I'm going to be honest, it's not about not liking the people. It's about the fact that we have to look out for our own survival and the survival of our children and our grandchildren. This has to stop, because what will happen is they will suck everything out of this country, and this will be just like Indonesia, South Africa, where you got all like a few real rich people and everybody else is poor and living in poverty, because that's the type of environment that these people create, because that's just kind of their culture. Like, that's what they do. So
I don't understand how Elon is allowed to even have access to the shit he has access to. He was not elected. He.
I have no idea. I don't know if this has been going on and we just didn't know because nobody was paying attention. You know what I mean? Like, maybe there was a person doing this before Elon and we didn't know about that person.
Is the shit really corrupt as he's saying it is? Like, these funds? Or is it like, is he messing with a CIA slush fund and he just doesn't know it? But that's my thing about him. You just got here. Like, you don't know what's going on. You just
exactly. All these the man don't even take care of his own damn children. But anyhow, my thing is this. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but just from my experience of being in an environment that's very international, I saw Kamala Harris coming 5 miles away. And I feel like she was on the same type of time, but with just using a different tactic. Yes. So I almost kind of feel like they have gotten together and decided, like, look, F this American way of life. We're just gonna do America like everywhere else. We're gonna suck the life out of the people here, and we're gonna make ourselves rich. And this just gonna have to be like the rest of the world, poor and fucked up. I don't think they're going for it. I really don't think they're going for it. From these rich people at the top, that they're just like, you know what, this American dream shit is over. You know, we gonna do what we can do to make ourselves rich, and they gonna have to make it the best way they can. And I think that unless and I think the reason why this is starting to happen, because they see that Americans are weak. We're not checking them. We allowing them to do things. Like, say if this was like in the 1930s and Trump tried to do that layoff shit, all the workers would have walked off. All the workers would have walked off and shut the government down. Right. There would have been anarchy. There would have been riots. Like, if you really look at American history, like back in the day, white people nor black people was not taking no shit like this. They wasn't. They would just be like, well, we ain't gonna shut the government down. You work for us, which he does. He's not a king. He's not a dictator. He's a servant of the people. He's like anyone else who's in the military or a policeman or whatever. They work for the people. He's a government employee. But nobody's checking him. And because these people have seen for like the past 30, 40 years that they could really do stuff that F us up real bad and nobody's checking them, I almost feel like they were like, okay, it's go time. We can get them.
It's to me, Trump, this time, first time, I feel like he was like, damn, I really got away with this shit. And he didn't really know the power that he had, or he didn't use his power the right way. But this time, it's like he's back with a vengeance. He's got certain people in his ear playing, pulling the strings, because he just wants some money. He don't give a damn about what happens to the country.
I
really, he's very vindictive, because you got to look at it like this too. They prosecuted him and tried to put him in jail, so he's on some extra fuck you type time.
Yep. I honestly think the first time he was a little idealistic. I don't think that he was that much like fuck America. But I think now, after they tried to lock him up, I think that he's on that type of time that these other people are on, that it's just like, okay, screw these people. Let's just suck whatever we can from them. And, they could just live like a third world country like the rest of the world. Because obviously they don't want better for themselves.
Draining the swamp, he was probably talking about all the corruption and shit that was already going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like LA was the testing ground. And I can only tell you what I have seen happen in Los Angeles.
So I have a couple questions about LA. Why, where, so this, is it the Resnick family? Do they really own 60% of the water?
I just heard about that as well. So
there was no water. There was no water in the fire hydrants. Y'all live right next to the ocean. Where is the fucking water for the fire hydrant?
Okay, what happened with this fire? We had like this extreme Santa Ana condition that was essentially a tornado or a hurricane, because tornadoes go real fast.
Yes, Resnick, hold on one second. Wait a minute, Callie. It's not Faye Resnick. I don't know if they're related to Faye Resnick, but their last name is Resnick. But they own like farms and stuff, because they make that drink, that pomegranate drink, palm.
Yeah,
and they make those pistachios with the green and black packaging. I forget what the name of it is. They make that. They have a few really successful brands, and from what I read, they made a deal with somebody in the government, in not Gavin Newsom, but before him, to have own 60% of the water rights in LA for their farms. So I just wanted to say,
I need to research that more, because I'm just hearing about that too, because I want to know how does that tie in with the thing that Trump was saying that he wanted them to open, because it was something that they had that was closed, that was holding the water and stopping it from flowing down. So some of the water hydrants were dry, and some people
he said that Gavin Newsom and another group was worried about these fish in this river.
Yeah, it had to do with those fish. Yeah.
And so they wouldn't let the water flow.
That, to me, I'm gonna say this. It's so weird with all the technology that we have. First of all, I think if you're gonna live in those areas where they have that brush, all those homes should have sprinklers on them.
Or clear the brush. I was watching people walking around this stuff, and it was like all these dead. I took a trip out there one time, and they put us. It was in Laguna Beach or Newport Beach, and they put us in the back, and it was facing the hill with all this dry ass shrubbery, and I'm like, we did not fly across the fucking country to see this bullshit. So they gave us an oceanside view, but still, cut all of that stuff. clear it out. I think that's what Trump was saying about like bad forest management or whatever. Or
it is okay. Well, okay, here's the thing. So for the past 3 years, we had really, really heavy rains, like abnormally heavy rains. So that means we had a lot of plants grow where there would normally not be plants. But this year was kind of dry, so all that stuff died. So we have more brush than we would normally even have, just like normally in the regular normal season. But again, if they were to listen to the Native American people that have always been here, they will tell them this has always been like this. Has nothing to do with global warming. This is just the way the weather is in California. They don't want to hear it. Like we'll have like a few years where we'll have a rainy season, and we'll have a few years where we won't have a rainy season. They don't accept that and build the infrastructure for it. On top of that, they got people living in areas that really houses are really not supposed to be in those areas. So if they clear the brush and we have a rainy season next year, that whole hill is going to fall because the brush is what's holding the hill up there. If they don't clear the brush, now what's starting to happen is starting to catch on fire because we're having the Santa Ana winds stronger. The Santa Ana winds were so strong, what happened was they couldn't fly any helicopters. The helicopters are what they typically use to put out these big fires. So because they couldn't bring the helicopters up, they had nothing but water hoses. And some of the water hoses couldn't even get water because of whatever was going on with this water thing. Some people's sprinklers wouldn't even come on. Like, I don't really understand because I don't live up that way. So I don't really understand how that's possible. But it's just crazy that they sit up there and let all them people's houses burn down like that. It looks like it was hit by a bomb. Like, it's unbelievable.
Right. And now it's like nobody even talks about it.
It's been raining for 3 days. That whole hill could fall. What happens to those people's lots if the hill falls? Yeah, they did clear the brush. They used to do a controlled burn. You're right. And they have been telling the government that they have to do that. But see, the problem is because they put those houses there, if they get rid of that brush and it starts raining like it's been raining for 3 days, that hill is going to go down.
Like a mudslide?
Yep. The mudslides are just as dangerous as the fires. I am so glad that my dad stayed in the hood because my dad, pretty much set up this house for me before he passed away. And I am so glad he never moved out there because I always wanted to move. Like, I've always wanted to move until this fire happened. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to stay right here and I'm going to just fix up my house.
Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable.
It wouldn't shock me because of the way it has, and February is a rainy month. If we have one of these months where it rains almost every single day, that hill's probably gonna go. And I don't know.
Did the Hollywood sign get burned? Did the Hollywood sign get burned?
That was way behind the Hollywood sign. It didn't even come that close to it. It looked like it was close because it was so big.
Somebody said Cali, a firefighter said that the screens can be fixed to not allow embers onto the houses. They burn from the inside out. What's a screen? What do you mean by that? What's a screen?
There was one house that did.
What's a screen? What's a screen? What's a screen? What do you mean by that?
I think it's something that they put up on the tile, up on the tiles on the roof, if I'm not mistaken, like the tile roofs. The house have tile roofs. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a different type of screen. But I do know that they can just put sprinklers on those houses. I mean, it's a lot of stuff they could have done. There was a house that did not burn because essentially the architect built it to not catch on fire when they have these fires, and it didn't catch on fire. So I mean, a lot of this has to do with just carelessness.
I saw responsible. Yo, Shelb, we're on the same page. I saw this thing, and people be thinking like I'm crazy Or like when I knew COVID was coming, when I was reading, when the shit first hit China, I was running around trying to get masks and stuff, and couldn't. I know this is on topic for a second, but I was getting masks. My dad was looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, Dad, whatever money you have, give it to me, because I had did a pickup. I had ordered a box of masks. It was like 100 masks, we'll say. They were like $20. I went to Lowe's, and the lady, they was like, we had to cancel your order. I'm like, why? And she was like, the government just came in here and got all of the, like basically all the PPE. But they were on the news telling us that we don't need to wear any masks, which didn't make sense to me. If somebody has a cold, it would make sense for me and them to put on a fucking mask. But they telling us we didn't need masks. So I knew something was going on then. So I'm running around telling everybody, get masks, get masks, get masks. I even bought the painter's mask, the real one with the two things on the side. People thought I lost my fucking mind. I was like, everything is about to shut down. Y'all gonna have to do everything. Your doctor's appointments, you're gonna have to do them. At the time, they weren't calling it telemed. I was like, y'all gonna have to do your doctor's appointments through FaceTime. And I literally, my whole family, they was laughing at me. It was like 20 people laughing at me like, this girl done lost her fucking mind. And yeah, a respirator. I think it's right here too. They was laughing at me. But
I got one from when I was painting my house. I know what you're talking about. That has the two, and you have to change those filters too. They have to change.
My point was that I read this thing. Look, this is one of my bags I got. This is the respirator. This is the extra filters.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had ordered. I had even went to Alibaba and ordered all of this. I was just ordering all these masks. I still got them. Everybody was, and then they was begging me for my masks. I was selling them and everything. Nobody had masks. I had got the baby's masks, everything. I can't find my other respirator. It's around here somewhere. I had even got filters. Look, nobody believed me. I remember feeling embarrassed.
You know what? With COVID, I kind of feel like, well, I have one of my doctors. He was like, a lot of this stuff is them just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And viruses don't even really work. Like a lot of the stuff that they were telling us, my doctor was like, no. Like and definitely that shot, he was like, because I had at that time, well, I still have fibroid tumors, and I also have something that's similar to endometriosis, but it's on the inside. And he's like, you already having a problem with that. We're seeing women that have been on their period for 3 months coming in here after taking that. No.
Yeah, it's so.
He was like, he's like, is your job making you take it? I said, no, I work from home. And he's like, yeah, I you can do what you want, but I don't recommend it. And
that's what happened to me. As soon as I took the first shot, my ankle swelled up and my mouth was dry. And I had this man in my Uber. He was going to Atlantic City. He was the keynote speaker. He was dope because they were charging him a lot of money. He was like, I'll give you the money. He gave me all the money. You usually could work out a deal with somebody. Like, you could just pay me half of what they charge and I'll take you. But he gave me that. I think he gave me like $200 plus $100 tip. And the whole ride down there, he was telling me, like, his doctor told him about the shot. And he was telling me about, I only took one shot because I was getting a new job and it was like a requirement back then.
Yeah.
And he was saying it turns your blood to sludge. So he has to take a blood thinner, and it was something else.
It does something to your cardiovascular system. And both of my doctors, my gynecologist and my regular doctor, told me they did not recommend that for anybody that has fibroid tumor.
All of a sudden, I got diabetes.
My neighbor, he got diabetes from it.
Just all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Diabetes don't even run in my family.
My neighbor is now 92. So he was like in his 80s, 80-something years old, never had diabetes. All of a sudden, he got diabetes. But his doctor told him that what happened was when he got COVID, not only did they have him take the shot, they also gave him steroids. And so the doctor was like, I would have never gave you that stuff.
That shit ain't no. I had COVID 3 times and I'm still here, so I got the
Well, my
antibodies.
neighbor, 30 some years old, he had COVID twice and he's still here. My mom had it. She's in her 70s. Like, that was another thing that was happening with me, is that a lot of people around me were getting it and they was like sick for a few days and they were fine. So I'm looking like, is this really like not what they're saying it is? You know, I don't want to get
think
you in
they had
trouble because
different
we are on
strains.
YouTube.
Yeah, I
But
think they had
it
different.
was getting to the point where I was like, okay, I know what they saying on TV, but I also know what I'm seeing in real life.
So
You
I brought that
know?
up because Shub said blue paint. I saw something I'm on Threads too, where this man, he comes back to his neighborhood and all of the houses are burnt down, but his isn't, and it's painted blue. His house is painted blue. And then they show these random pictures around the area where things that were blue, like recycle bins and just random blue objects, didn't burn. And then they went to the patent or whatever, and I didn't get too far into what it was, but I just know blue. See, yeah, the blue house, they saw it too.
And
So I don't know.
also, those old Volkswagens, for whatever reason, they did not burn either. I don't know what type
So
of paint they have on them or whatever, but they didn't burn.
yeah, your hair does look cute, Callie. What do you got? The goddess locks?
Yeah, you know what? This is from Amazon.
Really?
This is not
What
even
do you?
human hair. I wanted my hair like this for so long, and
It
I tried
looks
to buy
cool.
stuff. It was too heavy. I wasted a bunch of money, and this hair comes from Amazon, and it lasts a long time too, and it don't tangle. Just don't brush all the curls out of it. But if you just leave it like just treat them like they braids, and they last a while.
Damn.
Thanks, guys. But yeah, that pan time was something. But
And
what I
another thing too, with the panty, right? I read this article, 2 articles. It was out of Jerusalem and somewhere else, Israel, and they were saying you would think like what they were telling us at first about CV, that the hospital will be full of smokers, but only at the time only 20% of the people who were in the hospital were smokers, and the people who were smokers who did wind up getting really ill or dying, they attributed it to them not being able to smoke while being in the hospital. So I actually did read the science on that. I can't remember the technical terms, but the nicotine, the way the nicotine attaches itself to your cells, basically is already inside of your cell,
Mhm.
blocking it so that COVID couldn't get in there and attack it the way that it does, like a normal cell. And nope, everybody thought I was nuts when I was saying that. I wasn't telling people to smoke, but I was just saying, like, there's research out here. My dad was like, "Oh, what kind of research is that? How many people? What kind of study?" But that was another thing too. And of course, they don't want everybody to start smoking. But like I said, I had this shit 3 times.
All of that stuff was, I remember when this first happened and they were talking about how the cold is actually another form of the virus, but it's not 19. And when they first discovered the cold, they panicked and thought that like the Spanish flu had come back and they had unalived all these people with respirators. And I'm thinking like all of those people that passed away in the hospital when this first broke out, that's what that was. Because hardly nobody was dying or passing away in their home. They were all passing away in the hospital. And I remember
Yeah.
it was a lady, she was a white lady and she had the marks on her face from the mask and everything. And she was just breaking down crying. And she said, I'm telling you, these patients are dying from medical neglect, not a virus. And we never saw that lady again. I don't know what they did to that lady. I don't know if they put her in a mental place. We never saw that woman again.
When my aunt went into the hospital, she said they just left her in the room and that was it. Like, she was cold. We had to actually go up there and demand that they release her. Like, we'll hold up. Yeah, we got her out of there because I noticed with me, I noticed like when I was sick, when I did have it, the more that I laid down, the more sick I became. Like as far as like feeling fluid and stuff in my lungs.
Mm-hmm.
So one time I had it, I would get up. See, is it let me? I would get up when I knew I had it. One time, I would get up and like walk to my door behind me, and I would be so winded, like it was taking the wind out of me like that. And then, um, so I knew to. So I already had a nebulizer because I have asthma and a bunch of asthma pumps, and I also had promethazine with codeine, which is scissor. So I had the one without the codeine in it, but it still helped, like
Well, yeah, over
fight
the
it.
summer, my mom had it. It's so weird because you would have think we would have got it at the same time. This was the weird part. My mom had it. She got over it, and then I got it because my mom was here visiting me for like a month. And oh yeah, no, you know who had it first? The dog had it.
I believe it.
Yeah. Then my mom got it. But my mom was still like up and around and stuff. She was just saying that she was like congested and everything, right? And by the time she got over it, I started feeling sick. And I'm like, this is so weird because you would have think it would have showed up like before. And it took like maybe like she was totally over it by the time I started getting it. And my test said negative, but I had all the symptoms. But yeah, I mean, I got over it. I just took a bunch of vitamin C, took care of myself, used my nasal spray, use my humidifier, all of that stuff. So I don't really know what happened with that pan. I have a feeling that a lot of it was that they were experimenting on people. And a lot of these people were probably taken out by said experiments and not the actual virus itself. And then some people just had health problems and they happened to have the virus and they said, oh, well, the virus took them out. We don't know.
I absolutely
Yeah.
believe that it is biochemical warfare, and they were testing this shit out in China, just like they said, and it got loose.
Yeah, it was man-made. So that's why nothing about it made sense.
Because if you think about like
Yeah.
a war, like you think about what's going on over there in Gaza, like with the war, whatever, and them shooting and burning everything down and blowing everything up, it would be much more efficient to wouldn't it be much more efficient to give everyone a deadly disease and just take everybody
Well,
out that
not
way?
really, because that stuff spreads. I more think
But
that they were
that's how you would get rid of your enemy, is to kill
no, but it spreads to
everybody.
everybody. I more think that what they were trying to do is come up with a cure for the cold because that's what it is. That's what C is. C is the
No.
cold, but it's not C19. And I think that these scientists have huge egos. And I think somebody was over there experimenting, trying to feed their ego. Something got out the lab and stuff went left.
Yeah, but the reason I think is biochemical terrorism.
Well, biochemical terrorism, it's the problem is they can't you would have to have an antidote already because you have to have a way for it to stop
That's
spreading to the
probably
people
what
that
they were
don't
working on.
spread
That's
it to.
what I'm saying. They were in the lab trying to perfect it in China, and it got out.
Well, yeah, it's possible. Um, it's possible. I don't really know. I do know that throughout history we have had these things that have come up even before we had that type of science. I mean, they always come up. I just wonder if the reaction is what unalived the majority of the people and not the actual
Right, Shelbs.
organism itself.
I
You
heard
it's
Bill
kind of,
Gates say that out his own mouth, slip up and say he wanted to. He was like, the world has this many people, and by this date, it's going to be this many billions of people. We have to um, basically like make a decline
You
in
know
the
what?
population.
But Bill Gates is a nut. Bill Gates is in opposition of the government. The government actually wants more people. The government is very afraid now because Russia and South Korea have birth rates that are so low that they might not be a country in a generation because they're not going to have any taxpayers. The government actually wants more people. That is why they let millions of people over here, because to them, more people is more taxpayers, is more money to float to the top. So Bill Gates is on some other stuff, and that's why you don't really see him involved in things that are going on with the government, because the government they want more people, not less people. That's why they want to get rid of birth control.
Bill Gates trying to get rid of some people. I heard it out his own.
But you know what? The easiest way to get rid of people is if you make it socially acceptable for people to be single and not have children. Because a lot of people don't even really want children, but it's so socially unacceptable.
Here
If you make it, especially with men, I think a lot of men don't want children. So if you start promoting it for men to not have children, the population will shrink. You ain't even got to do nothing dastardly or evil. Really,
I mean, do they really kill the people? If your firstborn is not a son, do they really kill the baby in China?
They were doing that, and now it has backfired because now they're having issues making more people. I think that's in China. No, but in South Korea, this is people just deciding that they just want to live good and they don't want to have no kids.
I wouldn't want to have no kids.
Yeah, it's not the government. The government is not making them do this. This is just a lot of people have just decided, look, stuff is too expensive. I don't have nobody to watch this kid. I don't know what, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody staying married no more.
DF says, let people have their own land and grow their own food. My thing with that is every time we try to do something, like even like going back to Hilman Talk, they come in and try to fuck it up, like Black Wall Street, like just anything black people start, and we don't need white people, and we are being successful at it. They find a way to fuck it up every time. I see people like black farmers. I hear so many stories now. I guess my algorithm, once you like one of those kinds of stories about like people black farmers who own land and the white people just came in and took it because they felt like they were making too much money, or it's treacherous.
You know what? We will never be able to do anything without the government because we are living within a country. And so we have to have policies. We have to not only just build stuff, we also have to be involved in government and create policies because we're not our own country. So it's always going to happen unless there are policies that are specifically written for us. And I think the worst thing that we have ever done was allow ourselves to be grouped in with a group of minorities. Because now everybody's in that group. They're taking stuff
away.
Everybody
benefits from it but us.
Yeah. No, we need things that are we need to have policies that are specifically written for us. And
I know people
that has also happened to us just as working class Americans in general, not just black people. We allowed these people to convince us that we're lazy and it's all propaganda so that they could bring people over here that they felt that would work for cheaper wages. So what it is, it's not that Americans are lazy or that we are, first of all, if we're not educated, it's their fault because the schools are ran by the government. So if they need us to learn engineering, they should just teach us engineering. So even as a child, that didn't make sense to me that they would need to bring people from other countries. I'm like, well, just teach us how to do that. But see, I guess like probably like in the 1960s, they decided that it would be cheaper for them to get labor by just bringing more and more and more and more people here. The problem is they had no exit. Like they had no end strategy for that. Like, I mean, I have my theories, but I just feel like, okay, at a certain point, you know, that has to come to a head at a certain point. So I don't know.
It's a lot.
Yeah. No, I really think that they have sabotaged us through propaganda. And a lot of us, not just Black people, I feel like Americans in general, they got us believing that, oh, Americans are so lazy. Americans can't do this. Americans can't do that. That's all a lie. It was just a lie so that you would not protest against them bringing all these people here. Some of these people come from countries where they have 6 weeks of vacation. Some of these people come from countries where they have 2-hour lunch breaks. They only work 4 days a week.
We gotta get
we
it
are
together.
not lazy. We work more than any first world country.
We have to, when I say we, I mean Black people have to get it together. We don't need white people or anybody else telling if we would come together and work together, just like I'm saying, like with the Black Wall Street. I know you just said something about we need government, this, that, and the third. But
We
Black
have to have
dollar is
because we're
so
in the country.
the
We're
black,
in,
but we
you know
have
what I
been
mean?
constantly shit on by the government. When going back to what I said about,
Well, we never have had any policies written for us.
just so what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
and still we thrive, and still we rise. So like we haven't been given nothing by them, and the stuff. I know everybody hates Trump, but when he said that, the 14th Amendment really was for the slaves, not all you other motherfuckers that's coming in here benefiting from, the shit, y'all reaping the benefits from what was supposed to be for the slaves. But if Black people would come together, we don't need to be acknowledged by the Grammys. We don't need to be.
I agree with all that. Yeah.
We if we can make our own schools and do our own banks and teach, like I keep saying Hilman Talk University, but like that's what we need for us. But white people always come in and fuck it up. Like they always steal and take shit from us, and we allow them to do that. We're always so nurturing, especially Black women. Like I even got to a point like people think I'm white or mixed or whatever, and I'm not. Like both of my parents are Black.
But you
There
know what?
are no
That's
white people in my family. People don't believe me, but I attend the neighborhood. I remember I got into it with somebody on Good Boy Channel. I go to my neighborhood meetings to see what's going on in my neighborhood. I go and vote. I advocate for underserved communities in my community. Like I'm like on the front lines with shit. Like I'm pro like this for real. Like blackity black. Like the hardest nigga in the room sometimes. And we just have to come together and like do our own, like get our own shit in order. Like we can't be looking for handouts or waiting for, I don't even want to say handouts because it's not a handout. It's what's everybody else gets what's owed to them except for us. But still we we rise. I'll just say that.
Black Wall Street, they did get some stuff from the government. If you look back into the history of that town, they did get a type.
But that's not the point. I'm just saying people came together. Black people came together and they were doing the damn thing, and they just got mad or got salty. Even the thing I just played you about the girl saying with the what was it called, the Tignon Law or whatever, where they went the Black girl.
Tignon, I can't even pronounce it now.
The Tignon thing,
whatever.
They were mad because they thought we were too party or we were too uppity. We have genes of survivors. We're amazing. Yeah, like we in Africa, we come from, like how it was Meek Mill. He said something like they asked us, why rappers always wearing chains. Well, he said because he was shackled in jail. But like if you in Africa, in our minds, we grow diamonds. We grow. We have riches. Y'all come in our shit and steal and rape and pillage.
But you know what, Ritchie? And I was resistant of this for a long time. And my family, they from rural Louisiana. And I have to say that I'm really leaning more into this theory that the majority of us were already here.
Wait, say it again.
I'm leaning more into believing this theory that the majority of us were already here.
Yeah, and I don't fuck with that narrative that we were all slaves
Yeah,
either. Like,
you know what I think? And even as a teenager, when I first learned about the Middle Passage, it didn't make sense to me. First of all, if you bringing people here somewhere to work, you want them to be healthy, well-fed, and strong. So the fact that you're gonna have all these people packed on top of each other in the bottom of this disease boat, starving half to death, but they're supposed to come somewhere to work, that made no sense. It also made no sense that millions of people would have been able to survive being transported that way. And so what I
right,
think happened, I think they brought a few people here, a few. And I think most of them probably, unfortunately, passed away when they were trying to get them
yeah,
here. And I think what happened, this is what I personally believe happened, because I'm taking bits and pieces because there's different versions of this theory, that we look similar. So because we looked similar to the people that they bought here, when they started trying to snatch up our land, they started saying that we were the same as those people. And so they were like, well, that ain't your land. You know, you a runaway slave. And then imagine if United States is big. You only been in this little one part of the United States where you've just seen people of Asian descent. You start traveling, let's say west. You don't know that there's already Black people here. So when you see these Black people, you're going to assume that they're like runaway slaves or something, because you have no knowledge that these Black people were out here in the woods somewhere. So to me, it is very possible, especially being that Black people were the first people on earth. They've even found bones of Black people, ancient bones of Black people in England. So what are the odds that there were no Black people here?
DGF says Lisa said Puerto Ricans were indigenous Taino blacks.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. I've been to Puerto Rico,
I don't know
and
what that
I also
means.
have a
You
really
mean
good friend.
Lisa in the Cult Jam?
Yeah, she has a Lifetime movie that just came out.
Okay.
I also have a really good friend that's from Puerto Rico. He's a Black man. He's not mixed or anything.
Okay.
He's a straight up Black man. And I have been to Puerto Rico. Went to Puerto Rico in October. I was there for almost 3 weeks this time. I think that a lot of times you have a lot of people who are from like New York and stuff, but they've never actually been to Puerto Rico. They just hear about it from their grandmother, and they don't know what they're talking about. Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, and just like the rest of the United States, it's a whole bunch of different races of people over there, and people are immigrants and people that came from slaves and white people and Arabs and Indians. It just looked like just the rest of the United States. People just speak more Spanish.
Let me ask you, what is Creole?
Everybody in Puerto Rico is not Black. Yes, there are Black people there, and there are some mixed race people there, but there are also a lot of colonizer descendant people there. That's how I describe them. And a lot of times those people kind of don't want you to know that they're white, because they want to be, nobody feels sorry for a poor white person. But when you're kind of like a minority, you kind of get to like come into the Black community and blend in a little bit more. So they'll tell you that they're Puerto Rican. And you just go, okay, but Puerto Rico is an island. You could be white, you could be Black, you could be anything and be from Puerto Rico. So a lot of these people that I've seen that are saying that they're Puerto Rican, a lot of them are white. Some of them are like Native American, but not like a Black Native American. They're more kind of like, these, people that are basically Asians that were over, you know what I mean? Like, that type of a Native American person. They're not Black.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What is a Creole? What is the background of a Creole person?
A Creole person is basically, first of all, in order to be Creole, you have to be of French descent.
Okay.
So I don't really understand. Like, it's basically like when the French people had Louisiana, some of them mixed with some of the free Black people that were there. Now you have to ask yourself, where did these free Black people come from? I personally think that they were indigenous Black people that were already here.
Yes.
That's my opinion. You know, and that's why they were never like slaves or anything, because they were just like, you know, Native American people that were black. I don't think all Native American people were Asian. And when I say Asian, I have no other way to describe these people. Like what we think of as Native American, the theory is that these people walked over here from Asia during the Ice Age. So
Not
those people would
walk.
be Asians. But why does that mean that nobody else ever came here? Like no one can explain that. Like it's just, to me, it's a little
So
bit
Creole,
unbelievable to me that there were never any black people here. Like that just
yes, Beyonce is
yeah.
French. Giselle knows is French. But Creole is a mix of what? So black,
Well,
French.
okay. The word Creole has this, people just use the word Creole all over the place. But typically the people that would necessarily be identified as a Creole person, they probably are just sort of like a mix of black and French people. And it's probably like generations ago. You know what I mean? Like for example, like Fiancé, like I think someone did her genealogy and the last white person
Okay, so this
5
says
generations ago. And
this
there
says
actually are not that many Creole people left, because they're only from, there's specific families with specific last names.
okay, this says, all right, what is the ethnicity of a Creole? A typical Creole person from the Caribbean has French, Spanish, Portuguese,
That's in the
British,
Caribbean, though.
or Dutch ancestry mixed with sub-Saharan African ethnicities and sometimes mixed with native indigenous peoples of Africa. Historically, Creole referred to people born in Louisiana during the colonial period who spoke French, Spanish, or Creole languages and practiced in the Roman Catholic faith regardless of their ethnicity.
That's another thing, they're Catholic. So if somebody is not Catholic and their mother is not Catholic and their grandmother is not Catholic and they're telling you that they're Creole, they're probably lying. Because even if they change their religion, their grandmother or somebody should be Catholic. But to be perfectly honest, it ain't no whole bunch of Creole people. It's really not. You'll run into them, they're around, but it's not like a whole bunch of them. And they're not the only ethnic group in Louisiana. And there's Creole people. It kind of goes across the Gulf. So there's some in Texas, there's some in Alabama. I mean, that's not really my background. My family is from further up north in Louisiana, Mississippi Delta area, which is so crazy. When I did my ancestry.com, it came back with like sort of like, you know, of course, majority African DNA, but then my ethnic group was Mississippi Delta. So I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? So I really think that, like I said, I'm new to coming around to this because I didn't believe it at first. But I'm like, when you really start to look into the theory that most of us were already here, it explains a lot, but it also means that these DNA tests are being evaluated wrong because they don't account for the fact that there were already Black people here. And then, of course, if you're Black, it's going to say somewhere in Africa because all human beings originally came from Africa. So if there's no accounting for us already being here, first of all, they say that these DNA tests are just for entertainment, that they're not accurate. They literally say that in the terms and services.
People think that also, like slaves, you know, from Africa. The first Mardi Gras was held in Mobile, Alabama.
Yes, it was.
I read somewhere where the Muslims had Black slaves.
Yeah, they did. That's how Black people became Muslim in the first place, because a lot of times they would force people, you either had to convert to Islam or you could be enslaved, or they would enslave you and force you to convert to Islam. The Islam faith, I don't know why people are associating that with being Black, because it really is a form of colonization.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so confused. Like when you hear like stupid people like Nick Cannon talking about, well, my baby mama, you know, she just light skinned and her daddy Muslim and this, and her daddy is an Arab. Like that don't make her black just because her dad is Muslim. Like, what the hell are you smoking? But he ain't even black. His grandmama a Mexican. So, so there you have it. My little niece, who's 3 years old, she had to make a little mini Mardi Gras float for her school, and it's so cute. I'm so proud.
Were you here when we were talking about Saquon? Remember when were you on Gabor's channel? We were talking about Saquon Barkley having the white baby mom, because that's not his wife. Were you here when we tonight?
Was that the one? It's
he
so
plays
many
for the
of them.
Eagles.
That's the guy that Amy J was talking about, huh?
Yeah, he plays for the Eagles. He's we took him from the Giants. It's a big thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They didn't want to pay him.
You know, I have.
But no, the thing was that they went and dug in her Twitter and found that she had some racist tweets.
Yeah, that's when I first joined. You were talking about that. I really think that, well, first of all, we gotta let some Black people go. But I really think that as Black people, I'm not against interracial dating on the surface. But I think we also have to understand that that person is dating out as well. And you got to find out from that person why they're dating out. And sometimes when you do ask them, you're not going to like what you hear. Because I'm telling you, I've dated white guys. I'm going on dates with white guys. I dated a white guy for a while. My experience was this kind of like, I felt like, you got to remember, I live in LA. I felt like he was dating me because he thought I would have lower standards and be more independent because I was a Black woman and I would not really, expect him to do as much. Like, that was like the energy that I started to get from him.
Damn.
And, and I've encountered white men like that before. But, so that's what I'm saying. You gotta, sometimes other people, I think sometimes we just think about us and what we want and being accepted, especially Black men. I think that a lot of times they think that because a woman is sleeping with them, they're somehow in the dominant position. And that means that they're being accepted. They don't really see, but at the same time, they see us as gold diggers. Like, you don't think this woman over here could be a gold digger too?
Right.
Like, it's so crazy to me that it doesn't even cross their mind with women that aren't Black, that these women could be just there to get some money. But when it comes to us, if we have any type of standard where we don't want to date a broke bum, we're gold diggers. We're wrong. How dare you not date that broke man?
Well, we have to break that mentality because, we were saying how, the white women teach their daughters to marry well. And marry, keyword being married, not lay down and have, a baby by somebody. Marry, lock it in so you get some benefits, life insurance, pensions,
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think if you are gonna just have a baby, he better be rich. You know what I mean? Like, it better not just be a regular dude and you getting $300 a month for child support. Like, what is that?
Oh, I had a homosexual before. The best sex in my life too.
One of the main reasons why I never had kids, it wasn't just the medical stuff, because I think I probably could have, if I really, really wanted to have kids, I think I probably still could have did something. Was because this financially, I didn't feel like I could give my kid everything I wanted my kid to have. And sometimes I wonder with some of these women, it's like, do you want your child to have a good life? Do you want your child to have advantages in life? Or you just want to prove that you can get a man? But if the man ain't shit, what's the purpose of the man? But again, I was raised very close with my father. And I just think that I just have a different perspective. of just men in general. And I just was just like hip to the bullshit earlier. Like all this stuff about men don't need no help from us. They get hired faster than us. They get paid more than us. They get promoted before us. They do. It ain't nothing you can do to help a man. It's not. If a man is in a position where he needs your help as a woman, is because he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing in society. And that I'm sorry, that just is what it is. That they're already privileged and above you. The problem is in the Black community, you have Black women that want to be with a Black man so bad, and there's not enough professional Black men. So they start dating these men that they should not be dating, and it messes up the whole dynamic. Because you can't be a professional woman comparing yourself to a man that ain't got no career and say you're not doing better than a man that's your counterpart. That man is not your counterpart. If you got a master's degree, compare yourself to a man who got a master's degree. I bet you he making more than you.
Wait, hold on. I am using the heat protectant. I'm using this and this, which is the same company.
I used to use that when I used to scrape my hair.
Yeah. But I like this one
straightening
better.
my hair though. I'm over it. Because it would be always the same cycle. It would get so long. And then what happened was after I straightened it so many times, no matter what I do, it started becoming damaged and I got to start back over. So I don't know what I'm going to do with my hair. I thought about locking it, but I'm like, what's the point of locking it when I could just twist it and wear fake locks? So that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah. Wearing it natural and pressing it out. Now, today and yesterday, I've been trying to just keep a curly look. I had used FlexiRods last night, but they kind of fell. It didn't fall that much, but I'm just trying it like this. It's already falling like underneath. I don't know if you can see. But
yeah, I work out. So the straight stuff, I just sweat that right on
out. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now. Just put some more curls in it and then try the FlexiRods again. Because I want that look like all right, two looks I want. I want like that. I'll be watching the Cosby Show because it comes on repeat at night, and like Felicia Rashad hair, like just that bouncy, full layered look.
That's a roller set. I think that's a
roller set. I want to do
a roller set. Her hair would be something like that.
I want to do a roller set, but I also want to have like a pressed look, like that's not natural, but with that like not as curly as natural, but like a natural, like a full, like a Diana Ross, but not so like ferocious.
Yeah, you could try FlexiRods.
But my hair is so long, I'm gonna have to cut it in layers.
Yeah, you would need like a diva cut to make your hair do that.
You said a diva cut?
Mm-hmm. That's how they get their hair, where they have like, it's like the curly afro. It's like layered. That's how they get your hair like that. It's like a diva cut.
It's the layers in it, but they're long layers. I want to get. I gotta find a new hairdresser because the one I had died in 2008.
With like the curly haircuts and the diva cuts, them people started charging outrageous prices. And
see, this is yeah, they are. Everybody's charging.
To admit, I got swept up in that. I was paying $300 and some to get my hair cut, and I didn't even hardly have no hair. My hair ended up damaged. It ended up being this long. I had most of it has grown back, but yeah, I got swept up in that whole natural hair thing, and it damaged my hair. Like way worse than when I was doing my own hair.
So I would have to cut like basically this much. I parted my hair all the way up here, but you see how thin it is down here. So I'm scared that it's gonna look thin. But I would have to take weight from this is like.
Well, yeah, that's what they do with the diva cuts. That's what they do. They take it and they shape it where it's like layered and it becomes kind of like a fro almost. But them people, I'm gonna be honest, what they charging to cut people's hair is absurd.
I went to hair school. I know how to cut hair. I'm just scared to do it.
I don't know if I could do it myself. I really don't.
I put my own hair. I put my own layer.
Natural though, they don't cut it when it's straight. They cut it when it's natural, curly, and that's how they shape it.
So my next video, I'm gonna be the Rezo cut. I saw that.
That's
That
just
lady.
another form of a diva cut.
I think my next video, I'm gonna be cutting some. I'm gonna watch a few videos. I'm gonna cut some long layers in my hair, or I might put some. What I think I might. My hair is finer on the side that I sleep on.
Mine too.
I toss and turn, so I don't have a particular side, but really, it's finer, huh?
Mine on this side is thinner, and it does not grow as fast.
Just because y'all think because you sleep on it.
Yep, that's what my doctor told me that.
I forget that book a long time ago you told me to read with these two girls on it
Was
talking
it?
about hair, natural hair. I
Oh,
don't know if you remember. I was
it was
saying I
a
wish
couple
more
of
black girls would
them.
see. I still
It's
got
a
some
it's
curls.
a couple of them, but to be perfectly honest, that stuff is just like,
See now, look. See, this is from the. I curled it. I straightened it yesterday. Put a few loose curls in it, and I used the FlexiRod. So this is what's left over from yesterday, and it's just going to continue to fall. But like I was saying, if I had some more layers up here, it wouldn't. I have like long layers that I cut in myself,
no,
but I'm
that's
gonna
what
have
a
to.
diva cut is. Like when you see people and they have that full curly, it's almost afro, but it's not. It's like curly, like a Diana Ross. That's like that diva Rizzo cut type. That's a way of that they cut the hair, and they cut your hair natural. They don't straighten it first.
Mm,
I used to get my shoot. I was paying all that
Shut
money.
up,
Them
BB.
people got so much money off of me, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go back to get my hair done by other people again. I really don't.
Listen, my guy died in 2008. I went to the Aveda Institute. I didn't finish, but I learned enough. I know how to cut my hair, and I make a lot of my own hair products. Well, not a lot, but make some of my own hair products. I just know what to do with hair. And I don't know if you remember we were saying that I wanted black women, to start washing their hair more because it makes
Yeah.
it grow. And you had thought I said uh people just need to wet their hair and it'll make it grow. And it started this big thing like we just can't put water in our hair. And I was saying, wash it, like get that shit off your scalp,
No,
massage your scalp, get the
no,
blood
I do
going
think
through your
that we do
scalp.
sometimes try to go too long without washing our hair.
And I
I
was
agree with
really
that.
talking to the girls with the wigs who don't take care
hmm
of their hair underneath the wigs, and my daughter is one of them. She just slapped them motherfucking wigs on and keep it moving.
See, I never got into the wigs. I used to wear sew-in, but then, like you said, when I started working out, that wasn't working because the sweat would get up under the tracks and all
That
that stuff. And
mildew
then that's when I
smell.
kind of started
Hmm.
wearing my hair natural. And then I got into that stupid no oils, no butters crap, and that fried my hair out of all my hair out. And so
Yeah,
then
and
I
like
was
black
started wearing
women,
twists. And then I found this hair because I was trying so hard to do the boho locks. I had brought so much hair and wasted it. And then I had got some that were already made and they was so heavy. I had to take them out. Girl, I sent them back to Amazon and got my $300 back.
oh my God, I just did a vinegar rinse. Oh my God, when I do a vinegar rinse, my hair is crazy. Yo, I did a vinegar rinse because my hair, I was straightening it and it was like so dull. And I was like, what am I doing
Oh,
wrong?
that's because you got product buildup. The vinegar will do
Yes.
it. You can also use a clarifying shampoo. Some of the clarifying
I
shampoos
had
are
the
too strong
clarifying
for black
shampoo.
people
I went
though.
on YouTube and looked at the vinegar rinse. I did that, and I did a hot oil treatment right after it. Oh my God, my hair been thriving. I did that like a month ago, maybe
Yeah,
2 months ago.
yeah, these products they do leave kind of like a film, like they build up on your hair, and
They
you
do.
can
All these
use
products are
vinegar.
bullshit. And I used to swear by this. I love it because it's just straight up
I haven't
butter.
used that in a while. I use the Curl Love,
It's
the one in
just
the
straight
jar.
up butter, but it really leaves a nasty, waxy film on your hair.
Okay, so there's another one that's in a bottle that's like that. It's called Curl Love, and it does not have shea butter in it. And I like that one better. I've been using that one for years.
Well, I got this one called Curl 8. I haven't used it yet.
I don't think I tried the Curl Aid, but the first one you had, I think it had shea butter builds up on my hair real bad. I can't even put shea butter on my skin. It's like waxy. I feel
That
dirty.
vinegar rinse was everything. When I really get my shit together and make my little products, I'm gonna make a vinegar rinse. I basically did half and half. Basically like half water, half vinegar. Cause like if you watch the YouTube videos, a lot of people have different. You should use this much, 2/3 or whatever. I did
Mm-hmm.
half and half, and I put tea tree oil in it, and
Oh
that
yeah,
was like
yeah.
the
Tea
best
tree oil
thing.
makes my hair start like if I put tea tree oil on my scalp in like a couple
Oh,
of
thank
I
you,
will see the difference.
DGS. Cause you do be giving the good hair tips, DGF. I noticed that.
Oh yeah.
She owned a salon back in the day.
Oh okay.
Well, I'm trying to bring the salon to YouTube, but old school hair, not all this new shit. And like, I read these stories about these girls that gotta leave. Oh my God! I used this. No, 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 no. I was going to use the Heinz vinegar. I used that organic Mama something. I used
Oh
that
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. The mama's mother. It's got the mother
Something.
in it. The apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, they say
Yeah.
use the one with the mother in it. I used that one. It was half water, half that. But I'm gonna make me a product line soon because I keep it simple. All this new shit they got out is nonsense. I wish I'm gonna put
But you
all my products together and just show you. And the worst product that I ever had in my life was this
yeah, I
mousse.
don't know what
From
is in that stuff. That stuff broke my hair out.
mine, it just broke
Yeah,
right
I don't
off.
know
I
what
should
is in that
sue.
stuff.
I should sue the Brat and Big Booty Judy. I don't know what's in this mousse. How can mousse?
But you know
That's
what?
how right there on the
And
picture too.
I feel like I'm gonna be honest with you. I brought that one, and then I brought another one that was real expensive, and it seemed like it was the same product. I think it is the same product, and they just white label it. And both of them, like after I used both of those, my hair was done. Like that was the thing that took me over the edge where I had to cut all my hair off.
Let me see what's in here. Whatever they use, I see something called beauty. Isn't that like lighter fluid? Like it's something bad in here.
Mm-mm.
It's something really bad in here. It's not good.
I'm not
And
trying to be a hater, but why do I feel like Judy just buys these products from like Alibaba or whatever and put a label on them?
I know she does. Cause how
Yeah,
can
I'm
mousse
not.
be that hateful? I feel like that mousse is hateful. This is good mousse. I love this product. The
Oh,
do
I
the
love
product line,
them. I like the other one.
everything.
That one smells a little too strong for me. I like the original one.
Just one mousse
Yeah,
stuff.
that I love that stuff.
The shampoo that goes with this is amazing. It make your hair so silky and smooth. Like it give it a lot of slip. That's what they call it, slip.
They got another new one that they came out called, I think it's like Chief Rocker or something. It's supposed to be like a more like moisturizing mousse.
Cosmetic dentist. My hair hates coconut. I literally hear it snapping. Damn.
Oh, you know what? I looked this up. Me and my friend was just talking about
I'm
this.
gonna do that
Coconut
too,
oil
BB.
actually breaks your hair down after a while.
It's
Like
so
it
stiff. I
breaks
don't
hair
understand
down
why
like a
people will put
relaxer.
that. If you look at it in its normal state, it's stiff. It's hard. It's not really oil. It's like lard. So I
Yeah,
don't.
but it also breaks. That's why your hair becomes more manageable when you first start using it because it breaks your hair down like a relaxer. And like a relaxer, if you keep putting it on there, it's going to eat through your hair.
I stick with what I know and was tried and true. I and I like the BioSilk serums. Like after I do my hair, after I do all of this, like I'll put like I won't do it today because I'm already putting this like right now I'm putting that heat protectant in it. But what like after a few days when it start looking dry, I'll put the BioSilk in it. Oh, you know what I found too? Like all the Rite Aids was closing and I found
Mm-hmm.
um a lot of stuff I got on clearance. I found this. It's from Kim Kimball. I think it rubbed
Oh yeah,
off.
Kim Kimball, the hairstylist. I forgot she had a line.
She had a line, and this is a Queen's Growth Oil. It has rosemary, sweet almond, sage, black castor seed oils. Let me see the ingredients. The ingredients, it just has sunflower seed oil, coconut oil. It does have coconut oil.
Yeah, but I think that coconut oil is like cut and it's mixed with other stuff, and it might only be like a drop in there. But
Yeah,
like
let me tell you.
actual coconut oil, I would not ever put that in my hair again.
Trust. It has castor seed oil, safflower oil, tea tree oil, leaf oil, sweet almond oil, rosemary leaf oil, sage oil, argan oil. See, I don't see any like chemical things. I have this oil in here somewhere. I don't know what I put this shit on my scalp. My sister gifted it to me. It's one of these people who make stuff. I might have threw it away. I wish I would have saved it. I don't know what it does, but as soon as I put it in my hair, the next day my scalp is itching. I got all this buildup underneath my fingers. I don't know where that oil went. She had
Oh,
gifted it
girl,
to
I don't
me.
know. People just be the thing about these hair people, these hair influencers. What I have found with them, they're usually people who hair just grow real fast. So you know how most people their hair grow a half an inch a month, right? But some people hair grow 2 inches a month.
Here it is, right here.
So
It's called Curly John. I guess maybe
I've
one of her
never
friends made it. John is a word they use in Philly. And this one says nourishing 20 oil blend. Coconut, avocado, argan, chia,
that
peppermint.
ain't nothing, girl. That ain't nothing but coconut oil. That's the first ingredient. That's coconut oil, and then they put a little drop of something else in it.
They just be mixing shit up and don't know, don't even really do the
No,
research to see.
coconut oil is the first ingredient. Then it's coconut. That's coconut oil. That's all it is. And then they put a little drop of other stuff in it.
Yeah. It says 20 blend oil, but there's no list on here of what's really in it.
But
Peppermint oil. That
coconut
doesn't go.
oil made many of people hair fall out because it's just like a relaxer. Like when you first get it, your hair be soft, it feel more manageable. But after you use it over time, it eats through your hair because it's breaking your hair down.
I'm gonna follow some. You got to tell me some of the people you follow. DGF, the cosmetic chemist.
Oh yeah, there's one that I follow. I can't even think of her name. But there's one lady, she's a cosmetic. But I stopped putting all that stuff in my hair. What I put in my hair now, I do it's a spray from Camille Rose Natural, and it has the rosemary and all that stuff in it. It's a spray, it's like a leave-in conditioner. And then cocoa butter, which is what I was first started using when I first started wearing my hair natural. I went back to that. And I do peptide drops because I'm old and it makes you have less gray hair.
Mm-hmm.
But it does make your hair thicker. They do work.
Peptide drops?
Uh-huh.
Because I never even got into the whole keratin thing.
The Living Proof has them, but they're expensive as hell from Living Proof.
I never even got into the keratin thing because people said you got to be careful with that.
With the collagen?
Keratin.
Keratin, that's almost like it's not really a relaxer, it's more of a coating, but it does the same thing that a relaxer does. It like relaxes your hair.
Yeah, they said be careful.
To me, I don't see, you can't be doing all that stuff to your hair unless you're a person that just has real strong hair. And I feel like a lot of these hair influencers, they're people who are basically just selling their genetics. Like there's these people that are these genetic freaks where their hair grows 2 inches a month. They damaging a half an inch or an inch of it with all this stuff they putting in it, but they showing you that their hair is growing because their hair grows abnormally fast. So if you do what they do, you're gonna be bald. Or they have real strong hair, and so they're able to do all of this because their hair is stronger than the average person's hair.
The only thing I hate about these things, they burn your damn fingers. I can't get the bottom of the curl. DGF, when I cut my layers of my hair, I want you to be on here because you know what you're talking about with the weight, cutting the weight off. Because I don't want nobody else playing in my hair.
But
I had one bad experience, and that was enough for me.
I did. I don't know what my hair would look like if I were to blow it out, but I did. I wish you were in Philly
so I could do it. I wish you were in Philly so I could do your hair, because I do like people that I know, like somebody who won't like be talking
the
shit.
money that I was paying to these people to do my hair. I cannot believe I did that. Like I feel stupid to this day, to be honest. Like I can't. The only way I could justify it, I said at least I had color in my hair. At least I was paying for something.
Oh wow!
But what they was charging to cut people's hair, and my hair is not long. What they was charging to cut people's for you to have that was insane. And I think that I'm gonna just buy me some good shears. I'll just cut my own hair.
Well, make sure you watch some videos, see how to section your hair off right before you do it.
You know, I already kind of had a diva cut. So what I've been doing, I've been trying to follow the layers that I already had and take off the dead ends. So I did a trim, like a dusting, like all that dead hair I had is pretty much gone now. And a lot of it has already grown back.
What do you mean by a popcorn? You have never paid for a hairstyle, popcorn yellow stripe smile. What do I mean?
Oh, you never paid to get your hair done? Look,
she said she had a salon. Is your sister, the sister that you were talking about, you had a salon with? Is that the sister you said that was your late sister? Oh.
Them natural hairstylists to me took all my money. And I honestly, they put a bad taste in my mouth about me getting.
I can see. I don't feel stupid. We all go through shit. Living, you learn.
I just kind of feel like maybe I just need to do and you know what? The thing about it is, I always could do my own hair. You know what I mean? I always could do my own hair. A lot of it was this indoctrination from like YouTube making me feel like I needed to go to these people to get my hair cut. Because I've been doing my own hair since I was like in junior high.
Well, I mean, like I said, I would like to find somebody I trust to do my hair, but only people only want to do weaves and charge $500 to put a damn sew a damn weave.
Girl, I could do my own sew ends. And they be looking better and more natural than most of these people walking around with sew ends.
Do you still do hair, DGF? Child, so they still got a weave bar. The damn sewing be $60 without no styling.
For my hair is gonna be like this for a while. At least
it looks good.
You know, I retwist it. I don't leave them in that long. I only leave them in like a few weeks, and I take them out and retwist them.
I think black girls look so pretty with
get all my shed hair and all that stuff out. And you know, I still wash them like they're regular locks.
I think black girls look so pretty with braids and locks or whatever, like long. And I don't know why they're so opposed to wearing them. They just want to wear that European silky straight bullshit. I hate it. Like
when I saw Chloe and Holly, I never thought you could do all those styles with locks. And that's when I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just get me some faux locks for now, and then we'll just figure out what we're gonna do later. But this is like the least damaging thing I felt I have ever done to my hair, because these are just twists, and then the lock is just wrapped around the twist. Like I don't have like how some people are wrapping their hair around those locks, and the hair is wrapped and it's all tangled up in the hair. My hair is not like that. I can literally just pull this right out of my hair.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I want to moisture my hair.
I only wear these for like a few weeks, and then I take them down and redo them. Yeah. I don't even leave them in maybe a month at the most. It's not those locks that people see, like soft locks or whatever, that's how you see people doing it, and they wrapping all that hair around it. That is not what this is at all. This is just a crochet lock that's wrapped around a twist. I saw a girl on YouTube.
Yes.
and she had this hair, and I was like, I'm gonna try the hair, and I'm gonna just see how it works. And I thought it would tangle up in like a week, and this ended up being the best hair that I found when I was trying to get these boho locks to work. This ended up being the best hair.
I even like the goddess locks when they use human hair. That looks pretty too. And I like it when they use like a lot of the
But
human hair part
them
too.
suckers was heavy. Okay, so I had the human hair ones. They were so heavy I had to take them out. And you know, you pay that much money for something, you do not want to take it out, but I had to take them out. I tried the crochet ones. It was the same thing. I took them suckers out and sent them back to Amazon and got my $300 back.
Damn.
And so when I saw these, I was like, I'm gonna just try them and I'm gonna put them in and maybe wear them for like a
That's a
week.
YouTuber.
They tangle, whatever. And this ended up being the best hair ever. This hair does not tangle. It's very light. It lasts a long time. You could just wash this hair and reuse it, or they give you a whole bag of hair. You can just throw it away and just use some more hair.
I got it. I subscribe. I watch like Sam Villa from like Vidal Sassoon, like as far as like getting cuts right, the way like when you cut your own hair, it's when you cut other people's hair it's one thing, but when you cutting your own hair, you got to do it a certain way, like trying to get layered, like you know. I watched like a couple of people, but I don't. I found out to listen to everybody on the internet because everybody has an opinion. Please.
Oh yeah, Eaton Sassoon was on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, but she was only on there one season. They said she was boring.
She was a little nuts, from what I do remember.
Yeah, they didn't have. One thing I like about that show is that they will switch them out.
Like
they don't try to hold on to these people and just have them coming back season after season after season. And that's one thing that frustrates me with some of the other housewives, even OC. I'm like, what's that girl Gina and that other girl? Why are they still on that show? And Lord, Potomac Mia, girl.
They have to get rid of her.
I can't.
I mean, I keep saying they have to get rid of her, but then what are they going to talk about when they do?
No, they need to refresh the cast and bring some interesting people on there. That's what they need to do, because I personally don't find it entertaining that Mia is
they made fake stuff. What'd you say, Callie?
I'm sorry, I don't have a chat open, so I can't see what you guys talking about. But I personally don't find it entertaining.
But if I put the comment up here, you can see it, but I'm highlighted up here.
I can also look on my computer because I'm in my desk.
I'll just highlight the comments that pop up.
But I personally do not find it entertaining that Mia is just coming on this show and making up fake stories. And I clocked her from the first episode she came on that show. I said, this woman, all of this is fake.
I like old. Old means wisdom. Old means you've lived. You couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the world would value older people more, because we have the fact that we're still alive. That means we've lived, but we have a lot of wisdom and have learned a lot of things. You know how they say youth is wasted on the young?
Well, the thing is, I think that young people are more malleable. They're more susceptible to bullshit.
Who, old people?
No, young people. Because, okay, say for instance, like with a lot of this like rap music and stuff, I feel like when you get to a certain age, you start looking at it like this stuff really is negative, and it is, you know what I mean? And it is.
Trash. And we sound old saying that, but it's true.
The problem is, by the time you get to that age, the young people don't want to listen to you. And it's a cycle that starts all over again, like every 10 years. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so 10 years from now, these people that are listening to Sexy Red are going to be looking at the young people going, y'all know this stuff is trash, right? They're going to be looking at them like they crazy, because it's like they're targeting young people to kind of F them up in the head with this music, I feel. And then when you get old for that.
Speaking of that, so I don't know if you can see the comment. It says, Ritchie and Callie, have you ever heard of MK Ultra? I have, but I don't know what it means.
Possible. I think anything's possible,
All right, well, what is it? What is it? Candy, come on, come up, tell us what is
she
it?
can probably explain it more because I heard of it from like Candace Owen and those people. But to me, I feel like, in my personal opinion, we give people too much credit, and I don't even think everything is that calculated or that people are that smart. I think that sometimes people are just do evil.
It's like, what is it? Brainwashing, right?
Yeah. But I think sometimes people just do evil things. Like, I don't think I don't necessarily think it's this big, huge conspiracy and somebody's controlling it. I just think that sometimes there are bad people in this world, and there are people that don't have discernment to stay away from them. You know,
the brainwashing. Let me see
all
what
this,
I thought it was like a government thing.
It supposedly is, but I just think that a lot of times these people that do all this weird stuff, they're just evil. Like that man who attacked the people in New Orleans. I just think that these people are just evil. I don't think it's anybody that has brainwashed them. I think they're responsible for their actions. They decided to do this.
All right, it says MK Ultra was a human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central, the CIA, to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used during interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. But it probably went too far, or the CIA secret quest for mind control, torture. So it's mind control. The CIA's appalling human experiments with mind control. This is on the history.com.
Well, I think that there is something that Trump either signed or is going to sign to end them doing these experiments on people with these chemicals and all this stuff.
Shit, I feel like he under mind control right now. Whatever Elon Musk is doing.
No, what it was, I'm going to tell you what happened when Trump turned on us, when they tried to put him in jail. Because then that's what made him feel like he had to take all this money and stuff from Elon Musk in order to get out of that situation. And Elon Musk, like I said, in my opinion, it might sound like I'm being bigoted, but it is what it is. South Africa is messed up for a reason. And I feel like a lot of these people are part of the reason why where they came from is messed up. You know what I mean? Like, they're the oppressors. They're not necessarily like the regular working everyday people that are coming here for a better life that we are being told that they are. A lot of these people are actually the children of the people who jacked up those countries. So Elon Musk, in my opinion, needs to go. Like, go.
I feel like the people have not learned a lesson fucking with Trump. Everybody who fuck with Trump end up in jail except for him. So I feel like
you know what? If this backfires on Elon Musk, I will be right there with my popcorn.
I think that's the plan. I know.
I really will.
I feel like that's the plan because I know that Trump don't like when people call him President Musk, and he's getting too many questions about Elon and what Elon's up to, and people are more worried about Elon than him. I know he don't like that shit. And to me, he already dry snitched on Elon when he said, yeah, Elon's very good with those computers in Pennsylvania. He already told that he basically...
And Elon Musk, to me, he looks evil. He looks like he don't belong here. I'm just keeping a buck. You know what I mean?
He don't belong anywhere. His fucking dad
he
said
looks like an alien in a human suit. And then how do we go from people having to have, like, within like a flash, we went from people having to have all these morals and high Christian values to a man with like 8 fucking baby mamas. Like, how did that happen? There would be no one else that would be able to get anywhere near a government position with all these different baby mamas. In the reputation that he has. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I just kind of feel like, first of all, why do we feel that it's anything cool or acceptable about this man? This man is evil. And most billionaires are evil, but this is a particularly evil billionaire. I don't
feel like
understand why
this is
anyone.
not our fight. I feel like for the first time, they ain't thinking
No,
about
it's
us.
because we're Americans and it affects us. You know what I mean? Like,
But
we're not sovereign.
it's not our fight. We always get the short end of the stick. We always are last. We always get shit. Don't get shit. So really nothing is gonna change for us. Yeah, they fucking with the government, but the government don't fuck with us. So like let them fight it out. Like let the whites fight. You know, they hunting down whoever they hunting down. They ain't hunting niggas down right now. So I feel
Girl,
like
they ain't hunting nobody down. Did you see them numbers? Biden deported more people than him.
so
All of that
far,
was for show. All of that was for the cameras.
I feel like I feel like that. Like let them duke their shit out. I feel like they tricking us, everybody into thinking, everybody like black people especially into thinking, you know, trying to get us all hyped. Like I don't want to make. I hate like race stuff, but like you know, like Mexicans and the gays and the trans, like they all like how the Mexicans were mad at us for not fighting with them or for
Well,
them. When they don't give a damn about us.
okay.
They don't be on the
I
front
was
line
gonna
for
say that
us.
because I live in ground zero. Like LA is ground zero. To me, LA was where they tested out what they were gonna do to this country. I'm gonna tell you right now, these people are more racist than white people, than the white people that we used to dealing with. And they do not give two flutes about us
Who the
or being an
Mexicans?
American. They don't care about this country. They're here to get
Who?
what they
Who are
can
you talking
get.
about? Who?
These people that they are deporting. These people do not care about this country. They don't care about being American. They don't care about no American way of life. They don't care about this country being a good or a safe place. They're here to get money and take it back to their country. And if you
That's
will
what I'm
see,
saying.
yeah, and if you will look at these protests, all you will see is Mexican flags. You don't see nobody out here saying, I'm American, I'm proud, I love it here, I want to be here, I love this country. That's not what you see. You see, I'm a Mexican. I got Mexican flags, all of this stuff. That's all you
And
see.
y'all talking about fuck this country. So like, which one is it? You want to stay or you
No,
want this fuck
I'm
us?
like
Or
Mexico right down the freeway, honey. I mean, I was coming from the grocery store and I almost ran into some protesters because I turned the corner and they were just there blocking the street.
I
And
don't know if
I'm like,
they
you
don't
know
remember
what? I wonder
Trump
if
saying he was going to
we
pull the
just
National
taxi
Guard on their
behind them
ass.
real slow and drive south for about 3 hours and just let them walk there and we will save everybody a lot of trouble. I don't understand how you are waving a Mexican flag and you're convincing us that you're supposed to be here. If you feel that you are a Mexican, which is a nationality, it's not a race, then you need to go to Mexico. And if there's issues in Mexico, you need to fix those issues. I don't have nothing against Mexican people in general, but I see the game. And I'm really more upset at our country for doing this to us, not Mexican people. I've been to Mexico backwards and forwards since I was a child. Mexico is a beautiful place. They just need to fix their issues within their country. And it's a wide open ass country. They got a lot of land, a lot of stuff. I just really think that if they want a better life, they need to fix their country because obviously they do not see themselves as American. They make that very clear. So if you feel that you're Mexican and that's your identity, you need to be in Mexico fixing the issues in Mexico.
From my
Not,
own
yeah.
experience with them motherfuckers driving, just Hispanics in general, driving Uber, when, like I said, I started a drivers group. And the most people I had problems with was the Hispanics. Like, they didn't want to talk to us. They thought they was better than us.
Mhm.
They like look down on us. And the
Yeah.
crazy part is y'all voted for this man who said from the rip that he was going to get rid of y'all, and y'all still voted for him. And
No,
a
those
lot
are
of
different
them,
people. See, those
no,
are
no,
different
no.
people.
I used to
I
talk
think,
to them. I used to be like, why y'all? Because they hated Kamala. And you got to understand, even the Muslims, they hated her just because she was a woman. They I had this
Oh
one
yeah, they didn't
friend.
believe that a woman should
Hey,
be
yo,
in charge.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Every day we would argue. They just did not want a woman in office. And I was like, well, what about your people? Like, he said he gonna get rid of your people. He was like, they literally was like, it's okay. They didn't care. They wanted to keep the ones that were already here, and like nobody else could come in. So basically, like, fuck the rest. I'm here, and that's all that matters. Like,
Yeah,
everybody else got to
that's
stay
what. No,
home.
people who have come here legally do not consider themselves the same as these people, and they don't care about people. And I think that we should follow suit. I'm going to be honest. Illegal immigration has been more oppressive to Black people than Jim Crow. We just don't
Okay.
see it because it's not in
How
your face
so? Explain
everywhere.
it. How has it been more oppressive? How?
The way that they have taken our jobs,
Yep.
the way that they have driven up the housing market, do you do realize the reason why it's so expensive and difficult to buy a house is because there's too many people here.
Yes.
Now, also, mass incarceration is something that is only able to happen because they are able to bring other people here. There is no first world country that has that amount of people in prison. Why? Because you need those people out working, running the country. If they had not been able to bring these people here, they would have to fix the issues and stop putting all these goddamn Black men in jail and have them out here with these union six-figure jobs like they used to have in the 80s and the 70s. This is another thing. I don't think a lot of Black women really realize why a lot of the men are so sorry, because they have essentially been pushed out of these good paying jobs so that the immigrants can have these jobs. These men that you see working on the roads and all this stuff, those are all six-figure jobs. Climbing buildings, working on these construction sites, and they got good benefits. Like benefits that hardly nobody else can get anymore. You might see every blue moon a Black man out there working with them. Like one. Those used to be all Black men. And I'm gonna just tell you, like I said, because LA was ground zero for this. Black people was living good in LA. It's the reason why you have so many older Black people that own homes in LA, because that was the norm. Like the Black community in LA was bigger than most cities, and it was almost all homeowners. Like the men had good jobs, they had Cadillacs in the driveway, they was living good. In my opinion, I think because Ronald Reagan was governor, he saw how good Black people were living, and he was like, well, if the people at the bottom are living this good, we can squeeze more to the top. It wasn't necessarily because we're Black, it's because we're the people that are supposed to be at the bottom. And I think that is when they started allowing literally millions of people to come across the border illegally and destroy the economy. Systematically kick Black women and men off jobs because they started having these bilingual requirements, which if you are a person that has traveled internationally, you will know how absurd it is for people who are speaking English, which is the number one spoken language in the world, to now be required to be bilingual to get a job in their own country. That is completely absurd. That was just a way of pushing Americans out of those jobs so that they could have those jobs. Because they know well that we speak English. That's what we learn in school. We don't learn Spanish.
Said we never saw a lot of Black people work in road construction before the influx of immigrants.
Where do you live?
She said
Because
there are a lot.
all them jobs was done by Black men. All of them.
There are a lot of overpriced empty houses because foreigners have been allowed to speculate on real estate in neighborhoods.
Yep.
Well, how about the Chinese people owning all the farms?
They're a problem too. They're a problem as
well.
well.
Y'all do not buy Hatfield, or it's Hatfield and another field. It's Chinese owned. And I saw this video of this man. He got fired and he was exposing them. They literally mixed their food with trash and feed it to the pigs. And if you ever, I had some Smithfield bacon before, and it just would not get crunchy. Chinese people will feed us anything.
See, this is what I mean by allowing people who have messed up their own country to now do messed up things in this country.
They literally poison us.
Yeah.
They literally feed them trash.
But I also feel like we as Americans, we have been fed a lie that these people are coming here to have a better life. And to be these people don't give a fuck about America. They're coming here to get money. They don't want to be American. They don't want to have American ways. They don't want to speak English. They don't want to eat our food. They look down upon our culture. They do not, and I'm not just talking about Black people, I'm talking about American people, period. They don't care anything about us. And I don't know if this because it was regional, that everybody didn't see it happening, so they kind of didn't believe it was happening. But we in LA, we've been dealing with this since the 80s. This has all but destroyed the Black community in Los Angeles. I mean, they have completely gentrified neighborhoods. There are areas where there used to be blocks and blocks of Black businesses, and it's all Hispanic now, all of it. I mean,
what is it?
Yeah. So
is white or Black? I mean, immigrants.
They're Hispanics. They're Mexicans mostly. There's like some Honduran, Guatemalan people mixed in, but the majority is Mexican.
Malcolm X referred to Detroit as Black Mecca because Detroit had the most homeowners in the United States. We had the first Black mayor.
I haven't been to Detroit. My aunt lived there for many years, but she moved back to Louisiana. But Detroit, from my understanding, was a majority Black city.
Didn't they fuck Detroit up too?
I think what fucked up Detroit was that they messed up the auto industry, and that was what was funding Detroit. But my aunt said there's a lot of Arabs up there too. See, I think that basically what they did, they essentially brought these people here to take the jobs of working class Americans, and most Black people are working class Americans. These people are literally here as tools of oppression.
She said that's propaganda.
No, it's not. I live it every day. I live in LA. I've seen what has happened to this city. I've seen what has happened to people's jobs and people's opportunities that they used to have. And I'm old enough because I'm almost 45. And my mom says, oh my God, you can't possibly remember this. She was only like 3 years old. I can remember when we had Black butchers, Black gas stations, Black markets here in the city of Los Angeles. That is like unimaginable now.
Really?
Yes. You might get one or two. Most of that stuff is like in Lamert areas, kind of like where Nipsey was from. There's some Black businesses over there. But here, everything is corners. Everything.
She said she's speaking about Detroit, and she's 60 years old. And she said, we never saw a lot of Black people working road construction before the influx of immigrants. So, did Black people start working when the immigrants came, or they got pushed out?
Yeah, because here they got pushed out. And all of this talking about they doing jobs nobody wants to do. Bullshit. They doing construction jobs that's paying $150K a year.
I remember back in the day, like a lot of people, like where I live now, is like South Philly, and they calling it Center City South, which is right next to Center City. And this was a Black neighborhood. And I remember the men who, I told you my dad was the vice president. He was the vice president of Blue Cross, but a lot of the men who worked here were construction workers.
Yeah.
And everybody owned their home. There was nobody renting the homes.
That's how it was until they let these people come here. And there's actually a Korean woman who speaks about this. I have to get her name because she pops up on my YouTube sometimes. And she said that essentially, when it became socially unacceptable to just go and burn a Black neighborhood down, they used immigrants to essentially do the same thing to the Black neighborhood. So what they would do, they would give them all these tax breaks, these low interest loans, all of this stuff that we can never compete with, to open up businesses in the Black neighborhood and basically cipher all of the wealth out of the Black neighborhood. So
every corner,
we don't have functioning communities. We just have
literally on every corner here in Philly is either a Dominican store, or we call them poppy stores here, or a Chinese store. Every corner.
And I'm going to also tell you another thing that they do, the contractors that are independent, that aren't like working for the unions and stuff, that just come by and work on people's houses. Have you ever wondered where they get those tools? Because these are people that can barely speak English. They supposedly came here with nothing but the clothes on their back, but yet they have tools to do construction. They steal them. I have friends that are Black men that are contractors, and my friend's husband, he's actually a white guy. He's a contractor. They get stolen from almost on a monthly basis. Their trucks get stolen. Their vans get broken into. Their storage units. I mean, they constantly steal their stuff. And at this point, it's just like an expense of working in construction or being a contractor in Los Angeles, that they're just going to come and steal your stuff.
I had, like, about maybe a month or two ago, I'm in my room like I am now. I hear a loud boom and like scraping. So I run outside to see, because I'm a block captain, by the way. And it was a car. He had sideswiped about 4 or 5 cars on his block, and he was trying to leave, but his car was so effed up that he couldn't. But he definitely was trying to get out of here, and he had kind of stopped right in front of my house. So I come out, everybody starts coming out. He finally gets out the car, Mexican, drunk as a fucking skunk. Okay?
Oh my God.
And then I seen another person in the car. It was I guess it was his wife. So we call the cops. The cops don't come for like a half hour, but the people on the block, they wasn't letting him leave until the cops came. So when the cops finally came, the guy didn't have a license. It wasn't his car. It was his son's car. Then all of a sudden, like, all these people, basically door dashers, come on these mopeds, like maybe, like, I would say at least between 4 and 6 of them, boys and girls. I don't know if they were their kids or what, but they start driving, and one of them drives on my pavement, and we just got our pavement repaved, so it's like a white. It's not white, but it's like a stone color. So
yeah,
the police lady, white lady, she tells them to get the bike off the pavement or whatever. And one of my friends, her car was hit. So she keeps asking the officer for the information from him, and she keeps like, "Oh, I don't have anything to do with it," and like flags her off like a couple of times. But she's laughing and joking. Yeah, they don't have driver's license. They laughing and joking and shit with the Mexican people. So finally, I had enough, because, like I said, the car had stopped in front of my house, and like I said before, before it was a Black neighborhood, now that it's gentrified, it's a white neighborhood. So they didn't realize that they were in front of my house because I was outside with everybody else at the time. So, and everybody's congregating on my property. So after a while, I was like, "Excuse me." I start talking shit. I'm like, "Who?" Because the lady in the car was drunk too. I was like, "Who is drunk driving in 2025?" I was like getting smart because I knew the man's kids was right there. Like, I just start talking shit because I'm don't like the scenery. Like, I'm peeping the scenery. Like, you getting smart with us and having a fucking kumbaya with them. They illegal as fuck. They don't have no license. They done tore our shit up. We keep asking you for information, bitch. You keep talking about you don't know what's going on, but there was another cop, a white man cop, sitting in his car. So at one point, I had to put these 2 big ass these square flower pot planters because people would drive up on the pavement and it would leave tire marks. So finally, I go to her. I'm like, excuse me, how come every time she asks you, a resident of this block, a citizen of this country, a legal citizen of this country, ask you for the insurance information, you won't even stop walking to, you just like flag her off, but you sitting here having a fucking kiki with them like they didn't just tear up our whole block.
Mm-hmm.
So the boy, he started picking at my tree, and I paid a lot of money for these. They some kind of Japanese trees I had paid for, and I was like, "Don't touch my tree." He was like, "I can do whatever the fuck I want to do." I
Hello,
said,
can you
"No, the
guys
fuck
hear me?
you won't."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
And I was like, "No, the fuck you ain't." And it was just the way he was like talking, like I could do what I want. I was like, "No, the fuck you ain't," and you're going to get off my property. So that's
Can
when
you
the
hear me?
white man cop came and got them the hell out of here. But it was just the whole attitude of y'all and them. They're not even, they didn't tour up our whole block. They don't have a license. He's drunk and they probably illegal. They got all these mopeds. This one don't even have a license plate on him. He's going to lead us. He's leaving his bike parked over here because, like, I just didn't even like the scenery. Now I was like, I can't wait
Are you
until.
guys a sanctuary city?
Are
you guys a sanctuary city?
Yes.
That's why. See, I did not know until recently, and my mom was like, "How could you not know that?" And you live in one. I'm like, I didn't know.
Wait, hold on, Callie. Hold on. You can't hear us, DGF? DGF, can you hear us? Go back out and come back in. Hold on, I'm gonna tell her to go out and come back in.
Are you on a AirPods? Because sometimes those StreamYard be tripping.
Go out and come back in. Yeah, sometimes it come back in. Because we can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Go out and come back in. Yeah, they was tripping. He was like, I could do whatever the fuck I want. That's another fuck you.
Can. But Richie, you know
and
what
that's
they
the attitude that they
know that a sanctuary city essentially makes them above the law. Like they damn near have diplomatic immunity. They had.
Yeah, I don't understand that because I see stories in the news where some people they coming to pick up and they was like he raped this lady in her sleep and they let him go. Like, so what, they gotta let him go because they're not citizens? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, essentially, like they're under sanctuary, so they cannot be prosecuted by the criminal system until they go through their process of seeking sanctuary.
Oh, no.
Because they're in a gray area and they don't know what to do with them, a lot of those people were just released back out into the street, especially if it's something like drunk driving or whatever. And a lot of these people that are now being picked up actually have drunk driving charges. That's what a lot of them are being picked up for.
I ain't even mad at Trump.
But all that stuff.
All right, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's get DGG in here. DGF. Hello? DGF,
Hi.
can you hear us?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is my first time.
Well, welcome.
Hey, hello. Hi, Callie. Hi, Ritchie.
Hey. Nice to meet you. I just burnt my damn.
Uh-oh.
See, that's what Candy Loves TV. She said they're untouchable. I didn't know that. My mom was like, "You didn't know that, and you live in LA?" I said, "I did not know that these people could commit crimes and not go to jail. I honestly did not know that's what."
They literally have rape charges. The ones they were going after at first. Remember the kids that had beat up the cop in New York? They had to let them go too.
And my house is old, so I've been over the years been having work done on my house, and I kept trying to explain to my neighbor who doesn't understand because he's a man. I don't have these people work on my house. I'm a woman that lives by myself. That is not a good idea. These people could come back here and kill me or do anything to me. No.
Yeah, you have to have licensed, bonded people.
Yeah, exactly.
With something to lose.
That's what they don't have. So what's on your mind, DGF?
First of all, when you got your Timo straightener, it came with a glove to protect your hands. Remember?
Oh yeah,
You
yeah, boy.
you need to use that when using that wand.
I'm burning the shit out my fingertips. I got a glove in here somewhere.
And secondly,
Got
um,
this.
I'm a lifelong Detroiter, born in 1964. They've been trying to undo the civil rights movement, the civil rights gains my entire life. And
Really?
I'm a house head. I'm still a party girl. I still am, doing things. I don't run the
I
streets. I mean, I do run the streets, but only with the people my age. And
love it. I love it. The police
the
don't want to do the
in the
paperwork.
1980s, we really got the first influx of people, of immigrants from the Middle East. And they came in at first and they bought supermarkets, and then they started buying out. Maybe somebody owned a garage, an older black man owned a garage
Mm-hmm.
for like 30, 40 years. And, they sold it. They offered them some money. They sold it. Then they became the owners and brought the people in. Then they would own it for about 7 years. And then it would transfer ownership because immigrants
Yup,
don't have to pay taxes.
that's
Yeah,
what
for
they
So they
10
do
would keep
years.
here.
For 10
they would
years. Yeah.
they would keep rotating
Mm-hmm.
owners and then use those businesses to sponsor their relatives to come here. We have in Detroit is 104 square miles of plains. It was flattened out. I'm a nerd, you know. I don't want to go into
Me
glacier
too.
movement and stuff like that. So the Southwest Detroit has inside of Detroit we have two cities within our borders, Hamtramck and Highland Park. Um, and also in the northeast side of Detroit, we have a Middle Eastern community. They aren't as well off, but in the city of Dearborn, which I can be in 2 minutes, right off the freeway, it's right next to Detroit. It's not really a suburb of Detroit; it's another city next to Detroit in Wayne County, and that is primarily where the Middle Eastern community moved to. Dearborn was a notoriously racist community. They had a mayor there, Mayor Hubbard, who refused to let black people move into Detroit.
Really?
Anyway, yes, but in the 80s, um in the 70s and the 80s, Detroit became the city with the most black American homeowners in the country because of the middle class established by the auto industry. So, following the riots or the civil unrest of the 1967, sort
Mm-hmm.
kind of between when people returned from this World War II, they really started expanding suburbs and from all major cities and offer vets the opportunity to move out to the suburbs, get away from the
Mm-hmm.
city, and have new homes. So, and then they built freeways. What freeways did was cause people to go to those homes in the suburbs over a period of 30 years or so and bypass the inner city businesses they would have had to, they could stop at the market, the pharmacies and whatnot on their way home, driving through the city when they left work. But ultimately, what really was the cause was white land real estate owners deliberately divested from the city of Detroit because our unions were so strong, the auto unions and the teachers union. Detroit's
Mm-hmm.
teachers union, we have one of the largest school districts um in the country, and that's why I'm tripping on how much they can get away with in California because it's the fourth largest economy in the world, right? Something like that. So um black people kind of got, then they had white flight, and then black people kind of moved away because they were tired of looking at blight and whatnot. But Detroit is a city. We have neighborhoods where we have mansions and then just the ordinary home, like on the same block. We have neighborhoods, LaSalle Boulevard, Sherwood Forest, Palmer Woods, Green Acres. The media would only show blighted areas of Detroit. That was
Yeah, because
propaganda.
that's my impression of Detroit.
hmm That
Yeah.
Detroit is beautiful. We have unattached brick houses with basements. fireplaces in the basements, in the street, backyards, garages. We can park 10 cars in our driveway, 2 cars on the street, a 2.5 car garage, a fireplace, you know, and front yards and backyard. It's a totally different setup because it's so expansive here from like the East Coast, for example. And we did have a lot of covenants, which kept and redlining, which kept Black people from living in different neighborhoods. But all of that changed. And so when you divest in a city, it's very insidious, and racism is very patient and petty. You know, they close businesses down slowly. They stop taking keep the upkeep of neighborhoods and whatnot. And people who had good jobs and they wanted to live differently, they moved away. They also closed our schools. And when you
Mm,
close high schools, that breaks community ties with those high
Yeah.
schools because you will have generations of the same people attending the same. They wanted their children to attend the same school, like Cass Technicians. That's where a Cass Technical High School is where Kenya went to school. Kenya Moore, Diana Ross, Lily Tomlin. I mean, the list goes on and on. Donald Byrd went to Northwestern. Um, on the west side, I went to the same elementary school as Michael Eric Dyson. Paul Robeson spoke here at our churches. We were very powerful in the movement. The Underground Railroad passed through Detroit.
Mhm.
So we were just, it was just beautiful. Like we reflect, like when it was the holidays, the whole city would smell like barbecue. But back to the
Oh,
immigrants.
wow.
In the 80s. They came in, they had a grocery store, and a grocery, you know how grocery store sells food and whatnot. They would hire a little old, Black lady to go in there, and she would cook greens and fried chicken and macaroni and cheese, and everybody would be like, oh, they have good food at this, soul food at this, Middle Eastern store. So people would go. Next thing you know, they don't need the Black people that they hired to do that now because they had the recipes. They knew how to make our food. They do the
mm,
same with the Indian restaurants and Chinese food. They front nightclubs and whatnot. You may have a Black face as the owner, but it's
mhm,
really owned by the Middle Eastern. And they bought the gas stations. I noticed on the East Coast you have a lot of Indians, people from
mhm.
India that own like the gas stations and
Yeah,
whatnot. When we would
yeah.
drive to New York a lot. So, and I guess what's the community that owns the is that Middle Eastern too? Persian
Some
and
of them
Pakistan,
California.
are, some of them are from India. It's
Mm-hmm.
like a mix.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or Pakistan.
Detroit used to have a
Yeah.
Chinatown too. Um, back in the 1900s, but slowly, then people say, "Well, why can't Black people make it? Why? Because Black people,
We can't compete
people,
with those
Black
tax breaks.
Americans, we don't have the tax breaks of a 7-year
Mhm.
tax break. And technically they teach us what they want to teach. I feel like I had a great education. I had a college graduate education in high school, in middle school and high school. Um, I went to Radford High, class of 82. They they kind of took over all the mom and pop businesses, and then when they grew those businesses, their kids became adults. Now they all are enrolled in like the colleges around here: Michigan State, Wayne State
Mm,
University, U of M. Then they go on to become doctors because it's been like 40 years, so they are fully invested in this community. But the one thing they do is they do not beautify their businesses that they own here in Detroit, the
No, they
party
don't.
stores and whatnot. But if you drive down Michigan Avenue, oh, by the way, we
mm.
can drive Michigan Avenue all the way to Chicago, US 12. I can be in Chicago in 4 hours.
Listen, before I forget, for Easter, I'm
Hmm.
coming out. My sister, her husband, they live in Detroit or near Detroit. I'm coming out there. Maybe we could hook up.
Okay, what city?
I forget. That's awful, right? Well, they just got
Southfield,
married. They had a baby. But
Southfield, Farmington, Bloomfield Hills, Grosse Pointe.
I'll have to look at her
Mhm.
address. I've never been to her house, so it'll be my first time. I'll find out and let you know. But
Okay, let me
I'll
get
be
to the
out
nitty
that
gritty.
way
Let me
for
get to the nitty gritty.
yeah.
So about 2000, after 2011, the little mortgage crisis, the city, the not the city, but the county passed a law that took a lot of these homes away from the senior citizens who owned them due to unpaid taxes. And they really don't really understand computers or didn't know like how to process things, but they just
Right.
snatched those homes away, and those people moved out to like some of the suburbs, and they left the homes vacant. Then they allowed people to come in and strip the homes and strip the businesses of their ornaments, or the architectural elements. They even found
Right.
some on buildings in Chicago and had to demand them back. um so that was to facilitate gentrification. You had to close the schools down because people needed to be in strong school districts, and they moved away because it may be X amount of voters, uh for example, X amount of black voters in the city of Detroit, but if that's scattered in the state of Michigan, it doesn't hold the same weight to impact
Yeah, that's the thing.
elections.
We are stronger together. All of
Yep.
this moving to a white neighborhood stuff, that is one reason how we ended up where we are now. Because a lot of the, especially black people who had money and influence, moved to a white neighborhood instead of improving the black communities. And when you're in that white neighborhood, you're such a minority, your vote does not count for anything.
They tricked them out of it.
Mhm. So now, right now, a house you could have got bought a house for like $5,000, for example, in Corktown. That's around that's near the riverfront, downtown, close to the arenas and stadiums. And right now, you can't get in there for like it's like a half a million, $1 million for little gingerbread houses that's been there since over 100 years.
Mm.
So what's going to happen now is the people who are able to stay there, they're tearing those old homes down, building new houses on that footprint. That's going to drive up everybody's taxes, and the people who've been there for generations, they're not going to be able to pay those taxes,
Nope. That's what they did
because they
here.
built $1 million home.
That's
Well,
I
exactly
have
yeah,
what
two
they did
friends that
here.
just moved. I have a friend who just bought a house in South Philly. I can't remember the name of their street. Um, So that's what's going on. Gentrification has taken hold like a mofo here in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
It's so annoying, and I get so irked when I hear them say "what up, doe" and they don't spell "what up, doe" correctly.
mm,
That's them from the gang community, gang life, the
Right.
BK, the Black Killers, and the Errol Flynn back in the day, and it was like a gang greeting. And Snoop uses he says "what up, doe," but he used to come visit his dad here back in the day.
Oh.
mm.
He was
But
a postman
Snoop
here.
them, there Snoop is from San Pedro, and San Pedro is actually a fisherman town. Black
Okay.
men that have all those jobs.
Mhm.
See, I think that's what a lot of black women don't understand when they wondering why these men are the way that they are. They can't, I won't say they can't be, they don't have the careers they used to have. So that's why they don't
Mhm.
want to get married anymore. Because they can go
Mhm.
take care of themselves. So that's why they
Mhm.
don't care about getting married anymore. And to be perfectly honest, a lot of them really don't want these kids. They're just having them because they haven't been taught to use birth control. They think that a woman is supposed to do everything.
Yeah.
Because they're not in, most of these men are not in a financial position to be in a serious relationship. They're just not. They don't have the jobs that our fathers had.
I remember back in the day, I was at my desk at work. I was like, because I'm single, no kids, and I was like, I should be at home making spaghetti from scratch, waiting on my
Yes.
husband and kids to get home. It
Spaghetti from
was
scratch.
Wednesday. It
Yes.
was Prince
I don't
Spaghetti
have no
Day.
husband or kids.
I was raised in my mother was a stay at home mom.
Mine too.
Dinner was ready when we got home.
Mine too.
My daddy took the garbage out and took naps on the couch, stretched out. on the den, would take a nap, then he'd mow the lawn, do whatever, and that's modeling behavior. But my generation, we were kind of taught to, I'm the last of the baby boomers. We were taught to go out, get a job and work, but we still would be one, but low key in us, children model behavior. They don't do what they do, they do what they see. And you
Yeah.
kind of still have that inside. So some of my friends and I who are like empty nesters, and they still kind of long for like the holidays gone by when, everybody was alive and, really doing it up for the holidays, cooking and whatnot. That's like, we got to start going to islands or doing something different,
Mhm.
because life is just different. It's not, what we want to model
Well, that's
now.
what I love about New Orleans is that for Christmas, New Orleans does it up. But New Orleans is
Hmm.
the holidays. They like to party anyway. But I don't
Hmm.
even really like being in LA for Christmas. I don't, because it doesn't even feel like Christmas. Because ain't nobody really doing nothing here for Christmas.
My new niece-in-law, well, she's been my niece since married my great nephew in 2017, but she's from New Orleans. I
Oh,
have
really?
to be sure. I always have to like, and she just had a little baby, so I have a great niece now.
Oh.
Oh,
She's gonna
wow.
make us number. I have over 40 nieces and nephews, but
You
Damn.
know what? I haven't counted all of mine, but I have a
That's
lot.
a lot.
Like I was telling you, my little niece that's 3, she just made her little Mardi Gras float for her school project. It's so cute. I'm so proud. Um,
hmm
yeah, and I'm sure she'll be marching in the parade soon. So I
hmm
auntie definitely gonna have to come see that. But
Did you see where the girl who designed I think it's a Super Bowl, I don't know what it is, a Super Bowl
well, they
number.
having a Super Bowl parade.
No, she made she is she's a Mardi Gras Indian,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and she designed and made the beads for the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. You know
Yeah.
what? I have been working so much.
I
I haven't
love
had the time
that.
to watch any of this stuff. And my mom was just fussing at me yesterday, telling me that I should go and try to watch some of the stuff that they're having for the Super Bowl. So I'm definitely
hmm
gonna try to catch up on all of this stuff. Yeah, because I've been missing everything.
So they the black Indians or the Super Bowl Indians? What's the term? The
Oh
correct
well,
term?
The
there's
Redskins.
several crews that mask Indian, and to be honest, my family is
You
not
about the
originally from
Redskins?
New Orleans. So the Indian masking thing, I would have to ask my mom about that because
hmm
my family doesn't mask. So,
hmm
but I can find more information about it. But I know that there's
hmm
several groups. There's not just one group. But see, this is the thing. Like we were just talking about earlier, and I honestly, I was one of these people. I thought we was African. I was Africa this, Africa that. Until somebody really sat down and started explaining stuff to me and pointing things out to me, and I said, you know what? This actually makes a lot more sense than us being brought over here from Africa. And they said, even if you look at our oral history, within our families, our oral history is that we're Native Americans. We don't have any oral history of being on any boat coming from Africa, no middle passage, being in Africa. None of that is in any type of oral history of our families. Except for, those few people that are kind of on the East Coast and they know when they came over here and when they were on the ship and all of that stuff. But with
hmm
the exception of those people, if you talk to any Black American person, they will tell you that their great grandmother told them that their great grandmother was a Native American person.
hmm
That is what our oral history is as a people. Don't you
hmm
think we would have some knowingness of having been on a boat from Africa, having been in Africa? When I ask older people like my mom or like even people older than her, that's something that they started hearing about in the 70s.
The oral history of African Americans and from Africa is the oral tradition. So that would be kind of tough to hold together when they were taking you and selling you as a child
No,
or infant away from
as
your.
having been from Africa at all. Like
That's
when
what
I
I'm
talk to
saying. You
older
wouldn't have
Black people,
you weren't with your ancestor. You weren't with your parents long enough for or for you to be old enough to retain that information. A lot of
No,
people were
everybody
not.
wasn't a child though. Like I still think there
I
would
did.
have
I know. I
some
acknowledge that in my
sort of
statement.
something that was passed down. Like the Aboriginal people of Australia, they consider Africa to be their homeland, like their motherland. That is something that has been passed down through those people.
But
When you
they were
talk to
not subjected to chattel slavery in the
no, but what
United
I'm saying
States.
is this: you would think that we would have some type of
Well,
story
you do
or
have a. You do.
memory
You
of
just said you have
something
a story, so
of
some
having
people do.
been. But
Alex Haley
most people don't.
documented his story.
No, I'm not saying that no people do. I'm saying most people that you talk to, they will tell you that no, my great grandmother was a Native American person.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that we came on a boat from Africa seems to have surfaced sometime in the late 60s and the 70s. It's not something that's been passed down. It's something that we were taught in the late 60s and the 70s, which I find to be a little strange.
I
Oh,
visited Sullivan's Island in Carolina, where the
No,
first
like I said, with the exception,
slave
let me finish. Let
ships
me
those
dropped
finish.
off
are the
the
people that I'm
enslaved
talking
Africans,
about.
and it
No,
was
but when
documented.
I said with the exception of those people who know when they came here, who know that
Hmm.
those are the people that I'm talking about. Those
And then
people
once
kind of, yeah.
they got here, they shipped them off to different parts of the South, depending upon what they wanted to do. That's
Uh,
a fact, Callie. It's no
no, I'm not
Let her
saying that
finish, Callie. Let her
nobody
finish
was
what
shipped
she's
off.
saying.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that nobody was shipped off ever.
Mhm.
I
My
said I'm not
grandmother
one
was
of those
born.
people
My
who.
grandmother, my
No,
daddy's mom, was
I'm not
born
one
in
of those people.
1885,
No,
and
my great.
Go ahead.
his mother was his dad was born in 1878. Um, and he was born in 1932. Her 16th child in Alabama, and they own land there and everything. Like our name is on streets and whatnot. So we did our DNA, and we also researched in our ancestry, and we can trace our roots to the Montgomerys who came over from Scotland or Ireland or someplace like that. And they these were white guys, white where the whiteness got into our DNA clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And where they landed and they came over and they moved to they started their enterprises or whatever, agricultural enterprises in Mississippi. Um, so it's possible, but you have to be lucky enough to be able, and a lot of people just don't have the wherewithal or the not or the know-how to go to the library, go through some microfiche, go through the genealogy. We have the Burton Library uh, center in the Detroit Public Library's main branch with that information, and they also have archives from slave owners, um, property records, which would include Black people there. So it's there.
Oh
And then
no,
if you
I'm not
trace
one of
back
those people
to
that's
when
saying
they
that
came
slavery
over,
never happened. That's not
hmm
what I'm saying. No, I'm not one
that's
of
not
those
what I'm
people.
saying
I
either.
know you've heard those people. I'm not one of those people that's saying that slavery is a hoax. That's not what I'm saying. I don't believe that
Hmm.
either. What I'm
Hmm.
saying is that yes, they did bring some people here from Africa, but I have my doubts if it was as many people as they said it was, and that there were no Black people here at all when they got here. I have
Hmm.
my doubts about that.
Well, there were, because of Portugal was the main country that started the Christopher Columbus and Nina Pinta de Santa Maria. They were Portuguese. They were sponsored by Portugal to come over here, and Portugal's right there, bumping right next to Africa. So they did have uh Africans with them on their journeys, and I just found interesting. I was researching the dark skinned people that look like Africans, like with the hair and everything in the Philippines, because we have, what made me look for this is that there's 1% Filipino in my DNA. And I was like, what the hell? Via my
Oh,
via my 95-year-old mother from Alabama. And I was like, what the hell? So that's very interesting. And so I just was trying to research how the migratory patterns of the Philippine population, like if they came over here, like the Irish did and got into some things,
they had
So
to
I
have
just fell
because
down. I ended up falling down this well that there are people that look like they are from Africa, that the indigenous people in the New Zealand, the Hawaiian Islands,
mm-hmm.
even I didn't know the Philippines, and they're very petite people, so they thought that they were when the white uh not colonists or explorers or whatever saw them, they just automatically assumed that they were Africans from the pygmy tribe, when they were not. They are Filipino people, but because of the um climate that they developed over time, they developed the same features as people from Africa, or they maintain those darker features because they
I was
had
gonna
to
say,
deal
but
with the
most they
heat
maintain
and the
the group of
humid.
people.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's about the Hawaiian Islands too, like the Samoans and all of that. It's a very interesting and complicated, and people still use the same language that the half-educated, colonizing explorers used when they first ran into those people. It's just so much that we all need to learn about how these the plate shifted on this land, on this earth, and how people maybe got separated and people got on boats and went here and went there and maybe stayed. How the Asian people traveled over
Mm-hmm.
the Bering Straits, because people don't really think how Asia is right next to China and Nepal and how they all kind of look the same. And
Oh
then
yeah.
Stacy and Darcy are Cape Verde,
Well,
the twins.
this is for a fact they had boats in West Africa that could have gotten here had they wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So and you've noted that there are black people on this earth all over the place that are outside of the continent of Africa. So it's not a big far stretch of the imagination that there were also black people here.
But it does not. But it has to fit the. It
Believe,
has to fit the
but
white supremacy's narrative. You see what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, also the theory is that okay, they did bring some people here and they look pretty similar to the people that were already here. So when it was time to grab the land from
Hold on
these
1 second,
people,
Callie. Now, hold on 1 second. Now, Richie, take that
Yeah.
curl you just did and crunch it up. Hold it up. Hold it up from the bottom.
Okay.
ooh,
Like, hold on. Don't pull it. Push it up in your palm.
I'm
like
trying to find the one I just did.
Do all of them. Just do the whole little groupie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
All
then
right. I'm gonna do
crunch
all of
crunch it up
that.
like to your scrunch it up close to your ear in the palm of your hand, and that helps the curl stay
Okay.
tighter.
See
Okay,
me
go
over
ahead,
here
Callie.
struggling.
no, well, I mean the theory as it goes is that because they had brought people here from Africa that looked like the people that were already here, or at least similar enough. So when it
Mm-hmm.
was time to take that group of Native American people's land, what they essentially did was say that these people are Negroes, they're slaves, and we own them, and we're just gonna pretend they're slaves and take all their land. So that's me really
Got you. I
oversimplifying
know
it,
just taking the land,
but
the Trail of
yeah.
Tears and whatnot.
Yeah, so that's me really oversimplifying it. And of course, this happened over a period of over 100 years. It didn't happen overnight. But that's
Not
kind of
take their
like,
land, to take their bodies,
well, no, the
to
people that
enslave
were,
them.
no, the
Literally, I
people
just
that
read
were,
something about that last night.
yeah, the people that were here were here. They had nations just like the other Native American tribes. So they had land. So
Mm-hmm.
the theory goes is that they essentially just basically classified these people as Negro in order to do a land grab at some point. I don't, like I said, I can't prove it, but what I'm saying is it's food for thought. And it would explain why so many of us have this oral history of our great great grandparents being indigenous people, and why we don't really have much of an oral history before the 1960s or 70s of us coming over here on a boat from Africa. At this point, who knows? Now, we can't really go by these DNA tests because the DNA test does not account for people having already been here that were of African origin. So basically, the test, if that is true that some people were already here, the test is not even being evaluated correctly.
It's not simply that you have African origin. It's a mixture of African origin. Like you got Bantu,
Exactly.
Mali, you got all of these different types of African DNA from intermingling that occurred here when they bred black people.
Well, I mean,
Because at one time there were more black people in the South than white.
oh yeah, of course, yeah, there was. I'm not saying that I 100% believe this. I'm saying that I do believe it is possible that there were some black people that were already here, and probably a lot of them. You know, and that's one of the reasons why black people outnumbered, because those people were already here when these white people got here. I'm not saying that I can prove it. I'm just saying that I've had some people that have always believed this, that kind of set me down and said, look at this and look at that. You know, look at these early descriptions of what they saw when they got here. And this sort of like some weird things about why is California named after a black goddess? Like, it's just like weird things like that. You know, if like why would they do that? If, you know, there's just like a lot of stuff that's like, okay. But the main thing that always stuck to me is, why did our great great grandparents believe they were indigenous Americans? Like, where did that come from? They had no internet or telephone.
Well, what I learned as a child in the olden days,
whole thing.
What I learned as a child in the olden days, 50 years ago, is that when the enslaved Africans escaped, some of them escaped to the Native American communities when they were on the run, and that the Native Americans were welcoming to them and they protected them, and they just lived with them and became a part of the tribe.
Could it possibly be because they look the same, like they were the same people, just different cultures? You know, and maybe that is why they were able to just go and live amongst these people. I'm just saying, it's food for thought. It's something to think about. Now, I know people that believe this wholeheartedly. You can't tell them no different. To me, I'm saying it's possible.
It's a theory. They're just kicking it around.
Yeah, I mean,
but
black people in the
even linguistically,
there have been black people here.
Linguistically, Ebonics and the way that black people speak across this country, and people say, oh, you sound country, you sound this and that, or the way we pronounce certain things, those are vestiges of our African languages that were held over in the way that the United States Southern accent.
You think so? Because I hear a lot of our phrases. Like but I hear a lot of our Ebonics in Ireland.
And that's because a lot of the land overseers and landowners were from Ireland in the South.
And I hear a lot of like some jargon and stuff that we use. If you can make out what they're saying, because it's really hard to
I find Irish kind of easy to understand because our ears are accustomed to that. But also some of the ways that words are pronounced, also it stems from African origin. It has nothing to do with Irish, the Irish lilt or accents. I studied I got my degree in communications. I studied linguistics. There's also a documentary called um Do You Speak American? And just as California has its own, known for its like the Valley speak, Detroit has its own particular way of speaking because of the great migration from the South to Detroit, where with people from Mississippi and Alabama moved here primarily. So when people say you need to speak standard English and you need to do this or that, I don't encourage that because that's just going further to erase Black people,
I agree. I was looking at
Black history, erasing us.
the interview of the guy that's from New Orleans that was on Making the Band, and it was so many comments about his accent. But
Mm-hmm.
to me, he's very clear and articulate.
Mm-hmm.
I know from New Orleans, he's very articulate. But they
Mm-hmm.
were just, dragging his accent. And I'm like, do people not understand that people from New Orleans or just South Louisiana in general have
Is that that chopper guy?
talk and accent?
Is it the chopper guy?
Yeah. He's from, well, he was born in Baltimore, but he was raised in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And I mean, it was just comments after comments about his accent. And it was shocking to me because I'm like, do people really not understand? But you know what? One reason why I don't have an accent, because I wouldn't be able to make it here if I had that accent. I wouldn't be able to get a job. It would be too distracting for me to like, especially because I used to work in retail when I was in college.
Mm-hmm.
I would have never gotten hired anywhere. And I even met a girl. I was buying some shoes, and she was from New Orleans. And I asked her, I said, "What happened to your accent?" And she said, "Well, I have to lose that because we can't do." I think there's another guy, a Black guy. He's on E Network. A lot of people don't even know he's from New Orleans. We can't really function outside of New Orleans with our accent. Even
That's why I
was
hate
saying
code
when he
switching.
went to Miami, he had a
Mm-hmm.
problem because of his accent.
Do I sound country to
yeah.
you, Ritchie?
No.
Most people from the East Coast like you sound country. And
You
when
have a little bit of a Southern accent.
You don't sound like you from the South.
we used to go down when we would go down south, we would be like, and I'm just talking fast, that can we have a Dr. Pepper? Like we would deliberately try to sound like it's like you have a Southern accent and a country accent. And Southern accent.
A cold drink. They don't even
a cold drink.
Cold drink. Can I get a cold
we
drink?
say pop. We say pop in Detroit. We get our pops in a bag. My friend in Atlanta said when he went down to Clark, Atlanta, the woman asked him, you want your soda in a sack? He said, no, I want my pop in a bag.
I've heard people say that before. I never just paid attention. I never really paid attention, but I have heard people say that before.
And we have
I've
heard that before.
Paper bag, a pop in a bag. Mm-hmm. Verner's pop, Fago pop. Y'all have Fago, red pop.
I've heard. Where have I heard of Fago? Yeah,
we don't have it. I don't see it a lot, but I've seen it.
Verner's ginger ale, Better Made chips, Uncle Ray's chips.
That here.
I think Uncle Ray.
That's made here. I can be at Uncle Ray's in like 5 minutes.
Really? What else do they make? Food or just chips?
Just chips.
Okay.
Like
hot chips.
Apples.
Oh yeah, they got the good chips, and like they got like one with cheddar and honey.
Who?
Uncle Ray.
Uncle Ray. Girl, I've been watching my carbs half the time, so I'm familiar.
I like his chips.
Cheddar honey.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try it.
It's good.
Our Mexican town is so small, you would just get a kick out of it. But it's sitting right next to Dearborn, and it's a historically Italian neighborhood. So you have like these people. There are quite a few mixed cultures of children now. So that generation is here. two generations of that is here. The food
Oh,
is
I was raised with
intermingling.
everybody.
It's kind of beautiful, but things need to be they just need to do better if you're gonna have a business in the Detroit, reinvest in that business. Like the party store near our house, the original previous owners, was kept their store beautiful, clean, neat as a pin around there, and they would provide pop and chips and ice for our block club parties and stuff in our neighborhood.
Mm.
It was so nice. And one next thing you know, they moved. When my nephew had his son, and we went in the store, and they knew who his daddy was immediately, because it was hilarious. So that's how tight they were with the community.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just different. So now back to Detroit and the negative things. There was a serious in the 90s and the 80s, they said Detroit had roaming dogs, gang problems. That was the lies. The propaganda was deliberate to run black people out of Detroit, to drop property values down, because they just want to come in and whoop up properties on pennies on a dollar.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
in the
when
80s,
my
they
sister
well,
met
you
her
know what?
husband
In the
and they moved
80s,
out there, they were
Hmm.
saying like, "Oh, Detroit, they revitalizing it, and they got a nice big ranch somewhere." Um, and yeah, that's what her husband was saying. Like they just building up in the waterfront and this, that, and that. Like it was, so amazing. I was like,
Hmm.
oh, 'cause I've always heard the worst things about Detroit.
We have the number one waterfront in the country. We have one of the
Really,
best beaches in the world. In I think it's in Muskegon, Michigan. Like they have sand dunes and stuff. Michigan is a beautiful state. And I
really.
visited California for a couple of weeks. I was in the Lompoc region when
mm,
was at Vandenberg Air Force Base, and
uh-huh.
it was
Oh, where you been?
beautiful up there. And we drove through San Diego, and I spent a little time in Los Angeles.
Oh, they got
Uh,
stuff in San Diego that looks like Italy, like beautiful. Like if you really know where to
Not
go to
San
San
Diego. I meant to
Diego.
say Santa Barbara.
Oh, Santa Barbara's beautiful too.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The Ojai. You remember Ojai? The Real Housewives would
Ojai
go to
is my
Ojai.
country. Yeah, I know where Ojai is.
I wish I was like, why didn't we just drive over to Ojai just to see?
Yeah, you go the vineyards, y'all would have been over there tipsy and full of cheese.
We visited. We visited a few vineyards up there in Lompoc. It was very nice, girl. It was like a wolf or something running across the freeway. Though I was
Well,
like, what
yeah,
kind of
they got wolves
wildlife is
up
this?
there.
Oh,
It was either a wolf or a coyote, but they do have wolves in California. A lot of people
So we have
they just think
coyotes.
of coyotes, but they actually have wolves. If you go up north, they got wolves up there.
Hmm.
Um, there was actually a bear under someone's home with the fires, almost 500-pound bear.
Were they able to save it?
He was fine. I think they
Hmm.
just had to relocate him, but that's
Hmm.
why they kind of didn't want those people just going back up there trying to clean up their houses because it could be wolves, mountain lions, bears. I mean, you don't know what you're gonna find up there. You can go up there, the
Hmm.
whole hill could collapse on you.
We would have pheasants and little foxes
Oh.
running around, and we have a lot of deer. And now the coyotes are looking for deer, because when the environment is cleaner, the wildlife returns.
mm.
And we have a lot of parks and wooded areas. So there are blighted areas, that is true, but that's not all that there is about Detroit.
Yeah,
And we
I've never
have,
seen the nice part of Detroit, but my aunt
let
lived
me
there for
finish,
many
Charlie. What
years.
was you saying?
And she always said that where she lived was very nice. I just never went to go
Mhm.
visit her.
The
Oh,
American Institute of Architecture considers Detroit one of the top four cities in downtown areas of best architecture. It's New York, Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles. And that's because of the money that the industrial age brought into the cities. Even the schools look like municipal buildings. So when they let these schools go, when it hurts because they were stunning.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Hmm.
here, like they had a historic. I think it was Germantown High. They sold it for $100,000. This school was huge. They sold it to developers for only $100,000. It was like
Well,
a
you know,
campus,
closing down schools everywhere.
and they had like a
They're
lot
closing
of
down schools
nice
here as
architecture
well.
here in Philly, and
Hmm.
they
Hmm.
even classified it as like how do they classify where they won't let the people knock it down like historic?
A
Historic.
historic. Hmm.
They
Yeah.
should have classified it as historics, but I don't know what corrupt agent sold that for $100,000.
Cooley High
Didn't
School
even
here in
get a
Detroit,
house
their
for
auditorium
$100,000.
looked like the Fox Theater auditorium. It's 3 Fox theaters: Detroit, Atlanta, and St. Louis, still in existence. I saw
Wow.
Prince there, climb up on the statues. Then people started leaving early because Detroiters think they're special. They got somewhere to go. And they started leaving Prince concert early, and he kept going. We just ran up to the front.
Poor Prince.
Sidebar. But that's how beautiful that high school's auditorium
Oh, I love
is.
this. Is
I see you
amazing.
take great care of your ends. That's why you're able to maintain your length.
I got you because I'm putting them through the ringer right now. I'm just trying
Oh
to do
yeah,
Hmm.
something
yeah,
different.
they're good.
But it grows so
Looks
fast
really
when I cut
healthy.
it, so I don't mind it.
Hmm. Now I might visit Carson,
And then
California, Cali in a few weeks. I had never heard of Carson, but my friend moved there. She moved to California to be an actress. So now she lives in Carson, and she's feeling a little lonely with her daughter.
Oh,
So
well,
I
you
just
just
looked
getting
it's
around the
cool
did a little
hearing
country.
at
research
them.
about
I was looking at
Carson.
the Uncle Ray site. It's so cute.
I've never been on their
Hmm?
website.
It's so cute. They got the cutest little website. I was like, oh my God, I'm getting so many
Hey,
ideas.
but it's a little notification on the Uncle Ray's bag that said that they are not sold in California. So they must be
No,
using GMO potatoes or something.
I don't
Oh,
know.
shit.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because I
Why
know
can't they be
California
sold in
doesn't
California?
play.
Well, yeah, because we have that proposition something where they have to declare if
Really?
they have anything that causes cancer in their products.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be on the bag. It doesn't
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
matter. It could be a table. It could be a chair. If they have
Okay.
anything with carcinogens,
Carcinogens.
yeah, they have
Mm-hmm.
to put a
They should
label
have
on it.
that everywhere. Like they shouldn't
Uh,
be selling cancer nowhere.
Oh, Richie, if
Well,
I
the
had your hair, I
problem
would be
is
on a billboard
everything
somewhere.
causes it, though.
Thank
That's
you.
the problem. Everything causes it. Oh
When the
Lord,
other
Kanye West,
countries,
Kanye West, can we just hit the ignore button on this man?
Kanye
I've
West has
already.
ignited the whole slavery is a choice argument.
But you know what? They pay these blogs, and that's why they don't get canceled. Like him going around, I can't
No,
be canceled.
he
He's not
tweeted it
getting
3 hours
canceled by
ago.
somebody else.
Just what he
I
tweeted
have
three
him on
hours ago.
ignore.
Hold on. 3 hours ago, he said, "Mm,
Talking about he want
what
Diddy
y'all
out of
gonna do?
Diddy is his hero,
Cancel
and he
my."
want
He
out of
said,
jail.
"What y'all gonna do? Cancel my sneaker deal? Cancel my record deal? Freeze my accounts? Fuck all y'all niggas. Slavery is a choice. I'm speaking my mind now, and I ain't editing shit ever again."
I feel so bad for his children.
Yeah.
And
Well,
now the mom's got to watch the kids and make sure whatever's going on with him is not genetic.
I didn't even think about that. I think
You know
Saint
what?
is a
It's his
little
website. It's
Saint is getting
maybe I
mad
can
at the
make it out.
photographer.
It's saying as a little what?
Saint be getting mad at the photographers. He be wanting to fight the photographers. I
But
saw a
didn't
video
North
last
go through
night.
that as well?
Hmm.
She wasn't like as mad as Saint is. Saint really be mad.
Because I don't follow them. I only see North because they post her, on the blogs and stuff. Um, But let's just be real. We already know where Kanye is going and is where Diddy and R. Kelly are. We already see it coming. So let him
Why he
talk.
gotta go to jail?
Because we already know when black men start moving the way that he's moving, they get them charges. Really white men too, but black men for sure get them.
I drove past when I was in Brooklyn the week before Christmas. I drove past Diddy's the little jailhouse he is in, and I was like, "Get me out of here," because it just didn't feel right. It felt eerie.
That place looks horrible. I mean, from the pictures of it that I have seen, that looks really.
A big old square antiquated
I mean, no jail.
jailhouse.
That one really looks. Man,
Y'all gonna get mad at me? I don't
I'm
think
not
Puffy
getting
should
mad
be
at you because I think I'm gonna agree
sitting
with you.
in jail.
Huh?
I don't think Puffy should be sitting in jail.
No, I think it's bullshit. I'm so glad you said it, Ritchie. I didn't want to say it because it's your channel and I don't want people coming on here trolling you and stuff. But
You know, I don't give a fuck about. I don't care what nobody says.
bullshit.
He should be on house arrest?
No,
Yeah,
because he's a flight risk.
No,
but
that's not what
he's
they
no
saying.
more. Hold on, Callie.
They're
He's
not
no
saying
more
he's
of a flight risk. He's no more of a flight risk than the CEO of Abercrombie, than Harvey Weinstein. The CEO of Abercrombie got a whole island, and you know what? Nobody talks about what the hell he was doing.
But you know what,
He
Ritchie?
was,
That's
wait a minute,
not
let me
what
finish.
they're saying. The reason why he's in jail. They saying he's in
Let
jail
me,
because of witness
please let me finish,
protection.
Callie. Please let me finish. So he was taking the models. I got caramel all in my teeth. He was taking the boy models, taking them to his island, and I think they had to stop by way of the Bahamas. And this black lady was saying like he would take their passports, him and his partner, inject the boys' penises with something so they would stay hard, and then with the girls, he was impregnating them just so
Oh
they
my
can
God.
get in a bobo so he can get their stem cells. Because if you look at his face, he looked like the Catwoman lady. But nobody talks about that's way more heinous than anything they said Puffy did.
I don't hear any talk about that at all. Just a
Yeah,
little,
it
just a little chatter early on with the Puffy stuff, but it's just nothing.
You
And
know what
that's
I
some shit
think?
that's some stuff that would stick with me had I
But the
heard it.
problem is that white. I don't want to blame everything on white people, but because it's black people think everything is a joke. They want to make jokes about Diddy and Meek Mill and all of that, and they don't realize that it's given white people the like red carpet to just do what they want to our black men.
Yeah,
They
because
so
every
busy
case sets a precedence.
they're so busy making jokes about no Diddy and all of that. They don't see like what's really going on. Like even what they tried to do to Jay-Z, I wasn't feeling that at all. And I don't like when how black people be like, lock him up. He need to go to jail. For what? Because this white man, Tony Busby, says so. He keep talking about he got all these accusers and all this evidence. If you got all this evidence and all this stuff, how come all your accusers are anonymous? How come we can't know any details of the case? If you grown now, what you scared of? If you want to go to court, if you can go tell an interview on ABC, why can't you tell the court who you are? If that, and like Jay-Z said, if this heinous crime happened to you, why aren't you seeking justice through the justice system? Like, and and furthermore, if to, two more things, then you can talk, Callie. If you if what was I saying? If it's so heinous, go to the police. Number one.
To the
Number
justice
two,
system.
if you were being raped by Jay-Z and Diddy, oh, this is what I was saying. And if you wanted justice, why don't you name the third celebrity that was in the room? Why are you still holding on to that? And this is the last thing: is you telling me you was in the room with Jay, Puff, and possibly J Lo, and you hit Puffy, and they let you run out the room naked and all through the party and through the woods or wherever you went to the gas station. If they were doing that to her, do y'all really think that they would let her leave the room like that? as careful and meticulous as Jay-Z has been throughout his career, that girl would have been off the side of a boat somewhere, or you know, she would have came up missing, especially if she's 13 and she's claiming she's outside the VMAs with no parental super, nobody know where she at or doing. Like, she would have just disappeared. You mean to tell me they let her leave out of there so she can go tell everybody? Come on now. And that's just really not. I don't know about Diddy because I believe the shit. I used to say I believe it. I believe about 25% of the stuff they say about Diddy, because now it's just like a thing to get on a list, to the Diddy victims list. But that's not the code. Like Jay-Z, that's not the code like of the streets. Like raping little girls and stuff. Like, all right, dating a little fat 17-year-old or whatever. Like, I was young. I had an older boyfriend when I was 17, 18 or whatever, in his 20s maybe. But 13, niggas ain't into that. They be effing dudes up in the hood, like, that's on that type of time. Like, I remember this guy, I was somewhere in an auto detail shop, and this guy, he was saying, he came in there talking about, he was messing with his girlfriend, his girlfriend was like, I guess my age, maybe older, a little bit older, and she had a 16-year-old daughter, and he was fucking with the 16-year-old daughter, and the dude was like grinding him the fuck up. It was like one dude that was like high-fiving him, but he was also a creep. But in general, like, they was like, they wasn't saluting that type of stuff. Like, no, I just don't see Jay-Z doing that. And it's so fast for the black community to just throw away our guys. They're not seeing that this is, white people do the same shit, but you don't hear anything about it. Just like I told you about the Abercrombie and Fitch dude, and his crimes are way more heinous than anything they said about Puffy. You don't hear nothing about it.
Callie?
Oh, what I was just going to say, well, you already said a lot of what I was going to say. But what I also would like to say, and I know a lot of people ain't going to want to hear this, especially a lot of women. I don't necessarily believe these things with Puffy happened. And the things that did happen, I don't necessarily believe they happened the way people are saying that they happened.
No, I don't either.
I think you have a man who has some sexual kinks, who also has a substance abuse problem. And a lot of this stuff is people hanging out with each other, getting high together, and doing weird stuff while they high. And now I come back because I heard that Cassie got $30 million and he has $1 billion, and say that I was drugged instead of I was just getting high with him.
I participated in.
Yes. Now, some of these people are just flat out lying, and none of this stuff happened. It's totally fabricated. But I think like, some of these other people, like I watched Chopper's whole interview. To me, he told the most sensical story out of anybody involved in this situation. And he basically said, no, he's not an angel. He is a scammer. You know, he does, you know, he's a DVer. But they are putting 10 on 20, and they're trying to take that and make that into ST. They're trying to twist that into that. And then he said, but that girl Sarah, and I believe this 100%, that those two were hooking up together. And when I
didn't know that's who you were talking about. I saw that when he said she was getting up in the middle of the night and going to his room.
Them two was F buddies. And I
believe that.
In that documentary, we're talking about something that happened 15 plus years ago. She's saying that he came into the studio and did something inappropriate to her. Now, I'm going to just keep it a buck. This is a grown-ass woman with grown children. You can't say what it is that he did, because there's only so many things that he could have done. He either grabbed some part of your body or he exposed himself or something like that. But this whole thing, I just can't say what he did. I just rather not say. To me, that was just kind of like, you don't want to give too many details because you know you lying and you don't want to get caught up. That's what that said to me. But I 100% believe that dude, that her and Diddy was F buddies. They was
I
hooking
believe
up.
too.
And then he said, even if you don't believe me, this was a known thing around the office. So this is something that people knew, that them two was hooking up for a minute.
And when it doesn't work out, they get mad. Or like you said, they seen that puppy. I mean, Cassie got a check, or maybe I can get one too.
And
Just
then
I
also,
was.
some of these people are probably shamed. They're probably ashamed that they were hooking up with somebody that's being accused of these things.
Or that it didn't work out in their favor. They probably feel like they got played. Like I was talking about, like with Phaedra and Portia and Candy. You know, as far as Phaedra, what Phaedra said about Candy. I said if you take out the words grape and drugged and replace it with just having an orgy under the influence, like for instance, when the thing came out about Tiny and T.I., they parties where if you wanted to come in the party, you had to take ecstasy at the door. If you didn't want to come in the party, you didn't have to come. You just can't come in. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You had a choice. So I'm not saying I'm not saying I don't believe anybody, but when you're doing stuff under the influence, maybe it went a little further than you wanted it to go, or maybe it didn't go the way you thought it was going to go, or maybe when you woke up you didn't feel right about what happened and you didn't say no in the moment. So how is he supposed to, it gets blurry, but
he's also under the influence. So to say that it's always on him, I think that there are times when things went both ways. I think there are times when he was drunk and passed out.
But you consented to be.
That's why the responsibility or the onus is on the person with the power to report the relationship to HR, because they have the power, and if she's gonna get paid, she can get paid because he didn't report what he was doing. His relationships, they both, she said this is mutual, and then they could have carried on with it 15 years ago.
You talking about Puff and Sarah?
Yep, HR. That's what HR is for.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is him.
They wanted to be famous. She wanted to make the band.
They wanted to be famous, but if he wanted to be protected, he they would tell him, you gotta report this to HR.
But a lot of girls think, I feel like
he knew he was messy.
A couple of girls. It doesn't work for every girl where you use your body to get what you want, and for the girls that it doesn't work out for and they feel played in the end and they want to get back. It doesn't work for everybody, and I think the girls don't know that devalues you when you do use your body to get what you want. Like, look at Sweetie, beautiful as can be, but she's been passed around from what I'm seeing, and her career hasn't gotten anywhere. They don't respect that in the end.
I'm still trying to figure out how she got her own McDonald's set up.
Yeah, but something about Sweetie is missing. Like, even if I didn't know anything about who she dated, there's something about her as a like a celebrity where is there something missing there. And what I think it is, I suspect that this is not her real personality. I don't know. I don't know her. I could be wrong.
Is she like an it girl or something?
It's just something about her that is
just missing,
Like, it's just not there. But like, I also now I know a lot of people ain't gonna want to hear this when I say this. I don't think that Diddy is as smart as people are assuming he is. I think people are giving him a whole lot because he's wealthy, but I think that a lot of this wealth was luck in his mother, because I heard that his mother was the person who was actually running these businesses. He was just kind of like the salesman.
I think he was musically like just as talented as Kanye
No,
when
he
you think
had
about his
producers,
hits.
Richie. It was producers. He had producers that was doing all of this stuff.
But, I mean, you still have to have the ear, like the remixes, like how he would take like the Isley Brothers and make a song, or he would take. I know
It was
people only
it
because I
was
know rappers and stuff.
But that's what
Um,
DJs do, though.
it
DJs
was
do that all the
genius to
time.
take Duran's Notorious and mix it with Biggie.
yeah, like that's a ear. Like one of my friends, he's a rapper. And I was in the studio with him one time, and I was like, "No, don't do it like that. Make that, make that part like that." And he was like, "That's you a producer. Like you would get a producing credit or whatever. Like a lot of people can't play one instrument, but they can produce the hell out of a song. They have people do it for them. You just are telling them what." He maybe Puffy doesn't know how to use the equipment or sit down there and actually do it, but he's got a hell of an ear. He's very talented at that bad boy sound. He had the '90s on lock. I'm not gonna take that away
That
from him.
sound was stuff that he was sampling from hits that had already existed. Like,
I
I
understand
honestly
that,
think
but
he's a
I couldn't have made
composer.
that hit. I couldn't have made none of the shit he did. Like I couldn't have did any of it. We couldn't have did it. A lot of people. Oh, Kanye West did was when he first came out, he was sampled through the wire. Like a lot of people sample. I'm not gonna take that away from Puff. Now, as far as his businesses, like Ciroc and all that, maybe that was his mom, but I'm not gonna take his musical genius away. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, see, that's where you and I differ. I think he's just a scam artist. And I think that he's been very good at scamming people. And I think that he plays on the fact that
So do you think
we
that the
wanted to
industry
see a
just
successful black man.
So do you
It's just
think the
marketing.
industry was just
It was
like, okay, we picked Puffy to make rich and famous?
No. I think that he is one of these people that is able to sell bullshit. I
he's a
think that
great
he's
he
a
was great at
very good
marketing.
bullshitter. And he was in the right place at the right time.
I think he is good at what he does do, which is producing music that sound with if he has the right people around.
I mean, he's
Like him and
literally
Biggie
being
made
sued by a
magic, him
producer.
and Lil' Kim made magic, him and Fake what's Stevie J? Um they make Jodeci. Like is I'm not gonna take that away from Puff. It
I mean,
doesn't
he's
matter.
literally being sued because he hired this producer guy, and that's like the person that really made this blow up even bigger. That is the person that started this narrative that he's drugging these people at parties. Is that producer dude?
Little Rod. The Love album is fucking trash though.
It
Like it's
really is, Richie. It really is.
so whatever
And
Little
Little
Rod
Rod
is
thought that
claiming, or whatever producer is claiming that they made all of this and that for Puff, how come they can't do it again for
exactly.
themselves?
You know what, Richie? When I first heard of Lil Rod, he was on Instagram after the Cassie thing happened, because that's what tanked Puffy's album, saying that Puffy owed him all this money. He was going to get his money, blah, blah, blah. There was nobody was SA, nobody was drugged, none of that stuff. All of a sudden, he kind of hooks up with this lawyer. All of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden, I was SA. And then if you watch that documentary on HBO, his story has changed.
Yes. And my
That's
thing
another thing
is,
I peeped. I was like, wait a minute. I thought you said that those people were S workers. Now you're saying that you guys, this was just going to clubs picking up girls. So that's not the
but my
story you
thing
told at
is,
first.
when he said he woke up next to Puff or another man and he didn't know what happened, it was
And
time
now,
to
no,
go.
and now he's saying that it's several times I was just drinking with him and I would just wake up and not remember anything. And this happened to me several times. And I can hold my liquor. So the drinks must have been drugged.
But
So it's
my
like his
thing
story
is,
keeps
you didn't
changing.
leave when that happened. If I feel like somebody
Exactly.
violated me sexually, I'm not staying and doing it again the next night.
And now he's saying, Richie, they must have been drugged. Oh, I know how to handle my liquor, so they had to have been drugged. He's not saying but I thought you saw them drugging people. I thought you saw them putting things in the drinks and handing them out to people. His
That's what
story
he
has
said at
changed.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, his story has changed. I peeped that. When they did that documentary, I was like, wait a minute, that's not what you said. And
did you see Tisa? Is that the one Tisa Tells was on? My girlfriend was watching one of them. I seen Tisa Tells on there. That's when I was like, enough. I'm tired of these. I'm not watching none of these.
Is a bald-faced liar.
Yes.
I mean, I have to be honest. I know
that takes away all the credibility of the whole documentary for me.
Somebody that I put it this way, me and this person know a lot of the same people. They're a celebrity. She sat up there and without a doubt, as though she had fact, told a bald-faced lie on this person. And after that, I could quit watching her because I'm like, this woman is just making up stuff. And she said it like factual, like she knew it. And I was like, I wish that bitch would show me the court papers. But I said, I'm not even going to get into it with this person because I might end up working with the person she's talking about down the road. And I don't want to have no issue.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm like, I knew for a fact she was lying. And that's when I never watched her since. And when I saw her on that documentary, I was shocked.
When I first found Tisa, she was in Portia's ass. She was breaking down the whole Simon thing about how they've been messing around. I mean, she really did some heavy digging, and I was like really impressed. Like, wow. But then I noticed and I think, she benefits from pretty privilege or colorism, privilege, whatever you want to call it.
And
that person.
You don't know if she's Latino. You don't know if she's half black, half white. You don't know if she's a black person.
I noticed that when she started covering the Kardashians and the royals, her numbers like skyrocketed. And then ever since then, all of her stuff is clickbaity. And like, she never gets to the fucking point. She meanders a lot. Like, she just stalls and stuff. Like how Tasha K used to do. Like, she would never really get to the point, or she got all this proof and you never see the proof.
Never.
And the story never comes. And that's what Tisa does now. I mean, I respect her hustle, but I can't deal with it.
And B. Scott offered no information. I'm like, why is B. Scott here?
Why was he even?
Like he added nothing. I'm like, why is he here?
That took away the credibility of the whole thing. I refuse to watch them, period, because I just think the trial's not even here. If these were real victims, they will be being quiet until they get on trial. Number one, until the trial's over. It's just people trying to cash in on that R. Kelly style type of.
Yeah, they want this to be an R. Kelly thing, but what they don't understand.
That thing had the country in a chokehold. Even at first, my daughter and her friends, they was like, "Oh my God, what are you watching? Who's R. Kelly? What is this?" But they must have went to school and came home, and they was all in it. Like, that thing did numbers, and I think these new people with podcasts are just trying to see those kind of numbers. And y'all, everything's on the internet. We don't need to watch a documentary, especially if you got YouTubers sitting up there and Instagram bloggers. We especially don't want to watch this bullshit.
Well, for one thing with R. Kelly had already had 2 cases against him. Now, I could be wrong, but before this Cassie thing, I don't remember hearing any allegations of Diddy S.A.ing people. I heard he was an asshole. I heard he was a scammer. I heard that he was hard to work with. He was mean. I never heard anything about him, not even with Sarah. I never heard that. Although I figured they were breaking up, but I just never personally heard that. What I'm saying is this. Diddy been around for a long time. Don't you think we would have heard allegations before this Cassie thing?
Yeah. And I used to think Gabor was being so hard on Cassie. Like,
Cassie
no.
But I also think that it's her lawyer more than her. I think it's spun out of control.
Well, they said when he did that shit, when he gave her a shout out at whatever award ceremony it was, because they had been negotiating behind the scenes about that for a while. But when he did that, the awards, that was what really sealed the door for her. But my thing with Cassie is, and this is me speaking as a survivor of abuse or whatever. My mom, you could have left, and it wasn't until I heard what's her name, Kalina from Dirty Money. She was like, Cassie walked around because it was somebody who said that they were like, she had to take Kim Porter had to take out her tampon or something like that, and I was like, ew, I don't believe that.
I don't
But then,
believe any of that. I think they barely knew each other.
but then you have Kalina saying that Cassie used to walk around and like flaunt that she was the bottom bitch or whatever you want to call it in their faces, and she was like she was spoiled, and you know she loved having those apartments with the all glass ceilings up to the sky and basically the lifestyle. And then I heard I think it was a bodyguard. There was somebody who needed some help from Puff or did something for Puff, and they were looking for some money from him. And he told them, I think he might have only gave them $10,000 or $50,000, or maybe he told him he couldn't help him. And then, but then he was like, but he was spending $250,000 on shopping for Cassie. So I think she got even that video of her in the hotel. And like 2 days later, she's on the red carpet, and you can't even see, you know, I think you can see some of the bruises if you really
She had
zoom
like
in, but
something right here on her arm.
yeah, but I
Yeah.
think she was more in love with the lifestyle, because if you really think about it, it's like, okay, they said she left the hotel, but then she came back. So you leave this life where you're staying in the biggest. You got a whole floor of the hotel to yourself, whereas though Puffy can run out in a towel, he's not worried about nobody coming outside their room. You're getting on private jets. You're at the Met Gala. You have a whole. He can snap his fingers, and you get a whole wardrobe department. You can pick whatever you want, and then to go from that to go to home to where? Where's she from? Syracuse.
I think
Wherever
so.
she's from.
Yeah, somewhere where it's real cold, upstate, I think.
To what? Like an apartment with carpeted floors and a white refrigerator. Like you know, like yeah, maybe it's not so bad.
Well, I think her family was middle class. I don't think it was that bad. But
I'm just saying, there's a difference between middle class and then private jets and you know, the biggest penthouse in New York, in Manhattan. Like, you know, it's or Miami, or pick your poison. It's she didn't want to go back to just being an average chick until I guess it just really just became too much.
I think that I don't think it was that. I think she was getting older, and I think she fell in love with that trainer. I don't even really think it was that, because the stuff that she was doing, even in the beginning of the relationship, if she was willing to do that, I really don't. I don't think it had anything to do.
Or do you think that
with her trying to get out?
That he's never going to have a baby with her? Because if you notice, all his babies, except for the last one, are with black women. And, you know, it's, by any man's standards, Cassie would be a whore if she's sleeping with, you know, all these guys. Even though you want her to do it and that's what y'all do, he's never going to marry you or have a baby with you, you know.
But I don't think he wants to be married or anything. And sometimes when people don't have kids, who knows? It could have been that, you know, her body was protecting her and she just didn't get pregnant by him. She probably had an IUD. Because
he wouldn't want to have no baby by her.
I'm sure she had an IUD.
But my point is, he ran through. He's not going to have kids with her.
To me, I kind of feel like that type of girl is usually hidden. I don't know if he necessarily saw her that way, because I kind of feel like usually the girls that men see that way, we don't know about them. Like they're in the closet somewhere. I really think she wanted to be with that trainer. I think she thought she was going to have a happier life with him. I don't think she thought it would be as difficult for them to make money as it has been. And even when she sued him, it is my opinion that I don't think she intended for any of this to go to this level. I think she was just trying to get some money. And I do agree. I do believe Chopper when he said that he saw her in this club And he started talking to her because she was really like happy to see him, and she had bottle service and stuff. So he sat down and started talking to them. And they're in a club, and she just says to him, you know, I never did anything to him. I just wanted a career. I never did anything to that man. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you telling me this in a club? And so they end up leaving, and they buy him a bottle. And he said, like, a year later, I see the lawsuit. So I think that was her way of telling him, like, I'm getting ready to sue him.
I mean, I believe that he was whooping her ass and being abusive, and they were doing their free
of
stuff.
course. We saw it.
And is that illegal? No.
Well, I mean, DV is illegal in the moment, but you can't come back a decade later and.
I mean, apparently you can. I ain't mad at Cassie for getting her money now.
He's not in there for DV. They're okay.
I am not mad at Cassie for getting her money.
Say whatever, but what they're essentially trying to do, because of this lifestyle that they were living, they're trying to sort of twist that into being ST. I don't believe that is what the ST laws were intended for. Now, I don't know if he's going to get caught up in the technicality because they were getting the workers, you know? So I'm not saying he's walking out of that jail. He probably is not. But what I'm saying is this notion that he's just running around, you know, drugging people from here to yonder. And I don't believe any of that. I think that he had a very typical lifestyle of a person that has a substance abuse problem.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. My initial statement where I said I don't think he belongs in jail, I was saying that from a bail standpoint. How can all these other people get bail and not him? Like, he could be on house arrest and put his house up and get a passport. Why can't he be afforded due process? It's like they convicted him before his trial. I don't like that. That's the part I don't like.
Is there a documentary about Abercrombie?
What'd you say?
Is there a documentary about the Abercrombie?
No, all that stuff I told you is in the complaint. Not that I know of. I ain't even gonna sit up here and say no. But you hear very little about it, but it's in the complaint, the legal papers.
But you know what, you guys, I have a theory on why they won't let him out. They keep saying it's witness tampering. You know what my theory is? I think Cassie is a very weak witness, and I think that they feel that if he talks to her even one time, that's it for this case, because she's going to get up there and tank that whole case, because she really did not mean for him to go to jail.
How do you have like Dave Chappelle said, he was on trial for a RICO case by himself.
They don't have a case. It's all BS.
They don't have a fucking case. And look at ASAP Rocky. I don't know what happened on that stand, but they said they got played his damn self
in life.
Does anybody know what did that boy say on that stand that's made the judge say, are y'all gonna move forward with this bullshit? Y'all really still moving forward?
I don't remember.
He dismissed the case?
Done it.
They asked him where they're going to dismiss the case, because whatever lie he got up there and told, or whatever evidence they had, I think it was something about like basically him extorting him. He was bragging to somebody that he was going to get some money from people. And he was like trying to like literally get off the stand and like go home, like in the middle of like testifying, because he got caught. And like the thing is, like, as far as, so apparently the police went to the scene of the crime and they didn't find any bullets, but like a day or three later, the guy that's suing him is saying that, he went back to the crime scene and found the bullets, and they actually submitted that for evidence.
No, they didn't.
Swear to God.
But they also said that he had recently been to a gun range. Now, you know, a gun range, they just got shell cases that's on the ground, right?
All over the place.
He wanted some money from him.
Because I don't want that man to go to jail for something he didn't do. But it's just
people was like, he's stupid. He should take the deal. He is not. If he know he ain't do the shit and he know the nigga on some bullshit, why would he take a deal where he
Well,
gotta go to
because
jail and be on probation forever?
they was offering him just a small amount of time, and then if he loses the case, it's such a large amount of time. So I think it's
Yeah,
like
like 25 years. But if you know
yeah,
you ain't do shit and you got a good lawyer, no, we fighting this joint.
it's so crazy. But I really feel in my heart that they are trying to keep Diddy and Cassie separated because they know she's a weak witness, and if she talks to him, she's gonna cave, she's gonna get on that stand, and she's not gonna let him go to jail. She's
I
gonna be like,
think
I don't remember none of this.
Why would she
beyond
talk to him
Cassie.
though?
That's what I think is
Exactly.
gonna
I think it's way past Cassie. And from what I understand,
the
they've been.
only other victims they
Let
have
me
are his
finish. Let me finish.
ex-girlfriend.
Because they said that they've been throwing out Tony Busby cases left and right. These girls that
Oh,
these
Tony
200
Busby is
women.
a scammer. Allegedly.
So
I'm not trying to get you in
that's what
trouble.
they're going through now. And because they need some more witnesses other than Cassie. So
Well, they have did you see the revised indictment? So I think there's 2 or 3 other ex-girlfriends. It's the one, the Asian chick that was in the documentary, and I think there's 1 or 2 other girls. They're all his ex-girlfriends.
and any good lawyer would tell you to shut your damn mouth before trial. Like any trouble I've been in, they always tell you to be quiet. Don't even talk to nobody. So the fact that y'all doing documentaries is suspect to me. Like
I was
I don't know.
surprised when I saw Lil Roy in the documentary because I think that he's the second victim. And I was like, what the hell he doing in a documentary?
Oh
Isn't
yeah,
he one
Rob.
of the
That's what I'm
victims?
saying. This is it's so messy. It's a joke to me because I've been in real trouble like before, and this stuff is not real.
And Diddy
Like
lawyer is only a hair
and
better.
With Jay Z, like if you ever been in trouble,
That
like
thing with
you have
Jay-Z
the
is
right.
bullshit.
And I'm affiliated with, let's just say, crime families, like notorious crime families, my own and others. Like you have the right to face your accuser in any court of law. Like so, the fact that these people could go around here and be anonymous is insane to me. It's like that's not due process. It's not fair. And I don't know if they
Well,
doing it just so they can get the shit dismissed in the end, or if the fix is already in. I don't know.
the thing with Jay-Z, I never even wasted a lot of time on it because to me it was instantly I felt it was BS. I'm gonna be honest, I'm done with Tony Busby as far as believing him. I think that he is a con. I think that he is the next Tom Girardi.
Cause
I have no more
Allegedly,
attention to pay.
because I don't want him coming on here trying to sue us.
Fuck Tony Busby. I hope you hear that. Fuck him. Who the fuck is
Just
he?
my
Like he just
opinion.
gonna keep coming after all our black elite. Like, come on. I don't like that. I really don't. I really don't. Because like I said, we don't hear nothing about the Abercrombie fish. Why? Because white people don't do that to each other. But Tony Busby feel like he could come after our black celebrities because black people think everything is a joke. They don't take nothing serious and they don't really see what's going on. We could even start, even though R. Kelly is exactly where the fuck he belong, but we can start with Bill Cosby. The same thing with him and them broads. I wasn't
But
there.
even he had allegations before. Like this is the
But
thing that kills me with Diddy. There were no allegations before that.
still, with Bill Cosby, they came after him. R. Kelly, they tried it with Chris Brown. Now they got Puffy. Then they tried to get Trey Songz. The Nick Cannon had one. It's just black celebrity after black celebrity after black celebrity. They was getting ready to come for Russell Simmons. It's like, who else is next? We got the football, the athletes. Do they come after them? No, because they the property of their
The
property.
leagues protect them. They
Yeah,
got the leagues behind them.
they got daddies to protect them.
No, I'm sorry to say this because I actually like Nick Cannon. I think he's a cool person, but I do think that he's gonna eventually go down because I'm sorry, men in general, not just black men, but especially black men, when they start moving like that, all it takes is for one woman
Yep.
to feel slighted and make an allegation, and that's your ass. And you'll be very lucky if you don't spend the rest of your life in jail. And when you
And
lead these
jail.
alternative lifestyles, you really can't defend yourself.
And jail, as Funky Dineva would say.
Yep. Because we already know where Kanye going.
I don't know. I feel like if they was gonna get Kanye, they would have got his ass.
No. It hasn't been pulled. They haven't pulled the trigger on him yet. First of all, that chick over
But
there.
even you saying that is proving my point. Like they just coming after our black men one at a time.
First of all, that chick over there with Kanye, she is the one who got up there and flashed those people, including a child, and she should have went to jail.
Yes.
I don't all this. Kanye have her out there. That's a grown 30-year-old ass woman. She got up there and she has herself out there.
Thank you, Callie. People keep trying to put that off on Kanye. I saw some video of them at the after party, whatever you call it, and she
was a clout chaser.
She was loving it. Okay, she was flashing her titties, shaking them. She was just singing Adele. She was singing and stuff, and she loves that shit.
First of all, she's not an artist. She's a guest. She's someone's date.
What she's about to say?
There holding her purse while he takes pictures.
You can't drop the F-bomb, but she can get out there. And that was lewd.
No, she should have gone to jail.
Yeah, lewd and lascivious behavior. Yes. That's what I say about Mia on performance.
Joking. She should have been arrested. If that man that was at that coffee place was wrong, she's worse than him.
What happened at the coffee place?
Remember the man that went through the drive-thru with no pants on and he ended up unaliving himself?
No.
She is no different from that man.
Was he just naked? Was he a nudist or something?
He had, it was a bikini coffee place, right? So he went through the drive-thru with no pants on, I guess to try to be creepy because the women had bikinis on. And the manager recorded him to say, like, you're a creep, like, get out of here. And she posted it, I guess to try to, make evidence, because it really is illegal to do that. And he ended up unaliving himself.
Oh, I went to a bikini coffee place in Seattle.
Like, he's a creep, he's a perv.
What did you say about Seattle?
This woman ain't no different.
It was actually a little north of Seattle, almost to Vancouver when I was visiting. We went through a bikini. We drove through a bikini coffee place, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And she had a tattoo of a cupcake on her rib cage because she had given birth and she ate cupcakes during her pregnancy. It was very cute. I have a picture, but I said, "Sadie, I'm gonna have to look that up because I missed that."
I don't see how coffee and bikinis go together, but okay.
Because in my opinion, Bianca is no different from that man. They both did the same thing. And matter of fact, she was worse because she was really unclothed.
I can't believe they showed it.
Yeah. I can't believe she didn't go to jail. I'm disappointed that she was not arrested, to be honest. And I'm also disappointed with these people talking about Kanye just got her out there in it. She got up there and did that. She chose to do that. She chooses to walk around with no clothes on. She is a clout chaser.
He has a fetish for that type of woman though too. The little brunettes, little busty brunettes.
Well, she had blonde hair for a while. For a while, she had blonde hair.
Kanye has been telling us for a very long time that he has been addicted to porn.
That's what I'm saying. I think that is something. He got some issues, and I
Ticky boom.
Yeah, she sees a person with some issues, and she's a clout chaser that has no talent. So, what can I do?
Well, she's an architect, actually.
That's not a
Oh.
but I mean, being an architect is not going to make you a celebrity. You know what I mean? And what can she do but walk around with no clothes on? She's not an artist. She doesn't sing. She doesn't dance. She's not an actress. Kim is the ultimate influencer. So she'll never beat Kim at that. Like, she'll never be able to compete with that. So this is what she's doing. She's walking around basically flashing people. And this time she literally flashed people. And there was a little boy right there. I'm sorry. That heifer should have went to jail. She is not a victim. She's not mind control. How do you mind control a 30-year-old woman? Now I can see if he tricked her and told her it was a place where they were gonna be nude people and she was the only one there that showed up nude. Okay, fine. But you knew, no, she got up there and willingly flashed people, and she should have been arrested as anyone else would have.
Yep. So, Richie, is this helping you get your hours up? Your viewing hours?
I don't know.
Yeah, because this is 5-hour live, girl.
Yeah,
I'm getting ready. Calling. I was gonna make me some popcorn and get in the bed in a minute. I'm just letting y'all finish out, letting us,
I was like, if I go drink some tea or open this bottle of Prosecco, I don't know, at 3:25.
You know what I find that a lot of people that
it's crazy because I'm not even sleepy.
You know what I find, a lot of people that are able to build their channels really fast, they go live and they do like the news in the morning.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, every morning, those people keep coming back, and I notice those people have grown their channels really fast. Because I wanted to do it, but I just have not had time. I probably will in the next coming weeks, but I've just noticed the people that when I first started watching them, they were not monetized. Now they got like 100,000 people watching them. They do like this news every single day. Like,
yeah, I used to watch this guy in the morning. He had only like 300 followers. He's up to like 15,000 that fast.
Yeah, the people that I see that their channels growing real fast, they will come on at the same time and they'll just do like the news. And I'm mad that Amazon took AMP away, because AMP was like, you could do like a radio show. That really broke my heart because I thought that was such a good idea. I'm still mad at them. Girl, that just made.
But that means that many people weren't using it then.
They weren't using it because their user experience wasn't good. It just wasn't executed well. And, you know, some of these tech teams, they ain't got the right people working there that they need to have working there. You know, it's not always the person that is of the community that's labeled to be smarter that's always better. I'll put it that way. But I thought it was a great idea, and I wish that they were able to make it work. But the CEO was like, well, it's not growing fast enough, so he cut it. But I thought it was just a great idea. I was so disappointed when they got rid of it. Yeah, that's why I started following Nick Cannon, because he had a show every morning. He would be on at 6:30 on AMP. Him and his baby mama and comedian Courtney, and it was a white girl that was on there with them. And I would listen to them every morning.
Well, I'm going to figure out how, maybe this weekend, I'm going to sit down and go to YouTube University or whatever it's called, and read some stuff, how to grow my channel, and actually like figure out, hone in on some content and a schedule and a plan. Because I had just hopped on here really just to talk about the Housewives of Salt Lake City. And
girl, that reunion flopped.
Yeah, it did. Angie, and I'm gonna blame Angie.
Andy, and when Andy was interrupting Whitney and Lisa's moment, he almost ruined that. I was so happy they just ignored him, and she walked over to that. She stepped right over Andy. Sat down next to Lisa.
I was glad Whitney told Bronwyn to be quiet too. Because she kept interrupting. Well, Lisa, you tried to do that to me a few minutes ago with the whole blah 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 blah. Like, Bronwyn, please, we're not talking about you right now.
You know what? I think Bronwyn lied about that story
Oh,
about her.
Trent's in here. Dina's in here. Damn, we might have to pull
Hey.
an all-nighter.
Oh, I'm up working anyway. I'm working while I'm talking to you because I'm right in front of my computer.
Well, you know,
I'm a
I done
night
did
owl.
all types of shit. I might walk to the gas station in a minute.
Girl, you be careful out there. I live in the hood. I can't be out there walking this time of night. I will not come back.
What's
But
up, Insomniac? Shelves, Dina's in here. She says she's going back to sleep.
Hi.
I'm up. Y'all gonna face 2 blunts with
hey,
me.
y'all.
Yeah,
What's
people
going
go
on,
live
Trent?
with
What's going
another
on, Dina?
thing.
I'm scared to press a button because I might boot myself out.
Yeah, I have y'all on my iPad and I'm just on my computer working. And then
Dina, I didn't even see your messages. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Salt Lake City, the reunion was a disappointment, and I also think Bronwyn lied about that story about her husband cheating because her
She
husband
lied
seemed a
about
little
that.
lost
She lied about the
as to what
earrings.
she was talking about. Like he was like, "What?" You know what I mean? Like he seemed confused. He was like, "Huh? What are you doing? Huh?"
Yeah, about the daughter, right?
And then the story kept changing.
Do you think they having the husbands come out too early kind of messed up the flow?
Yes.
Is that that could have been it.
And the
And then
Mary thing.
and
They did
then
the Mary. Well, I guess it was episode 2. Or maybe they spent too much time on it because that kind of brought down to
The
me
energy.
the energy of it.
And then Whitney still want to whoop homeboy ass. But she said it in the confession. She still was looking like she wanted to get up and leap over there and start whooping on that man. That man called her a bitch. She was just like,
She kept
like
her
she was
eyes,
trying
she
to hold
kept her eyes
herself
cut
back.
the entire reunion. She had that all you saw with the whites of her eyes.
Like she was trying to hold herself back. I think she wanted to whoop that man ass.
Well,
That
if
man
the
got on
shoe
TV and called
fits,
her like that.
if the shoe fits.
But I
Whitney
mean,
was
he
on some
just did
shit
it
this
so
year.
disrespectful. It was just like, man, come on. That was a bit much.
Biatch.
Yeah.
But no, Whitney kills me always asking for proof, but she never provided proof to what she was saying.
This is true.
And every time I love that when Whitney was like, "Do you have proof?" And Lisa was like, "Actually, yes. Here, Andy, read the messages." And their faces were cracked, especially Bronwyn. I hate when other people chime in on other people's stuff because her face was cracked, and it wasn't until Whitney and them started talking about, well, why would she text Lisa that? And then Bronwyn just got off on that. Why is she texting you my business? Why? They started putting it on the jeweler instead of, ma'am, you're sitting up here lying. You lied 3 times because, and that's why you wore that dumbass dress with the collar thing, because Andy was like,
Her
oh, I would have thought you
costume.
would have wore the necklace. And she was like, oh, I thought about it, but blah, 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 blah. So that was the first lie. How you gonna wear it if you didn't buy it or have it? Number one. Number two, when Lisa said that they said that you didn't buy it, you said they made you a smaller piece, and they confirmed it. And Lisa was like, from them. So and Andy was like, so to be clear, you got a smaller piece. And she was like, yeah. And Lisa was like, oh, that's funny. And her and Heather were like snickering a little bit. She was like, I guess I'll have to take a picture and show you a receipt like you did with your fashions or something. So I forget what number lie I'm on, but then you go and watch What Happens Live and say that you didn't buy anything because of what happened at the reunion. But at the reunion, you said you bought a smaller piece and some hoops.
She said
Like, you
something a
just
little
keep
different on the after
lying.
show too, didn't she?
Yes, she said she didn't buy anything because of the exchange that happened at the reunion. Basically, the girl telling her business. But
Mm-hmm.
on the reunion, you said you bought a smaller piece
She
because
sure
of the
did.
economy.
She played herself. She's such a disappointment. It was all unnecessary lies.
And I
We didn't care
believe,
about that necklace.
Right. You just made it into a thing. And then you were trying to show off, number one. But then I believe it's something fishy with the daughter story too. I don't know if she's scared about some tea coming out about it. Because my thing is, you could blame Lisa all you want to, but you had a sit down with your daughter on camera, and Lisa was nowhere in sight. The conversation you had with Lisa, where you showed her the picture, was not on camera. You decided to bring that to camera. Lisa didn't do that. You did that. And to turn around and blame Lisa is insane to me, because I rewatched the season again, and she was really mad because Lisa wouldn't like say fuck her grandparents. That's why she was really mad, because every time Lisa would say, I feel bad for you, and then Bronwyn would get mad again. Because she, just like how when she wanted Lisa to get mad at Heather and denounce
Mhm.
Heather, like, and say Heather was a piece of shit when she didn't invite her on a trip. And she was like, wow, Lisa, you just really can't say that I'm not two-faced. And I fucks with Lisa because she stands in her shit. She was not going to let Bronwyn pressure her into saying Heather's a piece of shit or you're not two-faced, because she really thinks that you are two-faced, because you are. Yes, I'm still lost about the outrage about her daughter, because it doesn't make any sense, Shelbs. The daughter thing, it doesn't make sense for her to be that mad.
I'm thinking that maybe the daughter might have, how young people are. Maybe she got upset. She didn't want her to use it as a storyline. Or it's possible that she's not telling the complete truth as to what happened with these parents.
Ding, 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 ding,
maybe you were
ding.
disrespectful or something like that. And that is the reason why. It had nothing to, they didn't just write you off because you were pregnant. It could have been because you did something.
Well, online, somebody said something about an affair, and I remember that somebody said something that the guy's wife had reached out to Bronwyn about the daughter. So the guy had gotten married. So I don't know if Bronwyn was still messing with him while he was married. I don't know if she was mad that the wife reached out and not the grandparents, or what.
Or she been one of these women that when the guy tried to be involved, she didn't want him involved. And now she's trying to make it seem like, oh, I was just abandoned. That could have been it too.
She says something happened to make her feel like there's no way Lisa could think these people are decent. Yeah.
Well, also, okay, here's another thing. There are a lot of people that are not going to enable a teenage girl, or however old she was, I think she's very young, to have a baby that she can't take care of. There are a lot of people going to be like, look, you need to give this baby up for adoption. And I'm going to just be honest, that is a huge ask of people to help you out with a baby. Like, that's a lot.
She said that this was another lie she got, that I feel like she got caught in. First, she said that her dad talked to his dad. But then she said her dad left them a message. So she doesn't know if the dad talked, so the dad didn't talk to them. And you don't know if they even got the damn message. And like Lisa saying, they thought that you had a miscarriage. Maybe the boy told, maybe she lied and said she was going away. Maybe she did agree, because at one point she said they wanted her, when she was giving Brittany a speech, she said they wanted her to go away, like, and pretend like she was going to boarding school to have the baby. Maybe she told them that's what she was going to do and disappeared, and he told, who knows what happened. But for her to just get up there and try to blame Lisa and say, I was very careful about not saying who they were. Girl, everybody knows who you're talking about in Salt Lake City. And these people are obviously like prominent or rich or whatever, because Lisa keeps talking about when she's and Lisa's friends with these people, and you want her again to be like, she don't fuck with her friends over you, who she considers a social friend. Lisa
Well,
has her standing in the Mormon church, and you have been kicked out of the Mormon church,
mm-hmm.
and she doesn't want to be Team You. I wouldn't either. If you're my
Well,
friend, and every 5 minutes, and I bring you into my friend group on a show, and every 5 minutes you're behind my back talking about me to my friend group and talking shit about how I'm such a bad friend or whatever the problem was, I would feel some type of way too.
you know what? Also, I think that this is just my opinion. I don't have kids, but I find that a lot of times that you will have a young woman that gets pregnant, and because she sees that somebody else's parents help them, she automatically thinks that that's going to happen for her. And there are a lot of parents out there that is not going to help you take care of that baby. They're going to tell you, like, you're going to have to find somebody a good home for this baby. I'm not helping you with this baby. Because, I mean, to
Yeah,
ask someone to help you take care of a baby is a large ask,
it
because it's like
really is.
you're the one who's having this child that obviously you can't support or take care of. You can't take
She
care of this
should be
baby.
living in a space of gratefulness that she found a husband that
Hello.
is so protective of
Yeah.
her daughter. She should just let the past go and just live there. She didn't have to tell any lies because her personality and her reads were on point. When she started on the show, was not necessary for her to be messy. She still could have come out winning without all of that.
And now that you say that, when they were at the dinner, the anniversary dinner on the trip that she brought them on,
Mm-hmm.
when they brought it up at the dinner table, Ty, everybody hated Ty for being a grumpy old man, but he just wasn't for the bullshit. He was like, "We're not talking about this. This is not a topic of conversation. Like, it's not fodder for your little TV show." End of discussion. And
Mm-hmm.
Bronwyn kept bringing it up, and she got mad. Remember when she was like, "I thought it would be the girls who would embarrass me, but I never thought it would be Todd." He was just trying to make you shut up because you just kept digging, like, kept getting into it. To me,
Mm-hmm.
that's someone who's protecting their child and doesn't want the shit on the show. She kept talking about it on the show. How are you mad at Lisa? Just like you mad at Lisa for not bashing your husband, because now you're talking about you didn't even have an affair. So if Lisa would have bashed your husband, you would have been mad that she talked shit about your husband. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
people are lame.
Yeah. Um, I don't know. I mean, next season, I don't think Brawlin is coming back. I think they're gonna add someone else and try to spice it up a little bit. Now, if they ever bring Jen Shaw back on that show, I'm done. I'm not watching it no more. I
People
can't.
surprisingly want her back. I'm so shocked by that, though.
Hmm?
She's
Hmm?
People want.
insufferable.
Yeah, I
I
can't
think
stand
she
her.
she would
I don't
change the
find
whole
nothing
energy of the
entertaining about
show.
that woman. She's horrible.
I've been rewatching Mob Wives, and I'm on up to season 3 with Love Majewski, and she jumped on Carla. She kind of had that same type of bully energy,
Mm-hmm.
like Jen, and she just totally just is ruined the. I was like, am I going? I just keep
Wait,
watching because
who did this?
on Mob Wives
That's when I stopped watching Mob Wives. When
Wait,
when
when
who
when
did?
the
Love
other
Well, who
chick
did
was
it?
on there, I was
the
like, okay,
Love
I'm done.
I don't remember Love. Where was she
she
from?
she came in on season 3, and she was a Jewish girl, and she came in like she was so tough, and she baited some mob guys who were in prison, and just all, and she just was talking too much crap. Just It's just hard to describe
I
her
really
character.
don't remember her.
She was annoying. She was to the point that she made me stop watching the show, and I think that's when a lot of people tuned out.
Yeah, she was the
She
reason
was
for the
very
ratings decline.
um,
Well, I don't even remember her at all. I remember
and
when the girl from
I'm
Philly
kind of
came on
that
there,
way.
Natalie. She ruined
Natalie is
it too.
missing, right? Did they find her?
Is she missing? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, she's missing.
Really?
Naturally,
Mm-hmm.
Their funeral home is like right down the street from me.
let look.
That's what all the mob people got. They got
That's
funeral
how
home. Like I live in mob territory.
so she had that same energy as Jen. I didn't watch SLC from the very beginning. So I just recently marathons the seasons 1 through 3 to
Hmm.
kind of get because I was like, I don't know who to like. After season 4, I don't know who to root for. I don't know what's going on. So I have a Peacock and I pay for free commercial, no commercials. So I powered through and it was just very easy, you know, to it's I think it's important to see seasons 1 through 3.
It is, isn't it?
Yes,
Because you
and
get to
they're
see all the
good.
characters, like the character developments, like see how they change and stuff. So, what did you
Hmm.
think, as opposed to like, okay, you watched season 4, and then you went back and watched season 1 through 3. What did you
Yeah,
think? So, what was your impression of? What are your thoughts?
I can't. Heather is a totally different person than she was with Jen. And I don't understand why those women allowed Jen to just be so
Me
loud and
either.
abrasive with them.
Me
Right, she was
either.
abusive to them.
It was straight abuse. And I don't know what her husband saw in her to stick it out with her. And but it was very disturbing to see the arrest of her, you know, how they had the, Roscoe's pulled out on the little kids, when they went into
Yeah,
the house. And then her cosplaying as a black person,
Oh,
blackfishing.
she was just Jen is
She,
just trash.
that was
and
like
I
then,
Bryn
mean,
off New York talking about she a black woman.
but that Jenny, she was all right
but
till
no,
let her go. She was a harp. She had the tweets. Her tweets. She got busted with her skank action tweets.
Well,
Her
what?
racist tweets. Her racist tweets during George
Jen? Oh,
They
the
Jenny.
knew
Chinese
about
Jen.
Diddy. I just don't think that they thought that the audience would be so upset.
Mm-hmm.
What was she saying? What did her tweet say?
Lord, she was saying some real racist shit.
Oh shit!
But but yeah,
But I like that she stood up for herself. She didn't let them kind of run over her.
I didn't like when she put
I
her
think
black friend
Mary
on
has
there.
had a really good upgrade.
But that
Like Mary,
Mary's upgrade, oh my God, it's
I don't
just
know if Mary has like an image consultant or something like that, but I'm like, dang, where did this Mary come from?
her
Mary is
skin
still mean as
discoloration.
shit. Mary is still mean.
Her
Hmm.
skin has been cleared up, or they have found the right makeup to conceal her little discoloration. Like she might have a little psoriasis or eczema or something going on, and
Mm.
the melanin is out of control. And but those first wigs, oh my goodness, Lord Father in
That's
heaven.
what I'm saying. I mean, Mary really got, but you know what I think it is? I think Mary really got money. Because a lot of people
Uh-huh.
thought she was getting that money from the church. That's not where she gets her money. There's some type of real estate business that like huge real estate business that they have.
Well, they said she
Okay.
make the church people sign over their deeds.
I don't think it's that. I honestly think it's some type of investment or mortgage, like it's a real actual company. I don't think it has anything to do with that church.
The people sign over their deeds to her,
Because
to their
that church
houses.
has been closed for years. Well, not completely, but for years the church was barely open, and then they finally closed
On,
it completely.
on
Like
Sherelle's
they really
world,
have a
she
church for a
said,
long time.
on Sherelle's world, if my thing cuts out, don't worry, I'll just refresh my page because I'm going outside.
Oh, okay. So that stuff on Sherelle's World, a lot of that stuff was the mom. And I think they were trying to put it on Mary because Mary was the one on TV. But when she really actually talked to these people, a lot of this stuff they were talking about was stuff that the mom was doing. And Mary don't fool with her mom either.
So the congregation, the accusations that the congregation looked at her like she was God, it was actually her mother.
A lot of that stuff, when they actually started like really talking to,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the uncle and pulling back the layers,
Okay.
everything that he was saying was pretty much stuff that Mary's mother was doing. And these are two different churches.
Okay.
So I think
Mary
that's
was just
why that
convenient.
story kind of died away.
Mm-hmm.
Because Mary's still on the show and no one's talking about that anymore.
Do you remember her the guy in the congregation who was friends with somebody, Lisa, and Lisa invited him to a Vita
And
tequila
then he
party, and
passed
they
Yeah,
away.
yeah.
but they said she took like he donated like $300,000 or something, but then it was turned out that it was like $30,000. It was just so the figures were just so off, and that was weird. Like it was a lot, but
But
yep,
that's
he
what I'm
passed
saying. Like
away.
she was. They said that the people in her congregation were some kind of way. The titles, the deeds to their home, they were putting it in the church's name or whatever. Maybe it became a part of the portfolio, or what, or she's not stealing the money, she's actually investing the money, which maybe would not be illegal or whatever if she's doing the right thing with it,
Mhm.
but maybe that's how she's able to, do what she does.
Well, and because the uncle's an older person, and in the midst of him talking, one of the things I picked up on is that a lot of the allegations were actually with Mary's mother and that church over there, and Mary don't even fool with them people either. But he also, and he said it so flippantly, you almost didn't catch it. He said that they have one of the biggest mortgage companies or real estate companies in the country.
Okay, I missed that part.
And they also have a partner. It's not just the husband and Mary. There's another lady that also owns the company with them. He said it really flippantly, like it was this nothing. And I'm like, dude, that's the information that we all wanted to hear. Like, where the hell Mary was getting all this money from? But he was so focused on the family drama that I guess that just meant nothing to him. You know?
Back to Jen Shaw, I think do you think Mary was scared of Jen Shaw or just didn't want any parts of her?
No, she didn't want
Because
to have any parts of her. She used to
No
talk
parts of
to her
her.
like she was stupid. I think Mary felt like all of that antics and all that stuff that Jim was doing was just dumb. And she probably was looking like we were looking like, why is anyone tolerating this woman? Why is this woman on this show?
Sometimes Mary gave me some I wish she would energy.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, so did. And I don't blame her. I can't stand Jen. I can't stand her.
I
Um,
used to like her at first, but then it was like too much. Like, calm down. Like, why are
yeah,
you
I,
so
I
turned
can't
up?
take Jen, and I cannot take what's her face, Mia. I can't take Mia. All of this stuff talking about Mia's making the show, and she the only one bringing something to the
Bullshit.
show, and all of this stuff. I'm like, anyone can make up a bunch of fake stories.
They had a
They're
scene
not even
in
good
Jen's.
stories.
Say that. Repeat that, Richie. It's a little noisy in the background.
I said they're not even good stories. Like her lies, if you
No,
gonna
Hmm.
lie,
and then she can't keep them straight. And to me, Mia should have been gone that first season when her and Jacqueline got caught lying about that car. That should have been production should have said, okay, this woman bullshitted us to get on this show. Let's just get rid of her and just try to come up with something else. No, they bring her back and she continues to lie and come on this show with these made up ridiculous stories, and I'm sick of it. I
Lion and her, she in fashions too, or yeah, Fashion Over, or she in wherever too. She's not even really bringing any glamour.
because I don't think she got no money. She can't afford glamour.
who Mia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, her style or whatever you want to call it is definitely going down since her and G are apart.
They had a scene on my rewatch of SLC in Jen Shaw's closet, and I was like, okay, all of this is fake.
That's another thing. Jen Shaw was stealing money to buy fake stuff.
All of that fake. It was
Imagine.
so big and fake, ostentatious and fake.
Mm, that's Jen Shaw.
And people just knew they were gonna just get their money, cash it in, and be repaid. They can't fix. They cannot. What she did cannot be fixed.
I don't know. Jen Shaw was not stuff like that is not entertaining to me. I guess as I grew up watching like Jerry Springer and stuff, and to me, these are just the people that would have been on Jerry Springer with some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like they would have been on Jerry Springer had they been back in the day. They would, instead of being on Housewives. And I don't know what they gonna do with Potomac, but I'm gonna be honest, I can't take another season of Mia. I just cannot. She gotta go.
I didn't watch it for years. I would just listen to reviews about it, and I watched it a little bit last year, and then this year I just really kind of been trying to keep up, but I missed the episode last week, and I was like, "Are you gonna watch that?" No, I was like, "No, I'm just gonna keep. I'm just gonna keep moving."
It's
It's because
not a whole
it's
lot happening
torture.
there. The other girl on there with that gay man, that shit is fake too.
Yeah,
Stacy.
she gets on my nerves,
I
Stacy.
just think that if they can't find people to be on the show, they need to give up on that city and just do another city. Like if it's that difficult to cast this show, they need to let it go.
Or make it be of the DMV and cast a wider net, not just a
Something.
legitimate wider net. And it's because Potomac is not enough.
I don't know. This is something. I think the production company needs to go because
They said it's that guy Eric Fuller. They said it's him.
Yeah, the reason why I say this, even if these women were broke, there's a way to shoot around it where the audience would have never known they were broke.
How did
And I
it end up
almost
being an
feel
all
like
black?
broke. They try to make it like it's their brand of the show.
How did it end up being an all black cast?
Because it was a different show and it was supposed to be Jack and Jill sued.
Oh, okay,
Well,
okay,
they didn't sue. They
yeah,
sent the cease and desist, and they said, "Well, since we already have the show filmed, we're just going to put them under the Housewife umbrella." This was
okay.
never a Housewife show. This was supposed to be one of these spinoffs, like a Summer House or something like that. The problem is when they made them a Housewife show, they never fixed the casting issues. So it's like that's why this. You notice this show is a little bit funky. Like they're not really showing the wealth and all of this stuff that they do on Housewives because it's never conceived to be a housewife show.
Big Sutton shows the well.
Oh, Beverly Hills. I mean, that is number one. That is the top tier housewife. That is a housewife show.
Look how, remember when Kyle was wearing her bohemian dresses and little slender necklaces and beads, and
Lisa Vanderpump had to tell her to stop wearing that shit. She was wearing them boo-boos all the time.
yes, but look how she's changed now. You know, like even in her
But
bedroom, she
Kyle is
had her
little
meds.
itty bitty though. Kyle was thick when she was wearing the moo-moos.
Kyle, I thought Kyle had a cute little figure on her, and Mauricio probably liked it. If he wanted a tiny, like Dorita's even smaller than she was when she first came on.
Oh yeah.
But and then remember how she and Kim would always talk about their weight, and I was like, "What are they? Look fine, you know?
No,
Why you
I
want to
mean
look?"
here they want you to be skinny. That's why I
But
don't understand these BBLs. I don't understand what kind of men y'all are trying to attract because I'm not big at all. But I'm telling you, when I'm maybe 10 pounds smaller, I get more attention. Like I get hit on by so many men. And I'm not big at all. Like here, the thing is not thick. It's just not. I mean, I don't know.
they looking at you though. They looking at you with those extra 10 pounds, Callie. You can believe that. Because I'll be walking through the office with my plus size self, and I'm like, yep, this was younger though, 20 years ago. And I'll be like, I see you. Y'all not supposed to like us though.
No, I don't know. I just think that's just it's a LA thing. Like even the dudes that claim that they like thick girls, they really still be looking at the little size 2 girl. You know what I mean?
The spinners.
Yeah. So I think that here
And
and then when they be trying to fit in those clothes, you really got to be small to wear them clothes because even though they make a bigger size, the stuff they don't really fit if you got a lot of curves.
That's because the material is so cheap. They make clothes out of nowadays. You need some clothes with some structure.
And then it's the cuts too. I think
fabric.
the way they cut the patterns and stuff. So I think a lot of times they be want to wear them clothes. Cause look at the way Erica dresses now that she's lost all that weight.
Erica
Before,
was sharp in that little sheer shirt.
oh yeah.
I think she looks so good in that shirt.
So cute.
You know what?
I
And then it's
think
something
she's
that
so
we
cute.
probably all have in our closet. It was like, I never thought to just wear that like that. You
Put some
know?
right. Get some inspiration.
Yeah. No, Erica be serving looks now.
I
Even
love my
and
favorite. My
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. My
I was
favorite
I was
dresser.
gonna say that she looks good even though she supposedly don't have any money. She don't look like cheap like Mia. She still looks
Mm-hmm.
good. She still could put her
Mm-hmm.
looks together.
Mm-hmm. My
Yeah,
favorite
Erica
Real
looks
Housewife
good.
fashions though is Dorinda. Don't laugh at me.
Dorinda, a sharp old lady.
I
Oh,
love
I've seen
Dorinda.
And she
Dorinda
got
wear
a
some
little
nice
shape on her
pieces.
too, if you really
Yeah,
look
I've
at
seen
her.
her wear some nice pieces.
Dorinda will go on air with no on the cameras with no makeup on, and she wears the hell out of a pantsuit, and she wears slacks, not pants, because she got long legs and these trader outfits she was wearing. I was like, we missed out. You know, Dorinda was gonna turn it out in some slacks.
Mhm.
I used to be in the traders.
It's really you really should watch. Start off with
I
season 2.
refuse to keep paying. Like they want me to pay for Peacock. We got Netflix. We got Hulu. I already
Oh,
got
I got
cable.
Netflix.
I'm
I
just
couldn't
so
take
sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix had to go. It was nothing on there I was really watching. I was like, somebody got to go, and it's
But
gonna
I
be.
want to see the Housewives uncensored.
Oh yeah, I
Netflix
got Peacock.
Netflix was free with my T-Mobile
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
and Hulu.
Huh. I just saw something I can get for free with one of my subscriptions. I forget what it was.
And then, I got a bunch of nieces and nephews, so I'm rolling with their Disney. Give me your password.
Oh yeah.
Then I upgraded though because I needed my Paramount and Peacock without commercials.
Oh yeah, I have to get rid of the commercials, the Spanish commercials. I feel like they do that on purpose to annoy you, so you will upgrade like this. That's them trying to be slick. Because if everything you're watching is in English, why would you want to watch a commercial in Spanish? That doesn't make any sense.
I've been watching 90 Day Fiancé with Stacy and her husband. What is her husband's name from the Eastern European guy?
I don't watch 90 Day Fiance.
But he's his he's Albanian or something. Why have I been getting commercials and stuff in his language? Because my phone is listening to my TV when he spoke in that language. Not all of a sudden I'm getting like,
Oh wow.
because it's usually
That is
Spanish, but
crazy. Like you just
mhm.
commercials and yeah, Rita Ora is like the only Albanian person I can think of. And then there was like some chick that was on the Bad Girls Club. Other than that,
Oh,
now,
Drita is Albanian
is
from
she?
Mob Wise, 100%.
Oh, okay. I thought she
Mm-hmm.
was Russian for some reason.
Albanian.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
how did
'Cause
you all like
they're like Greeks,
Mary?
I think.
How did y'all like Mary's red dress? I loved it for her
Mary, you
reunion
know what?
red.
I like most of Mary's looks, even if it's not something I would personally wear. I like most of her looks. I'm a person who appreciates somebody that puts looks together, and I think
Mm-hmm.
that's another reason why I really don't care for Potomac because it's like they don't even try.
Mary from Salt Lake City.
Yes, I love that red, her red reunion dress. I love that shade of red on her.
I'm sorry.
Angie's dress was $10,500.
I think she was the best dressed.
And Lisa's dress was Hervé Leger, however you pronounce it, and it's on
Mm.
Yeah.
sale right now for about $497 at
It was
Saks. It's in a
horrible.
citron green and purple. I loved it.
You liked it. I didn't like it for
hmm
Lisa. She usually be sharp.
I think it's a walking dress, not a sitting dress, and you need a
Yeah,
sitting dress
probably
for the
so.
reunion.
That's true because
I
you're
thought I
sitting
actually
down.
thought Whitney, as much as Whitney gets on my nerves, I thought she looked really nice.
hmm
Yeah, she did look nice. I don't know what be going on with
I don't
And
Heather.
know
her
what kind of work
healing.
she had done, but she looks good.
Brittany looked nice in her dress.
Brittany is a mess. Lord have mercy.
Just when you try to like her, she says something that, oh my God, just like, girl,
Yes,
stop.
you're right. It's like the minute, and it's like she'll be on, sh- like you think something is settled with her, and then she'll come back like, I don't know, Jared got in her ear or somebody got in her ear or she thought about some shit and she's mad all over again and she got a different take on it. And like how she kept saying, well, Mary, you were, like, she came back the next day, you were recording too. And like, girl, you were recording us like on a whole different
I don't
fucking
know
tip. Like, what
what
are you
she was
talking
doing.
about?
If you was trying to give something to a blog, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what she was on.
And
But
that's where,
somebody
like, with
told me that
Whitney,
she
I'm
had
like, Whitney, Brittany is sitting right here recording y'all, and you keep talking about Lisa sold your story to the blog. Like, Whitney is recording you. You don't know where she was going to send these videos, who she was going to
you
send
ain't
them
lying.
to. She is
I
thirsty as
sure don't
shit.
trust.
And my thing with Whitney and Lisa is Lisa does not care about you this much. Whitney, you keep talking about you in her inner circle and you her friend, and Lisa does not consider you her friend.
I wonder if the production kind of directs these things where they seem like they want to hang out with this one particular woman. I wonder if that's something that is concocted by production.
Well,
But
Lisa
I'm
has a
saying
soft
with
spot
Whitney,
for
what'd
Whitney.
you say?
I got a
Yeah,
soft
yeah,
spot in my
right.
heart.
I think she just said that so she could shut the hell up because even the whole season, shut the fuck up and listen to me. Like,
Oh
whoa,
my
what?
gosh. Yeah. Yeah, like okay, a lot is happening here.
Lisa just does not see it for Whitney. Even the fact that she threw her necklace away at the
Oh,
thing because it
yeah.
was trash. Like Whitney, she doesn't like you, and I think that Whitney cannot take that Lisa and Heather are just getting closer and closer. And Heather is the happiest Heather has ever been in her life. Like she's been with the cool girl. She's skinny now, and Lisa
Hmm.
Barlow is her best friend. She was like, I value my friendship with Lisa.
Oh my God.
I just love that
Heather
they're
is
so
such a
kooky and
follower.
crazy. I
I
just
never
love
missed them though, but Heather is such a follower.
she is, but she was like sheltered and however she grew up. Like these people are twisted. Oh wow, they got a drag racing 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh
The
Lord. Yeah.
Chinese people.
Oh,
Yeah, they
Lord.
be doing these street takeovers here like they really on the Fast and Furious. It's crazy.
They
Yeah.
put a lot of roadblocks up around neighborhoods in Detroit to cut that out.
They need to do something here. Especially with these protests, they end up turning into street takeovers. But I feel like okay, everything with the protests is like you giving them every reason why you shouldn't be here. It's just so crazy to me.
I ended up falling down a well trying to figure out. I need to know which Osmond belongs to Jared, which one of those brothers. So then I ended up watching a documentary on the Osmonds last night. It
Oh, you
was
want to find
Lord.
out where Jerry
promoting.
comes from? Girl, I don't care because I heard that he was like an off-brand Osmond. Like he not even like
He
like
not one of the because it was nine
yeah.
siblings. It was nine siblings. I had a Donnie and Marie dolls when I was a kid, and we had the Osmond Brothers 45s
Oh my God.
records. My parents would buy for us. Donnie was he sang the hell out of One Bad Apple when he was a little boy.
Ah!
So yeah, my we have their records in our collection, and we would talk about them in elementary school. I remember, like the Jacksons 5 versus the Osmond brothers. It was the cutest and this and that and bibbity bobbity boo. But they had made 100 million. They got not extorted, but embezzled $100 million, embezzled from them in the 70s.
Oh my
Imagine how much
God.
money that would be today. They
The
made
family.
money. Yes, they made
Wow.
money. They,
Wow.
they were huge. They have been performing since they were 1958, since they were little boys. And they would kind of mirrored the Jackson Five. They had a singing. The
Yeah.
youngest brother could sing. Then they had talented little sister Janet and Marie. But the documentary I watched was really about their faith and the Mormonism. They would say the gospel. They never really use Mormons or the LD. What do they call it? LDS or something like that.
Church of Latter-day Saints or whatever.
Yeah, but they did talk
Right.
about them going on their missions and stuff. It was a
Well,
really good documentary.
they're one of those religions that believe that Black people are cursed. So I'm like,
Right,
it's watching the Housewives as far as I go with them people.
right. And that's all I knew about Mormonism was that Donnie and Marie were Mormons, you know. But
Yeah,
they
their religion is a little it's a little odd.
but I
It's
know why, but that documentary will make you see why Brittany is so just locked in on like she got a Osmond, but they lived in
Mhm.
Provo, Utah, not Salt Lake City or Park City.
And then, I mean, I don't know because I don't know if this is reality or if this is just the bad part that's been portrayed on TV. But the way that they practice polygamy seems so oppressive. I know that other
Mhm.
cultures practice polygamy, but the way that they do it, it just seems like the woman is just wearing rags and poor, and they marrying little girls, and
Oh my God,
it's
I
just,
can't even.
you know what I mean? This is disgusting.
I can't watch Sister Wives. I try, but
Well,
that Cody and his
okay.
curls get on my nerves.
Can I just say this? I understand if you are with a Nick Cannon and he's buying you a multi-million-dollar home in a G-Wagon and you got nannies and you got your house and she got her house across town. I don't understand what them people are doing. I don't know what the hell that is.
They're trying to
And
make sure they get into heaven
and to
because the
me,
women scared. They need a husband to get into heaven, and
you know
right? They
what I
cannot.
think it is? They tricked a bunch of women into allowing men to have a dynamic that they can't financially afford. Because my understanding of polygamy is that like there was like a flex of wealth, like if you
Mhm.
had a bunch of wives. So to have this man that I probably make more money than him running around here talking about he got 2 and 3 wives, he shouldn't be able to practice no polygamy. He probably shouldn't even have one wife. So
I
I
think
feel
Marie.
like they found a way to kind of like, you know what I mean, brainwash women into going into a dynamic that they get nothing out of, like nothing. Because initially, like polygamy is supposed to be this thing where it's like a way you show your wealth. Like I'm so wealthy, I got a house over here, a house over there, I got a family. You know what I mean? It's
I can
not so.
afford these
Yeah,
wives.
exactly, exactly. It's supposed to be a flex of wealth, but I don't know what the heck them people over there doing.
Richie, you should have broadcast the drag races for your channel.
I know, huh? But you only get
That would have
trolls.
been
You don't
different.
nobody come looking for you.
You're on mute.
I can't flip the camera around on here. It's only a
Okay.
front face, only the front facing camera,
Okay.
um,
which is weird.
I don't know. I've never tried, but I refuse. I refuse to buy a camera. I'm using my iPhone, and that's it. I'm not buying another camera.
I have a Galaxy Ultra 23.
But right now we on an iPad. I'm on an iPad though, but I don't have any
Mhm.
of my. I don't have my studio light on either. But
Mhm.
this the front facing camera from the iPad. It doesn't look bad.
Mhm. So are you only an Apple person?
Yeah, I'm a designer, so
Oh,
I have to use that for work. So I have like a whole
Hmm.
Apple setup.
Hmm. I need to
Um,
buy a new laptop, and but I'm not an Apple person. I'm a
you know what?
Samsung
Even in
person.
school, we learn on Mac computers. Like it's not even like a thing. Like typically,
Hmm.
if someone works in design, they're gonna be
Hmm.
a Mac person. I think maybe some of the architects might use PCs, but I've not used a PC since I was in high school.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I know a little bit of Android for work purposes, but I'm a iPhone user.
I used to be a Toshiba person, and then Toshiba quit. I was like, what the heck? What's going on?
But wasn't Toshiba Android though still?
They don't make laptops anymore.
Oh, you mean yeah, the laptops.
I used to buy their satellites.
But weren't they were Windows, right?
Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't do
So
anything
I
with
have to make a shift to Samsung or HP, Dell, and none of them have ever appealed to me, which is
I
why I
don't
was
know.
a
To me,
Toshiba
it's
person.
like it's all Windows. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like when you're on a Mac, of course you're on OS. You're on Mac operating system. But I don't know. I guess it would be a little difficult to switch if that's what you're used to using. Oh, okay. So what's going on the news? Kodak Black baby mama fight chaos on video. Can I just say that I really wish that men they would make it like a acceptable and an expected thing that if you are a man and you do not want to actually take care of this child and raise it, that you just make a decision not to have children. But I know they will never do that because they'll be afraid there won't be enough people because most men don't want these children. But I wish they would because I'm just sick of seeing men with small children running around here acting a fool when they should be taking care of their kids. You
What's
know what I
going
mean?
on out there, Richie? We had an ice storm this morning. I believe sometimes Detroit weather flows out to your area, New
yeah,
York,
we
and
we were supposed to have one today, but it didn't. It was too warm. It didn't like stick.
okay. It hit us in the morning. We get Chicago weather.
My sister
Then it
lived in Chicago.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it didn't stick.
Mm-hmm.
So we supposed to get something Saturday.
But I gotta get my snow scraper. Because I vow I will not be going outside. That's
Aw.
my that's my new thing.
Well, I want you guys to stay safe out there. I think we about to be back to sunny skies. Let's see. I think this was the end of the rain for a minute.
Any more mudslides?
I don't think anything has slid. I
Okay.
haven't heard anything.
I saw one mudslide out there. I
I'm
subscribe to
keeping my fingers
KTLA.
crossed.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go to KTLA. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I really don't want these people to lose the lots that they have, but I also, especially the Palisades, I don't know if it's anything worth rebuilding because I just don't know if that's a stable area to build anything on. And I know the guy from $1 Million Listings, he said that he's getting a lot of calls from people that don't want to go back.
Oh wow.
They're just
There
done.
been
They just want to
trauma.
sell their lot, whatever dirt that's there, and they're just like, F it. I'm not fooling with this. And he
It's
said
a
he would have never thought that would happen.
it's a restaurant. As soon as you turn right, like I've never been there, but this is how you get there. As soon as you turn right off of Sunset onto the what do you call that, Pacific Highway, Coast
PCH,
Highway?
yeah. Uh-huh.
THC is on the right hand side. It's a restaurant that's been there since the 1920s or 30s, and it was owned by the movie star Thelma Todd, who was having an affair with the guy whose house was above the restaurant. So she lived in her restaurant, So one night she had a big party there, and she
Yeah,
went and
that's
she
because
drove and she Thelma Todd. And she drove there and she drove up to the park and parked her car, girl, and died in her car. It's one of
Oh my
those big
god.
Hollywood mysteries. It's lots of stories about her, like on YouTube. If you look up Thelma
oh,
Todd,
wow. Yeah. She died in 1935.
and
It's
so that did not, but the fires missed that. It did that didn't burn.
this is so much crazy stuff that happens here.
I'm a movie person. Like I love movies and movie stars and history.
Well, you
Were
know, people
people setting those fires? Aquatic fish. Well,
these recent, well, okay, so we had a bunch of little like copycat fires that people were running around setting. So yeah, people were setting those.
Oh
But
wow.
the two initial big fires happened because we had a wind event. That's the only way I can describe it. Where we had like 100 miles per hour winds, and normally we will have a big storm with rain, but there was no rain. It was this wind. So what happened was when something caught on fire, it became a tornado of fire. And you can see some of the videos are online, and the fire is falling down like hell. It's like what they're describing in the Bible, basically, where it's just
Mm-hmm.
like raining fire and the sun is turning red.
Mm-hmm.
But and you got to remember, in the Bible, they were in a desert area, so they probably did have these type of fires as well. And that's, I'm sure that's what they're describing, because that's what it looks like. It looks like what they're describing in the Bible, where it's literally, instead of hell, it's balls of fire coming down.
you know what I saw that was crazy? Well, not crazy, but I'm gonna say something a little controversial. I know everybody is like, you know, pro-Palestinian or whatever. Let me know if it gets a little too loud or
I
whatever.
don't even really understand what's happening over there. I'm not trying to be
Well, let
insensitive.
me finish. Let me finish. So I was looking through. I follow this page. It's called Eyes on Palestine, something like that, and they show like what's going on down there on the ground in Gaza. So one person had made a comment about the. It was a girl made a comment about the LA fires. So I went on her page and like she had about like 3 or 4 posts about how. And I hit the translation button. Basically, like she was happy that the fires were burning in LA because of what was happening there. And then I remember, I forget exactly how she put it, but it was all in the name of Allah. Like Allah said, the California fires because of what's going on there. And I remember when the hostages were first taken, and I'm not pro Israel or anything, but when the hostages were first taken, the Palestinians were like rejoicing, like, and I remember seeing like one of the hostages, like they were pulling her by her hair, Hamas, and she had like blood coming out her butt or whatever, like so they had obviously arred her or whatever, like they were just doing vicious shit to them, and they were like rejoicing, they were just like good for them, that's what they deserve, and this, that, and the third, whatever. So like, I said to her, innocent people are dying or whatever. The people in California aren't the ones who are, doing this to your people. Maybe if you're, I said something about, life and death is in the power of the tongue. Like maybe your
Mm-hmm.
people wouldn't suffer so much if y'all wouldn't like rejoice in people's like just being so evil. The world feels bad for you. I feel bad for you. I don't want to see kids slaughtered and the stuff that's going on there, this war crimes and stuff. But at the same time, like y'all be wishing like bad shit on people. So like while you saying like the LA fires is the wrath of God, like maybe what's happening to your people might be the wrath of God because of
That's what I'm saying. Why would anyone in that situation have that type of that has a lot to do with going back to like manifestation and all of that stuff that a lot of
yeah.
people claim they don't believe in. But a lot of times I do feel
I
like
think you would.
sometimes
Ooh,
these
sorry.
people live in a certain energy. And that's why they're in the situation that they're in, and that's why they can't get out of that situation, because they
And then
exist
and
within a
when you
certain.
see like the people, like the Israeli hate for them, I'm sure it's rooted in like the hateful. I mean, it's rooted in something deeper than I know, but I know a lot of it has to do with y'all. They were like literally rejoicing when the hostages were taken, and I will never forget that when they were dragging that girl by her hair and the blood was coming down her like the back of her pants, and they were so happy, like the women and the children. I couldn't believe that shit.
What you
And
said
I'm
to
pretty
her, just you gave her food for thought. It was not mean.
yeah.
You gave her food for thought. Yeah. And this colonization, though, is the cause of that. All of that that's going on right now.
And then you got Trump crazy ass. He want to turn it into like Trump International. Like he want to make it like a Atlantic City or some shit over there. He gonna
hmm
start a war.
Jerry said that last year. Jared Kushner, his son-in-law,
Well,
What he say?
them
that
pretty much
they wanted to
going over
make it a
there and
resort.
colonizing. That was something that
Gaza.
was in
They
the
wanted to
works
make
long
Gaza
before
a
Trump got
resort
in office.
town.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a beautiful waterfront.
It's holy land. You fucking
It's
morons.
the land grab.
Yeah, but you know what? From what I'm being told, this was in the works like 2 administrations ago, or like I think when Obama was in office, like when they first started looking into doing this.
When I
It's
was
it's
looking
it's
at
all it's petty. It's petty and patient. It's white
when I was
supremacy. It's
looking
like the
at
brown people don't even matter over there.
yeah, I was looking at the clips of the conference with him and Netanyahu, and when Trump kept saying, you know, we'll own it, we'll, you know, it'll be ours. Every time he said that, not Netanyahu like head would like tilt to the side, like, bitch, what? Like I ain't do all this
Well,
just to
Do
benefit
you?
you.
he's problematic too, though.
He's
I
very
don't.
problematic,
I,
but Trump, I
I'm gonna
think
be
Trump put the
honest. I
first one
don't really
on him.
understand. I feel like that's a different world that those people are living in, and I don't even want to take my energy to that. All I can say is that I don't want to see anyone hurt or unalive.
No, what I'm
And
saying is, I
I
think
just
Trump pulled a
hope that
fast
it
one on
can be
Netanyahu because
resolved.
the way he was looking at Trump, when he kept saying it'll be ours, it's ours. It was almost like, nigga, I done did all this work. I'm in the work these people for, and you just gonna come take the shit? No, we
Out
was
now when
supposed to
he
take it.
and as he was saying that, I was thinking, who you think children did he gonna march off to war to try to take it? Who's supposed to die
Yeah,
for him for their greed?
exactly.
Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. It's a mess. I'm just trying to exist and be happy as long as I can before AI turns the world into a Terminator movie.
Well,
Because
we have to
y'all
gird. We have to gird our
know.
loins. We got to be ready, though. It's got to stop spinning and stack dough. I was thinking, like, is it safe to keep your money in the bank now with Elon's finger on the button?
I'm more worried about AI than I am Elon, because to me, AI can destroy society. Like,
I got to get my pictures off of Facebook because
look, they've
It's
showed
too
us in
late. Yeah,
Terminator
too
movies
late.
for many years for a reason. And I don't know why someone wants to create something that is stronger, better, faster than them that they cannot fight back against. That seems stupid, but that's what they seem to want to do.
they don't want to pay people. In a minute, it won't be a need for accountants
Well, I'm gonna say money
and
won't have a
CPA.
value. What they are doing, in all honesty, I'm not even trying to be funny, is literally gonna have us living in a Terminator movie. Like, money will not have any value. Like, I don't even understand. What they're doing, they're creating something that is going to destroy the world as we know it. Like, I don't even understand why you would want to open that Pandora's box. I,
You got to think about how it's going to benefit capitalism, and that's just
no,
is they
there will
won't
be
have
no
to
more
pay.
capitalism.
They don't want to pay. They won't have to pay
No.
employees.
Well, the thing is, long term, there will be capitalism will not exist anymore because nobody will have a job. Like, their money circulates cyclically. There will be no one to sell anything to. Like there will be no more society. I don't know what society would be, but it would not be this.
Then who was AI serving?
It's gonna eventually serve no one. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you would create. This is literally the robot from the Terminator movie. This is in its infancy. This is, I don't know how many sci-fi films that we have seen that they create these artificial intelligence, and the only thing that it does is become smart enough to kill all of us.
So they're including the billionaire class. They won't be like on Mars or.
But I mean, what are they? What is their money going to do for them? Their money comes from us. Money flows in a cyclical way. If we do not have any money to buy anything, they are not rich. Like, to me, I don't know what the
Because the money won't have any value.
Exactly. There will be no flow. There will be no economy. It won't exist. Like, I don't really know what they perceive the world to be. But I cannot in any way perceive that it will be anything better. I think for a minute it'll be a communist society, and then that's going to collapse into nothing. And we're just going to end up in one of those sci-fi movies. Like, I don't see anywhere else for this to go. Like, where else is this long term? Where else is this going to go? If you have this quantum computer that is learning and learning and learning and becoming bigger, stronger, than faster than people, and taking away the concept of jobs, because typically you won't really have jobs anymore. There'll be some people in the medical field that'll probably be it. Like, the concept of someone having a job will pretty much disappear.
Will it go back to an agrarian society?
Look like?
Will we go back to an agrarian society?
I don't know. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, why would you want to create something like this? It does not need to exist.
Pre-industrial revolution.
I know I'm not gonna live forever, and I hope that the world is stable enough for me to live the rest of my days out as a happy person. And I do not see where this is going, because we've been told where this is going. We've all seen the Terminator. We've all seen, what was it, Babylon 5. We've all seen countless of movies of what happens when you create an artificial intelligence that keeps growing and learning. There's nowhere else for this to go. Like, I'm trying to really understand, what do you guys expect the world to be if no one has a job? When most of you guys make money off of selling stuff to us.
It's very mean and petty.
It's dumb and short-sighted.
Mm-hmm.
And our problem that I'm finding that we're having, and I don't care if it's Elon Musk, Diddy, or whoever else, we have got to stop assuming that these rich people are intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
You can get rich just by being in the right place at the right time and being able to scam people. It's almost like being a cult leader. That does not mean that you're an intelligent person. Because I would love to just sit and talk to some of these people that feel like this AI should exist. Now, because it is here, I say, let's try to live the best life we can, invest your money in it, try to see what you can do to make money off of it. Maybe you won't have to work. Maybe you can, do your 90 some years and get out of here and it won't affect you personally. But I would just like to know, where do they see the world going? Because, okay, you're pretty much going to eliminate the idea of people having jobs. Like, that's going to be gone. So what does the world then become?
Callie. You might have a book in you.
I'm sure it's already out there. I don't really have a lot of time to read, but I'm sure that,
No, you might have a book in you to write, not to read. Like Octavia Butler.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so serious.
I don't know because I to me it gives me a lot of anxiety to even think about it.
Mm-hmm. And you then you get it
You
out
know,
on you in paper, and and because your anxiety is probably because you want to make people aware of the think.
I think that they're aware and they don't care because they think that they're going to be dead before it gets to that point. Because you have to understand, you have a person that like Elon Musk that don't even care about his own children. So he's not a person that's invested in legacy and a future. Maybe Trump is. Trump
He's
is an old
demented.
man.
They're
Um,
both demented
Elon
weirdos.
Musk, I think, has some type of cognitive issue. I think it's some type of autism. And I don't think that he has the ability to rationale it to think rationally and think about these things. Like I just don't think that his mind is capable of doing so. I think Trump is an old man and he's a little bit in over his head. And I think that he's one of these people that probably believe, oh, it's gonna save some money here and there, but it's not gonna go that far. And
He's a
I'm like,
pygmy.
yeah, I don't know. I think that them trying to put him in jail really hurt him. And I think that he's just like F everybody now. I don't care anymore. But I do think he cares about his family. I just don't know. I think maybe he's in denial because a lot of people I talk to are in denial. And I keep telling them, I'm like, you know what? With these quantum computing and all of this stuff, this is literally going to be one of these movies where the AI is going to get so smart that it's going to decide that we are a problem or a burden on the earth and it's going to kill us all. And we already will be already halfway starving to death by that point anyway.
Is it what's that guy's
So,
name? The Uma Thurman and Ethan something. Did they make was that movie Gattaca or something like that?
it's many any movie that is about an artificial intelligence
Was that
that
like that?
they're all like this.
Okay, because I'm trying to. I don't.
That's
I
what the
just
Terminator
I
is.
saw that at the movies, and I just can't really clear. But it was kind of it's triggering my memory. What you're saying?
Because what else can AI possibly do if it continues
Hmm.
to learn and get smarter and smarter and smarter? I mean, just sitting here thinking, what exactly jobs would there be that can't be done by AI? Maybe a doctor, maybe a nurse.
It's so they don't have to pay people. They can generate AI people to be extras in movies because they don't even want to pay people a day rate.
Yeah, but I'm saying going beyond this little pocket, what are people going to do? Like, because essentially you're eliminating the concept of people having a job. You're eliminating capitalism. You're eliminating a flow of money. Um, what do? We just become a communistic society, and we just have this AI doing everything, and we just get like a stipend every month. Like, what is this supposed to be?
And that's what your book can be about. You can follow the life of a family, how this is impacting one family as things
I'm not
get
trying to
worse.
live in that energy. I don't want to manifest that. I like to. I know I might not seem. I'm a person that likes to really stay in like a positive energy and just like love and live and enjoy life. Like I don't even
Hmm.
thinking about that kind of stuff because I'm not trying to manifest myself into a dimension where that exists. But
Hmm.
I'm also aware that these idiots are AI this and AI that and quantum computing that. And I'm just trying to really understand what is this supposed to do?
Well, right now, I think they're keeping us distracted with our social security numbers being accessed and all of these other things going on while they, you know, gain access to our data and our information, what makes us tick.
Oh, they already have it.
Hmm.
They already have it. They already have all our data. I mean, It's not even them. These large companies have it. They have it because they want to sell us stuff. They don't
And
have it because they're trying to off us because they make money off of us.
because people have already accepted that a credit score should be a deciding factor in whether or not you marry somebody. I was like, are you kidding me?
No, it should be. See, the thing is,
No,
people marry for no. Women should. Most women look at resources when it's
not.
time.
I'm not saying the resources. Women historically, women marry and they have seek to have children by providers, people who can care for them. And even if you can't get pregnant by that person, it was like uh I had a women in gender studies class, and they showed the the ape, the gorilla, female gorilla went off and got pregnant by the younger fit gorilla, but she still stayed with the biggest gorilla, who could take care of her, had the most access. You see what I'm saying? So you still want to continue the species, but you want the species, but they want their young to be protected. And you would historically marriage was for you marry for money, not
Yeah,
for money, but
business. Yeah.
yeah, that's different from a credit score.
Well, I would imagine that if your credit score is bad as a grown adult, is because you're having some type of financial issue.
Or you just miss making some payments, because nowadays, if you go 31 days on a payment, it's almost like you file bankruptcy. The penalties and the hit that your credit score would take is too much.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
be honest.
it's because it's anything, any little thing will drop your credit score so that they can charge you a higher interest rate. It's not necessarily an indicator of your cash flow. It's just an
So why
indicator
would
that
you
some things
have?
happen. But it should not have the corporations, and whether or not they market to you should not have the power over a person's life to decide whether or not
Oh,
a
you're saying
person gets
other
married
people, not the person that's. Oh, you're seeing other people is saying whether or not if they could get married.
based on
Um.
a credit score.
Well,
It shouldn't be a deciding factor in love and romance. That's
I will be
giving
honest
the
with you.
capitalists too much power, the insurance companies, because it's all just something they made up in the ether so they could market and sell products to companies
But I
about
think that
Vanguard.
the
About
desire to
I used to
get
work
married.
at Equifax. They just want to market products to these companies to sell people information, to sell your data. That's something to sell. A credit score is
Oh yeah,
something
I know.
to
I used to work
sell.
for a company for many years. I actually dated
Mhm.
the CEO's brother, and they
Mhm.
dealt with people's data.
Mhm.
Um, this is the thing. I know people gonna get mad at me. I
It
think that
should.
the idea of being married is something that has been marketed and sold to people, and that is the only reason why
Mhm.
90% of people want to do
Yeah,
it.
we know how you feel about marriage, Callie.
People have conditioned people into thinking that that is something that they should do. And I think that it's something that maybe for a select group of people probably will make their life better and it probably is right for them. But is that something that's right for everybody? No.
Mhm.
I think that we only believe that because we have been marketed that idea so that they can, like you said, sell us products.
It's indoctrinated. You're
Yeah.
indoctrinated from the time you are conceived to go along with the social mores of the society, to not, rock the boat. But right now, what's going on with AI and whatnot is there's a lot of chaos and distractions going on, a lot of boat rocking to distract us from what they're really up to.
The problem is, I don't even think they know what they're up to. I just think that they see an opportunity to make money for the moment, and I don't think they're intelligent enough or forward thinking enough to even understand how the technology works and what this will lead to. I think that they think that people like me are conspiracy theorists and that we're just talking nonsense. No, there's no way for this thing to go. Like, first of all, for you to eliminate that many jobs, what are you going to do with all these people? How are you going to feed? How are you? What are you
They
going
don't
to do with
care.
your money?
They don't care. They
Because
already have
at
shown us
the
that
end of
they
the
don't
day,
care.
they get their money from us. So if we don't have no money, you can't be rich because we don't have no money to buy nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying, I don't even think it's
Yeah.
about caring. I think they're not as smart as we think they are. I think that we held these people up to be these intelligent people because they somehow jimmy rigged the system in order to get wealthy. But I think that a lot of these people are not even average level intelligence. They're just somehow got in the right place at the right time, was able to sell the right amount of bullshit. Most of them are Nepo babies. Most of them are.
Mm-hmm.
And they just use their connections. And instead of doing what, what's his name, Marcus Jordan is doing, is, doing drugs and running off the road, they decided, I'm going to take my dad's connections and build a business. And, a few years later, oh, I'm a billionaire. Well, anyone in your position could have become a billionaire if they would have chosen to. Like, you didn't
Mm-hmm.
do anything miraculous. Your family built this wealth up gradually over several generations. You know what I mean? So I think that these are not necessarily the smartest people in the world. And
I
I
just
also
see.
think,
I hold on to Kelly. I just see here in the chat that Trent King said them creating these quantum computers to come up with better ways to solve quadratic equations and build space technology scares me because I know it's going to backfire. And in parentheses says Terminator style.
yeah, no, this is literally what happened in the Terminator movie.
Aquatic fish said
Battlestar
hardworking
Galactica,
American.
all of it.
Aquatic fish said hardworking Americans will no longer need to work. That is the goal of AI. We will get food stamps and SSI forever, and we will serve the overlords. Trent King says, and there's no coming back from that AI society.
You know what
Trent
the funny
King
part
also,
is? That's
hmm,
communism, and it's something that has never worked because human beings just don't work that way. And so what will happen is everything will just go into anarchy, and it's a Terminator movie.
Thank you for reading. Thank you for reading the comments while I'm out. I ride my bike 5 o'clock in the
oh,
morning with coffee.
I wish I had some coffee.
Oh, me too. I almost want to go in the kitchen and make me some coffee.
I'm multitasking per
And
usual.
I'm nowhere near a 24-hour coffee place.
I
Only
like
thing
I
over
said,
here is a Norms. That's like a restaurant that
this
would
is
have
Seven
coffee.
Eleven. I
You
just picked up
know.
a beef steak for breakfast and a coffee, and I'm
No,
almost back home.
I would have to be in New Orleans to like be able to walk around at night and get coffee
What'd you
and
say?
stuff.
Uh, Callie and my name is Delisa. Oh, by the way,
Okay.
Oh, hey.
Callie and Delisa can keep a chat going while I run some errands. keep my keep my live
For some reason,
going.
I can't sleep. I probably already had too much coffee because I had coffee real late today.
Got me a coffee. It's not really dangerous where I live. I mean, there's always danger. I remember this Uber followed me for like 10 blocks one night.
Was he trying
I
to
was
look
driving
out for
home from the
you?
club. No, he kept trying to like, you need a ride? Get in. I'll give you a ride. If you don't get the hell out my face.
What was it? Last week, I was at the grocery store and I'm just walking with my headphones on, about to put my groceries in the car. And my friend pulls up behind me. And so I'm like, all like happy to see him, whatever. And he said, I actually pulled up behind you because it was a car following you. And I said, what? I didn't even know that it was
Because you
he
had
was
your
like, yeah, it was
headphones
this
on.
weird car following you.
Well, street walking 101 is not to have your ears covered
I'm
up.
thinking I'm at the grocery store. I'm not even thinking about that. You know what I
No, that's where they
mean?
snatch you up from. The grocery store.
Girl.
The parking lot. So you're not paying attention.
And
Look,
I'm
I'm
usually
posting.
on it. I have my pepper spray on my purse strap. Like I'm usually on it. And I was having a bad day that day anyway. And so I was just like, my mind was not there. And just so happened, my friend pulled up and he was like, yeah, it was this weird car following you. I was like, what? Just a mess. But LA is kind of, I don't know, LA can be weird like that. Because even here, like, I always tell women, I would never take public transportation here. It is very dangerous. And they never listen. And then they always end up coming back with the same story. Someone essayed me. Someone followed me. It's always the same thing. And I'm like, well, I tried to tell you, because I caught the bus all through college. It's extremely dangerous. I wouldn't recommend it.
Man, when I was catching the bus, it was still safe, but mostly my daddy would come pick me up from
I mean, don't get me wrong,
college.
I got rides, including from my dad, but every day I was not able to get a ride, until I finally got a car. But it's so funny because even like I was working with this older white lady and she thought nobody would bother her because I'm an old lady, nobody wants me. That woman came back 3 weeks later and was crying, talking about this man had followed her and tried to grab her and all of this. And I said, I tried to tell you, it is too dangerous for a woman to be out there on the bus. Because it was like she had the money to get her car fixed, but she didn't really want to spend it. And I told her, I said, you're going to have to get your car together. You're not going to make it on the bus. She thought I didn't know what I was talking about.
Like we would go and walk and catch the bus just for fun, because we hadn't caught the bus like in 20 years. Let's catch the bus.
So
catch the
did
bus
y'all see,
out.
speaking of catching a bus, do you think Marcus Jordan is going to have to catch the bus?
Yeah, they're going to take the license.
Ooh, you never did get to Marcus Jordan.
Did y'all see the arrest video?
Jolene Lunzer broke it down on her channel. It was so hilarious.
Yo,
every bit of it.
Like
half his car was on the tracks, and and he's got this white girl with him, and he's like so high, he's not even like peeping the scene of what's going on. So the cops come up, they're walking up, they're trying to see, well, what the hell is going on here? So Marcus, he's like, hey guys, it's 4 of us here. Like, can we all just try to push like the car off the tracks? Like, he's thinking they're coming to help him and not police
I
him.
don't think he really thought that. I think he probably felt like if I just pretend and act sober and act like it's just an accident, maybe I can get out of this.
No, because he kept saying, there's 4 of us here. I'm saying, he's like, I'm hearing what you're saying, but they're like, 4 of us here. Like, if we all push, we can get it. They're like, no, we're going to need a tow truck. He's like, you think, Quack? You think so? Like, he's talking like, I mean, the cops are here to protect and serve, but he just thought they were there to like serve him. Like, just dudes, just help me get the car off. Like, that's all. Like, everything's good.
You believe
they also
I think
had
he
to
was just trying to act sober. I don't believe he was sincere. I think he was just like, let me just act like I'm not drunk. Like,
so they were like, get out. So they was like,
yeah,
there's a train coming in 5 minutes. They were like, there's a train coming in 5 minutes. So like, I'm gonna need you to get out the car. So they finally get out the car. And he puts his hand in his pockets, and he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's like, dude, I'm Michael Jordan's son. I'm not doing anything dangerous. It's nothing in my pockets. Like, I'm just trying to get my $300,000 car off, $330,000 car off of these tracks. And then 2 more cops come. So he was like, so look, there's 6 of us now. Like, you mean to tell me we can't just push the car up? They're like, dude, it's ground in. The car is not going anywhere. And you can tell the officers are being like, really patient and really like, okay, we're not gonna trip on this dude because he's Michael Jordan's son or whatever. And they're like, when he finally gets out the car, they're like, so he wants to get back in the car to try, because the girl's just like,
did
just
you
push
catch that one of the officers started laughing for a minute?
Yeah, like, because it was so crazy.
Yeah, he started laughing.
She's like, yo, all we gotta do is 6 of us now. Like, you mean to tell me we can't push the car? Like, they're like, he's not being hostile or anything. He's just being like, just like how I'm saying it now, like, dudes, there's like 6 of us. Like, we can totally do this. And he's like, no, I just wanted to get you out the car because I'm concerned about your impairment. He was like, I'm not impaired. Like, I just trying to get my car off and made a wrong turn. And they was like, how did
Liar.
you make this turn? And he was like, well, I made a left and a right. And I was trying to make a shortcut because you could hear there's a highway close by. And oh shit, oh, got my other phone. And they don't show the arrest part. Well, I didn't see the arrest part or the drug part, but he just kept saying, insistent on them trying to help him get this car off these tracks. And he's just not digging the fact that he is about to go to jail. And the girl isn't either. So whatever they
Girl,
was doing, they was having a good old time.
you know what they was up to? Her little dress, her little easy access dress, and he had on
Hmm.
sweatpants back in the woods. He wasn't paying no motel bills.
But how did you get half your car? You must have really been that high and not seen. It was dark back there and not saw. How
But
did you get
that's
half
an
your
SUV
car?
though. It's not even a car. That's an SUV. How do you get an SUV stud?
That wasn't no SUV.
It
It was
was.
a
I thought it
Lamborghini,
was
right?
a truck. I thought
Yeah.
it was a Lamborghini truck.
No, it was a
It
car.
was. Oh yeah. Oh, you can tear those up real easy. They said
They
so.
were like, you can't, cause the tires are all ground into the
It was
rocks, and
buried in the gravel.
yes,
It looked crazy.
Yeah, that's
and he
a.
was
Well, first
not
of all,
trying
it's
to
a
hear
race
it.
car.
He
It's not
said he
really
said
an
no train was coming
SUV.
either. Then the next thing you know, a train came on the opposite track.
Oh, see, I ain't see that part.
Oh yeah, it was
I,
dangerous. When the police had to not only check about him, but they had to make sure that those tracks weren't damaged.
Oh shit! See,
Mhm.
the video I saw cut off where they made him come over to the side and they made the girl stand over, like they separated him and the girl. I
Hmm.
didn't see the rest. So they do they show him getting arrested?
Yeah, the reach in the pockets, and he just was talking about ain't nothing in there but my big D and my big balls. It was
That's
just he
what
was
he
just
said.
yes, girl. He was trying to embarrass the cops into not going into his pockets, and they didn't care.
Oh,
And out came the vial or whatever it was they had, and it
I
tested
wish
positive.
I wish I knew how to play videos on here. Let me see. I don't think I could do it from my phone. Let me
Or
see.
I
Jolene said she was gonna isolate her little part of her video and just put that out there separately.
Yeah, it's something that people are doing where I think they're setting up like I think it's called a scene in StreamYard or EV Monks, and they have it where they're showing part of their
Live or
browser,
whatever.
and that's how they're playing those videos from TikTok and TMZ and stuff. Because I see a lot of people
Okay.
now.
I would have to do it on my computer then, basically, not my
Yeah,
phone.
I
Everything
see some
Callie just
people.
said sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher to me.
Oh, I'm
Wah, wah, wah,
sorry.
wah, wah, wah.
Wait, I gotta
Sorry.
make sure I'm subscribed to your channel, Callie. I subscribe to everybody who subscribes to
Yeah,
me.
I'm trying to get my channel together. I just got caught up with work because I was gonna start on the first of the year, and then I found out my job was ending, and I was like, well, let me go ahead and start getting myself together so I can start looking for another job.
Are you
But
grieving your job?
I am. I really love that job,
How long
but
were you there for?
I was there almost 8 years.
Oh, damn.
But
Girl, I
I
walked
also
out on
have to
my job.
understand that working for other people is not the way. And, I should have had a plan to get out of there, and I should have never stayed there that long anyway. So it's like, I love that job. That was like my dream job. But, if it's not your company, it just is what it is. Like, eventually, they're going to get rid of you.
As Black women, we cannot be comfortable. I've been watching
Yeah.
a lot of videos about that.
And
They
for a few years, I was the
about
only Black
us.
employee. For maybe about 3 years, I was the only Black employee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
but
give yourself some time to rest. Don't be stressed out.
I'm not stressed out. I'm kind of taking my time, and they did pay me out, so I'm good for a little while. And I've been trading, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm making a little money doing that. But with that, taxes. That's the only thing with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like you almost can't touch that money because you don't know what kind of tax bill you're gonna get it next year.
Kelly, make a comment in the comment section so I can subscribe to your channel. And
Let me go on my computer because if I try to do it on my iPad, I think it's gonna hang up on me.
do you have a channel, Miss DG?
I do not.
I mean, technically, we all have channels.
I don't have an active channel. I don't plan on being active.
Well, I subscribe to it, so
Okay.
in case you change your mind.
Yeah, I mean, for me, at first I was like, I don't want to do it, but I'm like, I need to have other things going on. Even if I at least need to try. Even if it doesn't get monetized or whatever, I at least need to try because I need to have other stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm not monetized yet.
Yeah, I can't just depend on these jobs. Like I need to have other things happen.
I follow the anti-HR lady on YouTube, and her channel was small. But the next thing you know, she was on the Karen Hunter show on Urban View, and her
Oh,
because she sold everything and moved to Mexico.
okay.
But her whole channel is about protecting Black women in the workplace,
Okay.
telling you how to go into your workplace and how to exit from your workplace, and how to exit from your workplace with the funds to start your new uh role, should you have to. Just
Yeah.
document everything. And then she had a really good segment where if they said, well, because you haven't done this or that, and they was like, well, give me an example of this or that. Or if they give you some BS, like, oh, one of your coworkers complained about interaction with you, then you have the right to ask, well, which coworker did this?
Exactly.
Come forward and let's talk about it, and then boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, they'll be cutting you a check to just leave us alone.
No, I think that's why they went ahead and just gave me a good severance because they was like,
Okay,
look, you're
good.
the only Black person here and we don't want to get sued. So we just gonna pay you now.
It didn't look good.
Yeah. And then I got to keep my work. I'm getting to keep my workstation and everything. So.
Oh, that's nice. Have they will they get all of their work? Can you get all of that like out of the computer? Like
I'm
not
keeping
spyware.
everything anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So they just wanted me to finish this up and that's kind of it. So, I mean, I would miss that job. I got to go on trips. I work with cool people. We had a nice office on the beach. So,
Oh
it was
wow.
sweet. But you know what? It wasn't mine. You know what I mean? It was almost like having a rich boyfriend. And it's like, okay, it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
We had all that shit, but none of that stuff was mine. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's
But
how I kind of look at it.
the anti-HR lady started her own business using YouTube. She visits like Stephanie Perry's channel and
Mhm.
another woman. I can't think of her name, but they have really amazing channels. I think you would like
Wow.
them. I'm gonna send them
I'm
to
going
your
to check it out.
Instagram.
I'm going to check
Huh?
it I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, I gotta get my Instagram because my Instagram don't even have pictures on it. Like I wasn't doing none of this stuff. I was just working. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and in hindsight, I have to be honest. I think I kind of needed this as a wake up call because I had no business working there for 8 years and not having anything else going on. That was wrong. That was a bad move, and I knew better. I just
Mm-hmm.
it's such a difficult. I have a lot of trauma because when I first starting out in life as an adult, I had a very hard time finding a job because I'm dyslexic, and I also have a little bit of social anxiety. And at that time, it wasn't so much online jobs and things.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that I have a lot of trauma behind that time period. Like it was just awful for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I really honestly don't care about retiring from working. I want to retire from having to look for a job.
Word.
You know what I
Oh,
mean? That's
yeah.
what I truly want to retire from. I want that part of my life to be over where I can just wake up and be like, I don't have to worry about that no more. I don't have to worry about being laid off. I don't have to worry about going on an interview. I don't have to worry about if I'm going to be hired. Just know that
Mhm.
that's over with and I could go on with my life and do something else.
You seem like you would be a great interview.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like you shouldn't have anxiety about that.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, and you know, I am making money. I'm making money trading. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm not
Hmm.
making money. But with
Hmm.
that, you know, it's risky. You know, you're gonna lose some money. And I think
Hmm.
to be perfectly honest, to make like good money trading, you gotta be willing to risk a lot of money.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna try to look for another job. We'll see what comes up. In the meantime, I'm definitely gonna keep with my trading and learning how to read charts and all of that stuff just in case, you know, some fluke happens. Maybe I don't find another job. Maybe I do whatever. But I don't want my whole life to be dependent on that. I'm a homeowner. I can't be messing up my house and all that
Hmm.
stuff, fooling around with
You
a
can't risk
job.
it. Hmm.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I just kind of feel like anything with a job, it's almost like dependent on a man. Like we think we're
Hmm.
independent, but we really not because that's somebody else's company.
Hmm.
And now
But
we're
then you gotta respect the freedom that this gig economy can offer you, and relieving that stress.
Uh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I make more money trading than I would make like spending my time doing something with gig work.
Okay, well that.
Um, yeah, it just
Hmm.
yeah, and I'm not the only thing I would really be able to do. I thought about I was offered to do like a little temp job for Lululemon. The problem is with these temp agencies, you kind of become an indentured servant because what they'll do is when that job ends, they will send you just any random place so they don't have to give you unemployment. And
Hmm.
you could end up being having to drive like an hour and a half to work when you have been working from home for 5 years. So then you have to make the decision, do I want to do this or do I want to just quit and not be able to get any unemployment at all and just hope I find another job? And
You're
that's
not
kind
the
of
same.
the situation you end up in when you fool around with temp agencies.
Hmm.
So to me, a temp agency is like a last resort.
You're not the same employee you were 8 years. You have so much more under your belt, so much more to
Exactly. So
offer,
I think I can find a
qualification.
job. Like
So
I
you
don't
got to
think I can
remember that from the,
do
especially
stuff.
from the
Yeah.
earlier point. I'm talking about the
Exactly.
anxiety, your trauma from being a young, struggling as a young employee.
Yeah.
It's hard to let that stuff go when it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I didn't take it. I was like,
Hmm.
I'm gonna give myself a chance to find another real job and
And
not
ask for
even
more,
get
and
any
ask for more money than what you
compensation.
want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ask,
if you said they paid you out like a severance package, take your time to
Yeah.
find something that you actually want.
Yeah,
girl.
yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that and just and then also I'm also able to get
And don't be
unemployment.
so hard on yourself. Like, oh, I should have did this. I should have did that. Hindsight is always 2020.
Yeah, because what I really truly want is to retire. That is what I truly want. I really truly want to be able to live my life without having to be bothered with this anymore. And that's what
Well,
I should have
find
been
you something.
building toward. And I felt
You,
like I wasn't really building toward that. I was just kind of living day to day,
I mean, that's what we all do. But we do what we gotta do.
That's what I was
Yeah.
doing for 15 years at my job. I was like, I can work here till I'm like 80.
Well, you said you
Only
just left your job. You just quit.
on July 3rd, I was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
No, I just think that unless it's your company, it ain't yours. To me, like I said, it's almost like having a man take care of you. Like we feel like we independent and we're making our own money, but this company is really determining whether or not if we get paid. And that's how I look at it. Like unless you're a business owner, you just relying on somebody else.
But at least you like your job. It was a pleasant work environment. You
Oh
weren't
yeah,
being
yeah, they cool people.
taken advantage of.
Yeah, they were really cool people. So like, and I think because they say when you manifest things, you do it with your subconscious mind, like not even really thinking about it. It's like a reflex. And when I think
Mm-hmm.
about it, I manifested this job. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh man, now it's gone. And it was something that I did effortlessly. Like I was not desperate. I just went on the interview and I was like, if I get hired, I get hired. If I don't, I don't. Not even really thinking that this job was the stuff that I was trying to manifest. Like I wanted to travel. I wanted to be on the beach all the time, like all of that stuff. And I ended up somehow randomly getting this job. And
You was
even
working at the beach?
Yeah, because the office is on the beach. Like it's like a block.
Oh.
It's like the beach is at the end of the block. But when I first started working there, we were on the Strand. Um, yeah, and it was something that I never even thought about it until I knew I was leaving, and I was like, you know what? I actually manifested this job. But even before I knew that the job would be ending, I kept having this feeling that I wouldn't have to work anymore. So much so, I started buying lottery tickets all the time. I was like, something about to break. You know what I mean? Like, because I just had this like feeling, and I still
Mm-hmm.
have it, but I'm like, okay, we can go with this feeling, but in the meantime, I got to make sure this mortgage is paid. So I'm just kind of like on autopilot. But I just started having this feeling that I wasn't gonna have to do this no more. That's the feeling that I started having. And this was like maybe like a month before they told me. And I was just walking around. I was like, damn, am I about to win the lottery? Like, is something about to happen? Like, what's going on? You know?
You got to keep your eyes open.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. For them, so you won't. So when it presents itself, you won't miss it, and you
Yeah,
won't be distracted by your job you're leaving.
exactly.
Too distracted to see it.
Well, I think about it like now we're on YouTube. We were all around when this monetization, when all this stuff first started. If we would have gotten on YouTube then, we would be millionaires now. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like the example of like these opportunities are there. We just weren't looking for them.
I remember when I first saw you popping up in chats and stuff, and um what really cracked me up with Richie B is when Gabor told his story about the McDonald's, the incident at the McDonald's window, and the
Oh
guy had his
Lord.
order wrong.
He was like, and I still
That
stand
story
that
was on his
way.
old channel.
Yeah.
Lord, that was crazy.
That was funny.
No, I love Gabor. Gabor is a mess. I used to think Gabor was like a professional comedian. When I first heard him on Sherelle's World, I thought he was literally like a professional comedian. And I
Me
think he
too.
still should be one. I know that's a hard life though. But if you make it, that's money, money. Like that's like wealth, like real wealth. Like what those big stand-up comics make, that is money, money. Now, but like I said, it's hard to get started. I follow what's her name? Courtney, I think her name is Courtney B. Vance. She's like an upcoming comedian, and she talks about how it is like going on the road and traveling and all this stuff. But I love
Courtney,
anybody.
that's he's from Detroit. Courtney B. Vance. He went to Country Day School, and he's married to
Yeah.
Angela Bassett. So who are you talking
No, no,
about?
no, 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 no. What is her name? What is her name? It's Courtney something.
Oh,
Sorry, you guys, it's late.
is
And
she what does she do on YouTube?
no, she's a comedian. She's an actual
Oh,
stand-up comic. Not Courtney.
Maybe that's
I
a
just
stage
watched
name too.
that comedian
Maybe it's just
Rita
Courtney B. I think it's just
Courtney
Courtney
B.
B.
Okay, I'll check her out.
I don't know. Courtney B. I'm sorry, y'all. It's late and I'm multitasking. I'm actually working. So sorry, you guys.
The sun
Um,
is coming up in Philly. Is
It should be soon.
it's 2:12 here. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to check the market. Market opens here at 6:30. Um, but if I'm up, I my thing is I always sell when I'm up. That's just it. And if I have to buy it back and resell it, but I don't hold anything that's green. That's how
So
you
how
get
did you
money.
discover that you had a brain or a head for
I'm
the
still
stock
learning.
market?
I don't know if I do have a head for it. I'm still a student. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? But I would like to get there. It's something that my best friend, she sent me this guy's information. I've been following him for probably almost 5 years now. And he's legit. He's not a crook, and he does know what he's doing. And I just started following him, and I tried it the first time and I really didn't get it, and I wasn't really making any money, so I just kind of gave up on it. But this time I'm really paying attention to what he's saying, and I'm kind of diving in more. And there's some other people, but I don't take any tips from them. I just kind of follow them for knowing how to read the candlesticks and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my thing is that I've been searching for a way to make money outside of these jobs. And he
I
always has
have a.
a thing where he says, if you
Mhm.
allow people to feed you, you allow them to starve you. And I 100% agree with that. And I just really feel that with these jobs, it's like an illusion of independence, because to me, especially I guess because I work with primarily mostly all men, it's
Mhm.
almost like being in a relationship. Like, you dependent on this job, and this job can just quit you at any time. And it's not because you did something wrong or whatever. It's just that ain't your company. And so they could just lay people off. They could get rid of your position. They could outsource your position. It's they could really just anything to get rid of you, because it's not your business. And so it's like you're
Mhm.
depending on, even though you feel like you're working and you have a job, what you're actually doing is depending on other people to
Ain't nothing
provide.
like being self-employed. When my niece and I
Yeah.
closed our salon, she wanted to go back to school to be a RN. So she's a RN MSN now. Everything she played at as a child, doing hair, playing school, and being a nurse, she has done in real life. And so I just went, I got a job in a corporate America. I was like, I hate corporate America. Then I got with a nonprofit, and I was like, I think I like it here. Then I was working with, turns out it was a toxic work environment, but I was going to power through that bad boy, and I was not leaving until my student loans got paid. Mission
Oh,
accomplished last year.
that is
Thank goodness.
that is wonderful.
180K.
That is wonderful. I am so happy for you that you were able to get rid of that. That's
Thank you.
another thing with these student loans. That is something that is another thing that messed up the economy, because people are not really supposed to have student loans. The economy is not really supposed to work that way. See, what happens is when they don't regulate things, people take advantage. And again, these people are not as smart as we think they are. So it's never was supposed to have been a world where everybody, instead of buying a house, they owe a student loan. And that's
You
what they
know,
did when they started. It was like everything goes in a circle. So first they started requiring degrees for things that really didn't need a degree, because
right?
they had too many people here, and that was the only way they could weed through the applications.
It's because they didn't want to hire black people, Callie.
No, it literally is because no, because there black people had degrees. It was because it was a way of cutting the applications down. It was a way of weeding people out.
People leaned into going to vocational, doing like when you were in high school. This is my generation, like before you. I'm just rolling up to you. I guess I'm talking from my age,
Uh-huh.
perspective. Yeah.
Well, the vocational jobs was meant to be given to the immigrants, primarily the Mexicans, because different immigrants do different things. Like the Koreans and them, they open up the stores in your neighborhood. The Mexicans were supposed to take all the vocational jobs.
Our Mexican, they come from the Jalisco region of Mexico. The Mexicans that immigrated here, and that's where tequila and mezcal and all of that is from. And the type of Mexican food that we have here is a little different than the rest of the country.
Uh-huh.
And they are there are artisans of ironwork and brickwork. So, and those were the skills that they brought with them here. And when you just drive around there, it's just so beautiful how they have decorated around their homes and stuff and businesses.
Oh yeah, I mean, even in Mexico, there's some beautiful stuff. I live in
Yeah.
a mission style home. My
Oh,
problem is not with Mexican people. My problem is the fact that they were weaponized. I feel against us,
yeah, for sure.
and that they sort of use them to break the economy and create a sub economy, which is something that should have never been allowed. And to me, in the same way that they burnt Black Wall Street down, I kind of felt like we had got to a point after the civil rights movement in the 70s, we were starting to be thriving again. And they opened up the border to drugs and immigrants to take us back down again.
They
Because,
also pulled them into the United States in the 40s when the people were off to war to work in the fields and the industry to help out too. And then they scooped them all up after they had done that, had homes and stuff here in operation. And I don't like to say this word because it's a slur, but WETBACK operation, WETBACK. And they
mhm.
swooped them up and pushed them all out while they had Japanese people in internment camps here. So as they say in narrative, Dr. Greg Carr, the United States is a criminal enterprise
Oh
from the
yeah.
get-go.
Well, this is my whole thing. This is a little bit different because these people literally broke into this country. It's not like they gave these people visas because they said, okay, we have all of these jobs and we're just handing out visas for you to come here because we don't have anyone to work because everyone's at war. That's not what happened. What happened is these people invaded this country. I'm sorry to,
Hmm.
and the administration looked the other way because they thought they were gonna get cheaper labor from these people.
We don't
The
really have
problem,
that. I guess it's different here. We don't really have that.
well, we
You
were
know,
the
you guys
testing
have a
ground.
different
I
perspective.
always say LA was the testing ground. LA was the place that they were like, okay, let's see if this works. Because they showed up with the cocaine. The cocaine was then made into crack. So while we're all dealing with the crack epidemic, they slip in and take our jobs. That was all done by design. That was
And
the Reagan administration.
destroyed our not they didn't destroy our neighborhood, but the crack did. When you look at how
Yeah.
petty and what they're doing right now, there is no doubt that that was done deliberately.
No, that was the Reagan administration. The
Hmm.
CIA was the one selling the cocaine to the dope boys here in Los Angeles.
Hmm.
This is documented. There is a
What was
documentary
the
called
movie
Freeway Crack
or
in
a
the System.
documentary about that?
Freeway Crack in the System. And
Is
it's
Freeway the dealer's name?
yeah, Freeway Ricky Ross, the real Rick.
Okay, yeah, I did see that.
Because that rapper, that fat dude down there in the woods in Georgia, that is not Rick Ross. That is somebody that stole Rick Ross's identity because he thought Rick Ross was never going to get out of prison.
Hmm.
And so he could just steal this man's identity and this man's life story and this and that. Officer Ricky is just that. He is a corrections officer.
So he's a fraud.
Yes, of course. I know somebody who grew up with the real Rick Ross.
Hmm.
Knew him his whole life. Used to sell for him.
Hmm.
That is not Rick Ross. Rick Ross is a skinny dude from over here by the 110 freeway. They used to play tennis. And he ain't from Georgia.
Hmm.
He's not overweight, and he's not a former corrections officer. He's a person that has severe dyslexia, could barely read. And also, it was around the time where they were getting ready to push off, well, they were actually already starting to push
Hmm.
all the black men off the good paying union jobs because his older brother had a really good paying union job that he
Hmm.
retired. He did not get involved in this drug dealing stuff. Now, on
Hmm.
Snowfall, they changed a little bit of his life story because he was doing his own series and they actually came and undercut him and made Snowfall. And so they had to change some things so that he would not sue them. So that's why
Okay.
in Snowfall, the character is an only child. There's like little nuances where he's not Rick, but the character is
Mm-hmm.
based upon Rick. The whole show is based upon Rick. But Rick actually in real life went to prison, taught himself how to read, became his own attorney, and got himself out of prison. That's
Okay. His
even more
IQ is
fantastical than the TV show.
his IQ is something
Yeah, he's
else.
just dyslexic. He's not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he also has a hit on him to this day. That's a whole other story. That's why you don't see him, scrolling around Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
But but yeah, no, Rick, that is not Rick Ross. Most of these rappers are frauds.
So what type they don't have like auto plants or whatever in California. What do they? What kind of union
We
jobs
had
where did they take?
aviation. We had
Okay, yeah, yeah.
aviation. Built
Mm-hmm.
Howard Hughes Aircraft is the reason why a lot of Black people migrated here to get jobs. Working for Howard Hughes Aircrafts. Also construction because they're constantly building up the city. And all the other things that just are the infrastructure that make a city run.
Mm-hmm.
All of those are, city jobs, union jobs and they pay a lot of money. Like everybody keeps throwing around the word six figures. I'm like, you could join a union right now and go through an apprenticeship program and be making six figures in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
All you need is a sponsor to get you in the union. But again, you're gonna have to deal with the Mexicans, and the Mexicans gonna fuck with you, and they're gonna try to run you off that job. I can promise you that. My dad was a union member for over 40 years. There actually were Black men here that did try to protest this. They were called, and I know this is gonna sound crazy as hell. They were in the media held up as though they were racist and they were doing the same thing that the Ku Klux Klan had done. This is literally documented. That they literally said that these Black men that were protesting being pushed off these jobs so that they can only hire Hispanics, that they were no different than the Ku Klux Klan.
That's propaganda.
Yep. And when
And
you see
people
these
very
road
weak
crews,
minded
you do not see no bunch of Black men working on these roads. You
anymore.
do not see a lot of bunch of Black men working on these construction sites
Mm-hmm.
with them orange shirts on. When you see an orange shirt,
Mm-hmm.
they making big money, especially if they working overtime. And this
Mm-hmm.
is why what a lot of Black women don't really understand, because they want to get married and have these families and stuff. These men ain't got no money no more. They don't have money to buy a house, an engagement ring. They barely making it because there was no pivot that happened. The only pivot was mass incarceration. And that's another thing. If they were not able to bring these people here, they could not have mass incarceration because they would need these people out of jail and working. There's no first world country that has this many people in jail. It's
Mm-hmm.
not sustainable. You can't sustain a society having that many people in jail. You need workers, but they were able to import workers. And
I
this is
know I pulled through
yeah.
a Burger King one time and I was like, oh, these old kind of older Black guys in here. They seem a little rough around the edges, passing me my Diet Dr. Pepper and my little Whopper Jr. I thought about it. I was like, I bet you they pull these guys in from a prison or somewhere that work in this Burger King because they don't have employees. That's
It's
slave
possible.
labor.
It's probably they probably were part of like a like they're not in jail, but they're in a halfway house and they have to get a job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But if you think about it, they would have to fix the issues that are causing these men to be criminals because they would need them to work at these jobs if they could not bring these people here.
What do you think is gonna happen with the firefighters, the prisoners they
It's not going to change.
asked to help out? They're still going in?
I don't see it changing. Um, the only thing that might happen, they might weaken the rules where if you don't have a violent felon, maybe you can apply to be full time.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you're trying to rehabilitate people, that's what you should be doing. Otherwise, you're just using people. Like, jail is really supposed to be real rehabilitation.
Yep.
That's what jail is really supposed to be. But for you to teach me how to fight fires and then tell me that I cannot get a job doing this because I have a record, then you're not rehabilitating anybody to be back in society. You're just getting free labor.
And they have to be high on the altruistic spectrum to even want to do something like be a firefighter. They are helpers.
Well, they want to get out of the cell. They get to live at the fire camp.
What about Trump saying he want to send the prisoners over to a different country?
That's just
That ain't
stupid.
gonna happen. 90% of the stuff that Trump is trying to do is going to be stopped. It's all a PR stunt, including these deportation. He has not hardly deported anybody. Biden deported more people. The numbers do
Well,
not
he's only
match up.
been there 2 weeks.
No, they're saying within the 2 weeks of the, if you look at the time frame, he has deported less people than both Obama and Joe Biden when they were in office their first 2 weeks. This is
What
not
about the Guantanamo Bay? He's sending them to Guantanamo Bay now, isn't he?
He ain't doing. They ain't picked up nobody but a few hundred people that already had warrants.
I just can't stop thinking about the children in those cages.
Well, that was Obama. He built them. So
Yeah.
that was already planned. Trump, see, this stuff be planned for years. That's the same thing with this Gaza stuff. They've been planning this for over a decade. But a lot of this stuff that Trump is trying to do is this for show.
Well, I read somewhere that
he's signing this stuff, and the judge is coming right behind him and going block, block.
I read somewhere that I don't know if it's a PR strategy or whatever kind of strategy it is, that he releases 3 things, like 3 actions a day. I don't know if that's just to keep us off kilter or keep us in
He
the frenzy.
also is manipulating the stock market because he crashed the market last week. I pretty much made all my money back, but I lost a bunch of money last week. And this week I've been chasing, trying to get my money back, effing around with him. And the guy that's teaching me, he was like, as long as Trump is in office, he's going to do this every month. And he said, I forgot he did this last time. This is something that he's doing. So it's like, you got to be prepared every month. The market is going to crash because this is what he does.
People probably got nervous when Elon started up his shit.
It was a bunch of stuff that was going on that Trump was just flying out of his mouth that made people sell off and start dumping stuff, and the market crashed. And then also when DeepSeek was released, that also crashed the market because their stuff is faster than a lot of the AI stuff that was out there. And the AI stocks were holding up the market. So, yeah, but I mean, when you trade options, as long as you can see the crash coming, you can make money on the crash. You make money going up or down. It doesn't matter. You just have to be able to anticipate what's going to happen. That's how you make money. So that's how you got to know how to read those charts. And the charts will kind of give you an indicator of where this is about to go. And that's how you make money. And the people that
when you get more confident in the stock market, I would pay you to teach me how to do,
Shoot, I think I'm so far away from that because I'm still trying to learn. I'm still trying to learn the basics of reading.
But just even the basic terms and shit, and anticipating the market and stuff.
I'll put it in the chat. The guy that I follow, he's really good. The only thing I will say with him is going to be like.
I'm talking about you teaching. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you.
The only thing I will say,
but when you learn it, you be talking yourself out of stuff.
And we want to learn, and we want to learn from another woman.
This gonna be.
We don't want to learn from him. We want to learn from you.
It's gonna be a minute, because
I want you to tell me what you know.
Learn how to read these charts, because I don't want to be dependent on these jobs. I just don't.
Black girls want to
now,
see that we can do a representation.
I heard her tell you you could do a book. I'm telling you could teach once you get more confident in what you're doing with the stock.
A whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I got
Like,
a list of things.
if you saying you doing good with it, shit, you could teach me a little bit of stuff you know, because I don't know shit.
Yeah, because I'm really and then also I one thing that I will say, if you're a person who has a gambling streak, this ain't for you. Don't even fool with it because you're gonna lose all your money. You're gonna get in there, you gonna that adrenaline gonna hit you, you're gonna start gambling and something gonna turn and you're gonna be get wiped out.
Math
So
is not my forte. Does that matter?
your
See,
stuff
yeah, you need to
math is
teach,
more
like,
to
you
us,
need to
it's
teach
more
stock
chart
market.
reading than anything.
You need to teach stock market for dummies or for the girls.
But I gotta learn it myself
But you know enough. Shit, you can teach us as you go.
first.
Look, I was at the casino playing blackjack. I was like, hit me. I thought I had 9. Hit me. I was like, I got 9. My friend was behind me. She said, that's 12. So I'm so serious when
No,
I say math
with
is not my
stocks,
forte.
it's more. I mean, you do kind of have to look at the deltas a little bit, but it's more reading the charts. So if you're the type of person that knows
We
how to
don't know how
realize
to do that.
patterns,
Is what we
stuff like
saying.
that's where the money is. The money is in the charts,
I don't even know what
and
a
you
chart is.
also have to be able to lose money and not give up and get frustrated because you are gonna lose money. That's just how the stock market works. Now you might make it right back the next week or the next few days, but you are going to lose money. You actually want to lose a little money because the tax people gonna eat you up if you don't. They gonna get you anyway. Because that's another thing. All this stuff is capital gains tax.
I remember something about capital gains and
Well, the only way to afford capital gains tax, you can move to Puerto Rico.
girl, I was in an MBA program. I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't care about this. I want to go
Ah,
watch the Real Housewives.
That's how I was. Hey, Mrs. Powell. Good morning.
Good morning.
no,
We're trying to
I
get Powell
no,
to
I
teach us
wish
how to do
that
decent
I could
stocks.
just retire and watch Housewives and travel and remodel my house and kick my feet up. That is the dream because I'm over all of this. But in the meantime,
But seriously, that would be something good to practice on with your YouTube channel. Just a little practice, setting up charts and you
I
know
don't know how to
that's
do none of that yet. I'm still
whatever you told when you told Callie how to show another video.
learning.
What was that?
Oh,
I mean, when
you know
you
what?
showed
I
Richie
did
how to.
think about
Yeah.
having like a tech channel. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with my channel. I did think about having like a tech channel because it
A
is a
what
lot of
channel?
people on here that's like doing news. But I think the reason why because it's easy and it's fast to kind of hop on here and just talk about the news, and that's probably the fastest way to just start a channel. You know, but I know this. I've followed this girl. She has a huge channel, and all she does is talk about nails products. Like
Who
she does
who
nails. She you know what I mean, and she talks about products for doing nails, and she's probably got over 1 million followers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
is it the girl with her husband? This is the intro to the long
Uh-huh.
hair pretty nail
Yeah.
show.
I've been
Yeah.
following her for a while.
She's from Detroit, girl. They moved into that big house in Nashville. Her
Damn,
channel really blew up.
beautiful.
She got a
Yeah.
big new diamond band, and
And then also with stuff like that, you don't have to worry about getting flagged. You don't have to worry about copyright strikes,
mhm.
any of that stuff. Now, granted, she hit a niche that worked for her. It is probably not gonna work for everybody. But if you can hit something like that, um, yeah, she golden. She good.
Her husband made a little video about rapping about doing the nails. It's so hilarious. It's on it was on Tidal and everything. I would listen to it. It just it was sweet, like a little rap. I can't even think about it right
Oh.
now. The hubby raps or something like that about the poly gel on the
Uh-huh.
nail. It was so cute. They're both talented.
Oh yeah, but
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad that she's very successful because she is really dope. But even if you look at Tabitha Brown's story, how she blew up, it's like I think stuff like that to me is like that's just manifestation. You just manifested that because there was no reason for that to happen. You know what I mean? That just
Mm-hmm.
happened because you manifested that into your life. Because the odds that someone will become rich off of cooking some vegan bacon is crazy.
I don't care for her too much.
You know what it is? I think she's an actress, and I think that character is a character.
It's a
Yeah,
character.
that's exactly
Now,
what it
I
is.
don't know for sure. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's very good friends with my neighbor, but I
That
don't
whole
want to be
slave
going
talking like
over
a
there talking
slave.
about. So when is Tabitha coming over? You know, I don't want to be that neighbor. So I have not met her because I've been trying to chill back. You know what I mean? But I could if I were to really be like an asshole.
Well, the people mad with her now, with Tabitha now.
Yeah, they're mad at her. But I also think that there was a part, and I was gonna do a video on this, and I got real busy with work. There's a part of that everyone I think seemed to have missed. The article in the Wall Street Journal also said that Target is pulling back initiatives to work with Black businesses and suppliers.
It
To
gives
me,
slave
that's
trade.
beyond DEI. That is like they're closing their doors to Black people. And I know that it's not going to happen overnight because these people have contracts. But in my opinion, I think Tabitha is in denial. And I think that the company has already made the decision to get rid of them. Because if they wouldn't, they would have never released this information. To
You
me, what
think
I
that they're
heard,
gonna? You think they're gonna phase out the Black products?
yes, I do.
The ones that ain't making no money.
I sometimes racism don't care about money.
Did you all see the documentary on Memphis, Tennessee, Stax Records?
Mm-mm.
Stax Records was bringing in so much money. Memphis tanked that record company because they couldn't stand to see the Black people doing well, buying furs, homes, and coming up. And that would have set that whole town on fire right now. Memphis could be like Nashville.
Mm.
It's up like a 4-part documentary. I think it's on Amazon.
Yeah, the
I
way
visited Memphis this year. It's sad. The neighborhood, and I
you
think it's
know
the number
what?
one crime town.
Wow. The way that other people think is very interesting because I've spent a lot of time working in an environment where there's hardly any of the Black people. And they almost feel like for Black people to achieve something, something is being taken from them.
Right.
It's a very weird way of looking at the world, and something that has taught me we cannot always assume that they are logical, or that, oh, because I have money. I think that's what Diddy thought. I think he thought, I'm so rich I could just do blah 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 blah. And sometimes they don't care about money. They feel that it's almost like this contradictory thought that they feel like we're all the same and we should all have the same opportunities and there's no such thing as racism. But the minute that they see Black people getting somewhere, they kick into this mode where they feel like something is unfair being done to them. Like just with
Mhm.
Target working with Black businesses, I'm sure that they have a lot of other people going, you guys are closing the door on us. And from what I hear, they either are or they're wanting to sue Target over working with Black people. So
Well,
I
that
think
shelf that
Target is
shelf
kind of
space is
like,
precious.
we did all we can do.
Mhm.
We let this go for 5 years. Now people are, threatening to take legal action on us, and we got to bow out.
Have you guys heard about any of the people that we follow on YouTube, any of the other channels discuss the Pastor Jamal Bryant's strategic boycott of Target that's supposed to start on March 5th?
No, I don't really. No, I haven't. I didn't know what we were gonna do, but
I thought that was all Sharpton.
Oh, this Jamal, Pastor Holy Whore. He's a powerful speaker.
well, here's the reason why,
I
and I'm not
remember you
trying to be
said.
doom and gloom. Here's the reason why these boycotts cannot work today, because we don't have our own anymore. And see, in the '60s, when they boycotted the buses, they had the black taxis. They had another way to get there. It just wasn't as efficient, and it wasn't as it was more expensive, and maybe it was not. They didn't have enough taxis, so it was a little bit of a strain. But they had something else. We have nothing now. We are not the community that we were in the '60s.
I
We
think that's
have,
why they refer
yeah,
to it as a Target fast and not a boycott. I misspoke.
yeah.
We just do a fast from Target for a particular amount of days, and they know how much money they will lose. It will impact them over those number of days. As long as the people don't run the Target and buy up everything they need
Right.
beforehand. And but
I,
along with that information, they have provided they have started and provided a list of buy black. It's called BY Black, buy black people, things that you can buy
Mhm.
toilet paper, from toilet paper to whatever you need that's manufactured by black people. And the people have to be set up to be able to supply their goods, um, online instead of, or I guess, or tell us if this is sold like in a black supermarket or store, in the area. So
I
they
think it
kind
can
of
work.
are putting things in place to make up for the fact that we don't have our own anymore, like you were saying, Callie.
Well, when I say we have nothing, I mean literally you can start a business, but if they say we ain't picking your shit up, we gotta depend on the post office. The post office is slow. Now we'll always have rights to the post office because we're American citizens and that is the federal government, but
We
Trump
need
wants to privatize
positivity,
that.
Callie. We have to make this work.
No,
And
I'm not saying that we
this
can't make
thing
it
is nothing
work.
else in place,
No,
but
no,
they
no, no,
supply
no,
the
no.
whole
What
list
I'm
of
trying to
black
say
businesses.
is I'm saying this so we can create solutions and we can change, not so we can say that throw up our hands and say we can't do anything.
Well, they
And I
provided
think
a whole
that
list
in
of
order
other
for us to
black.
create solutions, we have to be honest about our problem and the situation that we're in. The situation that we are in is that we literally have nothing. We completely integrated into a society that does not want us and can close their doors on us at any time that
Well,
they
they
want.
started with a list of black businesses. That is something, and it's a start.
No, I understand that's a start, but what I'm saying is that we don't even own the delivery channels. Like we
Okay, well, now we're
so
going to start. We have to
that's what
start
I'm
now
saying. So what I'm
because
saying is that
we don't have a choice because we're getting boxed out.
I
But we
agree.
are
That's
the
what
black
I'm saying. So
dollar,
I'm saying we have to
the
be
almighty
realistic
black
about.
dollar. We have to throw our weight around with our almighty black dollar. So we need to all be on the same page with this. So if it starts today or whenever this strike is supposed to start, then that's when it shall start. And we need to really, like how, like the Hilman Talk, like we need to do that over, but make it to where as though they can't come in and fuck it up. So
They
it
did say that they're working on that too.
good.
Hmm. And that we should invest in fan base. That's Isaac Hayes the third's um social media channel. $399 get started, Callie. And because YouTube is doing too much censoring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said today on
Yeah,
Kim
they
Pyre's
are.
channel, his caller called in and said that she seems not to be getting her notifications from the uh black content creators, but
Yeah,
she's
they've been
getting
doing that for years.
they
YouTube
get them
has
from
been
the
shadow banning black
oh
content
yeah.
creators for many, many years.
So
Like
they're working on
Gabor's
those.
thing, I get Gabor's notices like a day later, especially when he's posting about being on Patreon.
Yep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I see them the next year. I do. It be like, oh, that was yesterday. Even though I
Yeah,
haven't jumped on the Patreon because I don't know if I can do another app.
that's my thing. Like,
I
I got the
deleted TikTok.
$5 one because that's my homie, but I'm not subscribing to nobody else's Patreon. I'm not doing it. Like, and it's like so many people are on Patreon, and it's like, do y'all not understand? Like, we already have Netflix. We already have,
Yeah, that's expensive, and they charging what Netflix is charging.
Are
yeah.
you
What
kidding?
if people?
And
One
you
person
know, for
I
me to
saw
just
charging
watch
like
one person,
$15, $30. Don't
yeah.
nobody get out of here. Don't nobody want to hear you talk that bad. I don't care who it is.
BRB.
Now this is the article that I saw. Okay, Target hit with shareholder lawsuit over DEI policies. Shareholders have filed a lawsuit against Target alleging that the retail giant intentionally misled investors about the risk of its diversity, equality, and exclusion policies. What is it? That doesn't even make sense, but okay, as it relates to its stock prices. Um, in a class action lawsuit filed in Florida on Friday, the city of Rivera Beach police pension fund claimed. Why is it a police pension fund claimed that Target stock was artificially inflated because the retail chain failed to relay the scope of consumer backlash to its initiatives for promoting diversity and LGBTQ pride. So essentially, this is why they want to get rid of all of anything minority or LGBTQ because of this lawsuit. So essentially, they're saying that they're putting the company at risk by continuing these initiatives. And all of this stems back to actually this Pride Month campaign. This is why, no offense to anybody else, this is why delineation is extremely important, and we need to be declared a separate group. This people of color, minority, diversity stuff has to me been extremely harmful to the Black American community because we have a specific harm.
Wait, what you say?
What it is, this Target stuff is happening because of something that had to do with Pride Month. It has nothing to do with Black people. But because we're lumped in this group of diversity, now they're just like, okay, we're getting rid of all this diversity shit.
You know, I thought the same thing, not about Pride Month, but um, you know, like how he said the 14th Amendment was really for like the slaves or whatever, not
And it
for
was. He's
the
right.
Mexican, or I'm not even just Mexican, just all of the minority groups that are coming
Illegal.
in, the
Illegal
Chinese,
people. Yeah.
Dominican, all the people with stores and stuff like that. But you know, DEI was first, it was affirmative action, and that was for Black people. Now, you know, they say white women benefit the most from DEI. Like they the ones, like a lot of white people are losing their jobs now. White women, they're
Well, that
benefiting the
has to do
most
with
from
affirmative
DEI. And
action.
then second group, I think, is Chinese. So like all the minorities and trans and gays and women got lumped into Black affirmative action.
Yeah, well, they used the things that have happened to Black American people to justify this stuff existing. And then once it exists, they give it to everybody else that really had nothing happen to them. I'm going to be honest. I don't understand why you, a person who decided to immigrate to this country, that you get a slot ahead of a person that's already been here. I don't care what color that person is. Why? Why would you get that? Nothing has happened to you in this country. We are the people who have been have been enslaved and had wealth stolen from us for hundreds of years, where we cannot establish anything in this country in spite of the fact that we are the people that build it. These other groups of people do not have that harm. They do not have that claim. claim is that, well, I'm not a white man. That's their only claim to being, or a heterosexual white man, because gay white men are also involved in this. That is their only claim to being part of this DEI or minority or people of color or whatever group. Like there's nothing has happened to these people. That stuff with them internment camps, that only lasted for the time that it happened. That was not an ongoing series of events for hundreds of years. And even if it was, they have a home country to return to. This is crazy. So it's like now, because we're being looped in with them and they've decided that, okay, LGBTQ went a little bit too far with stuff, we just gonna get rid of all this shit. So that's essentially what's happening. Now, I don't know, maybe if the margins are really, really good with some of the Black companies, maybe they will keep them there. But to say that they're cutting initiatives, that almost sounds like they have made a choice to pretty much not do any business with Black people. That's what that sounds like to me. And for this major retailer to say that, that should scare people. That's what we should be talking about. Not Kanye West's wife being nude and all this other stuff.
Wait, what part should we be talking about?
The part that it seems like Target is making a decision that they don't want to do business with Black people. That's what it sounds like to me. That's scary. Because what if FedEx says that? What if UPS says that? What if Amazon says that? They literally can just be like, yeah, we not effing with Black people no more. Bye. you know what I mean? Like that's not DEI. That's something on a whole nother level. That's like that we will be worse than where we were in 1960 if that happens.
With Target?
No, if other companies just decide, you know what, we just not gonna help with Black people. That's it. We're not doing no. We're not having no business initiatives. We're not working with Black people. We don't want to have nothing to do with y'all.
It's a possibility.
They can do. They can do that if they want to. Because we have this lunatic in office that is one of them white people that believe now everybody's equal and we don't have to have these provisions anymore. We can just judge people on their merit, not really realizing that hundreds of people have the same merit. And when that happens, it comes down to how well they relate with someone. It comes down to social capital. And when people control everything that are not of your community, they're going to relate and bond with and create social connections with people that are of their community, and you're going to get cut out. So that is not realistic that we can just judge people on their merit, because there's not enough slots for everyone who has merit. Maybe if they hadn't let millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been here, maybe we could have. but you know, I don't think there's no putting that genie back in the bottle.
But they outsource jobs, though. That's the real problem with that. They didn't even want to pay people to be a call center, answer the phones in call centers.
Well, now
they got rid of that.
Now some of that is coming back because now it's a gig job. They ain't got to give you no benefits, no workers' comp, no nothing. So now you can be the call center. You can sit in your house and answer calls and not have no benefits and get carpal tunnel and all of that stuff. So it's just like the priority is not the American people. The rich only care about themselves, and 90% of them got rich because they made somebody else poor. And if no one checks these people, they're just going to do whatever. And I think in the past, they had a little bit of a fear of being checked because they got checked in the French Revolution. They got checked in the Haitian Revolution. I don't know if people have that in them anymore. because of the programming through television and social media, people are so brainwashed. I don't know if they have it within them anymore to even understand that they can check Trump. Trump works for them. I don't even think people understand that. People talk about he wants to be a dictator. He can't dictate nothing. It's millions of us and one of him. What the hell he gonna dictate? He is no different from anybody that is in the military or works at the post office. He is a civil servant that's supposed to work for the people. And as soon as he
carrying on, and
about doing a layoff, I think everybody that works for the government should have said, well, we're off. Government shut down.
they're exploiting weaknesses in the Constitution, though, to flip it into an oligarchy.
We are a democracy, but I think people don't understand that we're a democracy. I really think people have forgotten that because they've been so programmed to believe that these people have so much power because they're wealthy.
Well, like you guys said, they think that they're smart. They think that the wealthy are so much smarter.
Trump, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a federal employee. If I was, I would say, you know what, just to check him, just to let him know who is in charge. Y'all should get together and shut the government down for a few days and let him know who is in charge. The people, not him.
The strategy is for the strategy, and that is for the federal workers to decline the the severance packages that Elon, who has no authority to offer people, to walk away because there's no guarantee in anything that he says. Right. So just stick with your jobs and keep doing what you want to do, because they just ideally want to get the people of color out of there so they can hire in more white men.
They want to lay off. They want to do layoffs, but they don't want the bad press of doing layoffs because they still want these bank of people to believe that they're for them.
I disagree because they have been a party of, we love first responders and we love the military, and we see how many military people are unhoused out here with no medical care, no mental health care. They are trying to boot the first responders from September 11th off of their health care, and all of the assistance that they've been getting. They know that's going on. They don't care because the propaganda is so strong and the people are so ignorant that they, like Trump said, I can stand and unalive somebody in the middle of the street and they'll still elect me president or whatever. They don't care. Because their in-group white supremacy is what comes first, even to their detriment.
I wish I had a recording of what went down on Clubhouse when Elon Musk told them people, it doesn't matter that you're smarter, that you work harder, or that you're more educated. We are still going to hire people on H-1 visas because they are on a visa and we have more control over them. I wish I had a recording to tell you how those white people reacted. Because
watch what happens live.
Not
Clubhouse.
I'm surprised this man is still walking this earth after that. And he tried to delete it because you remember this is his platform. He owns Twitter. He tried his best to delete it. He even came back in on a burner account and was talking shit. Like, it's something really wrong with this man. You can go to Yvette Carnell has a video on it, but I'm not sure if it's on her Patreon or if it's on YouTube, but you could probably try to find on YouTube because there were some people that were in the space on Twitter when this went down. I don't have time to be fooling with all this political stuff. I just think they give out. But these people, if they start taking these people's jobs away, no, they're going to get checked real quick. These people don't realize that that's what they're doing. They're positioning this as though it's DEI. It's only these bad people that want to work from home. They're not realizing that, no, these people just laying people off. But they want you to feel like we getting rid of DEI people. We getting rid of these bad people that don't want to work in an office. So you don't flip the F out like like those white people did when Elon Musk told them that bullshit.
Now, isn't part of Project 2025 that they want to get rid of federal employees that don't sign an agreement to be um, a part of, Team Trump? I don't know what it's officially called. And
Most
if
people
you
have
don't
never
do
read
that,
Project
it's
2025, including myself. That thing is as long as a goddamn Bible. And
mhm.
most of that stuff in 2025 is long before Trump was ever into politics. Some of that shit is from the 70s.
They've
So
been
I
working
don't
on
know
they've been
Project
working on that,
2025.
but you have to
Yeah.
swear your allegiance to the current administration, and then it's like every year, instead of you have your job, you're a federal employee, and this is my job. They want to switch it. They want to just bring
Again,
in people to work
but
exclusively
here's the
with
thing
that person.
again. People only have the power you give them. There is no allegiance. He ain't no goddamn body. He is a servant of the people. The problem is, I think the people have been weakened by social media. They have been weakened by just being sheep and not thinking for themselves. And I really think that I wish that these white people would wake up and be white people and do what white people do and kind of show them what's up. But I think what it is, a lot of the white people are still being tricked. And see, when he did that mess on Spaces, the way them white people was going off up in there, this is why Trump is trying to market these layoffs as though it's DEI or these bad people that don't want to work in a beautiful office. They're bad because they don't want to drive in traffic every day. They're not productive. No, that's all PR because he doesn't want to get up there and say, look, we laying off 100,000 people. Them white people gonna be like, what? This is not what we voted for, and we about to snatch your ass up and you need to be in jail.
I also believe that years of them claiming that government is too big, government is too big, the
That's just
post
the
office is too
Republican.
big.
That's how the
Government
Republicans
is
roll.
the largest employer of Black people, in the first place that Black people were able to really be hired in mass was for the
But it don't
federal
matter for
government.
Black people. It's more of a thing of working class people in general. The problem is when stuff hits, it
Mhm,
hits us harder
mhm,
because we're
mhm.
mostly working class people.
Well, my focus is on Black people.
No, but what I'm
So
saying is we ain't got the numbers. But
I know, but
Billy
we don't
Bob
have the
got them.
numbers, and it's not
Bob,
many, but it's the majority, and they still don't want us to have a little bit that we have.
no,
They
what I'm
have to
saying
go.
is I think we're looking for our allies in the wrong place. And sometimes a bad person can do something that will just so happen to benefit you. And what I would like is for these working class, Confederate flag having white folks to wake up and see what's happening to them and do something about it. And all we do is just stand there with our popcorn and watch it play out. Because it
And
needs to be checked.
when
Seriously. It really
when
does.
when the Snyder, the guy who poisoned Flint, was our governor, we voted for Michigan to be not to be a right to work state, which is tricky language, into making people think that you have a right to work when you really don't. We voted against that, but they put that into place anyway. They did what the hell they wanted to do. It didn't matter what the citizens have voted for.
No, I'm not talking about voting.
I know
That's
I'm
why
talking
we on
about I'm
YouTube.
talking
I
about
can't
this.
say what I really want to say.
Okay, but
But
I'm just talking about
I'm
this right
thinking
now. Can I finish?
let white folks do what white folks do.
Can I finish? That's what I'm getting to. So then at the same time as he was our governor and they were doing underhanded things, like poisoning the water in Flint, they also were reducing the pension percentages for the sheriffs that work in state of Michigan. And those white boys and women still voted for Schneider. And that's one of the reasons my oldest friend, she retired at 48 with 28 years as a captain. But the sheriff's department, she she was not going to let them just keep coming for, a reduction in her money that she would get in retirement.
Mhm.
But they voted against what was best for them. They voted against their own, for their retirement, their future of their family, their homes. They voted for the person who will make life work for you worst for you in the future. So they're working class, children of migrant hillbillies who moved up here during the my great migration from Kentucky, and voted against what was best for them. Why?
Because they're asleep. And that's why I said maybe
So,
Trump will wake these people up. Because I think that,
girl, from the comments I've been reading, they love Trump. They love every low
I'm
down little thing that
telling
he's
you,
doing.
I'm
And
telling
it's
you,
every
I wish
argument is
I had a
illogical.
recording of how these people reacted when it was said to them plainly. See, Trump is a celebrity and he knows how to do PR. All of this DEI and work from home, this is his way of packaging layoffs to make it seem like he's just laying off those minorities and gay people and bad people that don't want to work in offices, when really he's just doing layoffs.
You're
And
thinking
I
you're
really want
thinking
these
like
people to
like
just
too
wake
logically.
up.
Like they don't think logically and as clear as we do. We voted to protect everybody. They voted for
Well,
proximity, the
I'm gonna
whiteness.
say this: in that president election, there was no vote that was going to protect everybody. They both had the same agenda, just different tactics. And that's another thing. Both these parties have
They're not
agendas,
equated.
and
These
that's
two
why I
parties
think that
are
people
they're
need to revolt
these two parties
because
are not the same. Even though the assumption is that Black people strictly vote for the Democratic Party as if they are puppets, when we're just not voting for white supremacists and Nazis, because
you
we
know
know
what?
what they have done to us in the United States. They didn't do to the immigrants here. That didn't happen to their families for hundreds of years. It happened to our ancestors and to us. And we only had rights in this country as long as I've been alive. My mother was not allowed to vote
But I'm gonna tell
when
you
I
something.
was
These
born.
immigrants that they want to be here have no care, no concern, or knowledge of any of this. They don't
Right.
give a damn. From my experience, me being around them, they are way worse than white people. I would take Billy Bob over them any day.
They have been taught though in school about the history.
No, most of them look at you like, what? That happened? Are you serious? I'm telling you, I've had these conversations with grown ass people, people that are engineers, people that have master's degrees.
That's because racism is a mental illness, that in group out group dynamic.
But for them, it's not racism. It's them looking out for their people, and that is what they care about. They don't, most of them don't even care about America or being American. They care about being able to come here and get money and send it back to their people.
Then
And
why are
if
they
their
so
people can
hateful?
come here and have their culture here and not have to be culturally American, they want to come here. But if you were to tell them people tomorrow that you cannot have that Mexican flag, you gonna go to jail, all they asses will run right back to Mexico. I promise you they would, because they're not here to be Americans. And the Indians are the same way. The Koreans are the same way. They're here to make money. And their quest to make money boxes us out because they don't give a damn about us. They care about their people and the advancement of their people.
That's in
So you
group.
using immigrants to oppress us versus you using white supremacy to oppress us, we're still oppressed either way.
I think they're using immigrants as a scapegoat.
No, they're using them as a tool. It's not the immigrants, it's the system. The system is utilizing them to F us up. Like this Korean lady was saying, I'm going to see if I can find her YouTube channel, because she is Korean. Her family has owned stores in Black neighborhoods and this, and that. And she just came back and told Black people, do not shop in them stores. Them people don't mean you no good. And the government has utilized these people to extract wealth and essentially burn down your community without having the bad PR of literally burning it down, because that's socially unacceptable to do in today's world. So they utilize immigrants to destroy your community. And that was the best way I had ever heard it be put. Because keep in mind, everything that they own, we used to own. They haven't invented anything. They just came in and replaced us. There is nothing that they have invented or brought new into this country that Black people were not doing before they got here. Look at all the inventions that we've created. All these stores, all these gas stations, all these feed stores, farming, all this stuff, we did all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the thing is, they didn't just let them come. They let them come with drugs. So essentially, they poisoned us so that we wouldn't be able to organize like we did in the 60s, like Martin Luther King was trying to get us to do before they unalived him. Because this is what he was preaching about before they took him up out of here. They made sure that we were fighting the crack epidemic. So we didn't have time to get up and do what we did in the 60s and nip this in the bud. So Ronald Reagan was a sociopath. But this was all the Reagan administration that really just finished us off.
Reagan was quite a mediocre man.
Yeah, but he also felt that there was no such thing as people being poor because of the system. If they were poor, it's because they did something wrong. And that's an extremely bad mentality to have as someone that is a political leader.
That's propaganda.
Well, no, that's what he believed. That's how he believed that life.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. It's not even necessarily that he was preaching that to other people. That's what he believed, and that's how he operated.
He believed that because he was taught that.
I mean,
that was the that they were better than us.
But for example, if you have the CEI selling crack cocaine to teenage boys, or bags and bags of coke that's going to be turned into crack, he was the type of person that felt like it's the addict's fault. They shouldn't be doing drugs. Not that the shit shouldn't be here in the first place. Because, mind you, cocaine does not grow on American soil in the United States. Cocaine does not grow here. It is something that is imported from Latin America, period, point blank. So that entire crack epidemic that we had that destroyed people's families to this day, destroyed a lot of Black wealth that came across the border. So anybody that's like, nah, we need to just keep letting people over here and we need to help them out. We need to give them insurance and we need to work with them and try to help them become Americans. And we need to take the Freeman Bank that was for people that was freed from slave and make it for all minorities and all brown people. That person is just as oppressive as Donald Trump.
I still feel like that argument is scapegoating the immigrants for government.
No, it's not the fault
for
sneaky
business that the government is doing.
It's not their fault. The only thing they're doing wrong is looking out for their people. It's not their fault. It is the government that is utilizing them.
Yep.
So it's like you got one side utilizing white supremacy and you got one side weaponizing immigrants. That is the situation that we ended up in. I think the two-party system needs to go. We actually need to realistically have more than two choices, and they need to take the money out of the political elections.
Yeah.
Because what they do, they use that money and they pretty much buy the election.
This was not the administration to do that though. It was the wrong time. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous
Mm-mm.
and
The
dastardly.
other side was just going to was going to do the same thing. They were just going to use a different tactic, and then they were a little bit more war hungry.
I'm just minding my black business at this time. Resting
We
up.
ain't gonna. What do you know how many black businesses we have lost when they brought all these people over here?
No, tell me how many.
I mean, this neighborhood where I live now was filled with black businesses before these people came over here.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for 40 years here in Detroit though. It didn't happen
Yeah, and we
overnight.
had an administration that wanted to keep bringing them over here like we didn't even have borders. Because you have a person who is a child of immigrants, and those are her people, and that's how she identifies. And that's who she's going to put first. Because to her, those are the people that are in need, not us. So there was no win. Both of those parties have decided that they want to F up working class Americans.
You know we have that to leave here. He's one of our representatives.
I think we just need to, as the working class people of this country, which is the majority, I think that there needs to be some sort of checking of these politicians, whatever that may look like, because all of them have turned on us.
It's gonna be a lot of suffering now.
And
Hopefully
it's
not though.
yeah.
We know how to we've been through it. Our parents have been through it. Let's put it like that. So we we know our history, as Paul Mooney used to say.
Paul Mooney.
That's
I don't
you
know.
know,
I feel like some of us know our history, and I feel like some of us are in denial. And that's another problem we got as Black people. We need to find a way to separate. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's religion. I don't know if it's a political part, like having another political party. But there are some Black people who just want nothing to be accepted, and they will sell their own mother if they feel like they're going to be accepted by white people. They don't want to build nothing. They do not want to have Black children. They want to essentially just be a white person. They don't care if they poison us with drugs and rap music. They could care less about us. They just want to be accepted by white people. They will tap dance. They will run butt naked through the street if they have to, if it will entertain white people. Those people kind of need to go away from us because we can't get nothing done with them people. Ever. We never will.
well, we got some children who were unlucky enough to have been born to crack addicts. And then that generation had kids probably too young, and they suffered. You know, they've gone through the
Yeah, that created generational.
elementary school system that my sister can identify them, and she says even now, this generation now, the students now, they were conceived during the pandemic, and they are a little different
Really?
from
Oh,
healthier
yeah, those kids are
children.
starting to go to school now, huh?
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think it was that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So she's what, teaching what, first grade?
Preschool, like Head Start
Preschool.
preschool. Mm-hmm. She
Wow.
plays classical music for them in Motown. Opera.
You know,
It's
I
called
love
a different
Motown
thing.
and I can appreciate opera, but I think it's a little sad that we have to go back that far to find high vibrational music to play to children.
And
I
Afrobeats.
listen to Motown a lot myself as well because the music of that era, it just vibrates
Mhm.
different. And I feel
She
like,
was a violinist, so
oh, awesome.
in a orchestra when she was in school. So she what's that violinist? I can't think of her name. Rebecca or something. Not Rachel for real, but it's some violinist that once played she been in the
I
orchestra with
picture it in
her.
my mind and can't think of her.
Hmm. A black female violinist was very
Mm-hmm.
popular. Um, but she just wants to just try to, open the kids' minds to more than rap music. She said that parents come to school reeking of Mary Jane and whatnot. So the kids, if they're smoking in the car with the kids get in contact.
That's another thing with weed being legal. And I had a big argument. This is the only argument I ever had in my job with one of my Mexican coworkers. This idea that weed is harmless is I'm sorry, this is not true. It's not harmless.
Hmm.
Just because, I mean, it's just alcohol is legal and that's not harmless. And I think that, in my opinion, people are smoking weed to the point where it's destroying their lives. And I don't know what it's doing to these children that's inhaling this stuff.
So she can see it in the little kids' faces. So we have to concern ourselves with educating our kids um and our teenagers, and we just have to be prepared. So when people like you who understand the stock market have something to offer to make a difference in this battle that we're facing, because the school system is about to be messed up, you just got to think about it.
Well, in my opinion, if we have a need, such a need for engineers, that we have to bring a bunch of people over here from Russia, India, and Asia, the school system is already messed up.
Yeah,
And,
they've
and
been
we're
undermining it.
importing all of these nurses and doctors. Almost every nurse, every doctor is from another country. That tells me that our school system is already broken
They've
because
been
there
undermining the
cannot be
school
a
system
need
since
for these people to come here.
Brown versus Board of Education. That their first thing they did with that was to start sending their kids to private religious schools, and then the schools in other districts.
Well, I got to be honest. My family is from a small town in Louisiana, and my parents went to a very nice black school. And my grandparents who have passed were actually very upset about the schools being integrated. They actually went
Yep.
to a lesser school, and that school was closed down. Um,
Yep.
so integration was kind of a selfish thing. Like you had black people that were living in areas where they either weren't close to a black school or just the black school in their area was underfunded or had problems.
I
So
remember
what
my
they
aunt.
did,
Hmm.
they effed it up for everybody.
I remember my aunt said she knew when she was at the black shoe store after that was, the segregation and whatnot passed, and she knew that he was going to go out of business because she knew that the black people would go to white businesses, but white people would not support black businesses, and they would go under.
Yeah, that's the Bernie house Martin Luther King was talking about.
Hmm.
Integration was never supposed to be that we abandon and lose everything that we have and go and shoehorn ourselves into white people's society where we're not really wanted and don't have any social capital. And that's what it ended up being.
Hmm.
Um, and I know everybody now they hate MLK or whatever. I just kind of feel like he was only what 39 when he passed. And
Hmm.
I mean, you gotta think about the people that are in their 30s, um, the mistakes that they make, and how some of the stuff that they thought was cool in their 30s, they learned later that this it don't work that way. I think that he learned that this was a mistake, and he tried to course correct, but he ended up being unalived.
Okay.
So one of the things that he spoke about was that not only were immigrants coming here, they were getting a lot of stuff from the government. And there was no way we can compete with these people. That's why he said the next March on Washington will be for us to come and get our check. We need to get our reparations. Because if you're going to give them this, we cannot compete with them having nothing. He said it's like you have a man that was wrongfully accused, put in jail for 40 years, and you just let him out on the street with no shoes, no clothes, no nothing, and you go, okay, find your way. And that's what he said essentially what has happened to Black people. And on top of that, they brought other people here and they gave them stuff. Now, I never want to hear an argument that we can't give reparations because all they have to do is reallocate the stuff that they've been giving them, the tax breaks and the loans and all that stuff. I know reparations is more than that, but that's something that's better than nothing, is what we have now. I don't think that in the United States of America that you're going to be fully able to build anything independent of government. And that is why I believe that we haven't been able to build anything, because we're in a country and we have to work with that country, and that country has to have policies for us like they have for everybody else.
I think that you would like In Class with Carr, both you and Ritchie. It comes on every Saturday morning since the pandemic, absolutely every Saturday morning. It airs on Narratives with a K YouTube channel. And there's also the app is called Nubia. I think to be a member is like $150 a year. And you basically have access to the world's biggest Africana studies course, and it covers everything. On Saturday morning, they discuss politics and culture, everything from music to Paul Ropes, Martin Luther King, and every episode is. I don't know if they pulled them off from YouTube yet, but originally they were broadcast over Karen Hunter's YouTube channel, but now they have been set up on Narratives YouTube channel. I love it, and it's very educational and informative. Dr. Greg Carr is the department head of Africana Studies at Howard University, and the goal is to create the world's largest educational online or internet educational class for the diaspora, because without going through HBCUs or regular colleges, and the comments are just so uplifting and positive, and it just help us keep in touch with our heritage of being the griot and sharing information and history, and it's just fabulous. So they start kind of early in the morning on like 9 or something like that. Just set up a reminder, and it's just something to listen to while you drink coffee and read the chat. And they just want to free themselves, kind of like
I see it. I have watched a couple of videos from them.
Okay, so it's the course. What it said, the Hilman Yak. Was that Hilman Yak you guys were discussing earlier?
Hilman Talk.
Hilman Talk. Hilman Talk. Yep. And so like they start when you have class, and then on Mondays you can go to online with Dr. Carr and speak with them and ask questions. They even have a horoscope with Sam Reynolds, and he ties into how that was important to us, reading our charts and zodiac and whatnot, and medicine, how to treat illnesses and teas and herbs, and
Oh, okay.
um and books to read. It's a terrific resource to educate our children too, or nieces and nephews, or you know, just to recommend to people that kind of help educate their children, especially people who homeschool. It's exciting and dynamic.
Interesting. Now, one thing I will say, my nieces and nephews that are in New Orleans is very black. You know what I mean? So it
Mm-hmm.
is very possible for you as a black person to get a good education there if that's what you so choose. The caveat is that New Orleans can be a very dangerous place and it's very easy to fall into bad things and lose your life. So it's like from one extreme to another. Like on one extreme, you have, these Catholic school guys that are straight A students going to Ivy League colleges, every year graduating, they all get into college, most of them Ivy League or HBCU. And then on the other hand, it's like somebody getting unalived every other day in the hood. And New Orleans ain't that big. So it's not like the hood is way far away. You know what I mean? New Orleans can be a very dangerous place, but it can also be a very place where you can still go to a black school. You will learn music because they ain't getting rid of no music programs. That's just the culture of the city.
Mm-hmm.
You will learn how to play an instrument. You will be taught about Black history. That's part of the reason why I am the way that I am now is because it's from growing up there. And also my family is like, they're woke people. I'm not one of those, like I hear some of these people when they say, all the men in my family are married to white women. I have a family that if somebody
Guys,
brings a white woman to a
there's
cookout,
been breaking news. There's like 2 plane crashes right now.
Oh my God.
One plane is missing over Alaska, and the other one is shit. I just lost the other one. The other one is hold on.
Where you at, Ritchie? I'm on CNN. I don't see nothing.
I'm on Twitter. A plane is crashed in Sao Paulo, Brazil, hitting a bus.
Oh my
A
God.
bus on the ground?
I guess.
I mean, it's not flying. The bus is not flying.
Plane crash. It's in
The
Brazil.
plane, yeah, in Brazil. I'm trying to log in from my computer to see if I can share my screen. It looks like the one in Northeast Philly. This was like 40 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, 40 minutes ago. I see it.
That's so sad.
It's something wrong with it's a computer program error, something happening with or some faulty parts. It's something wrong with these planes. And they're not telling us what it is.
Then there's a plane.
They can hurry up and fix it.
There's a plane over Alaska. Hillary Clinton said U.S. airlines had gone 16 years without fatal crashes. Then MAGA fired the FAA chief, gutted Aviation Security Advisory Committee, and threatened air traffic controllers with layoffs. Now there have been 2 fatal crashes. Hope your unvetted 22-year-olds can fix things fast.
But they just got there. How could they have caused this? Trump in office, 3 weeks, 2 weeks?
He fired the FAA chief. He gutted the Aviation Security Advisory Committee, and he threatened the air traffic controllers with layoffs. They said the night of the DC crash, there was no one in charge, no security, no advisor there in charge to talk. No one was in charge that night, and there was only one air traffic controller there. with all those planes. So while they're busy laying off people, people are dying.
And
And
the hiring freeze.
I also read
I'm
that
telling y'all, these niggas still layoffs.
The reason why Elon fired the FAA chief is because he fined him for some fuck shit he did with SpaceX. So that was
That
pure
sounds
payback.
about right.
Huh?
That sounds
SpaceX
about
debris.
right.
SpaceX
You
is
said it
leaving
sounds
debris.
about right.
Y'all, Tesla contacted me for a job, and what they was paying, that lets me know that don't nobody want to work there, because they was paying some buku money. And I said, see, don't nobody want to work here, because there's no way in the world y'all should be paying this for this position. So they over there desperate.
Who's desperate?
Elon Musk, people are turning on him. I feel like what it is, the press is hiding a lot of stuff. But a lot of people, even a lot of these diehard Trump people, are like, look, we did not vote for no goddamn Elon Musk. Where did this man need to go back to South Africa?
Or get the fuck out of our face
You
and
really
leave
think
our
these
shit
fools running
alone.
around here with Confederate flags want this South African man in here running stuff?
I don't think they know what they want, but he don't know. You just can't come in and just start firing people. It's a system in place, and shit works the way it does for a reason, whether you agree with their budget or not. You know, the last time I checked, the people who work for you were not happy. So you
They're
can't
not.
do
And
that to
most
this
of them
country.
quit.
And Twitter is a mess, or X. It's nothing like it used to be.
No,
It's a mess.
I use Blue Sky. I'm surprised y'all still on Twitter.
I'm on Blue Sky.
Blue Sky is cute. They got cute branding. Jack Dorsey is over there, and I forgot the designer lady that worked with him on that.
I didn't delete my X account yet because I deleted the app, but then I forgot to deactivate my account and everything. I was like, wait a minute, I got to reinstall this app. And then
You
the
know what? I'm gonna go ahead.
fires happened, and I used it to kind of keep up with the wildfires.
I don't know what people still doing on Twitter. Twitter is ugly. The branding turns me off. That who wants to look at a black X? He just need to go somewhere. The point of Twitter it was that it was this cute little thing, and they had the birds and all of that stuff. And Elon Musk is just, to me, he's like, well, I'm Elon Musk. I'm a brand. I don't like these celebrity billionaires. I can't stand these people.
I was wondering if he was trying to shade like the Malcolm X that the Muslims use, the X,
I don't
because
even think he
out of
cares about
pettiness.
black people that much. If anything, it's because they have porn on there. That's what I think it was. But he's obsessed with the letter X, because I guess apparently it means like some high number. It's some stupid
Okay.
stuff. But I think if you were to ask him, I don't think he believes he's racist. I think these are those type of racist people. They don't understand that the things that they do hurt black people.
When you throwing
Because
up
they
that
just
Heil
don't
Hitler, you
care.
got a clue. I think he got a clue doing
I
that salute.
that what they got to do with us? See, that's what I'm saying. I
It's
feel
a
like
it's a
he's
symbol
one of
of
these people where
white
it's so
supremacy.
ingrained into his subconscious that he doesn't perceive it as racism, because he's subconsciously doing these things. And to me, those type of people are way more dangerous. I bet you if you would ask him,
So
he would be like, I have
Kanye,
nothing against black people. Black people are awesome. I love black people. But
who? Elon Musk?
everything that he does is something that's gonna F up black people. It's,
Okay,
you
so
know what I mean? It's like
another thing that's trending is Kanye is on another rant. He just tweeted
Mhm.
40 seconds ago. Elon stole my Nazi swag at the inauguration.
Say what?
Elon stole my Nazi swag at the inauguration. Yo, my guy, get your own third rail. Then he said, niggas, newsflash. White people and Jewish people are different. You can get money with Jewish people, but they always going to steal and invite you over to their house on Friday. White people do not fuck with niggas. They leave that to the Jews. If you think you getting money with a white person, it's not true. That so-called white person is actually Jewish. Jews hate white bitches because of the Germans from World War II.
He is
Jewish
so.
people actually hate white people and use black people. All white people are racist. I will not say nothing bad or against China. They always showed me love when Americans turned their backs on me of a red hat or a t-shirt. I get money with China. I love China. God had my mom bring me there for a reason. All you broke ass niggas and bitches, honkies, Jews, it's whatever. I know niggas thinking he talking all that shit on the internet, but he won't say it to my face. Why the fuck would I ever let you talk to me? You're broke. You're dumb. You dumb ass retards. This is from a nigga with a pink polo to all you F word, maggot ass rap niggas that ever came out on your mouth sideways. I'm the Don. Yay over everything and everyone. Go to your day job and talk shit about me. But always remember you're broke and you have a boss and you suck your boss's dick for a living, pussy. I do not give a fuck how many people you kill or if you went to jail. Going to jail is a very achievable goal. Niggas sold those drugs and still got to rap for a living. I don't need or want celebrity support. Even still, every celebrity is broke. Talking to you, do talking to you, do shit but lose me
He
money.
probably using talk to type, and that don't work well, as you can tell by some of my chats.
He is like on a rampage, and if you think about what he did Sunday, I guess he's in one of his episodes.
You could see it all
Well,
over his
I'm
face.
sorry. I refuse to believe that woman. She did that. I'm sorry.
He got
I,
kicked off of Instagram.
well, anti-Semitic, whatever.
Puff, we love you.
You about
Whoever
to be
else
in the
the
cell
fuck
with them.
was.
So, I mean, if that's where you want to be, then you go right ahead.
He said, I just found out that Puff is not allowed to make or collect money while he's locked up. So I'm going to send half his money to Justin. Just for clarity, they trying to make an example out of Puff. Me and my brother had our issues, but these white people trying to use Puff to scare niggas. I'm neither scared nor brave, just me. I love
But
cutting.
Lord have mercy, he ain't making no sense. Okay, first of all, I do kind of agree that Puffy is being overcharged and they doing a bit much. But scaring them for what? Beating women? If that's what they're trying to scare them from, then go ahead and scare them. I'm down. Because at
He
the
said,
end of the day, Puff would not be in this position if he didn't put his hands on a woman. Make no
I'm,
mistake.
I'm selling this Sean John collaboration that me and my brother spoke about before they locked him up. We splitting the profits 50-50.
Good luck with that.
Let these white people and Jewish people tell you what to do and say, fuck Diageo and fuck all y'all niggas in advance. Slavery is a choice. Fuck all that woke shit. Niggas addicted to complain and do something. All these celebrity niggas and bitches is pussy. Y'all watch our brother rot and never say shit. I wonder who he talking to. Like, who is he
I think
subbing?
he's talking to the industry in general because I know a lot of people don't agree with me, and that's fine. I do think this Puffy case is bullshit. I don't think he's a totally innocent person, but I also do not believe that he is doing ST and there's and he's running a criminal enterprise and all this other crap. I'm sorry. I think that this is a BS case that they're trying to take claims from an ex-girlfriend that's trying to get money from a lawsuit and put this man in jail for a RICO charge. And so that's what he's talking. He's referring to the fact that nobody's saying anything. And a few people, but it's not nobody. A few people have said that they kind of, sort of don't really believe this. There's not enough evidence. But I feel like people don't want to hear because social media is so loud. Because, that's what's running the algorithms. You just get up and say, Diddy did this, Diddy did that, Diddy is the devil. And you get like 10,000 followers. Because that's what this running the algorithms.
It's going to be an interesting weekend. We got the Super Bowl. Let's see. Cassie's trending. Why is she trending?
I'm hyped for the Super Bowl.
I guess because of what Kanye said. Nigga beat Cassie ass on camera and you got the nerve to tweet this bullshit, yo. He said free Puff.
Well, he's not in jail for DV. If he was in
Right.
jail for DV, I don't think anybody would be saying free anything because obviously he did it. I think Puffy is a scammer. Diddy or whatever his name is, I think he's a scammer. I think that he's an abuser of women and he should be in jail. But do I believe that these charges are valid? Not really. Man, it is raining cats and dogs out there.
DACA. Breaking. Middle school science teacher in Miami-Dade detained by ICE. The Miami-Dade Teachers Union confirmed today that the teacher attended his immigration hearing and was detained. That's crazy. He had been in the U.S. since his youth and had DACA. He will likely be deported.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why? Did he do something? Like, does he have a record? Is there something more to this story?
No, because they said that they arrested all the people that come to renew their papers. Whatever you do. Yeah. I guess they're not legal citizens yet. I don't know why. Why should it take so long if he's been here since he was?
I'm wondering if this man came to this country legally. Like, what would the grounds be to? This story don't sound right.
Isn't DACA a program that they do?
The Dreamers Act or something like that.
Yeah, he became a teacher off that shit, I guess.
But I wonder if he has some sort of record or a warrant or something on him.
No, I've heard plenty of people go into, like, a lot of people are going to check on, like, they have dates with the immigration people. Like, I don't know if you got to check in every so often. And then they have where you go into your hearing to see if you can become a citizen, and they're locking you up at the hearing or detaining you.
You know what this sounds like? But they're saying he was in their program, but that kind of sounds like these are people that are here illegally, and now they're trying to become a citizen without going through the proper channel. Like they're trying to go around the system.
I think the Dream Act was like people, the parents brought them over as children or something like that. So then they were given the opportunity to become legal citizens.
Oh, well, that's what happened to Joe Giudice. Real Housewife of New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
His parents brought him over here. He never applied for the citizenship. He was married to a citizen and everything, just never did the paperwork. And as soon as he did something, they deported that ass.
Do you think they would have deported him if he hadn't been married to a celebrity?
Yes. Because this is what people don't understand. People keep saying, I don't understand why we don't see a lot of people from Europe being deported. Can I just tell you, I just know this from my coworkers. They snatched them up with the quickness. These people that come over here from like Italy and Ireland and Spain, you know, like all those places, Russia, they might play with you a little bit, but usually they'll snatch you up too. They don't get to stay here to say, I've been here for years. No, that visa start getting old, they start looking for them. They snatched them up. I'm surprised he was here that long. So, no, he would have got deported. This is why I'm having a very hard time feeling bad for these people out here marching. And I know that it's not their fault because they don't know any better. They're actually getting a privilege that other people that come to this country are not getting. Because other people that come to this country illegally usually are caught before they even get to where these people have gotten. And I even hear people saying, oh no, they're not deporting no white people. I'm like, them white people get snatched the F up as soon as that visa expires. Unless they got a fake social security number or something. Which this black lady told me a lot of these like white guys that drive Uber, some of them are from Europe and they are driving on fake social security numbers. Unless they got like some fake papers, they get snatched up. They don't play with them. They cannot stay here, especially if you're from Ireland. So, yeah, no, he would have got deported. I mean, maybe if he had never committed a crime, he would have been able to, you know, fly under the radar. But once he did something, that was it. And he's still permanently deported. Yeah, that's that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this man though. Because if he was already part of a program, I feel like this man had some type of criminal record. Mm-hmm.
I don't think they give a shit. He's technically not a citizen if he doesn't have his citizenship papers.
Yeah, but they're only deporting people who are here illegally. But it sounds like this man isn't here illegally. So why would
he doesn't care about DACA. If you're not a citizen by now, then you're here illegally. That's what the press secretary said.
But I thought that was for people
they actually consider you a criminal if you're here illegally. She said you're a criminal.
Well, you are. But it
if
sounds
you're
like
here
this
illegally.
man wasn't illegal. So that's the part of the story that is a little something, they leaving out something. You know?
So if you're DACA, are you automatically a citizen?
I don't think you're a citizen, but you're also not illegal. I could be wrong.
So if you're not a citizen in their eyes, you're here illegally and therefore a criminal.
There's people
yes.
visas.
I watched her say it. The lady with the mean lady with the blonde hair. That's what she said.
No, she said if you came into the country illegally, being on a visa or being part of a work program.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said the last press conference. She said if you are here, because they asked her about DACA and the people waiting for people with court dates and shit. And she just kept repeating the same talking point. If you are here illegally, you are a criminal. Because they was like, I thought y'all was coming after the criminal first. If you are here illegally, you are a criminal. So,
I did see that part.
Technically, if he's not a citizen, he's not here. If he's not a citizen, he's not here legally, and therefore he has to go. That's how they're looking at it. I'm not saying it.
No, what I'm saying is that there is something in between being a citizen and being illegal. Like there's visas.
Not in the Trump administration, Callie. You're trying to plot logic to something where it's really cut and dry with him.
I mean, but they still have to obey the law. You know what I
No, he
mean?
does
Like it's
not,
not
and he is
the
not.
law.
They're locking up. No, they don't. This is his law.
No, I think they're locking up people who are here illegally, and these people are playing dumb. Like, oh, I was just here from a kid. I thought I could be here. I think there are a lot more people here illegally than what we think there are
They
because
may
they
he
said
may
there
have been
were
in,
so many millions.
he may have been in the process of completing his DACA paperwork or whatever, and it has not completed, and they don't care if it didn't complete under the previous administration. And even people who are naturalized citizens, they're trying to, and that's an amendment, right? I mean, a constitutional right. They're trying to get rid
Mm-hmm.
of that. It's all the way wrong.
Well, that birthright citizenship thing, Trump is right. I don't think it will ever be held up because I think it's just so many millions upon millions of people. And they have no way of getting these people out of this country, even if they were to hold it up. So I think they're just gonna let it fly and act like Trump is crazy. But he is right. That is an amendment that was made for the children of slaves. That was not made for somebody to come here on a visa and have a baby, and then their baby is a citizen. That was part of a set of an amendments that were made after the Civil War for slave descended people. The problem is they've
So,
allowed people to abuse the system so long they can't put the genie back in the bottle.
so I'll read it again. It says breaking. Middle school science teacher in Miami-Dade detained by ICE. The Miami-Dade Teachers Union confirmed today that the teacher attended his immigration hearing and was detained. He had been in the U.S. since his youth and had DACA. He will likely be deported. Then someone said, then he's had since his youth to get his paperwork in order. He chose to be a criminal when he could have
Mm.
chosen to. He chose to be a criminal when he could have chosen going to the office and fixing his paperwork, send him back. Somebody else said, this is assuming the process of becoming a citizen isn't broken, which it clearly is if it takes people decades. And why the negative feelings? Blah 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 blah. Blah. Then someone says, there is no way for dreamers to apply for citizenship. Zero. So if someone was fought fought here as an infant or a child, there is no path to citizenship. Zippo. Wrong. I served with the Dreamers. They got citizen as soon as basic training was over. Well, that's the military. Unless they marry a citizen, and damn, Lakin Riley was once a dreamer. I don't know
Mm.
how much truth is in here.
So it sounds like it's a Joe Judice situation where he was just here from a kid and he never got his stuff in order, and now like they not playing with them people no more.
Well, no, somebody saying DACA is having your paperwork in order. Immigration reformers like myself have pushed for over a decade for DACA recipients to be granted a path to permanent residency and citizenship. Nothing substantial has come from it. So they're saying you can't become a citizen if you have DACA. To clarify, before I get gotcha replies, DACA recipients can be eligible for permanent residency if they had legal status at some point, e.g., their parents overstayed their visas, but even then, long and expensive process to go through with no guarantees. It isn't an accessible option. So it seems like DACA, you're just allowed to be here. Let me see.
Mm. I know when the DACA and Dream Act and all that stuff happened, a lot of the black people here in Los Angeles were pissed because they were like, we don't have no Dream Act. You know, we have not gotten shit but mass incarceration and crack and communities burned down and redlining and lynchings and so on and so forth.
So DACA doesn't provide citizenship. DACA is, the DACA Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, U.S. immigration policy that allows undocumented immigrants to work and live in the U.S. legally. DACA recipients are called dreamers. How does DACA work? DACA gives people a 2-year period of deferred action from deportation. DACA recipients can apply for a work permit, driver's license, and social security number. DACA is renewable, providing ongoing protection and employment opportunities. DACA is not a green card and does not provide citizenship. Who is eligible?
Oh,
People who were in the U.S. without lawful immigration since June 2012. People who entered the U.S. as children at least 5 years before June 15, 2012. People who meet certain guidelines including having no criminal record. So you can't have a criminal record and be in DACA. So he was just not a citizen, which in the Trump administration eyes is being a criminal.
well, I
They're
mean,
locking these people up for going to their immigration hearings. Oh, the black lady in Pakistan, they said she back in Brooklyn.
oh yeah, she was deported because other countries don't play that shit.
What's her name? Let me
Yeah,
see. I'm gonna just
Mexico
put
just
Pakistan.
deported this girl too, and she was talking shit about Mexico, and they deported her ass. She was over there. She overstayed her visa.
What's the girl name?
That lady
She
is a
was
mess.
You want to go back to your country? It's private, but no, I do not. I'm from Pakistan now. How Pakistan helped and take care of you? Shabana, would you like to speak, Shabana? Okay, she's been taking care of me. Thank you very much. She's taking care of yours. Yes, everybody. This is my team. Okay. Yes. Hi. Now you are feeling well. Yes, I'm going for sonogram. Okay. Yes.
a sonogram.
Okay, बिल्कुल
Isn't that
I
a
don't know what the
pregnancy?
hell is going on. But you know what? They messy as hell for taking this lady and making this lady famous. They should have just deported that woman. Why is this woman all on TV and stuff over there and they interviewing her? They part of the problem they own.
Yeah, because they think it's funny. They think the shit is funny. Then she over here
Yeah,
counting her money.
they just as entertained as we are. I feel like they created this monster by making this woman famous. Because they could have just went on and just deported that woman. They did not have to have that woman all over the place interviewing her. What is the world coming to? My God. Who knew they was just as messy in Pakistan?
They think it's funny.
No, they just took that woman and made that woman a celebrity.
Well, she famous now.
Because I'm like, why are y'all interviewing this woman? And it was like multiple people was running over there. And I'm like, y'all are enabling this behavior. Like
They are encouraging them.
over here talking to a 19-year-old.
Talking about we're moving to Divine to have a baby.
Lord have mercy. 2025 is 2025 now.
Yes.
And that's all I have to say. And where did Kanye come back from? He must need some money. He must need a check. Because he
Well,
been
there's a new album coming
hard.
out called Bully.
Yeah, I figured he was about to release something.
Oh, excuse me.
Can I be honest? I never listened to his music. Him and Nicki Minaj are two people that are superstars that I was never able to connect with.
I love Kanye.
I could
I'm
never
Mr.
even get through one
Kanye.
song. I don't know. And I don't know what it is about him. Because usually if somebody's popular, they'll have some songs that I like. It doesn't matter what type of music it is. But it's always was just something about him I just could never connect to.
You didn't
I
like
love
American Boy,
his
Callie?
Mm-mm.
You didn't
I
like
just
American Boy?
no.
Oh,
There's
that's my love
always
it.
has been something about Kanye West that I just don't connect with.
I love when he had his church.
Yeah, but see, I'm not religious, so that wasn't gonna.
Me either.
I can't tell you what it is about him. Because I mean, I listen to a lot of stuff. Like even Metallica has a song that I like. Like, but Kanye West and Nicki Minaj, those are two really popular artists that it's not one song. I just can't gel with either one of them. Mm-mm.
That
But
is
Nicki
yeah,
funny.
hit me all wrong when she disrespected Lil Kim.
you know what? I'm
When
gonna tell
you
you what happened
get up,
with Nicki
when
Minaj
it
for me.
all goes
When I
down,
first saw her, I was like, why is this girl dressed like Little Kim?
it all falls
And this was
down.
during the phase when she was pretending to be a lesbian. And all of it was this, like, okay, this is just somebody trolling. And that's just how I think in the back of my mind, I've always looked at her like that.
What's she doing in college? Past that for Stacey. Insecure.
So how do you calculate your numbers, Richie? Richie B. Or
How do
how
I
many
do
hours
it?
you have? How many hours of live content that you have to have?
It says we've been on here for 8 hours and 53 minutes. I guess you can record as much as you want.
No, do you have to have like 1,000 hours or something like that?
Oh,
I
the views. I
honestly
think you
don't
got to
know.
have 4,000 viewing hours.
Or
Yeah, I think it's 4,000 viewing hours, I
oh,
believe.
not be live for 4,000 hours, but have many people come in to watch your
Well,
channel.
yeah, like you can have one video and it could go viral and you could just get monetized off one video. You know what
Okay.
I mean? If you know enough people watch it where it's being screened for 400 hours or 4,000 hours. At least that's the way I thought I understood it. I could be wrong because I don't really do YouTube. What? You know, I really hope that things don't start getting to the point where we go backwards and we don't believe anyone who has been SA because this sounds. I, I'm not saying this couldn't have happened, but I'm starting to see a trend where it almost seems like people are either suing or trying to get in the algorithm by making allegations. And sometimes they're a little questionable. Like this one woman who claims she was R worded nearly 1,000 times and says the hotel staff knew in this lawsuit. What? So I'm assuming this woman was a victim of ST and she's suing the hotels that she was at.
You go for the deep pockets.
I I mean, if this happened, and it probably did. I mean, people are ST'd all the time. So if they were doing this at this hotel, and the people that worked at the hotel knew, and no one called the police and tried to help her, yeah, I can see them soon. Maybe they should start suing these hotels that allow this type of stuff.
It's gonna teach them to have more awareness.
Yeah. That's crazy. Wow. I don't know. We living in a crazy world. Yeah, and I figured Kanye was just trying to promote something. He's like, I'll say slavery was a choice again, and black people would get mad, and I can make money.
He was probably salty because he got dissed for that nudity stunt he pulled at the Grammys. He's in his feelings, narcissistic injury.
I'm gonna tell you what would have hurt him if she would have been held accountable for that, and people were like, "Sir, we don't care what you have to say. Get over there and sit down." But people played into this idea that somehow he was in control of that. And so that didn't hurt him because that's what he wanted. If people would have been like, okay, she going to jail. I think that trust me, he would be tweeting something very differently.
Remember the first time I saw one of Kanye's rants, I just couldn't believe it. I screenshotted and sent it to the family text like, look at Kanye. Lost his mind.
You know what I'm hearing? That he has always been like this, and he was pretty much handled by the record company. And they only sort of positioned him as this quote unquote conscious rapper because they didn't know what to do with him. Like he didn't really fit into the boxes that they had. So they were like, okay, we're going to put you over here. But all this stuff that he's saying now, from what I've been told, he's always been saying these things. He's always been like this. It's just been kind of like something that they hid. So I mean, I don't know. I don't have no attachment to him because I never was into his music. So for me, I'm just like, okay, this fool crazy. What's this? Why is he still around? Mm-hmm. I can't believe this is still raining like this. Pouring down. I'm sure my plants love it though.
Were there many people on the plane, Richie? Did they have a head count?
Let me see.
My sleep schedule is so messed up. I was up till about 9:30 a.m. yesterday.
Really? No,
Yes.
what happened to me is that I drank a bunch of espresso this evening, like right before I got on here, because I had went to the grocery store and I saw Starbucks. I was like, ooh, Starbucks. And drinking that triple shot of espresso that late just threw my whole sleep pattern off.
You look very alert.
Yeah, I won't do that again. I feel like I'm drinking an espresso martini, but I have had no alcohol.
You can get a decaf espresso.
Yeah, what's the fun of that? That's okay. I gotta finish doing this anyway. I have to find me another gig. Or at least start interviewing for another gig. I don't know. Really don't want another gig, but I guess I gotta get me a lotto ticket too. Maybe something else will come through.
I'm gonna buy a lotto ticket. Is the Powerball going on? What is that called? Mega something?
Powerball, Mega Millions, and you know those are going up to $5. And I'm like, well, I guess I'll only be playing like once a month or so, because I am not buying no $5 lottery ticket twice a week.
When the pandemic lifted, I had a $50 bill that I just kept in my wallet for emergencies. And when the pandemic lifted and the casino opened, the Motor City, was it the Motor City Casino? No, it was the MGM Casino. It was one of them, the MGM or the Motor City Casino we have here in Detroit. I took that $50 and I put it in a Buffalo Gold coin Buffalo machine because I had watched the video of Jolene's mother, Nana. They went to the casino and she played Buffalo and she got the 15 Buffalo coins and she took like $1,500 home because her husband was like, don't go to the casino. She was like, we lost all the money. And then she tossed her money that she had won So I just went to the casino. I was like, I'm gonna play this machine. And I didn't know, I'm not a gambler and I don't really know how to,
Mhm.
read the machines. I didn't know what I was playing. But anyway, I was playing pennies or whatever, but I didn't know. And then some people started gathering around. And I had like 800 or something dollars. I didn't even know.
Wow, you like my mom. My mom is lucky like that.
And one lady, her husband sat down at the machine next to me. And so the lady was trying to tell me what to do. And I said, "What do I do next?" And her husband was like, out the side of his mouth, "Go home."
Yep. No, seriously, that's what like the guy that I follow that does the stocks. He said, when it turned green, sell it, get out. Even if
Uh-huh.
you gotta sell it and buy back in and see if it will go up, don't just stay in it and let it go back down. And he said
Mm-hmm.
that it took him years to learn that. And I have to say, last week, even though I knew better, I did not get out and it messed up my whole strategy. And so this week I just been trying to like get my money back that I lost last week.
Look,
So,
Callie, I reconnected with a friend from my 20s this summer, and
uh-huh.
he retired and moved. He lives off the beach in Florida.
Mm,
And guess how he retired?
from stocks.
He was really good at stocks.
Yeah, that they say investments will is what will really retire you. This little 401k bullshit, that ain't, I mean, it might help you out, but it ain't enough for you ready to just go sit down and then you have to be so old to get it. But
And while
they
and
said
while
you
he was here, he bought a big giant truck. It was beautiful.
oh wow.
Spontaneously, he saw it and he loved it. Okay, it's over. It ended.
Oh, that's because she's logged in on her iPad and her phone.
Okay.
Probably probably started listening to each other.
So it can be done. So I was saying that to, inspire you.
Well, I was always told that that's how it's done. Matter of fact, I started to go on Facebook or something to see if I could find this economics teacher. He was an economics teacher, and his wife was a therapist, and they were both really cool people. And she said, if I have both of them told me, they said, if I have any advice, start saving for your retirement now. Put 10% of your earnings in some investments. You're not going to miss that money. And by the time you're in your early 40s, you'll be ready to retire. And if you have kids, which more than likely, because she was like, I'm a therapist. Most of the women that I see are just now having kids at 40. You'll at least be able to stay at home with your kid if you can still have kids. Because she was like, a lot of my clients are women who are depressed because they're in their early 40s, and they want to have a baby. They can't have a baby, or they don't have a man, or whatever. Like, she was like, that's just, I talk to these women all day long. I mean, I'm not baby obsessed, and I just kind of feel like, oh, well, it wasn't meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I had a whole lot of money, or if I had been like married or something, I might have felt differently. But I kind of feel like I can't really give the child the life that I would want my child to have. So it's just one of these things that, it just wasn't in the cards for me. That's
Are
just
you
how
a godmother or anything?
I have a ton of nieces and nephews. I have
Well,
one
there
little
you
niece
go.
that looks just like a little mini version of me. That's the one that's body rock flow. But I have others.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, God, my sister got 3 kids. My brother had 2 kids that are closer to my age because he's older than me. They're adults, and they have kids. So my niece has a daughter, and then my nephew has 3 biological children and 2 stepchildren. So I got
Mm-hmm.
tons.
What time do you normally fall asleep, Richie B?
I would have been asleep by now.
Oh,
I
y'all ain't gotta stay up with me. I'll find something to listen to and be in here working because I probably won't end up going to sleep till after 6:30 now.
All right, so let's see. I'm trying to.
I'm about to watch
I never
my
used
600
to.
pound life.
I haven't
I
watched that
never
in a
used
long
to.
time. But that reminds
On
me
my.
of that girl that is suing Lyft.
That was for real. I thought that was a joke.
I think she did it as a PR stunt. I don't think it was a joke, but I think she staged it.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a
For
clickbait.
all we know, that old white man was like her neighbor or something that drove Lyft and they came up with this foolishness. Because
Mm-hmm.
she's trying to be a rapper.
Mm-hmm. The girl last week, she used so much. She had a
Oh, man, you got it going on.
hey.
All right, so it says two dead.
And I love this Saved by the Bell
Uh,
background. That's what it reminds me of.
It's pretty.
Reminds
let's
me of
see.
Saved by the Bell. Like that 80s era with
That
all the neon stuff.
yeah.
I really hope
Um,
that the theme from Saved by the Bell is not going to get stuck in my head now. Thank you.
It's already stuck in mine. It's all right.
And where's this? Brazil.
Sao Paulo. Look at my phone and see how it looks. Okay, yeah. Sao Paulo. Small F-90 plane with collided with the bus. So was it during an attempted emergency landing collided with the bus?
Mhm.
Explosion. So at least two fatalities. Passengers on the ground. So it hit a. It was a plane and a bus. Somebody.
Somebody commented. It's been 3 plane crashes.
Let me go
One
look
in
at
the
it.
Philippines, now Brazil, and Alaska.
I didn't hear about the
I feel like there's
Philippines.
some type of
See in the
software
comments.
that's
Yeah.
on these planes. Like there's like some type of software that they're using that is buggy.
Hello.
I'm from two second set of kids. My older brother and sister are brothers and sister are old enough to be my parents. So my firstborn niece is 10 days.
Oh, okay.
I mean 10 months younger than me, 5 days older than my little sister.
Oh. So your niece is your same age, huh?
We're all the same age from April till June. Like they will turn 60 on April 17th and April 22nd. And
Mm-hmm.
we'll all be 60 at the same time until my birthday in June.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're spread out. My brother is almost 10 years older than me, and I'm like
Hmm
13 years older than my sister. But my sister is the
hmm
one that's married with kids.
hmm But now my older brother, he had a lot of kids, and they had a lot of kids, and their kids are having kids.
Mm. Yeah, but I don't have no shortage of nieces and nephews. But you know what? I'm good. I mean, I love them to death, but I kind of like me being able to just wake up in the morning and not have to worry about somebody else's feelings, somebody else's wants, someone else's needs. I can just wake up in the morning. It's quiet. I can think.
Hmm
Especially if I'm having like if I'm going through something or I need to come up with something, I can just focus on that. You know.
hmm
So it is to be perfectly honest, there's a lot of upside to not sort of having that responsibility of having to every day on an everyday basis worry about somebody else.
I just remember when I was a kid, sometimes I would walk in, get in the foot of the bed, lay on the foot of the bed of my parents' bed, And then I
Mm-hmm.
just stopped that. But I don't remember ever needing my mother in the morning. Like, we would get up and put on Captain, not Captain Crunch, Captain Kangaroo, or,
But see, you
some
were older
cartoons or
by
whatever in a bowl of cereal, you know.
Yeah, but you weren't born old enough to make your own cereal. But
Or I started walking
what?
at,
I have to be honest. I really, really like living by myself. I told my mom she can come,
Mhm.
but she don't want to. But I really, really like living by myself, and that's why I
I,
said I don't want
mhm.
to get married. Sometimes the person that I am dating gets on my nerves because he wants so much attention, and then I
Mhm.
feel guilty because I don't feel like being
Good
bothered.
morning, Lisa Mac.
Good morning. I You see Lisa Mack's comment, Callie? She says, "Me
Mm,
too. I was responsible for getting all my siblings ready in the morning."
I don't need all that noise going on around me.
Yeah.
I really don't. I can deal with it for a little while, like when we go on family vacations and stuff, but every day, oh no.
We were all the same age, and I was 10 months older than them, but they just try to act like I had like about 5 years on them or something. But, but we all fixed our own bowls of cereal. And then my sister got her first skillet when she was 6 because my mother got sick of making her scrambled egg sandwiches.
Oh wow.
She was waking her up for scrambled eggs. She still got her little baby skillet, cast iron skillet.
I gotta be honest, there is just such a freedom to like kind of just living by yourself and having your own space and being able to just have your
Mhm.
thoughts and think clearly and create and all of this stuff. And these girls that are just so desperate to get married, I'm like, why do you want to give away your freedom so bad? Now I understand if you meet somebody and you have such a great relationship with that person and then you feel like you want to get married. But
I know
these people
about
want to just generally get married. And I'm like, why do you want to give up your freedom? That sounds like borderline slavery to me. I don't know what is going. Like, why are you trying to sign up for that?
I know about 3 couples who are really simpatico, soulmates. That's great. They get along, and it's just gotta be lucky enough to meet that person that you can be you, and that sees you for who you are. And if you don't, oh well.
Exactly. I don't. I almost feel like they want to get married so bad they're not even looking for that person. They just looking for anybody willing.
That's when you cut the quad. My man, my man, my man.
He ain't no. He's not your man. First of all, he's his man. He could dump you
Mm.
tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it.
But I have quite a few friends in my age group. They don't have any, like they might be widows. One is a widow, some divorced. They have absolutely no intention on getting remarried. It's because they like
Mm-mm.
playing field and they're not cleaning and cooking for anybody.
No, there is a freedom to just being able to get up and enjoy your day and not have to worry about what anybody else wants, needs to do, or has to do, or just being around this person all day from the time you wake up in the morning. Uh, you know,
Lisa Mack said her oldest brother used to cuss her out in the morning, every morning.
mm,
You're welcome. She said she fell asleep listening to us. Now she's gonna help. I'm finna help her get ready for work.
you
Cal,
know,
you've been working all night.
I know I can't sleep. I'm still on here working on stuff. Get rid of this.
I fell asleep like on about episode 1 of season 4 of Mob Wives.
Oh yeah, that's why you've been watching Mob Wives.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't have anything that I want to watch back, and there's nothing on TV. The only thing I'm really watching right now is The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, And I watch General Hospital every day. I actually set up a channel for it, and I just haven't started putting
Did
up
you
any.
see the cast of General Hospital walk the spirit tunnel
I
on
sure
Jennifer
did.
Hudson?
I did. I sure did. I sure did watch it.
How tough do you watch General Hospital?
Huh?
Have you ever missed an episode? Oh.
Not in a very long time.
Do you
It was
remember when
like
Tracy Quartermain
all of that
refused to
stuff.
give her daddy his heart medication when
Yes,
he was
I was
having a heart
very
attack?
young, but I do remember it, and he was faking anyway.
Her her braids
I
used to be
want to
so
be Tracy
laid.
Quartermain when I grow up. I love Tracy, and Tracy been in her bag lately.
Do you remember when oh Bobby and Felicia and the baby had died and they ran to each other in the hospital
Well,
and they just
yeah.
collapsed crying?
Well,
Girl, my throat
Maxie is
is
like
hurting
40
thinking
years
about
old
that.
now. Maxie,
Huh?
the little girl that got the heart, she's like 40 years old now.
Now whose baby passed? I can't remember.
That was Bobby's stepdaughter.
And she gave Bobby. And who was Maxie's mother?
Felicia.
Okay, not Lucy Cole.
No, Lucy don't have no kids. Lucy's still on there scheming and gold digging, doing the same shit she been doing at 60 some odd, probably almost 70 years old.
Do you
Up here.
remember? Do you remember when they played Lucy's rap for Lucy Cole one time and she was getting dressed and next thing you know, sweet little sexy Lucy came on and me and my sister we were tripping that they was playing Rick James on General
No, that was
Hospital.
before my time. But I remember when she married
Alan.
Alan and came downstairs in the red dress and all her schemes that she has pulled with Scotty.
That was around that time. That was that scene.
Damn, why don't I remember that? I don't know. I guess I probably didn't.
Because you didn't know that was Rick James.
Yeah, I was a kid and I probably didn't realize it was Rick James. Because I was really like a kid when all that shenanigans was happening. When I really was like old enough to really get into it was during Sonny and Brenda. I think I was like going to junior high or in junior high. And that was the most toxic relationship. I had no business watching that.
No, what about Sonny's wife? What's her name? Lily?
Lily got
Lily?
blown up.
Yes, Lily and
They blew her
Miguel.
ass up.
We loved us some Ricky Martin. It's like that's the guy from General Hospital.
Mm-hmm. Ricky Martin was not on there long though. He get blew up. Well, you know the guy that played Lyle in the Menendez brothers. He came from General Hospital.
I didn't watch that. I didn't watch that. They give me the creeps.
Oh yeah,
I had enough of them in real time.
They're psychopaths, and I'm still on the fence as to whether or not I believe that story. But to Gabora's point, even if that did happen to you, that happens to a lot of people who did not murder their mother, who was not their abuser, because they never said the mother was the abuser.
Mm-hmm. In middle school, I had some little girls. They were bullying me, little twins, and I told my niece, and my niece cussed them out, threatened them. Anyway, the little hoes grew up and they killed their mother in real life.
Are you serious?
When they were in high school. Yes,
Why
they
do I feel like I heard about this story? I remember there was some twin girls that killed their mom, and they were either in Atlanta or Detroit. I feel like
they
I
lived
saw
across the
something
street from
about
my
it.
other really good friend on Prevo. And but they had everything. Their mother worked very hard for them. You know,
Yeah, they
like
were
they
just
had
sociopaths.
gold and Gloria Vanderbilt, stuff like that was in style.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Klein's. And they just had it all, but they murdered their mother, girl. It made national news.
I feel like I saw like a Dateline special, something like this on this case.
Mm-hmm.
It was some black twin girls, and they were either
Mm-hmm.
in Atlanta or Detroit,
I can't even
and
remember
they
their
murdered
name.
their mom. And I feel like this
Mm-hmm.
is the same case.
They were privileged, middle class
Mm-hmm.
Detroit girls
I bet this is the same case. It was a long
carrying Gucci
time ago.
purses and stuff
Yeah,
to
this is
high
probably
school.
the same case.
Uh-huh.
I wonder how. I guess it's this mental illness though, because I'm like, how does somebody become a sociopath? But I guess they're just born like that. There's nothing you can do.
you see my little picture here, my little avatar, a little Rhoda pen mark from the
Oh
bad
yeah, the
seed.
Bassy. She actually, well, the lady who plays Monica just passed away. But when she was first initially sick, this actress actually played the part of Monica Quartermain for a while.
Patty McCormick.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Look at you.
Fun
That's a
fact.
that's a right. That's a nerd stat I would know.
Fun
But I
fact.
yeah.
Well, it's General Hospital stuff. That's the only reason
Mm-hmm.
why I know. Yeah.
Sonny tried to get it a little bit going down the spirit tunnel, then he stopped.
Ugh.
And he slowed down.
Well, he's got a lot of flack for his character over the years. So,
Mhm. I follow his YouTube channel. You know, he discusses.
oh yeah, yeah, he has the people on there discussing their mental health. Did you see when he had
Mhm.
Taviana on there when she was talking about the racist comments and stuff? These
Mm-mm.
people are crazy. Yeah, because she was with the Spencer character. That was the guy that left to play Lyle. They were like a super couple on the show. And
Mm-hmm.
but they were getting a lot. She got a lot of racist comments, a lot of racist hate for being in that relationship on the show.
I'm gonna have to tell my sister.
Yes, yeah. But now they kind of putting the black characters to the forefront because Beyond the Gates is getting ready to come on.
I
So
gotta remember to set a
they
reminder
planting
to
seeds.
record that.
I know, me too. I definitely wanted to do some videos on that. So we'll see how it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see how it goes with
Maybe you and Richie can collab on that.
Beyond the Gates. I'm trying to get my stuff together so I can start doing something. But like I said, I'm wrapping up here, so we'll see what happens. I've had a job for 8 years, almost 8 years. That's a long time.
You know, when Jolene was laid off from her job, it was right at the start of Big Brother. And, you know, that's her thing. And so she just put 2 feet all the way into her YouTube channel. So timing is everything.
Yeah, I mean, it does work for some people, especially those people that are consistent and post every day. Those people, I've noticed their channels have grown very fast. I think that's how Kempire grew his channel so fast because
Hmm.
he started his stuff during the pandemic.
I remember him popping up like on
Hmm.
Sherelle's channel sometime. And then yep, you used to be commenting in Sherelle's chat too, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've hopped on Sherelle's a couple times. Sherelle sometimes, Sherelle be trying to get her money. You know,
Okay. Little
sometimes
clickbaity.
they be doing too much.
Were you following all about the tea?
No, I heard about it. I know what it is, but I never followed them.
I used to be, I had retired from doing nails because I had carpal tunnel. But during the pandemic, I ordered about $1,000 worth of nail stuff. Like I had a clientele, but I was just practicing on my nieces. I was like, let me get into the jail and try to learn how to do something new, these new techniques and stuff.
Mhm.
And we would just listen to, while watching the tutorials and whatnot. Uh, all about the tea came up. So then we started watching all about the
Because
tea.
isn't that the person that turned out to be fake?
Yep. And from there we discovered Sherelle's World. You know, the algorithm started feeding
Hmm.
channels to me at that point. And but I just couldn't believe we were tripping like what was happening on all about the tea. And I just that's how I discovered Jolene and Busy Blues
Oh, I
channel,
had been following Jolene for a while.
Sip and Key.
I don't know. She just came up in my algorithm
Hmm.
because I don't even watch Big Brother. It was something she was watching that I was watching.
And I fell in love with her and her mother. They were hilarious to me. And then I was following Jaded Nerd. He hit my algorithm. He doesn't post anymore. And Then I noticed some of the people who would call in, like, or not call in, but be in the comments or call in would they started their own channels, like
Uh-huh.
So Deb, and I
Yeah.
followed them. And then some people just got back to their, real, like not quote unquote real life, but brick and mortar type jobs.
Yeah.
And
I can see how if this isn't growing fast, especially if you're in a like a really good paying field, that it's probably too time consuming. You probably could make more money just going back to a regular job, unless you're just really like this is your dream to do this. You know what I mean?
mhm, mhm.
So that I think that's what happened to a lot of people that have like regular careers. Like they end up they try it, but they don't really have the time to like keep going with it.
Some people are just so naturally funny. It's just like,
Hmm.
I'm like, thank goodness for like sometimes when Gabor would have one of those super long lives,
Man,
I would use
we
them for
love
like my
Gabor.
I would use them for like one of my lullabies. Like I was like, let me put this on, put my headset on, and I would go to sleep
Well,
laughing.
even before YouTube, I have listened. I used to listen to talk radio. Like I used to listen to Loveline. So I grew
I
up
remember that.
just kind of like listen to people talk and have conversations and stuff. And Dr. Drew is like my therapist. That's how I know so much about like mental illness and all of that stuff. It was almost like taking some psychiatry courses, to be honest.
Mhm.
If you listen to that for years and years, and I have taken a couple of psychiatry courses as well,
Mhm.
but just
That was
to
that was my
very very
that was
beginner.
my minor.
Oh, I was marketing, so it was just more like to sell stuff to people. Um,
Mhm.
But yeah, I listened to Loveline for years. And so like that's how a lot of this stuff, I think I can kind of suss it out just from me like listening to the people. And some people would call in and they would be full of shit. Or, a lot of people just, because to me with this Diddy stuff, all I hear is this somebody on drugs. Like I don't hear a mastermind. I don't hear a person that's running a criminal enterprise. I hear an out of control drug addict. That's all I hear.
I hear narcissists.
That's that cocaine. that's not, yeah, that'll make it. That's a side effect. Um, but I also
That
think
dark triad of narcissism.
yeah,
I listen to
I
Dr.
also think
Romney.
it's wrapped up in a person with imposter syndrome because he's a con artist. And I also hear that the people around him
I
kind
see
of
Lisa
have
Mack.
this cult like mentality.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Diddy is so great. He's a genius and all of this stuff. It's almost like listening to people who were in a cult. It's very, when you watch these documentaries and you listen to these people, it's almost like, I'm not trying to victim blame, but if you saw through his bullshit, this would have never happened to you. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
that type of thing. It's like the only reason why this happened to you is because you believe that he had this. First of all, he hasn't really made anybody a star except Notorious B.I.G. who passed away. let's go. You know what I mean? Mary J. Blige was never signed to him. Like, you know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? Like, there's been nobody who really dealt with him professionally that came out of it good and who's a superstar. He's not Quincy Jones. You know, he's not Clive Davis. But I think people, especially black people, so badly want to believe that this black man is successful and powerful. And I think that he saw that and he used it to his advantage. And that's why he was always black this, black that, black, 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 black. You know what I mean? Because that was part of his way of enduring people to him.
I don't care for him at all. Just
Me either.
he's
I think he's
always
a
been
funny con
suspect
artist.
to me because
Yeah.
he the way that those people passed away at that basketball game, it's just like
Mm-hmm.
he didn't even think twice about it. I've never heard him dedicate anything to them. No memorial, no
No, he
scholarships.
tries to act like it never happened.
Hmm. And so that spoke a lot about his character to me. But we did buy my little nephew a Sean John jogging suit for his 12 when he was 12 years old for his school picture.
And then you notice none of this stuff never lasted. There's no Sean John company. There's no bad boy offices. Like all of this stuff is gone. Like he's just a liquor salesman.
Ciroc vodka used to be sold. The first place I saw Ciroc vodka was at, and all they had was that one grape flavored vodka at California Pizza Kitchen, and they marketed it as a grape cosmopolitan made with grape vodka. But Pearl Vodka had all of those flavored vodkas before Ciroc. They stole
Mm-hmm.
everything that Pearl Vodka did, and Pearl Vodka just kind of
Do
settled
they
in the
own
market.
Pearl Vodka?
I don't know if they ever bought Pearl Vodka,
Because they
but
have a bunch of brands.
I love Pearl Vodka. And they have a plum flavored vodka. You could substitute it for a inside of a margarita. It's so good. Um, but it's just like they stole everything that Pearl did. So Pearl never got a chance to get footing in the marketplace.
I'm trying to see if I can find De Leon Liquor because this is a huge company. I want
Or
to see if this is
ask
better one of the brands.
who owns Pearl Vodka.
Um,
And the
'Cause
terrorists, they about to
I'm
mess
not
everything up.
sure like that, and that's Ciroc. I tasted that nasty grape flavor. It tastes like metal, and I was like, ugh. And that
Mm-hmm.
was Ciroc for me.
I got 2 bottles of Ciroc now. I just bought them when I went to Canada at the duty free.
Oh,
Came
that
back.
Mexico duty free will get you. You better not go through there with an empty suitcase. Man, you will come back with bottles of tequila. I'm talking about good tequila too. Be like three
Mhm.
$25.
I'm allergic
But
to
like,
tequila. Hmm.
who owns Pearl Vodka?
But Lisa Mack, are you still here? I'm in the comments. She's talking about all about the tea, the scandal, baby. I was at my desk at work by myself in my office with 2 monitors up, and I had them both going because Schoolboy went live, and then um Players went live. I had them on the monitor. I couldn't believe it. It was like,
Oh, when they found out all like most of that stuff was fake.
y- no, this is when it was first jumping off, and Monica was besmirching Plez's name because she was jealous. I think she was jealous
Mm.
of how beloved Plez was and
Oh, I
respected
vaguely remember this. See, I never followed them.
on All About the Tea. Right. But Lisa Mack did. She's commenting in the chat.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this. I remember this now. I just
Hmm.
remember that was also that person that was had a lot of fake information.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hmm.
But Lucko, Luxo, that's who owns Pearl.
I
Luxo,
was tripping. I
Luxo.
couldn't believe it. I was like, what is going on? It was unbelievable because everything seemed like roses and rose colored glasses.
I think if you're gonna do this, I think it's better to just do it on your own because I've never
Hmm.
seen these sort of like groups of people together. I've never seen it work.
Hmm.
Don't I've only seen it work when they have those big podcasts where they have those sponsors and bosses and human resources. You know what I mean? Like Joe
Hmm.
Budden, like that type of level. But
Oh,
as
I
far
have
as
never
like
watched
people
this show.
doing like grassroots, I've
Hmm.
never seen it last where it has been a group of people.
Hmm.
It's always some mess.
But the panelists do have fans. out here in these YouTube streets. I was tripping when I discovered there was a such thing as YouTube streets too.
Oh yeah, I try to stay away from that. Now there's some people on YouTube that they're just too disingenuine, and I can't rock with them. I don't want no beef with nobody, but some of them people is just like Tessa Tales. I'm like, girl, why is she in this documentary?
She's in a She's in one of the Diddy documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. She doesn't give me that
She makes up stuff, and
that she does.
she'll say it, with conviction.
Hmm. I
And
don't,
I'm
like I said,
yeah.
I don't think that she does her research or considers the source of her information, but you said she just flat out is making stuff up. So there's no need to
I
consider the
mean, I
source.
don't know if this was something that she's done multiple times, but I definitely caught her in something that I knew not to be true because I kind of knew somebody that was involved. And I'm like, that is not true. Where did she get that from? I mean, I was like, And I think that was the last time I watched her.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's she's a little off to me. But
So
and
the
also I
out.
think, people be trying to get their money, and I understand that. Another
Hmm.
one is that psychic lady, that white lady Sloan. I can't. I listened to her for a few weeks, and I started to because I actually do believe in like the spiritual, and there are people that can have gifts and all of that stuff. But I
Hmm.
caught her in a few lies, and after that, I was like, I don't know if this lady crazy or she just doing a grift, but something ain't right.
Hmm. The
And
algorithm is feeding me content creators that sort of interact with each other too.
mm-hmm.
And like Erica De Niro, Rodney the Voice, I guess because I follow
Yeah, I watch Erica and Rodney
Gabor.
almost every day. They funny.
Hmm. And I really, Dina the Explorer has her channel, and she
Mm-hmm.
just had me rolling. Her edits are hilarious on Big Brother and Traders. And it's another one. She's in New Orleans. What is her name?
Oh,
Ella?
Voodoo,
Hmm.
Voodoo. Is it Voodoo?
Not Voodoo.
Bonnie?
Ella, her name. Oh, Bonnie.
Bo-
Nah, yeah, I follow Bonnie. Bob. What is it? Bobby Blue. But what's her name?
Bondi
Girl,
Blue.
I'm sleepy. Bondi Blue.
No, I
I'm
know
not.
I love Bondi. It's just that a
Yeah,
lot of this stuff, like I said, to
it's
me,
kind of younger for you, like
yeah, she's a little younger
younger.
than me. And then also a lot of
Mhm.
the people that start giving Diddy too much power with this Diddy stuff, and it was this Diddy all the time, and I just couldn't take it because, like as I said, I don't believe that Diddy actually has all this damn power and is able to do all of this stuff. I think that we giving him way too much. I think this is just a dope head that people believed was rich and famous, and they were on his jock because they thought he could do something for them, and he was just running around here unhinged, on drugs, strung out, doing whatever. All of this, I couldn't leave, and I'm like, girl, no. I'm like, I'm not even about to put that out there in the universe and speak all that power into that man.
Mhm. I like.
Especially after the woman did leave him for the trainer. So
Mhm.
how much power could he have had?
I like.
It's regular men that'll take you up out of here for embarrassing them like that. So come on.
Well, young people, my mouth is going, but my brain is checking out. I'm getting
Okay.
groggy. I'm gonna let you all get some rest. It's been so enjoyed. This is my first time being on a StreamYard this long.
Don't blame me, because like I said, I can find something to listen to. I periodically have these times when I can't sleep. So I just take it as time to get some work done.
I call myself helping Ritchie get get her numbers up. But this is not how you get numbers up. You get numbers up from people watching, not yapping.
No, these are watch hours. If she's had people in here watching, these can't considered to be watch hours. Now the problem is they probably won't get a lot of replays because it's so long.
Oh, okay. All right. Richie, she might be asleep. I don't know. I'm leaving the chat. Have a good night.
Good morning.
I
Or
mean,
I'm
good
I'm
morning.
here. I'm listening.
Okay. Have a good morning,
Have a
Richie.
good morning. I had dozed off a little while ago, but I was looking to see what any hot topics going on.
me
All
too. I don't
right.
see
But
nothing
have a good
though.
morning and a good day.
Okay. Good night. I mean, well, heck, forget it. Adios.
Adios.
Adios, amigo, amiga.
No, ain't nothing going on yet. I'm gonna stay up to the market open because I got something I need to sell. I think it's gonna be up, so I'm gonna just go ahead and sell it and then go to sleep for a few minutes, for a few hours.
Yeah, I'm waiting for something at 9 o'clock myself.
Yeah.
Hold on. Y'all was just chatting away. Ow.
Girl, are you all right over there?
Flexi rods. I'm about to snatch them out my damn head.
You know what? I didn't want to say nothing. Usually, when people do the flexi rods, especially if they want their hair to be big, they will do it on their hair when it's curly.
Yeah. I did curl my hair.
No, it's naturally curly. Like they don't
Oh.
like straighten it first. They just do they natural curl and then they do the flexi rod, and that's how they get that big hair.
Oh. But when I
Yeah,
do it wet, it takes forever for my hair to dry like
I
that.
know. You know, this one lady I saw what she did. She like dried it like almost, and then she put mousse because the mousse dries real fast.
Oh, maybe I could try that next
Yeah,
time.
I said when I take my hair down, I'm gonna try that because that's one reason why I put these locks in because, like you said, it was just taking forever for my hair to dry, and
Yes.
I got tired of it.
I'm taking these things out. They are really irking my soul. I did all that curling and stuff.
Oh no, I can't sleep with no rollers in my hair no more either.
Well, it's curled enough, so ow.
Yeah, but try with the mousse. I don't know, it might work for you, but that's how she was doing
No,
it because the mousse dries like real fast.
because I've seen people dry their hair and then like do their twist outs or
Mm-hmm.
do their stuff. So maybe I should do that.
It probably still have to be a little bit damp for the mousse to work. I would imagine.
Um, no.
Because I know some of those mousses are like sticky. Now that mess Judy was selling, I don't know what that was. That was just,
Oh my god, I should sue them.
I feel like it's just alcohol or something. It's something that dried the hell out of your hair.
It's just chemical. I mean, everything's chemical, but that shit is
But I know
terrible.
what you mean. It's just, I don't know what it is.
We have been on here for, well, I have been on here for almost 10 hours.
Well, we're gonna get your hours up.
You know, if I go to sleep, if I get off here, I'm gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna miss my.
I'm not even going in my room because I know if I go in there, I'm gonna go to sleep.
No.
So I'm sitting right here at this desk. I'm not even going in that room. Because I don't want to try to go to sleep and then the bell rings. Because I don't like waiting for nothing to go back down. Because if I'm up when the market open, I sell. I only wait for the market to settle if I'm buying something or if I'm down when the market opens. But if I'm already up, I'm selling it. I'm not a gambler. If I was like really like a gambler, I could have made a whole bunch of money by now. But I still be
Oh, why
scared.
not? You don't want to risk
I
the
still get
money.
scared. I'm wrong. I'm like, well, what if I'm wrong? I don't want to lose money. You know, because even if you do a stop loss, you're still gonna lose some money before you get kicked out. Like, I don't know, but I'm gonna have to start making bigger moves because this is like this little money. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not enough. I got bills, and you know I gotta pay the IRS. That's the only thing I don't like about doing this independent stuff. I don't want to end up with this big tax bill at the end of the year and I don't have the money to pay and now I'm owing the IRS.
No, yeah.
So I try to not really touch this money.
Right.
Or if I have to, I know I can only touch half of it. You know what I mean? The taxes are
Right.
not gonna be half, but they're gonna be somewhere around that. Because you got federal and state capital gains tax. And hopefully California ain't taxing it twice. I don't know what they doing.
Do you have any I don't know.
I don't have no write-offs anymore. I probably will this year, if I don't work the whole year. But the past couple of years, because I started putting more money into my 401k, I have no write-offs.
Damn.
Because really, if you put, they really don't give you nothing back hardly if you put money in 401k like that. You lucky if you end up not owing money. The state will give me a little something back, but the federal is like $30. You know, it's nothing.
I don't think I ever got anything
Yeah.
back from the state. Do not swallow. Shake up the lid with your hands and some cheap low quality coffins. You will be able to make a hole. Then again, up, across your arms, protect. Hold your shoulders with your hands.
There's
Pull
a
your
file. I have too many
shoulders.
files open because I keep losing this file. I'm gonna just leave it the way it is, I guess. Hmm. Even my computer is like, well, my house is not really messy, but my computer is messy.
Messy, like what?
Like sometimes when I'm working really fast, like I won't name the file or I'll just
Mm.
save it. I won't put it in a folder, and I'm like, okay, now I gotta find that file. Like where I know I didn't delete it. Like it's somewhere on here. That is horrible. Yeah, but it's nothing really going on. Some might pop off later.
I wonder. Well, the plane in Brazil ain't got shit to do with the United States.
I mean, it's possible that these planes have always been crashing, and we just weren't paying attention. I think that's more likely, to be honest. Like I'm getting like older work to put in my portfolio. I hate
Mm.
doing portfolios. Hate it. It's funny how I could design anything for anyone else, but when it comes to like making a portfolio, it's like pulling teeth for me. Because we're always supposed to have a portfolio. That way, if something happened, you good to go. But for the last couple of years, I just got tired of looking for a job, and so my stuff is really old. I keep hearing this noise, and I hope that there is not something wrong with this house, because I don't need that right now. It seems like there's always something wrong. It's an old house. But yeah, I really couldn't sleep, and I saw you on here. I was like, let me see what Ritchie over here talking about. And you was, girl, what are you talking about? Oh, you was talking about that girl with her racist tweets.
We talked about that, and we talked about her. We talked about Blake Lively, um, and the
I'm
drama
tired
she
of
has
that
going on. Well,
with
Taylor
Blake.
Swift is in it now,
Yeah, because she put her in it. Like she tried to like
right?
weaponize this girl and put her in something and she didn't even know what the hell was going on.
Yep,
I would stop fooling with her after that. She done got you sued or something.
yep. She put poor Blake. I mean, Taylor in it. Taylor like leave me out of it. But now I just saw earlier, Taylor said she didn't say all that to TMZ. It's just a mess.
Well, then
And I
where
don't even know the
somebody
origin.
just randomly just made that up? Like,
Huh.
like I don't know, but people do that. They do sometimes make up fake stories.
I mean, Taylor don't want to be involved in that mess.
Yeah,
Period.
I don't care what kind of friend she was. I wouldn't get in that because that's what it is. It's mess. And the ironic thing, it's a movie about DV. Like, so it's a whole bunch of toxic stuff going on around this toxic ass movie that they probably could have kept. Didn't nobody go see the damn movie anyway.
Mm. I can't. I know she was a Gossip Girl. I saw a little bit of the movie. It was terrible.
She has hardly worked. Like she was in this one movie called A Simple Favor. I think they're doing a sequel, but it's gonna be on screening. And that's like it. That and Gossip Girl. She has
Yeah.
hardly worked. And I don't think it's because her husband is rich. I think it's because people don't want to fool with her. And she tried to have a hairline in Target, and that was going in a month. That was like that Evie Hue that Giselle had. That was going so fast.
Really.
Mm-hmm.
She should have kept it.
I mean, I think it was probably like some type of licensing deal, and they didn't make the numbers, so it was not renewed.
I mean, if she could have made it work, like put some effort into it, it probably could have been good by now.
You know what? The problem with being like a villain on these shows, who's gonna buy something from a villain?
A lot of people like villains.
I don't think I've never seen the villain on the show be able to like monetize being on the show.
You never saw what?
The villain on the show be able to monetize it. Even Kenya Hairline, I think, was bullshit.
Yeah, you might
I
be right.
some
But as
licensed
far as
product.
Giselle is concerned, she's like one of the most beautiful housewives. Like she should sell something beauty related. I would buy it, but she
You
needs to get
know,
her skin
I agree.
tightened up.
I almost feel like Kenya self sabotages.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy shit from
And
Kenya
I think that she doesn't really leverage her beauty the way that she should have.
because she's too busy being petty.
Well,
Like if she would
also,
spend, if you think about all the effort she put into embarrassing that girl Britt Edie, she could have spent on Kenya more hair care, or if she would just focus that energy on
I
something else,
don't think Kenya
she would
Moore hair
still be
care.
on the show.
I don't think Kenya Moore hair care was really truly something that she intended to be a real business. I think that she wanted a storyline more than she wanted a business. And the same thing with that hair spa, because those hair spas are really popular, and I don't see a lot of them for Black women. I thought that was a good idea, and then when we found out it was this bullshit.
Yeah, I think she didn't. I thought she didn't take Kenya more hair care seriously, and I thought I never tried the product, but it seemed like she didn't put too much. It looked like
No, it seemed
lotion.
like it was an existing product that they just put her label on, but it wasn't even a full line. It was like some edge control and shampoo and conditioner, and that was it.
Kenya, you have beautiful long hair. Sell your hair products. Like, really get into it.
No, I think it's something up with her, like personality wise. I think, and it's not that I dislike her. I just really feel like for a woman that acted like she was so desperate to be married, you're not about to sit up here and tell me that a woman who is literally a former Miss USA, who still looks good, could not have found a rich husband. That to me, I think it was your. I think that she's one of these people. She self sabotages.
Yeah.
It's just not believable to me that she wouldn't have. Almost all those beauty queens, they end up marrying like rich dudes, and they divorce them, get their little divorce settlement, or get them a job in like on the news or something. And that's kind of what they do after they win those pageants. So for Kenya to be around here, living pillar to post, had to move to Atlanta to be on a show about housewives when she was not married, that was another thing. It's like that really was not the platform for her. She was, you know what I mean? Like she was almost like this
Hmm.
stunt casting. Like why she was not married, she was not wealthy. Why was she on the show?
Well, why was she on Atlanta?
Yeah,
Like
I'm talking
lately
about in
or
the
period ever?
beginning. Like in the beginning when she was the first initially brought on the show, she
I
really
felt like she brought a lot to the show in the beginning.
I felt like she was like a fish out of water. She was kind of like a celebrity. Most of them were just unknown people. She wasn't married. She wasn't wealthy. That's, like this is Housewives. So it was this kind of just became this thing where it was, and then we went into this whole thing with Apollo. And that, to me, that's what kind of kept her on the show.
Um, Kenya, maybe she was a fish out of water, but it
And I
worked.
never liked the way that she came off across as desperate. And
But it
it
worked
really
though.
irritated me
Everything
when
you're
women
saying,
do
it
that.
worked. It worked though. Like Kenya came in with a boom.
But I think the real reason why they got rid of her is just because they wanted to take the show in a different direction. I don't think it's necessarily that they had to get rid of her because she did
Yeah.
that. I think that that made them decide to get rid of her because she did that. And there is a difference.
Not
I
paying
think that they
attention.
decided that that's not what they wanted the show to be about. Like that wasn't the energy they wanted the show to be on. Now, granted, between you and me, I do suspect, this is my opinion, I do suspect that this girl is one of these Instagram scammers where she gets
Who
on Instagram and tell people that she got this business and she made all this money with this
the
business and
one
really
Kenya was with? I
no,
mean, did that too?
the girl that Kenya did this to. I have my suspicions that she's like an Instagram scammer. Like, oh, I
Well,
made millions of dollars with this business, and then we find out the business is bullshit. You trying to get rich off of telling people how to get rich, and you actually make the little money you do have from you got it from some dude you was messing with, or either you scammed it. She just gives me that type
well,
of.
back in the day, I used to work for Good Morning, Lisa Mack.
Good morning. I just wanted to call in because of what y'all was saying about Kenya. I came to be petty and messy.
Well,
Oh,
let me say this. The girl Brit, I used to work for when Meek Mill first got with Rick Ross when they were doing MMG. I was doing something with Warner Music Group with marketing, and I remember she was messing with Rick Ross back then. So she is one of those. I remember he had another girl too. He had a couple of girls, so she was like, she used to mess with him. So she's not like a big deal. Like she's just some. She was just a regular Instagram. This is when the Instagram girls first got popping. When they first started selling phone cases and all that other shit. Like they were like, she was in like that first crop of girls. So she's not anybody special. Is
Yeah,
what
and
I'm really
She just
saying.
a glorified
I'm
chump.
not saying Kenya was right to do what she did, but I do have a feeling that this girl is a scammer. I really do.
And she
I just have
probably
a feeling.
Kenya didn't do that for no reason either. Now
Exactly. I think that she's one of these people tried to get on this show. Oh, I have this business and I made all this money from this business. And Kenya's like, no, this is how you got your money. This business is bullshit. You on here
sucking dick
scamming
is how
people.
you got your money.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Literally.
And I honestly think that that's why Kenya
Dirty
did
dick
what she
at that.
did. But I also feel that the show didn't have to get rid of her. I think they just decided to because they just wanted the show to be
I
lighter.
mean, her antics get old at a certain point. It's like,
Yeah.
grow up, Kenya, please.
Right.
All right, what did you want to say, Lisa?
Okay, I wanted to piggyback off of what Callie was saying. Like when Kenya first joined the show, I remember her. Like I love Kenya when she first joined the show. Like the
Me
first couple
too.
of episodes before she started being disrespectful with Apollo. But my comment I wanted to say is when she joined that show, she was like, I have $1 million production company. I be in movies. She was like, I got my the queen of
And why
USA.
isn't
I
she
be
doing
hosting
any of
things.
that
Let
stuff
She
her
ain't never
talk.
now?
Let her
hosted
And what?
talk.
nothing in the entire seasons of her being on Housewives. You came on the show saying with your crown, you be hosting events, which Miss Americas and Miss USA's do that. But you've never done that, Kenya. Why?
And then why hasn't she produced not even one movie, not even a
Exactly.
Tubi
So
movie? Like
that's what
you're
I was
in
trying to
Atlanta,
say.
there's studios there.
It's something
Like
about that woman.
it's not like she on Salt Lake
Good
City trying to produce.
morning. I didn't like how Kenya. I think Portia made an honest mistake when she called her Miss America or whatever she called her, and the way Kenya
Right.
acted
That was a
too.
mistake.
She didn't have to act like that.
I think Portia triggered her because at that
She nasty.
time she thought Portia had something that she wanted, which was a rich husband. She didn't know Portia's real situation. So I think that she was triggered because this is the thing that turned me off from Kenya. I don't like these women that act like they desperate for a man and they so desperate to get married. That really
Preach.
will turn me off from a person, especially somebody who's a freaking Miss USA. Men should be begging you to marry them.
She should have a couple of ex-husbands by now.
Exactly. And be getting alimony. She should be coming on here with houses and half of a business and half of, I got this from my first husband. I got this from my second husband. I really think that it's her. She self-sabotages.
I can see that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why she totally abandoned the TV and film production thing. Like you're in Atlanta, you're in a place that has TV and film production. It's
She
like
might.
totally
Can
abandoned
she
that.
act though? I don't think I ever seen Kenya in it.
No, she was saying she was producing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She was in that movie Twa.
I never
Twa.
saw that.
That was
Me
stunt
neither.
It
casting.
looked so bootleg. I
No,
didn't
it
want to be a part of
wasn't.
it.
Well, that was stunt casting because she was a celebrity. I feel like the acting that she has done was because she had the crown and they wanted to have like a beauty pageant girl on the show.
Listen, Kenya, when you said about the boyfriend thing, I was watching Beverly Hills and I was like, Garcelle, if Garcelle told us one more man she slept with or was dating, I'ma know
What you
something.
said, girl? Like
Girl,
who does
you know
that?
what? I'm like Erica. If you was over here with all these men, how did you end up marrying this damn agent? Like, girl, what was you doing? I was with Erica on that
I
one.
feel
Like,
like
how
she
in the
picked
hell did you? Why did you pick this man?
two things. I
What?
think she picked the white man because he
He's
was a
white.
white man. She thought
Mhm.
she was doing something different.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with the black guys, or just the guys in general, she kind of made a name for herself and not in a good way. Because I'm pretty sure there's more names on her list.
You know what? I don't think Garcelle was doing anything from what the rest of these girls do.
Oh, here you go. You don't want to face the fact.
No,
She
I mean,
keeps
I'm
naming
looking at
people
like
every time they ask her.
Yeah, every episode is a
Every
new
single
body.
time
and
they
those
ask
women
her
that
who
had
she
been
was talking
around.
with, she starts to name. She named somebody else, which
Every episode.
means I know them guys probably was like, "Oh yeah, Garcelle, I know you could get it." You know, niggas talk more than girls.
Yep.
You know they
Drop a body
do.
every episode.
And Coming to America, she probably did. She say she dated Eddie Murphy?
I think she did.
Yeah, I
See?
think she went out with Eddie Murphy. They went on a
And
date.
she didn't even get a speaking role. And I was I up here
But
earlier?
we
I was
don't
like,
know when she went out with Eddie Murphy. We don't know before or after she passed.
I'm saying, like, sometimes you can't use your body all the time. It doesn't work all the time. Like, you know, with certain people, that's all they get is pussy thrown at them. It doesn't.
No, you know what? I have a feeling.
Oh,
Garcelle
God.
really wasn't, and I'm not this huge Garcelle fan, but I have a feeling that when Garcelle says she went out on a date, I think she literally means she went out on a date.
They asked her who she made out with.
Hooking up with these people.
They didn't say date. They said made out. Like she was making out with people.
When they say made out, do they mean like
Johnny
teenagers
Depp? She said she
what?
made out with Johnny Depp.
Making out means like kissing and heavy petting.
Heavy petting, Jesus. Why would you want us to know that?
Why would you
tell us that?
I went to Catholic school. I went to Catholic school. I went to Catholic school. They called it heavy petting.
Why would she tell her? That's so irrelevant. Why do we need to know that?
Well,
because she thinks it's cute. That's what I'm saying about her. She thinks it's like a badge of honor. She thinks it's cute.
Girl, no.
Well, somebody did ask her, like, who's the most famous person you went out with?
It's
but Garcelle
slutty.
was I know.
Thank you, whoever just said that.
Me, like Lisa, is giving slutty.
I'm not looking at my phone. Kelly, you don't want to say reality.
Was like an actress, but she wasn't. Garcelle was like a pinup girl.
What happened?
Garcelle was more like a Lori Harvey type person. She wasn't really an actress. Like if we had Instagram, she would have been an Instagram girl. Like they would bring her on for like an episode on the show to be the hot, sexy girl, and that would be it.
Gotta face reality.
Yeah, Garcelle was like.
You gotta face reality. Garcelle was not. Garcelle, I don't know what how to say it, but I think Garcelle was a little minx back in the day.
Girl, in my experience, the whole
because listen, the alternative is even worse.
It wasn't, but you know what? In my experience, the hoes be winning. So I don't know. I think the alternative is worse because back then hoes wasn't winning. Today hoes be winning. I think the alternative is worse. You went on a date with all of these people now, and you couldn't get anywhere. You didn't even have like a relationship with any of them. Like nothing. Well, that's what made me think that she wasn't trying to have no relationship because
which means she's there for a good time, not a long time. You know,
she was still with Oliver Daddy, like backwards and forward. Like I don't know.
You know. I saw a picture of Garcelle and I was like, oh, I see it all in her face. She thought she was the baddest bitch. You know, she was Garcelle Beauvais. She's not one of you African American bitches. She is Haitian. She's French. She's Creole. Whatever she is.
You heard what she said? At Sudden Mama House, I'm tropical or some shit like that.
Yeah. She told me that she was tropical.
Yeah. She said
that. To say, what the fuck does that mean? I know she did. That lady had to catch herself because I know she wants to say, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, She was like, I'm tropical or some shit.
Tropical.
She said that how did she say it? How did she say it, y'all? How did she say it?
Okay, so Reba had asked her, did she want some ice? And Garcelle was like, no, I'm tropical. We don't have much ice. Or something like that. Some of that nature.
You know what? I know a lot of people are assuming because Reba is an older white lady that she's cold toward Garcelle simply because Garcelle is black. I don't think that's what it is. I think that she see Garcelle that she might be trying to use her daughter. Because my mom can be like that with people.
Which Garcelle is using was using son.
Yeah. And I think that she sees Kyle as someone that has just as much money as Sutton. So she like, okay, she cool. But this chick over here, I don't know, I don't know about her.
I don't like your friend. And she being too
exactly. I don't know if
hey, Cameron. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Not that I don't like your friend. I don't know if this is your friend.
Yeah, like she's a little too.
I'm not saying the woman couldn't be racist.
And
I don't know. But it could also be that I don't trust you around my daughter because you kind of seem like you a little bit of a user.
Especially when she was like, we're not flying private.
Exactly.
Bitch, I'm spending my $300,000 on you so you could fly on a private plane.
Y'all just going to Georgia. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
Right. And y'all taking the red eye. You're probably in first class.
Exactly.
Moms be knowing.
On that damn red eye anyway. It probably was halfway empty.
Then you being all Joe. In Philly, we say Joe, which means like you know who Joe Cool is, like the camel from the cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say you being all Joe, it means like you being all like Joe Cool, Joe Familiar, like being too overly friendly. I don't know you like that. Back up off me. Like stop. Like you being all Joe.
I'm telling you, my mom is the sweetest lady, but I have had so-called friends, and my mom would just be like, I don't trust this person.
I was just thinking, like, if Garcelle would have came in my grandmom's house with the jokes and shit, and I don't think she would have liked that. Or Garcelle.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's necessarily, it could be, but I don't know if it's necessarily because Garcelle is black. I think that she just may not trust because Garcelle sometimes does.
Garcelle is tropical.
Like user when it comes to Sutton.
Yeah, she's fucking tropical. I don't know. I have to watch it again. I've been like zoning out on Beverly Hills. I have to watch it again.
You know what? I really like them, and I know the Potomac are supposed to be the quote-unquote relatable girls, but I find these women more relatable than the women in Potomac. The women in Potomac are just a bunch of weirdos to me.
I'm getting tired of Dorit and PK and Bowles. Since Bowles has attached herself to that cause.
This is my thing with Dorit and PK. They better be really getting a divorce. I don't want this to be a thing where we come back next year and they still ain't divorced and still talking about this. You know what I mean?
Wait, what'd you say?
They better be really getting a divorce. I don't want this to be a thing where they're not really divorced and then we coming back next season and we still talking about this, and there's been no movement.
Oh, you know she's gonna drag it out.
So you don't want no Ashley Darby, is what you're saying?
No, I don't. I thought
she was Dorit. You know she's gonna drag this shit out.
True that.
Isn't Ashley divorced now? I could be wrong. I thought she didn't ultimately get divorced.
I feel like Dorit can get any guy she wants. Dorit is still hot.
Mm-hmm.
She got it going on. I wouldn't be.
Told me she was dating someone. I don't know if that's true.
Gabor said that.
Oh.
What? I can't picture her dating somebody else.
She needs to.
He do, because PK do not want her. I don't see how she don't see that.
But also with those.
And PK strike me as the type of nigga that that'll fight her on child support and everything else.
That man ain't no damn child support. That man got a residence in another country.
Girl, he ain't even gonna visit them kids.
That man did not want them kids. And I think them kids was what really pushed him out the door, because anytime a man says it used to be just me and you, that's code for I didn't really want these damn kids. And it was cool when it was just me and you.
Damn.
Oh,
when I heard him say that, I was like, oh. But I
if
thought
I
he was like 70 years old.
I would pull a quad on his ass so fast and show it with my new nigga on TV. You hear me?
Well, you know, with those kind of women, they have to hurry up and find a new husband, because they don't have, their money is not long like that. They got to get married again.
She better show up with her own king, is all I'm saying.
Doree gonna have to go find her another bag, because I don't think she's gonna get nothing from no PK.
But I feel like she can very easily.
Oh yeah. Doree is still looks put together and everything. I think she can find someone else. I'm surprised she even got with PK to begin with, to be honest, because I thought PK was way older.
I think PK ran some good ass game on Doree about as much with like all the money he had and all the things they were going to do, and they probably would have conquered the world. Bonnie and Clyde, no kids, because does he have other kids?
Yeah, his kids are adults.
Yep.
Oh, so it's like who else? It's like an Ashley Darby thing where what you call him? He
didn't want them damn kids either.
Right. He just wanted like a new lease on life. He didn't want to do the whole married with kids thing again. Hold on.
Thank you.
I messed my damn hair up again.
Oh, when you took the rollers out?
Well, I didn't. It's the curling iron I was using.
Girl, I can't do my hair like that. My hair is not super strong like that to take all that curling and stuff. But you know what? These men kill me, because they get with these young girls, and it's like these young girls want babies. And then as soon as the girl had a baby, they ready to leave the girl, because they old ass don't want to be bothered with no baby.
But the girls gotta know that. Coming in, they try to pull a fast one.
I found this old man, and he lucky to have me, and he just crazy about me, and I don't even think it even crosses their mind that this man is old. This man don't want to be bothered with no damn baby.
No, they don't.
Like
they really don't.
Yeah. And then they end up with this kid that grows up with no father, because either the man passes away or he leaves them. And you know, I've even seen the men sometimes will wake up and be like, oh yeah, that girl was too young. Let me go get a woman in her 40s with no children or adult children. After he's already had kids with this young girl. You know what I mean? And left her a single mother.
PK, single PK. And to me, it's like a very big.
Single, you got 2 small underage children. Like, PK, you need to be somewhere and go and sit down and raise your kids.
PK said, "Fuck them kids." Okay, you wanted them, you take care of them.
Call her for months at a time. I'm like, this man did not want these kids,
and that is messed up.
There is no father that's not even calling to check on his kids for months at a time. That man ain't want them kids.
But you know what? This might give me the look that I was going for, but not quite what I was going for, but what I was going for. I'm just talking.
No, I think you're going to have to roll your natural hair to get your hair to do what you're trying to get it to do.
How can I make my camera the biggest one?
And she over here telling Erica, what if I want to stay? I'm like, there's nothing to stay in. The man gone, girl.
Erica was like, he doesn't. Like when she was like, this
she over there about to get put out her house. I mean, it take like 2 years for them to put you out in LA. But
Oh,
wasn't she
she's
like
about to get put out?
4 months behind?
Oh, he really meant that shit. You got 2 weeks.
I don't
Two
think that
months.
man can afford that house. And I think that
No, he
he's one
can't
of these
afford it.
men that's gonna be like, look, if you want me to help you out, you're gonna have to get a condo in the building with me, but I'm not paying for no house.
Oh, layout. All right. I look so sleepy.
Mm,
I don't
I
even
know
think
I
I
probably be
want
sleepy.
to.
But no, I don't think that man is trying to pay for them kids. Now she talking about some 10 years and getting some money. This man is like not even a citizen of this country. He got a whole other
So,
residence in another
oh
country.
shit, that's a whole nother thing. Cause he can really just leave the country and not even be worried about her or the kids.
Sort of. I don't know how that works because I know in his country they don't have prenups or anything. So I don't know if she can go over there and do something. I don't know how that would work.
Like, say she wanted child support. He was like, you know what? I'm out, and just went to London. They can't do anything, right? Or would
I
he
don't
be like,
know, but I do know London, they don't have prenups over there.
just how they let the
So
immigrants who be raping people, how they let them go? Like, would they just let it go since he's an immigrant?
but he from London though. So
It's
I
true.
don't know if
No,
maybe they would
yeah.
put a warrant for his arrest and he would be extradited here and have to go to child support court. I don't know how that would work. That's not. We would have to look that up.
So if I comment like this is like kind of what I wanted. Like, kind of, but not quite.
No,
I
I know what
wanted
you're
this
trying to
one.
do, but I think you're gonna have to layer
Yeah,
your
keep the
hair,
best.
and also I
Yeah, I
think you're
like the
gonna have to
best.
do the FlexiRod set on your natural curly hair. Like I feel like your hair is too smooth and it's just going back flat. No, because when I see girls with that look, that's like they don't straighten their hair first.
I should have just left it alone because the back is loose, so it's not really matching the front.
Yeah.
You see, like down here is straight. That looks crazy.
It
I
looks
look
like
like
the
one of
curls
those
fell out.
white girls. They
Yeah,
got like their hair
it looked
just
like the curls fell out.
well, hopefully these tight ass curls will come out. I wonder if
But I don't know. We're gonna see where this goes. But I don't think PK got no money.
no,
I
he
don't know if
doesn't.
Dory will ever admit it, but I don't think Dory about to get no money.
No, she's not. That's why, especially
Yeah.
if he's filing like 6 months before the 10 year
I don't think
thing.
that man got no money in this country for no 10 years to do nothing anyway. You know
Listen,
what I
I'm
mean?
telling y'all, when we was on Gabor's channel, and I said she fucked up that money with that robbery.
Mm-hmm. Don't it seem like that's when he finally decided, like, okay, I'm out of here. Like he
She
was
and that was
in there before
probably a
that.
really big score too. It was probably a big. Besides managing Boys George, what else does PK do? Scam, play poker, or whatever he gambles
Hang
with,
out with really, really wealthy people and
and
live in their homes and act like he's doing real estate. He did a huge real estate scam. I don't think it was like $100 million or some bullshit. It was insane.
he probably that robbery. He probably was going to make a hell of an insurance claim, but the REIT kept putting it on TV, putting more eyes on it. You had Garcelle on there talking about. I think the robbery was fake, which I would sue the shit out of Garcelle if I was
But
PK.
I mean, she's just saying that was her opinion. If you can't really
Callie,
judge
you
somebody for
keep
their
taking
opinion.
up for Garcelle when she dead ass wrong.
Oh
She
no, I'm
even
not taking.
if she
I'm just
did
saying
think
that
that,
is not the
even if
reason
she
why
did
he
think
probably
that, you
didn't sue
shouldn't say
her
that about your
because she was saying
coworker.
that was her opinion.
So
I'm
what?
not
It doesn't
taking that. I'm
matter.
not no
That's your
Garcelle fan like that.
coworker. Why would you say that on TV for people to hear that and
Because
take it and run with it?
create mess on the show, and that's all she care about.
That's not the type of mess you do. People could go to jail behind that type of shit because you don't have a storyline. I don't like that at all. Because what if it was just PK? What if Dorit wasn't in on it? Because she came home before PK. They probably started fighting, and she was like, "All right, I'm out of here. I'm going back home." And the house was probably scheduled to get robbed while they was going, and she just brought her dumb ass home or whatever.
It's very possible. I can see that because the way she said they was arguing and fighting and stuff, they probably got to arguing and cussing each other out. And she was like, "Well, I'm going home." And
should not keep saying that though. Like, it's very incriminating. And they couldn't get their money, and now she ain't even gonna get no child support.
I don't think she getting no child support. I really don't. I think this man gonna bullshit her because I don't think he has any legitimate money in this country for her to get. You know what I mean?
Because you could tell, like, look at the way Mauricio treats Kyle versus the way
Mauricio Kyle. Like, okay, we not together anymore, but you still family, and I'll make sure don't nothing happen to you.
Right.
That's how he treats her.
He still cares about her.
Exactly. Yeah.
PK does not care about Dorit anymore. Yeah. And it's worse too because he's supposed to be sober, so that means he really don't give a fuck. He's really over her.
I don't think that him and Dorit get along. Like, I don't think that they mix. I don't know how Dorit ended up with PK or what happened. Maybe she just thought he was rich. I don't know, but I don't think those two have a good relationship. I don't think they get along.
I don't think she's sober either, and I'm not talking about liquor.
I don't either. And I think that's a big part of the problem in her cussing him out and her erratic behavior and all of this stuff.
Yep. And it's not alcohol.
Yeah, it's something. She's fidgety and smoking cigarettes all the time and
cokey.
Yeah, she's cokey. Exactly.
Like, who said, were you guys doing coke in the bathroom? Who said that?
That was Lisa.
I love that.
Lisa was a mess. Oh my God. Lisa was just on, to me, that was another type of desperate. Lisa was like, I'm desperate to be on this show, so I'm about to get on this show and act a zip dang fool.
Now that she's gone, it's like anything in life. When people leave or you miss somebody, you tend to forget all the fuck shit they were doing.
See them getting rid of maybe.
What happened? Remind me of what Lisa Rinna was doing.
There's a friend to the show.
Remind me of what Lisa Rinna was doing because. Huh?
Kathy is our only friend to the show, right?
No, I said remind me of what Lisa Rinna was doing because I really forgot why she was getting on my nerves.
Oh, Lisa Rinna was just putting 10 on 20 with everything.
You mean 20 on 20?
It can be something small and she just, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. It's like all this overacting and I'm like, girl, go sit down.
Cause she was good at what she did when she was like doing it right, getting mess started.
If she would have broke that glass and threatened me with that glass, her ass would have went to jail in Amsterdam, and I would have got kicked off the show.
Oh, she wasn't gonna do that.
No, you're not gonna. I'm not playing them games. You can go be dramatic somewhere else. You're not gonna be waving no glass.
Kim was on some shit though. She was reading her up and down. Oh, let's not talk about the husband.
And so you about to cut me because I'm talking about your husband? Like
Kim didn't flinch. She didn't bat an eye. She didn't even flinch when she did that. She was like,
Kim is a crackhead. So you already know. Girl, ain't no crackhead about the girl, you think that's the first time somebody pulled something on
Kim? I miss Kim.
I miss Kim too. I hope she can get herself together. That was sad when I heard that she had a mental breakdown.
Because her husband, boyfriend died?
No, she on that shit. And when they be, Kim getting
older. I know that, but I remember the guy she was living with. I think his name was Monty or something. I think he died of cancer, and she was taking care of him. And then her daughters
years ago.
Still, Her daughters grew up, and she probably was home alone. Remember, she said she was drawing on the
I'm
walls.
gonna be honest with you. Kim is somebody that was living in LA during the crack epidemic. And a lot of people her age, they on that shit and they can't get off of it, or they go backwards and forward. And after you've been on that shit for so long, you start to
Crack
lose your
or
mind.
coke? Crack or coke?
I think it's crack because of
Or
her
meth?
age. That she was around like when the crack was hitting.
Or meth?
I think it's crack because she from LA. This is the
Crack
crack
is so
epidemic started
like
here.
crack is so crack. You know, like it's so.
Yeah, but you got to look at what her age is. And I think that she probably tries to do other stuff to stay off of it, but she keeps slipping back into it. Because a lot of people around her age are like that. And a lot of them, like, are either they were on it for so long, they got like mental illness from it.
Yeah, crack is really whack for real.
Yeah, to our generation, but she's not of our generation. She's that crack generation.
Even when people get off crack, you can still tell they was on it.
That's why I think she was on crack, because I see it on her, like her movements, her tics and stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to admit it, but yeah.
Yeah, she was born in 1964. Yeah, her era was the crack era.
The 80s.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, her husband been dead. That man been dead. Well, I mean, they've been divorced. I don't know if he's been dead, but they've been divorced.
Yeah, they were divorced, but when he got sick, they kind of got back together. Well, she was taking care of him. If that's the same guy.
2016.
Yeah.
No.
And then COVID hit 2020.
That's some drugs, unfortunately, got Kim. And I think Kim also drinks, because remember Kyle said she alcoholic. Oh, that was that first season. Oh my God, that first season was on. You are alcoholic and sick. Talk about, Mauricio has supported you like a second wife, and she was like, "Bitch, he stole my goddamn."
Stole my goddamn house. Like, damn, y'all.
I was like, geez, man.
Her original face.
This is hitting the fan up on here. And then you had Camille. Camille came on the show all cocky. She was talking down on Mauricio like Mauricio was just the help and he was trash and this and that. And that man had put her ass out and moved another woman in.
He did what?
Damn. She said, I went to the apartment building and I tried to get in, and the doorman told me that Mrs. Grammer was already up there. I was like, oh my God.
So when people do shit like that to you, that tells me that she was a special kind of bitch. She was a bitch on wheels.
Well, she was a bitch to Kyle and them on the show. Camille was horrible when Camille first came on that show.
I remember. I do, but I don't. But I do.
Girl, she was talking about Mauricio like he was a pool man or something. Talking about,
what was she saying about him? I don't remember that part.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Her husband, he works for us. You know, he just be selling houses. He ain't nobody. I was like,
damn. Look at me now. Because Camille looked like paltry and shit. Like the guy she with, wasn't she like in the mobile home?
Her house burnt down.
Still, you don't have another house?
Nothing but bad luck. Like her husband put her out, her house burned down. Like it was this.
But she should have another house somewhere. The way she was talking, she's supposed to have another house somewhere.
No, I think she was trying to rebuild her house. That's probably why she was in the trailer. A lot of people will live in trailers while they're trying to rebuild their home.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to be there, you know, when the home is being built and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know if she was still in the trailer, if the trailer was just there because they was working on the house. I was confused about that.
How the mighty have fallen.
Girl, she was awful. But you know what? When that man did her like that, I did kind of feel bad for her.
Oh, Kelsey?
Yeah, and then they had the new wife send her stuff, packed it up and mailed it to her. I was like, God damn.
I wonder what happened though.
And you know that he knew he didn't have no prenup. So he wanted to get rid of her so bad. He was like, look, she could have the goddamn money.
So I wouldn't have felt that bad. Shit. That's all she wanted. That's what he
I think
probably
she was
said.
embarrassed. And I think that she, you know, some women want to run around and be like, I have a husband, I have a husband, I have a husband.
I'm
You know,
Mrs.
I can
Camille
see her as
Grammer.
well. Brandy is full of shit. Brandy did that to her own face. Let me tell you what happened to Brandy's face. Brandy got sick from something. She somehow felt in her mind that it was the filler in her face. So
she
she
was
went
on her
and had
Yolanda.
all the filler dissolved in her face and messed up her face. Now, there was nothing wrong with her face before she did this. She did this because somehow in her mind, she felt that was the reason why she passed out and got sick.
Like Yolanda.
Yeah, because I don't think Yolanda had no damn Lyme disease. I think it was something else going on with Yolanda. Maybe it was breast implant illness. I think it was breast implant illness, maybe.
That man was about to leave her and she knew it.
But her breast implants were leaking though.
It's a simple fix though.
Yeah, but you know, some people it does, you know, they get sick from that. But I honestly, that man seemed like he get married every 5 to 7 years. That man seemed like it wouldn't surprise me if he leaves that young woman and marries someone else.
Because then she have his baby.
Yeah, that man go from woman to woman. But look how you met him. You met him from your ex-husband because he saw a picture of you with your kids at your ex-husband's house and was talking about would you get mad if I asked her out. That's why I said Garcelle was not shunned. Them dudes be dating the same chicks. I've even heard them talk about it. Like those entertainment dudes, they be dating the same women. So I don't think they care about that. I think that Garcelle was not really trying to be with them dudes because she, in the back of her mind, felt like a white man would be better. And she got with the white dude, and he was on the same shit. He just didn't have as much money. That man had a whole nother woman in a condo in Chicago.
A white woman.
No, she was black, right? I thought she was black.
No, he was with his white woman. The one he really
this black lady now is a different woman then.
I guess.
He's with a black lady now. So I guess this is somebody new.
The girl she wrote the email to was a white woman. I mean, the email about was a white woman.
I didn't know that. I thought maybe it was the same chick and she was like still around. Yeah, I didn't know that was a different person. But regardless, I don't think he cared what black, white, whatever. But I do think that he's just a lot of these dudes be doing that. They not trying to be in no monogamous relationship. I don't think he was ever just with Garcelle. Ever. She just didn't know it. I think maybe that particular girl had only been around for 3 years, but I think it was somebody before her. Because that's what they do. A lot of these rich men do that. They just don't get caught, or either if they do get caught, the wife just doesn't say anything because she's embarrassed. But I think that most of these men are not just with one woman, especially not men that have money to have a whole nother house.
Nope.
No, he'll have you. That's what he did. He had Garcelle in a house in LA and he had that woman in a condo in Chicago. And, you know, it would have continued if Garcelle wasn't up there going through the phone.
And if that was me, and Garcelle couldn't seal the deal with no other, prominent people, I would still be married to him, his ass, and taking all his fucking money.
Most of them But you know what? I think Garcelle is kind of on bullshit a little bit. I think she did get some money. I don't
If
think she
what?
got all this money from doing those goddamn Lifetime movies. I think she
No.
did get some money, and I think that's how she was able to get the house that she got now that's in Santa Clarita. I think that was some divorce
That's the
settlement.
beach house.
Yeah, I think that she probably squared the rest of that money away because she probably don't know how her acting money, her career gonna go. But I do think that Garcelle left out that relationship with some money.
Well, that's good.
I don't
I hope
believe
so.
that, oh, she's just doing Lifetime movies and 2 or 3 episodes of shows on cable, and she was able to buy a $2 million
See, that's what
house.
I'm saying about Garcelle.
Girl,
Like, why can't we know the details of your divorce? Like, you and
exactly.
everybody else business.
Because
Like,
it's probably, well, she probably got a gag order.
she doesn't.
Yeah, because
Nobody's bold
it's
enough
been
to
years,
ask her.
and it's
That
probably
man ain't no
expired by
fucking
now.
body for people to be asking her anything about
No,
him.
because she wrote that letter. It's not so much about that man being famous, it's because she went viral because she wrote that letter and tried to get him fired from his job, which was crazy. Like, I'm not gonna
Mm.
find out a man cheating on me and I got 2 kids and I'm gonna try to get him fired from his job. Who does that?
Bitch, you stopping your own damn money.
That's what
Stupid.
I said. You got 2
That's what I'm
children. Who
saying.
the fuck gonna feed these
She's not that smart, Callie.
kids? Luckily, they did not fire him, thank God. But she tried to get the man fired from his job.
Cheating on your wife is not a crime.
That's what our Erica was saying. Erica was saying, look, nobody going through a divorce is thinking with a sane and rational mind. Look at what Garcelle did. That's what she was referring to.
Yeah.
And Tom had him another woman. It was an older woman too.
Yep. And Erica let him cheat in peace.
I
She
don't know
went.
if she knew at first.
She said she found the picture underneath the
But I think that was like after he had got caught swindling people and stuff. And I
She
don't think that
knew.
she knew it. I don't know if she knew at first.
She fucking knew.
I,
You think she was gonna give up millions and millions of dollars over some
that's true.
old
And she
bitch?
already said she couldn't get no money. She already said it even before she found out Tom was swindling. She already said, I can't get no money. So she probably had already signed her rights away to get anything.
He's spending millions. He made her Erica Jane. He made all her fucking dreams come true. And now she has a life for herself. If he could have
Mm-hmm.
not got caught until, he had an unfortunate accident, maybe he was supposed to die in that car crash at the
That's what I
house.
said too. I said I think he thought he was gonna be dead. I don't think he thought he was going to live long
Maybe
enough
he
to
tried to
get
kill
caught.
himself. Who knows?
It's very possible. He over here rolling over cliffs and shit in Pasadena.
On his own property.
I don't know if it was on his
He
property or
said
if it was
it was,
behind the house or where the F the cliff was, but it was a cliff somewhere over there.
he wanted to get up out of here.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I don't know, but she went out there and say that man, girl, they are a mess. All of them are a mess. But I don't think Kyle and Mauricio gonna get no divorce unless
I
Kyle
think,
divorces him.
I think they're going to get back together.
I don't necessarily think that, but I don't think he's gonna volunteer to give her the money. You know what I mean?
I
I think he
think
would have to take it. Like she would have to go to court. It's the same thing with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. I think that as long as you're dumb enough to sit there and stay married, why is somebody gonna volunteer to give you half their money? They'll just
yeah,
tell you
they stay
whatever. Yeah,
married.
we still love each other. Yeah, sure, babe. Go back to your house. You know what I
I
mean?
think that if Kyle doesn't get a boyfriend or a girlfriend, Mauricio will eventually get tired of banging young chicks. That's going to wear off. Um, that'll wear off. It gets old after a while.
I
Um,
I I think he's done, but I don't think he'll divorce her because he'll have to give her so much money. I think she would have to divorce him.
and that's probably the best way to be. because you still get the pension when he dies, you still get the life insurance, you're still the beneficiary, you still get all the benefits of the wife in case something
I
happens.
think when you have that much money, I don't think that there is a benefit for the woman. I think the benefit is for the man, and I think they convince these women that, oh, we just gonna stay together and we still gonna stay married and we in this for life
Please,
and
if
all
he
of this
dies,
stuff.
she get to be in charge and control of the agency. Shit, I wouldn't get a divorce either.
But who to say he gonna go before you?
That's just a chance we're gonna take.
Because I feel like it's the same situation with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. I feel like he don't want her, but he don't want to give her half his money. So he just BS's her and tells her whatever. And she falls for it.
Well,
you know what I mean? Because I'm not going to volunteer and run down to a judge to give somebody half my money. I'm not going to do it. So if I can bullshit you and tell you, oh, we're in this forever, and then I go back to my house with my girlfriend or my boyfriend or whatever, and you believe it, well, then that's on you. But you know what I mean? But I'm not filing for no divorce if I got to give somebody half my money. No, yeah, we can stay married forever. We in this forever. This is me and you. Now I'm about to go home and I'll call you later.
yeah. Are the girls staying with you this weekend or me?
Exactly. So I kind of feel like when men have like a lot of money like that, sometimes they will try to stay legally married because they just don't want to give up that money. But no, I think Mauricio is gone. And these women ain't that damn young. Some of the women I've seen him with have been 30-ish, like late 30s.
Right, like he's
Yeah.
young. He's banging young chicks. I listen to Brav Bros and Watch What Crappens. He's getting it. They were like, Mauricio, he's been trying to get a lazy boy for 20 years, and she's like, you're not putting that fucking thing in our living room. He could get the tackiest furniture. He could put an arcade in the middle of the living room. He can live out. He's been having to live in, a palace for all these years. He has freedom right
but
now.
Kyle is like, he just did this unforgivable thing, but I won't tell any of you what it was ever. And I'm like, excuse me? Well, then why did you bring this up?
I want somebody would be messy. I want somebody to be messy and ask ourselves,
what I think the unforgivable thing to me, I think would be with her is if she found out he had a whole nother relationship. Like, I don't think she cared about him hooking up with no chick. But if she found out he had a girlfriend for like 5 or 10 years, like this whole time in another house somewhere, I think that would be unforgivable. And I could totally see him doing something like that.
Well, they said that the scene that they were doing when they were at the gun range, every time Kyle would get close to Mauricio, like he would move away from her. And it was two guys talking, and they were like, so in their minds that meant he had a girlfriend and he didn't want his girlfriend seeing him,
I know. I think he was scared. I think he was like, look, her mind might flash to some anger for a second, and I might, maybe I should have gave her
she started crying, so I don't know.
But I mean, this is the thing. We see Mauricio out in public with these women or flirting with them, grabbing on them, whatever. We don't know what he's really doing. And to me, especially somebody that's been married for as long as Kyle, I don't think she would care about, you just hooking up with somebody like this. I think what would be unforgivable to her is if she found out this most of this time she wasn't the only one. Like there's been another woman in the picture for a very long time. Because then that would make you feel like, okay, you got a whole nother relationship. Like this is not, none of this is what I thought this was. And that would be something that I think that she would be like, yeah, that's unforgivable. And I just know how these men roll. It would be it wouldn't shock me. It would be shocking to me if he didn't have another woman in Mexico or somewhere. Especially he's in real estate. So that means he got other properties.
Everywhere.
Exactly.
He living it up and she knows it.
I could totally see her finding out that for the past 10 or 15 years, he has had another woman in another house.
Well, he said he was cheating on her like for a good while. So,
but you know, cheating is one thing, but you got a whole nother wife somewhere. That's another thing. That's something that is not forgivable.
Oh, I don't know about no wife.
You know what I mean? If you've been with this woman for years and years and years, and you taking care of this woman got a house and all of this stuff, that's another wife. You know. And I think that's what really pissed Garcelle off, because that he had got that woman a condo and everything.
Garcelle.
And she talking about, I thought I had the perfect husband. I thought I had won the lottery of husbands. So you didn't even notice that woman was there until you found out that she was there. Because that woman was probably just trying to get a bag. She wasn't thinking about you. And that woman was like, well, I'll be here when he called, whatever. As long as I got my condo, I don't care. You know? So you was never going to hear from that woman.
What?
I'm telling you, these men are a trip. And it's more common than a lot of people think. And a lot of these women, they know, and they'll still stay with the man. And then when other people find out, then they want to, oh, she's a side chick. She's this, she's that. And I'm like, you've known about this woman for a decade. You know what I mean? You chose to be in this poly situation, because that's what it is at that point.
That's my belief. It's incredible.
And I don't even know if I believe Kyle was even really with Morgan.
I do. Because she
you know what I think happened?
was disgusted by her. I mean, she was disgusted by Mauricio.
No, you know what I think happened? I think somebody saw her with Morgan, because I've heard that Morgan has some ties to Mauricio's business. They took a picture of them two together, and you know how they always be thinking everybody gay anyway. Somebody started this rumor, and Kyle liked the attention, and she ran with it.
Let's hear the
Did Eddie spill at the Real Housewives of Potomac.
That was 6 days ago. Attorneys for the Justice Department have agreed to temporarily restrict employees from Elon Musk's department. Okay, news. Attorneys for the Justice Department have agreed to temporarily restrict employees from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, from accessing information in the Treasury Department's payment system. Good. About time y'all did something about that bullshit.
Do people not understand that he could be in there stealing? Like, we can't trust him. Just because this man said he's a billionaire, that don't mean it's true. He don't need to be having access to no treasury, nothing.
No.
With them raggedy ass cars he's selling.
All right, so this is a long thread someone wrote about Elon Musk. It says, do you want to know what's actually happening? Then don't scroll. It's the art of the deal. First, I've debated sharing this thread, but it'll be censored at a minimum. But I'm saying out loud what tech oligarchs know about this coup. On record, this is my opinion, informed from careful research and personal experience working in Elon Musk's world. But simply my opinion. You decide. Here goes. Art of the deal. Silicon Valley insiders know exactly why they're backing Trump and why Elon Musk put $280 billion into his election. Damn, he put that much in?
Mm.
Deregulation and cryptocurrency. The deal. Trump promises to remove regulation and give Elon the green light to raid our treasury systems in order to deliver a blockchain-based, crypto-centric new global currency. But first, Elon had to deliver the election to win. Number 3, the hack. In October, Elon visited Mar-a-Lago. Soon after, filings surfaced showing entities called, or Elon visited Mar-a-Lago. Soon after, filings surfaced showing entity called United States of America Inc. and Group America LLC had been registered with the Texas Secretary of State, both linked to Musk. Trump had then stopped actively campaigning. His campaign openly admitted he would likely lose. However, Trump had made a private deal with Elon. The plan: Starlink connected voting systems in 7 key swing states. Anything can be hacked, Musk said. Number 4, Starlink to the rescue. Remember when Elon turned off Starlink without notice to Ukraine to help Putin put in. Remember when Elon turned off Starlink without notice to Ukraine to help Putin in a critical battle? Reporters have said Musk knew presidential vote tabulation hours before even local state officials. Data scientists presented evidence of hacks, and according to math experts, only a 1 in 84 million chance existed for Trump to have won those 7 states legitimately. No,
That's not true.
no, no Dems objection. Elon delivers. Trump wins. Number 5, flood the zone. Project 2025 team goes into full launch mode. They deliver a fresh Sharpie pen and a stack of EOs to sign. The Shock and Awe campaign. Crazy cabinet nominations, drones, J6 pardons, plane crashes, an exploding Cybertruck, Doge freezes federal funds, mass civil service firings, Medicaid and veterans benefits threatened, etc. The flooding of chaos and fear is intentional. No time for critical analysis. Read Marshall McLuhan, Joseph Goebbels, and Ezra Klein. Number 6, Treasury takeover. Because Trump's clown cabinet appointments are unqualified, they don't push back. They're loyal and on the take. Elon's tech squad strolled into the Treasury Department. The data cloning project was on. People who resisted were put on leave, then resigned. In quotes. The Treasury's funds distribution system was hacked, copied, and all personal, corporate, and institutional data had been stolen. By the way, it was done last week. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's just a coup. Number 7, currency shift. The next milestone is imminent. Soon enough, the world will begin using crypto. A global platform will emerge. The gold standard will be extinct. Economic powers will be scrambled. It's a reboot. Ask Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. Ask Blackstone. Ask the Feds. They won't talk, but they know. By the way, look into Crink, CRINK. They've been using crypto blockchain tech to circumvent sanctions. The pieces are falling into place, and Trump now waits for his payout. 8. The epilogue. A new Trump crypto coin was issued. It quickly netted billions. When Elon delivers a new global currency platform, Trump will be a founder-level investor. Then Trump's golden parachute opens, he floats away. An undisclosed medical event, our President J.D. Vance takes the wheel. The deal is done. Trump outsourced the coup to a Nazi entrepreneur. He's back to developing real estate. This time, it's a beachfront property in Gaza. It's the deal of a lifetime. Ask Jared Kushner. Number 9 out of 11. Hanging Chads. Crink. Google it. Jared, MBS, Netanyahu, Mossad, Blackstone, and JP Morgan's Bitcoin, tech oligarchs, AI deregulation, Curtis Yavin and Peter Thiel, Google it, Netanyahu and ADL, okay with Nazi salute, bird flu, Social Security in the crosshair, add your own. Let's see, it's number 10. She's only got 9. Where's 10? That put the 10. I mean,
this sound like, I'm gonna be honest, this sound like somebody that is a Democrat and they really, really are just job hopping on any conspiracy. But I can tell you that every political analyst I follow said that Trump was gonna win. So to say that he was not a long shot to win ever. And it's so funny because Kamala Harris was not even close to winning the last time she ran for president. Like she was way far behind. So to
she ran for president before?
Yes, that's how she ended up being vice president. So to think that she was gonna beat somebody that was polarizing like Donald Trump, she just wasn't a good candidate. Joe Biden should have stayed where he was. Maybe he could have won. I don't know. But for her, for sure, she did not have. People were not behind her like that, and it just wasn't like people just wasn't feeling her. And I'm gonna be honest, this whole I'm black stuff, it was not to get the black vote, it was to convince people that she was American, because she couldn't pass for a white American woman, but maybe I can pass for a black American woman, because a lot of people see Indians as foreigners. And even and Coulter told what's his name, Vivek, to his face, like, I would never vote for you because you an Indian. I don't care.
Who said that?
And Coulter.
Damn.
You know, Ann Coulter don't bite no words. And, so I honestly think that all this HBCU, I'm black, even though my dad never ever said he was black, he never told nobody that nowhere.
He's Jamaican, right?
Well, there's Indians in Jamaica, and Indians don't usually marry outside of their race, especially back in the 1960s. And he's not listed as Negro on her paperwork. So I honestly think that she's an Indian woman, and it was.
People who went to school with her said she never identified as black.
People who work with her dad said that he never identified as black. She's not black. That was some BS. But it wasn't about us, because we never put Trump in office. It was white women that put Trump in office. Even this time, we never, our vote, we never, the way that the votes were going, it was never going to be us that was going to sway the vote. But I think what she was trying to do was to convince Americans in general that she was an American and not an Indian. And so, again, she could pass maybe as a black woman. She couldn't pass as a white woman. So, okay, I'm going to just get up here and tell everybody I'm black, because people sometimes think I'm black anyway. So I'm going to just roll with it. And if you really watch what she was saying,
you don't think she's black at all?
I think she's an Indian. I work with an Indian man who was from Jamaica. He had dreadlocks down to his ass, loved Bob Marley, everything. He was an Indian.
I swear, I remember before all this election shit, she was in one of those one shoulder John. She had a shirt up under it, like the red dot.
Well, her mom is 100% Indian. That was never up for debate. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people was up here talking about she's
that's
black.
What she was calling herself. She wasn't saying nothing about being no Negro.
No, because she's not. If you really truly listen to what she said on Shannon Sharp, she said, I got a black card or a black pat. You know what I mean? That's so many words. She was talking around in circles. She basically was saying she was black.
And that's what I really hated about her.
What she was saying to him, She basically said she was saying it in a long-winded, talking in circles type of way. But basically, she was saying, I'm not really Black. It's just that my mom felt like I would be more accepted in the Black community. That's essentially what she was saying, but she was saying it in a very confusing way. But again, I know that a lot of people, I work in tech, so I've been around Indians. I've been around some Indian people that I know that if you really ain't never really been around them like that, you probably would think this was a biracial Black person. And I also know there's Indians in Jamaica. I personally have known some. And they listen to hip hop, they wear dreadlocks, all of that stuff, but they're Indians. But also, how can you have an identity? First of all, your father, even if he, at the most he would be biracial. That man definitely is not Black. So your dad is a biracial Black man from Jamaica that didn't even raise you, and somehow you are Black in America. Like that, none of that made any sense. Like you could clearly see that her mom's an Indian woman. So the most that she could be is someone who had some Black on her dad's side. And so all of this that she's a Black woman stuff was just like, I'm like, I can't believe that people are still holding on to that. First of all, you could see that her mother's not Black. So
if you don't think Trump cheated, you think that people didn't want to vote for her just because.
No, but people was not feeling her. I think she was a very bad candidate. I don't think she ever had a chance of hell of winning. Even in the first beginning, when Biden first dropped out, even really before Biden dropped out, all the political analyst people that I followed kept saying that Trump was going to win. And like, I know y'all don't want to hear it. I know, because they was just saying, you know, the states that would have to win and all of this stuff, they said Trump got it. He's going to win. And that's why they was trying so hard to put him in jail. And also, typically,
I didn't like that.
It's bad.
The party you're trying to convict him for paying off a porn star, really?
Well, they was trying to do anything because they knew that if he ran, he was gonna win.
I understand that, but to like to prosecute a former president, over trying to pay off a president.
They should have never did that because he could still be president. So what we gonna do? Have a president being
president? Horny, like why can't you get him on tax evasion or something real? It's like with the mob, you can't get him on something real, so y'all get him on fucking tax evasion or something.
But the thing about it is, even if he was sentenced to prison, he can still be the president. So that's why I said they should never done that.
My point is, the Democrats look stupid going after him for that shit with the porn star.
And believe me, I am no Trump supporter. But for one, typically when the economy is bad, it always flips to the other party. Two, Joe Biden was old as hell, and Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate. Like, she was a terrible candidate. Like, people were not feeling this lady. And I think that she just marketed herself so much to Black people, and the way the algorithms work, they push stuff in the algorithms that made it seem like to us that it was all these people that were for her. But in actuality, people really wasn't feeling her like that. The algorithms was just pushing you people that were for her. And now we're finding out a lot of those people were paid off.
I don't like the bullying that they were doing. Like, oh, you don't vote for her, you know, you're trash, or you're gonna die. Donald Trump. Her whole campaign seemed like it was based off of
bullying. Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump is trash, and you're Black, and you need to vote for me.
Yeah. And also, I think that there was no consideration for how illegal immigration has affected working class Americans, especially like none at all. Like,
that's a big thing here. Like, people are really I don't know what it is. People say, oh, more immigrants came in under whoever, whatever, but it just seemed like they were coming in by the droves under Biden, the Biden administration, and like y'all wasn't doing anything to stop it. And at a certain point, it looked like y'all wanted them, maybe wanted them to come in so they could vote Democrat. Like,
Or I don't know.
shelves? What you mean, shelves? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
She said, I
I
know
sleep
you
and I
fucking
wait for the
lying.
stock market to open.
What time do they open?
6:30. I have to see if my thing is up. I'm gonna just hurry and sell it. Even though I think I might wait a few minutes to see if I can get a break even price, but I definitely don't want. I don't think it's gonna go back down, but there's always a chance because the stock is soaring. So right now it's still recovering from the crash.
He manipulating. Well, he got his
Because I
Trump
don't have like
coin.
a real. I don't have a real like. You know what? I got it too late. So I didn't really. You had to have Bitcoins are like pyramid schemes. You
No, I
have to
said
get in
Trump
like in the
coin.
beginning.
The Trump coin.
Yeah, they're all the coins. They're like pyramid schemes basically. So the people who make the money are the people who get in the beginning when they first come out. So I brought mine really late. I didn't make anything. I only brought $10.
Well, the way the way that lady was just talking, that's going to be the new world order.
I
I better get
still
me
have
some.
it, but it's going down, 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 down. It's probably gonna end up being worth nothing.
I remember when my cousin was trying to get us to get bitcoins back when they was like $3,000, and we
Oh,
just didn't get it.
girl, I could do you one better. I worked at this place. I hated this job, but it was the owner's nephew. He was around my age, and he was like, "I'm telling you, you need to get some Bitcoin." I said, "What the hell is Bitcoin? What do you use it for?" And he was like, "You can use it to buy stuff in video games and all of this stuff." And I was like, "I'm not a gamer." And he's like, "This is about $20 worth. I'm telling you, it's gonna be something." And this is when Bitcoin first was invented.
Mm. The next
So
time somebody
yeah,
tell me some shit, I'm gonna
and
listen.
I'm
'Cause
telling you,
even
I've
the
had
people
all
who
these
bought,
opportunities. You just don't see the opportunities if you're not looking for them. If you're not looking to be rich, you don't. And I think this happens to everyone. The opportunities come to you, but you're not looking
even
for them.
during the pandemic, people were like, "Buy Moderna stock, buy Moderna stock, buy
Mm-hmm.
Moderna stock," and I was like, "What the fuck is
No,
Moderna? I don't
I'm
know
gonna
shit
tell
about it."
you what I'm gonna tell you how you really could have got rich during the pandemic. When the market crashed, when they did that shutdown, put your money in the
Mm-hmm.
market because the market shot back up like a year and a half later. And if you was in the market then, whether if you had options, especially if you had options, whoo, I mean, that would have been like instant millionaire.
I know that lady that does gossip in the city. I know she made millions in the stock market. She don't even. You can tell she don't even care about gossip in the city anymore. Remember when gossip in the city was like all the rage? People were. She had people paying like $50 a month to get in. She made nice money off of that. But I know when that stock market shit and she had the money to invest it too.
Health insurance, it should be, that's the
Huh?
it should be a subscription, not health insurance.
What you
Because
say?
everybody gets sick. It should be a subscription, not insurance. That's the problem with health insurance. Health insurance can never work because everybody is going to need to use it. Insurance makes its money because the majority of the people will never use it. And so that pays for the few people that do. The problem is everybody gets sick.
It's black. It's white.
Instantly, I hear a bird squawking.
Yeah.
Wait and see what this stock gonna do before I go in here and take a shower and go to sleep for a while. I still gotta find that file. What do I keep doing with that file?
I wonder if I should take this live down. It's literally like 11 hours.
You can. I mean, you got your watch time from the time that we've been on here, and I don't think nobody gonna watch it again.
No,
I
not
don't know.
11
I don't know
hours.
about YouTube analytics like that, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know how any of this works yet. Literally just started going live when
Yeah, I keep saying I'm gonna do a channel. I'm gonna do a channel, and I started playing around with the stuff. I have my light and all that stuff, but I just haven't had time.
I have a light, I have a mic. Good morning, Shelbs. What you talking about? We lying because we still on here.
Oh yeah, I couldn't go to sleep.
Now I'm done arching my damn eyebrows. This a marathon stream. I might leave this bitch on all day and y'all can run my errands with me and everything.
Well, some people do that when they trying to get their channel to monetize.
That y'all are still on here. I woke up like, what the heck? Yeah, we still in here rocking. I took a little nap a little while ago. Callie was talking with DDG, DGK, DGC, and I took a little nap while y'all was talking. I don't know. I don't even think they noticed. Yeah, I gotta go to Sprouts. I gotta go to Target. Yeah,
See,
DGF.
the
I don't
Sprouts
even
over
think they
here
noticed.
really,
They was
the Sprouts over here is kind of far from me, but it's also it's a crowded parking lot. Like I don't like going in there. I have to really, really want something from Sprouts.
I love Sprouts. I
I
love their meat.
Sprouts too.
I
I wish
I
they had
want to buy meat from
another
anywhere else
one
now.
that was around.
I cooked a roast beef. Every like almost every Sunday I cook a roast beef from Sprouts.
Really?
I love their meat. I love their chicken. I love everything. I just oh my god. Once you just eat a certain kind of meat,
That's
and
true.
I don't even buy the whole grass fed air chilled chicken. Like I don't even get
Hmm.
all of that. Just the regular meat in there. It's impossible to overcook a piece of beef from Sprouts. Number one, it really is. Like, cause I overcooked. I kind of overcooked my little piece of beef I had, and it was still tender. It was just amazing.
Well, I had made
And I
some
love,
homemade spaghetti. As a matter of fact, I need to get up and go put it in the refrigerator. My sauce in the refrigerator.
they
But
got good
I'm on a
Italian
diet, so I'm eating
sausages,
that protein pasta. It's okay, but it ain't like the
protein
real stuff.
pasta. Oh, pasta made out of protein.
Yeah, it's like made out of that wheat that's mostly protein.
Okay,
But I have lost weight though. I've lost like 12 pounds.
my hair is two different things going on. Look at
I'm
that.
telling you, I think you're gonna have to roll your hair and like don't use the curling iron or anything. Just use the rollers, but don't have it be soaking wet. Because I know if you like you said, if it's soaking wet, it's not gonna dry.
See, I got two different things going
Hmm.
on. I wanted to
Different
be like
types of
this.
curls.
I go ahead and get my little rezo cut or whatever.
I mean, I think that these natural hairstylists, I think they're getting checked a little bit because people are starting to kind of check out of that stuff. Because what
Ain't
they
nobody gonna be
charging,
paying all that money. People
yeah,
don't have
it's
money like
crazy.
that.
And a lot of these people don't even have long hair. Like you charging somebody with a little bob, like $300 to trim their little bob, like it's crazy.
It's too much.
They got greedy.
They're doing too much. I need to have my ceiling painted. I'm gonna clean my room this weekend. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
my whole lifestyle
well,
shit.
my house is still not finished, but I need to straighten up a little bit in here, and this room is not finished that I'm sitting in. I can't believe it rained like that all night. Oh shoot! I gotta open my gate before I go lay down because my
It's raining in California after all that damn fire.
I know. That's why I was waiting to see if anything slid off the hill. I hope not.
Oh, the mudslide shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy because y'all could have used a little bit of rain.
I got a big old green boom boom candle. Let it run for a minute. Like I said, this is all me chasing back the money I lost last week. And I only lost that money being greedy. Because I was up and I didn't sell and the shit crashed. Goddamn Trump.
Well, they said he's staging. What is a coup? Everybody keeps saying coup,
Like he's
coup,
taking
coup.
over the government. But this is the thing. This is not a monarchy. We don't have one leader. Like we got 50 different states. If y'all dumbasses gonna sit up here and let this South African man suck the life out of this country, that's y'all. That's on y'all. And I'm dead ass serious because we're organized the way we're organized for a reason, so that you can do this type of stuff. People only have the power you give them. Like this man don't have no ultimate power. Trump don't even have that much power. They're already telling people do not quit their job, don't sign that thing because he can't give you that money. He don't have the authority.
Right. And do you really think that he's going to pay you 8
Well,
months for not
my
working?
friend that does work for the federal government, she's a little older than me, and she said basically for them, they're telling them that they can get the payment and then also retire early. But I said, well, what about the people that's not eligible for retirement or they don't have enough in their 401k? What about them? So it's almost
Exactly.
like they're
The shit don't
pushing
even
out
sound
the
right.
older people because the people that are going to take this deal are going to be people that are older that are closer to retirement anyway because they have nothing to lose. Like, you know what I mean?
It doesn't sound right to me. It just sounds like some shit he made up to tell y'all that. So he be like, you know what? It's not gonna work. That's actually illegal to do. But you resign, so you can't come back.
No, like this man's crazy. And of course the market is not settling, like it's all over the place. It's like but I think the stock is it's like recovering, so it just keeps going up, up, up. But you still can't necessarily always depend on that. Because I'm just doing like little moves.
This
When
is
you do
scamming.
little moves and you don't have a day trade account, you can only
Exactly.
make.
He's not gonna pay them.
You know what? He's not going to pay them, and he's going to blame it on Congress. I think
Because
that this.
I saw one
Yeah,
person who was actually resigned who fell for it, and they were like they haven't heard any information
yeah, I heard that
since. Like
man
nothing
because this thing
about
has not been approved. It's not
right.
real. Like he didn't. This has to be approved.
All he heard was, "Bitch, I ain't got to come to work and I can get paid." Okay, bet resign. So now he's out of a job. I hope they. I said you should just
Well,
go
no,
back.
they
You
said
should
that
just go
they
back
haven't.
into work.
Well, I don't even know if they even accepted or looked at his resignation because he said that there has been no reply to that email at all.
Right, like I said, no further directive, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I said you should take your ass back, act like nothing happened. I ain't
I
resigned. That wasn't me. My shit got hacked. We had to give up our passwords, and I don't know what happened. That wasn't me.
Yeah, I would have never admitted that I filled that out. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. He is tripping.
Just like Trump did, those people in Atlantic City didn't pay for them for their damn casino. He had them build them casino and didn't pay them people.
But
Then filed
see,
for
here's the
bankruptcy.
thing. This is not one of his businesses. It's not.
He thinks it is though.
He thinks it is. And like I said, people giving him too much power, they need to check him. First of all, this stuff with these layoffs, I already told you what my opinion is. He just doing layoffs. This ain't got nothing to do with nobody working from home. This ain't got nothing
He's
to do
not
with
even like in HR. You know, 30 to be laying people off. Like he's doing like you said, y'all giving him too much power.
Mm-hmm.
No one man should have all that power.
The president don't even really have that kind of power. But
He's
I
not
also think
HR.
it's
He
a
is the
lot of this
president, but
propaganda. He wants to be a dictator. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. So it's like subconsciously they putting it in people's mind that he has all this power, and they just rolling it over and giving it to him.
him and that fucking marker, he keeps signing his damn name on all these
And
executive orders.
somebody need to take that goddamn box of pens.
He left that fucking pen.
And then I don't know who this judge is, but it's a judge that's coming right behind him. Stop, stop, stop. So I'm like, he just signing shit. I guess just the for the cameras, because they
He's
not letting this stuff
testing.
go through.
He's testing them to see what he can get away with, what they're gonna fight him against. Like
I
they
think he's
just now
doing this
blocked.
so his base won't get upset.
They just now blocked Elon Musk. He probably has everything he needed to get, like the lady said already.
Well, you know what it is. I'm gonna tell you why it took them so long to stop him, because they had no protocol for this. Like they just sitting here like
Still,
dummies.
like this man is in our treasury, like he's in our checkbook. Get him out. We don't need no fucking protocol.
Well, you know what this one man was saying, like he said, you know, you didn't let them billionaires in there and they don't do what they do to these companies like Toys R Us and all these businesses that have closed down. They're gonna pick the country dry and the country gonna be left broke and jacked up and they gonna run off somewhere.
To Gaza, the new Atlantic City.
Ah!
That's what the lady said. He gonna turn like
Well, he was
David.
trying to turn New Orleans into Atlantic City after Katrina and he couldn't get the gambling thing approved. Him and that damn crooked ass mayor. He had Trump signs all over New Orleans.
Really, as the president?
No, he was no president then. Not after no Katrina. He was just Donald Trump. Donald Trump been around scamming and scheming for a very long time. I remember when I was a kid, he was on TV asking everybody to send him $1. I kid you not.
I got an email from him yesterday asking me for money for the black Trump hats. He's still campaigning. He still be asking people for money.
I don't want. First of all, I don't know why people so stupid. This man been in office 2 weeks and he trying to lay off tens of thousands of people and he done got y'all tricked and doing a PR stunt and got y'all thinking that it has something to do with DI and people working from DEI and people working from home. No, it does not. That's a smoke screen to try to cover up the fact that he's laying off all these people because he don't want his base to get mad and say, well, you costing people their jobs. We voted for you because you was trying to get our jobs back. And once his base abandons him, he's gonna be impeached.
Trump?
Yeah. Once the mega people turn on him, they're gonna throw him away. And they're gonna get him the hell up out that office.
I don't know. Their love is strong.
There's cracks. I don't know if these people are as dumb as he thinks they are.
Their love goes deep. And who are these 5 to 6 young engineers who are working for Elon, messing up the money and snatching up? They are his flunkies, and they're there. They
Hmm.
there.
There are
Were you
these
here
idiots that think that Elon
when I
Musk is
read?
cool.
Oh my God! Were you listening when I read this lady's she read basically what she thinks Elon Musk is doing. He just needed them help him get like all the data and stuff that he needed because here I'll read it again. It says, "Do you want to know what's actually happened? And don't scroll. It's called The Art of the Deal. First, blah blah blah. Ready? This is my opinion. Number two, the art of the deal. Silicon Valley insiders know exactly why they're backing Trump and why Elon Musk put $280 billion into his election. Deregulation and cryptocurrency. The deal. Trump promises to remove regulation and give Elon the green light to raid our treasury systems in order to deliver a blockchain based, crypto centric new global currency. But first, Elon had to deliver the election win. Number three, the hack. In October, Elon visited Mar-a-Lago. Soon after, filings surfaced showing entities called United States of America Inc. and Group America LLC had been registered with the Texas Secretary of State, both linked to Musk. Trump had then stopped actively campaigning. His campaign openly admitted he would likely lose. However, Trump had made a private deal with Elon. The plan: Starlink connected voting systems in the 7 key swing states. Anything can be hacked, Musk said. Number four. Remember when Elon turned off Starlink without notice to Ukraine to help Putin in a critical battle? Reporters have said Musk knew presidential vote tabulation hours before even local and state officials. Data scientists presented evidence of the hack, and according to math experts, only a 1 in 84 million chance existed for Trump to have won those 7 states legitimately. No Dems objections. Elon delivers. Trump wins. Number five, Project 2025. Number five, the flood zone. The Project 2025 team goes into full launch mode. They deliver a fresh Sharpie pen, and a stack of EO's executive orders to sign. The Shock and Awe campaign. Crazy cabinet nominations, drones, J6 pardons, plane crashes, an exploding Cybertruck. Those freezes those freezes federal funds, mass civil service firings. These are tongue twisters. Mass civil
Hmm.
service firings,
Let's go let
Medicaid
that
and
woman is a
veteran
conspiracy theorist.
Medicaid and veteran benefits threatened, etc. The flooding of chaos and fear is intentional. No time for critical analysis. Read Marshall McLuhan, Joseph Goebbels, and Ezra Klein. Number six, the Treasury takeover. Before Trump's clown cabinet appointments, because Trump's clown cabinet appointments are unqualified, they don't push back. They're loyal and on the take. Elon's tech squad strolled into the Treasury Department. The data cloning project was on. People who resisted put on leave, then resigned. The Treasury's funds, the Treasury, the Treasury, the Treasury's funds distribution system was hacked, copied, and all personal, corporate, and institutional data has been stolen. By the way, it was done last week. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's just a coup. Number seven, the currency shift. The next milestone is imminent. Imminent. Soon enough, the world will be using crypto. A global platform will emerge. The gold standard will no longer be extinct. Economic powers will be scrambled. It's a reboot. Ask Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. Ask Blackstone. Ask the Fed. They won't talk, but they know. By the way, look into Crink. They've been using cryptocurrencies, blockchain tech to circumvent sanctions. The pieces are falling into place, and Trump now waits for his payout. Number 8, the epilogue. A new Trump crypto coin was issued. It quickly netted billions. When Elon delivers a new global currency platform, Trump will be a founder level investor. Then Trump's golden parachute opens. He floats away. An undisclosed medical event, and President J.D. Vance takes the wheel. The deal is done. Trump outsourced a coup to a Nazi entrepreneur. He's back to developing real estate. This time it's beachfront property in Gaza. It's a deal of a lifetime. Ask Jared Kushner. Number 9, hanging chads. I don't know what that means, but
Oh,
Creek.
that was with the first election that they stole from Al Gore with them damn hanging chads. That's when the system started like breaking.
So I guess these are the people who are going to break. Crink. It says Google it. Jared, MBS, Netanyahu, Mossad, Blackstone, JP Morgan's Bitcoin, tech oligarchs, AI deregulation, Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel. Google it. Netanyahu and ADL okay with Nazi salute. Bird flu, Social Security in the crosshairs. Add your own. I don't get what she mean. I don't get what it means by hanging Chad.
Yeah, I don't understand what that had to do with what. I mean, I understand that's how they stole an election previously, but why was that mentioned in there? Come on, stop, run, so I can go lay down. You can do it. I know Facebook just ordered a whole bunch of these chips, so this stock should probably gonna keep going up. But I still like to play it safe and just get out while I have some money. Oh, it is some drama that popped up on TMZ. Let's see.
Uh-uh. Hanging Chad voting in elections. Other articles are hanging.
Oh, you was
What?
looking at the hanging chads.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was with the Gore election. I vaguely remember that. Oh Lord, more Kanye tweets.
He's still tweeting.
Or are they called X's or tweets? Hitler is so fresh. Are you freaking kidding me?
A hanging Chad is a small piece that is
I'm
still
going to
partly
normalize
attached to
talking
a
about
piece of
Hitler.
paper or card after someone has tried to make a hole in it. For example, a way of showing who they are voting for in an election. Estimated. Remember all those ballots that had to be recounted in Florida after 2000 presidential election because of hanging chads? Was a hanging chad a clear signal of a vote? How many corners had to be? So he's saying a hanging chad. So hanging chads, Netanyahu, people who are attached, but were cut out but still attached, maybe. And let me see what CRINK is. CRINK. CRINK is an acronym that stands for the authoritarian states China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It was coined for 2020. The CRINK state supports each other with economic. So he's saying these are people who are going to be hanging Chad. Cream.
Mm.
Jared, his son-in-law Jared. Who's MBS?
I'm assuming.
Side, Langston. Santa. Where are both? So
Yeah, I'm sick of all these people. And I wish I had some type of faith that they would offer something different, but they don't seem to want to do that. Why do we care about Bad Barbie? Is she over here fighting her mama?
Bad Baby.
No. Mm-mm. Are you still reading about the hanging chads?
No, I was looking at something else about $1.
I'm waiting for the market to settle because it really did. Like yesterday, it was. Today, it's like.
It's a social security number is geometrically encoded. Take your social security number, ask an AI to calculate the gematria.
Huh? What is
Jewish,
that?
find out who you are. I've done this for
I have to
mine and
open my
several
gate,
times.
assuming that I can find my key.
It works for sure. Meta and OpenAI. I can't test Grok, not giving Elon any money, and DeepSeek can shut down for this specialized. Just say what word or phrase equals 1, 2, 3 in Jewish gematria. 45 is simplified gematria. And 7, 8, 9 is English gematria. Replace the above numbers with this. Report your results, but not your numbers. Yeah. Let's see. Folks got scammed with that Trump and Melania crypto coins. Set that man who lost nearly $1 million. Somebody lost $1 million?
Why would somebody spend $1 million on a Trump?
Trump without his
That's
wife.
crazy.
In Ontario, Canada, the premier Doug Ford signed a $100 million deal to provide internet access to 15,000 people in rural Ontario. The company won the Elon Musk dollar.
I don't even know about the Trump meme coin. I didn't do anything with the Trump Melania coin. Was that even a real coin or was that a scam?
No, they made a real coin.
The
and
Trump
they bought it up. The Trump one and the Melania one. In Ontario, Canada, premier Doug Ford signed a $100 million deal to provide internet across 15 access to 15,000 people in rural Ontario. The company wanted it, last week. Ford calls for an election when he's already majority. Election wasn't specific. Dude is trying to stay in power. He's a Trump supporter, mad at tariffs. Elon is trying to push stunts in Germany and South Africa. I know you fucking lying. Why is this live still going? MBS is Mohammed bin Salman, a ruler of Saudi Arabia. Oh, well, he's going to be a hanging Chad. Trump, did you hear about Trump's master plan and what Elon's actually doing in the Treasury? Muhammad Trump. I'm gonna put a link to it. Do you have Threads? Because it's kind of long. I don't feel like reading it again. I mean, I could read it one last time. Do you have Threads?
Trent, I couldn't go to sleep.
Share. Share this. Share to copy. Threads is like Instagram's version of Reddit. I'm not mad. Please continue these kind of lives. I think I'm gonna keep it going all day. Like I need to go to Sprouts. I need to go to the pharmacy. I need to go visit a couple of people. I want you to see my crazy ass family. Well, one faction of it. I think I'm gonna just keep this thing going. So I should charge my portable charger while I'm thinking about it. This thing going. So
All right, Marky, where are we going today?
I want to read this to you, but let me make sure my charger is charging. Hold on. Oh, you know what? I can put it up on my computer, and you can read it. That's probably gonna be too small for y'all to read. Let me see. That's not going. It'll just be faster for me to read it to you. All right. Do y'all want me to read this one more time? Okay, you can read it. I'll finish my eyebrow. Tell me what you think. Callie thinks it's all bullshit. We don't even talk anymore. I am officially delirious. We don't even know where we are. You are bound. Don't even say I love you no more. Saying how you feel is no longer allowed. Why do we hurt each other? Why do we push love away? Let's not wait till the water runs dry. We might not let pass us by. Let's not wait till the water runs dry. We'll make the biggest mistakes of our lives. Don't do it, baby. I need to sing a happy song. I woke up this morning, the sunshine was shining. I put on a happy face. I'm willing, I'm able, I'm breathing, I'm able to put on a happy face. Woke up and realized this was not so bad after all. Looked at it through a child's eyes till I saw it beautiful. Things that I never seen about, like the ocean, moonlight, stars, and clouds. It's amazing how we don't appreciate our blessings. It's plenty of people who don't like me, but since my mother loves me and I love myself, sometimes it gets rough. Don't give up. Don't give up. Just take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Feel love and hear a smile. Lisa made it to work, everybody. She was up all night with us, in and out. I'm going to stay on just in case you need a little pick me up. I didn't even check my charger. Hold on. There's plenty of people who don't like me, but since my mother loves me and I love myself, I wish we could play music on this joint. I've made it to work. My eyebrow looks all crooked. And then it's a brilliant idea. I believe it, and I think it's smart. They have so many sheep fans. Why wouldn't they start a globalized currency? Baby, we are living on our last days. I better give me some Trump coins, bitch, because Bitcoins are like $100,000. Hey Siri, wait, yo Siri, hey Siri, how much are Trump coins? How much are Trump crypto coins? Bitch, Siri don't talk to you no more? Oh, they're only a penny, but they are up 2.49%. Maybe I'll buy some Trump coins if this is the new world order. Let me see Melania coins. Hey Siri, how much is the Melania coin?